The Project Gutenberg ebook of Life on the Mississippi. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Life on the Mississippi. Author: Mark Twain. Release date: July 10, 2004. Ebook number 245. Most recently updated: January 28, 2021. Language: English. Credits: produced by David Widger. Earliest PG text edition produced by Graham Allen. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Life on the Mississippi. Life on the Mississippi by Mark Twain. Table of Contents. Chapter I. The Mississippi is well worth reading about. It is remarkable. Instead of widening towards its mouth, it grows narrower. It empties 406 million tons of mud. It was first seen in 1542. It is older than some pages in European history. De Soto has the pull. Older than the Atlantic coast. Some half-breeds. Chip in La Salle thinks he will take a hand. Chapter 2. La Salle again appears, and so does a catfish. Buffaloes also. Some Indian paintings are seen on the rocks. The Father of Waters does not flow into the Pacific. More history and Indians. Some curious performances. Not early English. Natchez, or the site of it, is approached. Chapter 3. A little history. Early commerce. Coal fleets and timber rafts. We start on a voyage. I seek information. Some music. The trouble begins. Tall talk. The child of calamity. Ground and lofty tumbling. The wash-up business and statistics. Mysterious band. Thunder and lightning. The captain speaks. Albright weeps. The mystery settled. Chaff. I am discovered. Some artwork proposed. I give an account of myself. Released. Chapter 4. The Boy's Ambition. Village scenes. Steamboat pictures. A heavy swell. A runaway. Chapter V. A traveler. A lively talker. A wildcat victim. Chapter 6. Besieging the pilot taken along. Spoiling a nap. Fishing for a plantation. Points on the river. A gorgeous pilot house. Chapter 7. River inspectors. Cottonwoods and Plum Point. Hat Island crossing. Touch and go. It is a go. A lightning pilot. Chapter 8. A heavy loaded big gun. Sharp sights in darkness. Abandoned to his fate. Scraping the banks. Learn him or kill him. Chapter 9. Shake the reef. Reason. Dethrone the face of the water. A bewitching scene. Romance and beauty. Chapter X. Putting on airs. Taken down a bit. Learn it as it is. The river rising. Chapter 11. In THG Tract. Business effects of the rise. Plantations gone. A measureless. A somnambulist pilot. Supernatural piloting. Nobody there. All saved. Chapter 12. Low water. Yawl. Sounding boys and lanterns. Cubs and soundings. The boat sunk. Seeking the wrecked. Chapter 13. A pilot's memory. Wages. Soaring. A universal grasp. Skill and nerve. Testing a cub. Back her for life. A good lesson. Chapter 14. Pilots and captains. High-priced pilots. Pilots in demand. A whistler. A cheap trade. $250 speed. Chapter 15. New pilots. Undermining the Pilots Association. Crutches and wages. Putting on airs. The captains weaken the association. Laughs. The secret sign. An admirable system. Rough on outsiders. A tight monopoly. No loophole. The railroads and the war. Chapter 16. All aboard. A glorious start. Loaded to win. Bands and bugles. Boats and boats. Racers and racing. Chapter 17. Cut off. Stitching and shooting. Mississippi changes. A wild night. Swearing and guessing. Stephen in debt. He confuses his creditors. He makes a new deal. Will pay them alphabetically. Chapter 18. Sharp schooling. Shadows. I am inspected. Where did you get them shoes? Pull her down. I want to kill Brown. I try to run her. I am complimented. Chapter 19. A question of veracity, a little unpleasantness. I have an audience with the captain. Mr. Brown retires. Chapter XX. I become a passenger. We hear the news, a thunderous crash. They stand to their posts in the blazing Sunday, a gruesome spectacle. His hour has struck. Chapter XXI. I get my license. The war begins. I become a jack of all trades. Chapter XXII. I try the alias. Business region of goatees. Boots begin to appear. The river man is missing. The young man is discouraged. Specimen water, a fine quality of smoke, a supreme mistake. We inspect the town. Desolation. Way traffic, a wood yard. Chapter XXIII. Old French settlements. We start for Memphis. Young ladies and Russia leather bags. Chapter XXIV. I receive some information. Alligator boats. Alligator talk. She was a rattler to go. I am found out. Chapter XXV. The devil's oven and table. A bombshell falls. No whitewash. 30 years on the river Mississippi. Uniforms, accidents and casualties. 200 wrecks. A loss to literature. Sunday schools and brick masons. Chapter XXVI. War talk. I tilt over backwards. 15 shot holes. A plain story. Wars and feuds. Darnell vs. Watson. A gang and a woodpile. Western grammar. River changes. New Madrid. Floods and falls. Chapter XXVII. Tourists and their notebooks. Captain Hall. Mrs. Trollope's emotions. Honorable Charles Augustus Murray's sentiment. Captain Marriott's sensations. Alexander Mackay's feelings. Mr. Parkman reports. Chapter XXVIII. Swinging down the river. Named for me. Plum Point again. Lights and snag boats. Infinite changes. A lawless river. Changes and jetties. Uncle Mumford testifies. Pegging the river. What the government does. The commission men and theories had them bad. Jews and prices. Chapter XXIX. Morel's gang. A consummate villain getting rid of witnesses. Stewart turns traitor. I start a rebellion. I get a new suit of clothes. We cover our tracks. Pluck and capacity. A good Samaritan. City. The old and the new. Chapter XXX. A melancholy picture. On the move. River gossip. She went by. A sparklin. Amenities of life. A world of misinformation. Eloquence of silence. Striking a snag. Photographically exact. Plank sidewalks. Chapter XXXI. Mutinous language. The dead house. Cast iron. German and flexible English. A dying man's confession. I am bound and gagged. I get myself free. I begin my search. The man with one thumb. Red paint and white paper. He dropped on his knees. Fright and gratitude. I fled through the woods. A grisly spectacle. Shout, man, shout. A look of surprise and triumph. The muffled gurgle of a mocking laugh. How strangely things happen. The hidden money. Chapter XXXII. Ritter's narrative. A question of money. Napoleon. Somebody is serious. Where the prettiest girl used to live. Chapter XXXIII. A question of division. A place where there was no license. The Calhoun Land Company. A cotton planter's estimate. Halifax and watermelons. Jeweled up barkeepers. Chapter XXXIV. An austere man. A mosquito policy. Facts dressed in tights. A swelled left ear. Chapter XXXV. Signs and scars. Cannon thunder rages. Cave dwellers. A continual Sunday. A ton of iron and no glass. The ardent is saved. Mule meat. A national cemetery. A dog and a shell. Railroads and wealth. Wharfage economy. Vicksburg versus the gold dust. A narrative in anticipation. Chapter 30. The professor spins a yarn. An enthusiast in cattle. He makes a proposition. Loading beeves at Acapulco. He was anti-raised to it. He is roped. And his dull eyes lit up. 4 aces. U.S. He does care for the gores. Chapter XXXVII. A terrible disaster. The gold dust explodes her boilers. The end of a good man. Chapter 38. Mr. Dickens has a word. Best dwellings and their furniture. Albums and music. Pantalettes and conch shells. Sugar candy. Rabbits and photographs. Horsehair sofas and snuffers. Rag carpets and bridal chambers. Chapter 36. Rowdies and beauty ice as jewelry ice manufacture more statistics. Some drummers oleomargarine versus butter. Olive oil versus cotton seed. The answer was not cod. A terrific episode. A sulphurous canopy. The demons of war. The terrible gauntlet. Chapter XL. In flowers, like a bride, a whitewashed castle, a southern prospectus, pretty pictures, an alligator's meal. Chapter XLI. The approaches to New Orleans, a stirring street, sanitary improvements, journalistic achievements, cisterns and wells. Chapter XLII. Beautiful graveyards, chameleons and panaceas, inhumation and infection, mortality and epidemics, the cost of funerals. Chapter XLII. I meet an acquaintance, coffins and swell houses, Mrs. O'Flaherty goes one better, epidemics and embalming, 600 for a good case, joyful high spirits. Chapter XLIV. French and Spanish parts of the city, Mr. Cable and the ancient quarter, cabbages and bouquets, cows and children, the Shell Road. The West End, a good square meal, the Pompano, the Broom Brigade, historical painting, southern speech, lagniappe. Chapter XLV. Vauve talk, cockfighting, too much to bear, fine writing. Mule racing. Chapter XLVI. Mardi Gras, the mystic crew, wrecks and relics, Sir Walter Scott. A world set back, titles and decorations, a change. Chapter XLII. Uncle Remus, the children disappointed, we read aloud. Mr. Cable and Jean O'Poquelin, involuntary trespass, the Gilded Age, an impossible combination, the owner materializes and protests. Chapter XLVIII. Tight curls and springy steps, steam plows, no I. Sugar. A Frankenstein laugh, spiritual postage, a place where there are no butchers or plumbers, idiotic spasms. Chapter XLIX. Pilot farmers working on shares, consequences, men who stick to their posts, he saw what he would do a day after the fair. Chapter L. A patriarch leaves from a diary, a tongue stopper, the ancient mariner pilloried in print, petrified truth. Chapter Li. A fresh cub at the will, a valley storm, some remarks on construction, sock and buskin, the man who never played Hamlet, I got thirsty, Sunday statistics. Chapter Li. I collar an idea, a graduate of Harvard, a penitent thief. His story in the pulpit, something symmetrical, a literary artist. A model epistle, pumps again, working the nub of the note. Chapter LIII. A masterly retreat, a town at rest, boyhood's pranks, friends of my youth, the refuge for imbeciles, I am presented with my measure. Chapter Live. A special judgment, celestial interest, a night of agony. Another bad attack, I become convalescent, I address a Sunday school, a model boy. Chapter LV. A second generation, 100,000 tons of saddles, a dark and dreadful secret, a large family, a golden-haired darling. The mysterious cross, my idol is broken, a bad season of chills and fever, an interesting cave. Chapter LVI. Perverted history, a guilty conscience, a supposititious case. A habit to be cultivated, I drop my burden, difference in time. Chapter LVII. A model town, a town that comes up to blow in the summer. The scarecrow dean spouting smoke and flame, an atmosphere that tastes good, the sunset land. Chapter Laïn. An independent race, 24-hour towns, enchanting scenery. The home of the plow, Black Hawk, fluctuating securities. A contrast, electric lights. Chapter Licks. Indian traditions and rattlesnakes, a 3-ton word, chimney rock, the panorama man, a good jump, the undying head. P-bone and Sigwun. Chapter LX. The head of navigation, from roses to snow, climatic vaccination. A long ride, bones of poverty, the pioneer of civilization. Jug of empire, Siamese twins, the sugar bush, he wins his bride. The mystery about the blanket, a city that is always a novelty. Home again. Appendix. ABCD, the body of the nation, but the basin of the Mississippi is the body of the nation. All the other parts are but members, important in themselves, yet more important in their relations to this. exclusive of the lake basin and of 300,000 square miles in Texas and New Mexico, which in many aspects form a part of it. This basin contains about 1,250,000 square miles. In extent it is the second great valley of the world, being exceeded only by that of the Amazon. The valley of the frozen Obi approaches it in extent, that of La Plata comes next in space, and probably in habitable capacity, having about 8/9 of its area, then comes that of the Yenisei, with about 7/9, the Lena, Amur, Huangho, Yangtze-Kiang, and Nile, 5/9, the Ganges, less than 1/2, the Indus, less than 1/3, the Euphrates, 1/5, the Rhine, 1/15. It exceeds in extent the whole of Europe, exclusive of Russia, Norway, and Sweden. It would contain Austria 4 times, Germany or Spain 5 times, France 6 times, the British Islands or Italy 10 times. Conceptions formed from the river basins of Western Europe are rudely shocked when we consider the extent of the valley of the Mississippi, nor are those formed from the sterile basins of the great rivers of Siberia, the lofty plateaus of Central Asia, or the mighty sweep of the swampy Amazon more adequate. Latitude, elevation, and rainfall all combine to render every part of the Mississippi Valley capable of supporting a dense population. As a dwelling place for civilized man it is by far the first upon our globe. Editor's Table, Harper's Magazine, February 1863. Chapter 1, The River and Its History. The Mississippi is well worth reading about. It is not a commonplace river, but on the contrary is in all ways remarkable. Considering the Missouri its main branch, it is the longest river in the world, 4,300 miles. It seems safe to say that it is also the crookedest river in the world, since in one part of its journey it uses up 1,300 miles to cover the same ground that the crow would fly over in 675. It discharges 3 times as much water as the St. Lawrence, 25 times as much as the Rhine, and 338 times as much as the Thames. No other river has so vast a drainage basin. It draws its water supply from 28 states and territories, from Delaware, on the Atlantic seaboard, and from all the country between that and Idaho on the Pacific slope, a spread of 45 degrees of longitude. The Mississippi receives and carries to the Gulf water from 54 subordinate rivers that are navigable by steamboats, and from some hundreds that are navigable by flats and keels. The area of its drainage basin is as great as the combined areas of England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Austria, Italy, and Turkey, and almost all this wide region is fertile. The Mississippi Valley, proper, is exceptionally so. It is a remarkable river in this, that instead of widening toward its mouth, it grows narrower and deeper. From the junction of the Ohio to a point halfway down to the sea, the width averages a mile in high water, thence to the sea the width steadily diminishes, until, at the passes, above the mouth, it is but little over half a mile. At the junction of the Ohio the Mississippi's depth is 87 feet, the depth increases gradually, reaching 129 just above the mouth. The difference in rise and fall is also remarkable, not in the upper, but in the lower river. The rise is tolerably uniform down to Natchez, 360 miles above the mouth, about 50 feet. But at Bayou La Fourche the river rises only 24 feet, at New Orleans only 15, and just above the mouth only 2½ An article in the New Orleans Times-Democrat, based upon reports of able engineers, states that the river annually empties 406 million tons of mud into the Gulf of Mexico, which brings to mind Captain Marryat's rude name for the Mississippi, the Great Sewer. This mud, solidified, would make a mass a mile square and 241 feet high. The mud deposit gradually extends the land, but only gradually, it has extended it not quite a third of a mile in the 200 years which have elapsed since the river took its place in history. The belief of the scientific people is, that the mouth used to be at Baton Rouge, where the hills cease, and that the 200 miles of land between there and the Gulf was built by the river. This gives us the age of that piece of country, without any trouble at all 120,000 years. Yet it is much the youthfulest batch of country that lies around there anywhere. The Mississippi is remarkable in still another way: its disposition to make prodigious jumps by cutting through narrow necks of land, and thus straightening and shortening itself. More than once it has shortened itself 30 miles at a single jump. These cut-offs have had curious effects. They have thrown several river towns out into the rural districts, and built up sandbars and forests in front of them. The town of Delta used to be 3 miles below Vicksburg. A recent cut-off has radically changed the position, and Delta is now 2 miles above Vicksburg. Both of these river towns have been retired to the country by that cut-off. A cut-off plays havoc with boundary lines and jurisdictions. For instance, a man is living in the state of Mississippi today, a cut-off occurs tonight, and tomorrow the man finds himself and his land over on the other side of the river, within the boundaries and subject to the laws of the state of Louisiana. Such a thing, happening in the upper river in the old times, could have transferred a slave from Missouri to Illinois and made a free man of him. The Mississippi does not alter its locality by cut-offs alone. It is always changing its habitat bodily, is always moving bodily sidewise. At hard times, LA, the river is 2 miles west of the region it used to occupy. As a result, the original site of that settlement is not now in Louisiana at all, but on the other side of the river, in the state of Mississippi. Nearly the whole of that 1,300 miles of old Mississippi River which La Salle floated down in his canoes, 200 years ago, is good solid dry ground now. The river lies to the right of it, in places, and to the left of it in other places. Although the Mississippi's mud builds land but slowly, down at the mouth, where the Gulf's billows interfere with its work, it builds fast enough in better protected regions higher up. For instance, Prophet's Island contained 1,500 acres of land 30 years ago. Since then the river has added 700 acres to it. But enough of these examples of the mighty stream's eccentricities for the present. I will give a few more of them further along in the book. Let us drop the Mississippi's physical history, and say a word about its historical history, so to speak. We can glance briefly at its slumbrous first epoch in a couple of short chapters, at its second and wider awake epoch in a couple more, at its flushest and widest awake epoch in a good many succeeding chapters, and then talk about its comparatively tranquil present epoch in what shall be left of the book. The world and the books are so accustomed to use, and overuse, the word new in connection with our country, that we early get and permanently retain the impression that there is nothing old about it. We do of course know that there are several comparatively old dates in American history, but the mere figures convey to our minds no just idea, no distinct realization, of the stretch of time which they represent. To say that De Soto, the first white man who ever saw the Mississippi River, saw it in 1542, is a remark which states a fact without interpreting it. It is something like giving the dimensions of a sunset by astronomical measurements, and cataloging the colors by their scientific names. As a result, you get the bald fact of the sunset, but you don't see the sunset. It would have been better to paint a picture of it. The date 1542, standing by itself, means little or nothing to us, but when one groups a few neighboring historical dates and facts around it, he adds perspective and color, and then realizes that this is one of the American dates which is quite respectable for age. For instance, when the Mississippi was first seen by a white man, less than a quarter of a century had elapsed since Francis I's defeat at Pavia, the death of Raphael, the death of Bayard, sans peur et sans reproche, the driving out of the Knights Hospitallers from Rhodes by the Turks, and the placarding of the 95 Propositions, the act which began the Reformation. When de Soto took his glimpse of the river, Ignatius Loyola was an obscure name, the order of the Jesuits was not yet a year old, Michelangelo's paint was not yet dry on the Last Judgment in the Sistine Chapel, Mary Queen of Scots was not yet born, but would be before the year closed. Catherine de' Medici was a child, Elizabeth of England was not yet in her teens, Calvin, Benvenuto Cellini and the Emperor Charles V were at the top of their fame, and each was manufacturing history after his own peculiar fashion. Margaret of Navarre was writing the Heptameron and some religious books. The first survives, the others are forgotten, wit and indelicacy being sometimes better literature preservers than holiness, lax court morals and the absurd chivalry business were in full feather, and the joust and the tournament were the frequent pastime of titled fine gentlemen who could fight better than they could spell, while religion was the passion of their ladies, and classifying their offspring into children of full rank and children by brevet their pastime. In fact, all around, religion was in a peculiarly blooming condition, the Council of Trent was being called, the Spanish Inquisition was roasting and racking and burning, with a free hand. Elsewhere on the continent the nations were being persuaded to holy living by the sword and fire. In England, Henry VIII had suppressed the monasteries, burned Fisher and another bishop or two, and was getting his English Reformation and his harem effectively started. When de Soto stood on the banks of the Mississippi, it was still 2 years before Luther's death, 11 years before the burning of Servetus, 30 years before the St. Bartholomew slaughter. Rabelais was not yet published, Don Quixote was not yet written, Shakespeare was not yet born. 100 long years must still elapse before Englishmen would hear the name of Oliver Cromwell. Unquestionably the discovery of the Mississippi is a datable fact which considerably mellows and modifies the shiny newness of our country, and gives her a most respectable outside aspect of rustiness and antiquity. De Soto merely glimpsed the river, then died and was buried in it by his priests and soldiers. One would expect the priests and the soldiers to multiply the river's dimensions by 10, the Spanish custom of the day, and thus move other adventurers to go at once and explore it. On the contrary, their narratives when they reached home, did not excite that amount of curiosity. The Mississippi was left unvisited by whites during a term of years which seems incredible in our energetic days. One may sense the interval to his mind, after a fashion, by dividing it up in this way. After de Soto glimpsed the river, a fraction short of a quarter of a century elapsed, and then Shakespeare was born, lived a trifle more than half a century, then died, and when he had been in his grave considerably more than half a century, the second white man saw the Mississippi. In our day we don't allow 130 years to elapse between glimpses of a marvel. If somebody should discover a creek in the county next to the one that the North Pole is in, Europe and America would start 15 costly expeditions thither, one to explore the creek, and the other 14 to hunt for each other. For more than 150 years there had been white settlements on our Atlantic coasts. These people were in intimate communication with the Indians. In the south the Spaniards were robbing, slaughtering, enslaving, and converting them. Higher up, the English were trading beads and blankets to them for a consideration, and throwing in civilization and whiskey, for lagniappe, and in Canada the French were schooling them in a rudimentary way, missionarying among them, and drawing whole populations of them at a time to Quebec, and later to Montreal, to buy furs of them. Necessarily, then, these various clusters of whites must have heard of the great river of the far west, and indeed, they did hear of it vaguely, so vaguely and indefinitely, that its course, proportions, and locality were hardly even guessable. The mere mysteriousness of the matter ought to have fired curiosity and compelled exploration, but this did not occur. Apparently nobody happened to want such a river, nobody needed it, nobody was curious about it, so, for a century and a half the Mississippi remained out of the market and undisturbed. When De Soto found it, he was not hunting for a river, and had no present occasion for one, consequently he did not value it or even take any particular notice of it. But at last La Salle the Frenchman conceived the idea of seeking out that river and exploring it. It always happens that when a man seizes upon a neglected and important idea, people inflamed with the same notion crop up all around. It happened so in this instance. Naturally the question suggests itself, why did these people want the river now when nobody had wanted it in the 5 preceding generations? Apparently it was because at this late day they thought they had discovered a way to make it useful, for it had come to be believed that the Mississippi emptied into the Gulf of California, and therefore afforded a short cut from Canada to China. Previously the supposition had been that it emptied into the Atlantic, or Sea of Virginia. Chapter 2 The River and its Explorers. Louisiana Saul himself sued for certain high privileges, and they were graciously accorded him by Louis XIV of inflated memory. Chief among them was the privilege to explore, far and wide, and build forts, and stake out continents, and hand the same over to the king, and pay the expenses himself, receiving, in return, some little advantages of one sort or another, among them the monopoly of buffalo hides. He spent several years and about all of his money, in making perilous and painful trips between Montreal and a fort which he had built on the Illinois, before he at last succeeded in getting his expedition in such a shape that he could strike for the Mississippi. And meantime other parties had had better fortune. In 1673 Joliet the merchant, and Marquette the priest, crossed the country and reached the banks of the Mississippi. They went by way of the Great Lakes, and from Green Bay, in canoes, by way of Fox River and the Wisconsin. Marquette had solemnly contracted, on the feast of the Immaculate Conception, that if the Virgin would permit him to discover the great river, he would name it Conception, in her honor. He kept his word. In that day, all explorers traveled with an outfit of priests. De Soto had 24 with him. La Salle had several, also. The expeditions were often out of meat, and scant of clothes, but they always had the furniture and other requisites for the mass. They were always prepared, as one of the quaint chroniclers of the time phrased it, to explain hell to the savages. On the 17th of June, 1673, the canoes of Joliet and Marquette and their 5 subordinates reached the junction of the Wisconsin with the Mississippi. Mr. Parkman says, before them a wide and rapid current coursed athwart their way, by the foot of lofty heights wrapped thick in forests. He continues, turning southward, they paddled down the stream, through a solitude unrelieved by the faintest trace of man. A big catfish collided with Marquette's canoe, and startled him, and reasonably enough, for he had been warned by the Indians that he was on a foolhardy journey, and even a fatal one, for the river contained a demon whose roar could be heard at a great distance, and who would engulf them in the abyss where he dwelt. I have seen a Mississippi catfish that was more than 6 feet long, and weighed 250 pounds, and if Marquette's fish was the fellow to that one, he had a fair right to think the river's roaring demon was come. At length the buffalo began to appear, grazing in herds on the great prairies which then bordered the river, and Marquette describes the fierce and stupid look of the old bulls as they stared at the intruders through the tangled mane which nearly blinded them. The voyagers moved cautiously, landed at night and made a fire to cook their evening meal, then extinguished it, embarked again, paddled some way farther, and anchored in the stream, keeping a man on the watch till morning. They did this day after day and night after night, and at the end of 2 weeks they had not seen a human being. The river was an awful solitude, then. And it is now, over most of its stretch. But at the close of the fortnight they one day came upon the footprints of men in the mud of the western bank, a Robinson Crusoe experience which carries an electric shiver with it yet, when one stumbles on it in print. They had been warned that the river Indians were as ferocious and pitiless as the river demon, and destroyed all comers without waiting for provocation, but no matter. Joliet and Marquette struck into the country to hunt up the proprietors of the tracks. They found them, by and by, and were hospitably received and well treated. If to be received by an Indian chief who has taken off his last rag in order to appear at his level best is to be received hospitably, and if to be treated abundantly to fish, porridge, and other game, including dog, and have these things forked into one's mouth by the ungloved fingers of Indians, is to be well treated. In the morning the chief and 600 of his tribesmen escorted the Frenchmen to the river and bade them a friendly farewell. On the rocks above the present city of Alton they found some rude and fantastic Indian paintings, which they describe. A short distance below, a torrent of yellow mud rushed furiously athwart the calm blue current of the Mississippi, boiling and surging and sweeping in its course logs, branches, and uprooted trees. This was the mouth of the Missouri, that savage river, which, descending from its mad career through a vast unknown of barbarism, poured its turbid floods into the bosom of its gentle sister. By and by they passed the mouth of the Ohio, they passed cane brakes, they fought mosquitoes, they floated along, day after day, through the deep silence and loneliness of the river, drowsing in the scant shade of makeshift awnings, and broiling with the heat. They encountered and exchanged civilities with another party of Indians, and at last they reached the mouth of the Arkansas, about a month out from their starting point, where a tribe of war-whooping savages swarmed out to meet and murder them, but they appealed to the Virgin for help, so in place of a fight there was a feast, and plenty of pleasant palaver and falderole. They had proved to their satisfaction, that the Mississippi did not empty into the Gulf of California, or into the Atlantic. They believed it emptied into the Gulf of Mexico. They turned back, now, and carried their great news to Canada. But belief is not proof. It was reserved for La Salle to furnish the proof. He was provokingly delayed, by one misfortune after another, but at last got his expedition under way at the end of the year 1681. In the dead of winter he and Henry de Tonty, son of Lorenzo Tonty, who invented the tontine, his lieutenant, started down the Illinois, with a following of 18 Indians brought from New England, and 23 Frenchmen. They moved in procession down the surface of the frozen river, on foot, and dragging their canoes after them on sledges. At Peoria Lake they struck open water, and paddled thence to the Mississippi and turned their prows southward. They plowed through the fields of floating ice, past the mouth of the Missouri, past the mouth of the Ohio, by and by, and, gliding by the wastes of bordering swamp, landed on the 24th of February near the Third Chickasaw Bluffs, where they halted and built Fort Prudhomme. Again, says Mr. Parkman, they embarked, and with every stage of their adventurous progress, the mystery of this vast new world was more and more unveiled. More and more they entered the realms of spring. The hazy sunlight, the warm and drowsy air, the tender foliage, the opening flowers, bade token the reviving life of nature. Day by day they floated down the great bends, in the shadow of the dense forests, and in time arrived at the mouth of the Arkansas. First, they were greeted by the natives of this locality as Marquette had before been greeted by them, with the booming of the war drum and the flourish of arms. The Virgin composed the difficulty in Marquette's case, the pipe of peace did the same office for La Salle. The white man and the red man struck hands and entertained each other during 3 days. Then, to the admiration of the savages, La Salle set up a cross with the arms of France on it, and took possession of the whole country for the king, the cool fashion of the time, while the priest piously consecrated the robbery with a hymn. The priest explained the mysteries of the faith by signs, for the saving of the savages, thus compensating them with possible possessions in heaven for the certain ones on earth which they had just been robbed of. And also, by signs, La Salle drew from these simple children of the forest acknowledgments of fealty to Louis the Putrid, over the water. Nobody smiled at these colossal ironies. These performances took place on the site of the future town of Napoleon, Arkansas, and there the first confiscation cross was raised on the banks of the great river. Marquette's and Joliet's voyage of discovery ended at the same spot, the site of the future town of Napoleon. When De Soto took his fleeting glimpse of the river, away back in the dim early days, he took it from that same spot, the site of the future town of Napoleon, Arkansas. Therefore, 3 out of the 4 memorable events connected with the discovery and exploration of the mighty river, occurred, by accident, in one and the same place. It is a most curious distinction, when one comes to look at it and think about it. France stole that vast country on that spot, the future Napoleon, and by Napoleon himself was to give the country back again, make restitution, not to the owners, but to their white American heirs. The voyagers journeyed on, touching here and there, past the sites, since become historic, of Vicksburg and Grand Gulf, and visited an imposing Indian monarch in the Teche country, whose capital city was a substantial one of sun-baked bricks mixed with straw, better houses than many that exist there now. The chief's house contained an audience room 40 feet square, and there he received Tonti in state, surrounded by 60 old men clothed in white cloaks. There was a temple in the town, with a mud wall about it ornamented with skulls of enemies sacrificed to the sun. The voyagers visited the Natchez Indians, near the site of the present city of that name, where they found a religious and political despotism, a privileged class descended from the sun, a temple, and a sacred fire. It must have been like getting home again. It was home with an advantage, in fact, for it lacked Louis XIV. A few more days swept swiftly by, and La Salle stood in the shadow of his confiscating cross, at the meeting of the waters from Delaware, and from Itasca, and from the mountain ranges close upon the Pacific, with the waters of the Gulf of Mexico, his task finished, his prodigy achieved. Mr. Parkman, in closing his fascinating narrative, thus sums up: on that day, the realm of France received on parchment a stupendous accession. The fertile plains of Texas, the vast basin of the Mississippi, from its frozen northern springs to the sultry borders of the Gulf, from the woody ridges of the Alleghanies to the bare peaks of the Rocky Mountains, a region of savannas and forests, sun-cracked deserts and grassy prairies, watered by 1,000 rivers, ranged by 1,000 warlike tribes, passed beneath the scepter of the Sultan of Versailles, and all by virtue of a feeble human voice, inaudible at half a mile. Chapter 3: Frescoes from the past. Apparently the river was ready for business, now. But no, the distribution of a population along its banks was as calm and deliberate and time-devouring a process as the discovery and exploration had been. 70 years elapsed, after the exploration, before the river's borders had a white population worth considering, and nearly 50 more before the river had a commerce. Between La Salle's opening of the river and the time when it may be said to have become the vehicle of anything like a regular and active commerce, 7 sovereigns had occupied the throne of England. America had become an independent nation, Louis XIV. And Louis XV. had rotted and died. The French monarchy had gone down in the red tempest of the Revolution, and Napoleon was a name that was beginning to be talked about. Truly, there were snails in those days. The river's earliest commerce was in great barges, keelboats, broadhorns. They floated and sailed from the upper rivers to New Orleans, changed cargoes there, and were tediously warped and pulled back by hand. A voyage down and back sometimes occupied 9 months. In time this commerce increased until it gave employment to hordes of rough and hardy men, rude, uneducated, brave, suffering terrific hardships with sailor-like stoicism, heavy drinkers, coarse frolickers in moral styes like the Natchez under the hill of that day, heavy fighters, reckless fellows, every one, elephantinely jolly, foul-witted, profane, prodigal of their money, bankrupt at the end of the trip, fond of barbaric finery, prodigious braggarts, yet, in the main, honest, trustworthy, faithful to promises and duty, and often picturesquely magnanimous. By and by the steamboat intruded. Then for 15 or 20 years, these men continued to run their keel boats downstream, and the steamers did all of the upstream business, the keelboatmen selling their boats in New Orleans, and returning home as deck passengers in the steamers. But after a while the steamboats so increased in number and in speed that they were able to absorb the entire commerce, and then keelboating died a permanent death. The keelboatman became a deckhand, or a mate, or a pilot on the steamer, and when steamer berths were not open to him, he took a berth on a Pittsburgh coal flat, or on a pine raft constructed in the forests up toward the sources of the Mississippi. In the heyday of the steamboating prosperity, the river from end to end was flaked with coal fleets and timber rafts, all managed by hand, and employing hosts of the rough characters whom I have been trying to describe. I remember the annual processions of mighty rafts that used to glide by Hannibal when I was a boy, an acre or so of white, sweet-smelling boards in each raft, a crew of 24 men or more, 3 or 4 wigwams scattered about the raft's vast level space for storm quarters, and I remember the rude ways and the tremendous talk of their big crews, the ex-keelboatmen and their admiringly patterning successors, for we used to swim out a quarter or third of a mile and get on these rafts and have a ride. By way of illustrating keelboat talk and manners, and that now departed and hardly remembered raft life, I will throw in this place, a chapter from a book which I have been working at, by fits and starts, during the past 5 or 6 years, and may possibly finish in the course of 5 or 6 more. The book is a story which details some passages in the life of an ignorant village boy, Huck Finn, son of the town drunkard of my time out west. There he has run away from his persecuting father, and from a persecuting good widow who wishes to make a nice, truth-telling, respectable boy of him, and with him a slave of the widow's has also escaped. They have found a fragment of a lumber raft, it is high water and dead summer time, and are floating down the river by night, and hiding in the willows by day, bound for Cairo, whence the Negro will seek freedom in the heart of the Free States. But in a fog, they pass Cairo without knowing it. By and by they begin to suspect the truth, and Huck Finn is persuaded to end the dismal suspense by swimming down to a huge raft which they have seen in the distance ahead of them, creeping aboard under cover of the darkness, and gathering the needed information by eavesdropping. But you know a young person can't wait very well when he is impatient to find a thing out. We talked it over, and by Jim said it was such a black night, now, that it wouldn't be no risk to swim down to the big raft and crawl aboard and listen. They would talk about Cairo, because they would be calculating to go ashore there for a spree, maybe, or anyway they would send boats ashore to buy whiskey or fresh meat or something. Jim had a wonderful level head, for a nigger, he could most always start a good plan when you wanted one. I stood up and shook my rags off and jumped into the river, and struck out for the raft's light. By and by, when I got down nearly to her, I eased up and went slow and cautious. But everything was all right, nobody at the sweeps. So I swum down along the raft till I was most abreast the campfire in the middle, then I crawled aboard and inched along and got in amongst some bundles of shingles on the weather side of the fire. There was 13 men there, they was the watch on deck of course. And a mighty rough-looking lot, too. They had a jug, and tin cups, and they kept the jug moving. One man was singing roaring, you may say, and it wasn't a nice song for a parlor anyway. He roared through his nose, and strung out the last word of every line very long. When he was done they all fetched a kind of Injun war whoop, and then another was sung. It begun there was a woman in our Toden did dwell, she loved her husband dear Ile, but another man twice tease wed el. Singing too, Rilla, 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 Ri2, Rilla, really she loved her husband dear Ile, but another man twist as wed el. And so on 14 verses. It was kind of poor, and when he was going to start on the next verse one of them said it was the tune the old cow died on, and another one said, oh, give us a rest. And another one told him to take a walk. They made fun of him till he got mad and jumped up and begun to cuss the crowd, and said he could lame any thief in the lot. They was all about to make a break for him, but the biggest man there jumped up and says set war you are, gentlemen. Leave him to me, he's my meat. Then he jumped up in the air 3 times and cracked his heels together every time. He flung off a buckskin coat that was all hung with fringes, and says, you lay there till the chawin' up's done, and flung his hat down, which was all over ribbons, and says, you lay there till his sufferin's is over. Then he jumped up in the air and cracked his heels together again and shouted out whoop. I'm the old original iron-jawed, brass-mounted, copper-bellied corpse-maker from the wilds of Arkansas, look at me. I'm the man they call sudden death and general desolation. Sired by a hurricane, damned by an earthquake, half-brother to the cholera, nearly related to the smallpox on the mother's side. Look at me. I take 19 alligators and a barrel of whiskey for breakfast when I'm in robust health, and a bushel of rattlesnakes and a dead body when I'm ailing. I split the everlasting rocks with my glance, and I squench the thunder when I speak. Whoop. Stand back and give me room according to my strength. Blood's my natural drink, and the wails of the dying is music to my ear. Cast your eye on me, gentlemen, and lay low and hold your breath, for I'm bout to turn myself loose. All the time he was getting this off, he was shaking his head and looking fierce, and kind of swelling around in a little circle, tucking up his wristbands, and now and then straightening up and beating his breast with his fist, saying, look at me, gentlemen. When he got through, he jumped up and cracked his heels together 3 times, and let off a roaring whoop. I'm the bloodiest son of a wildcat that lives. Then the man that had started the row tilted his old slouch hat down over his right eye, then he bent stooping forward, with his back sagged and his south end sticking out far, and his fists shoving out and drawing in front of him, and so went around in a little circle about 3 times, swelling himself up and breathing hard. Then he straightened, and jumped up and cracked his heels together 3 times, before he lit again, that made them cheer, and he begun to shout like this whoop. Bow your neck and spread, for the kingdom of sorrows a coming. Hold me down to the earth, for I feel my powers a working. Whoop. I'm a child of sin, don't let me get a start. Smoked glass, here, for all. Don't attempt to look at me with the naked eye, gentlemen. When I'm playful I use the meridians of longitude and parallels of latitude for a seine, and drag the Atlantic Ocean for whales. I scratch my head with the lightning, and purr myself to sleep with the thunder. When I'm cold, I bile the Gulf of Mexico and bathe in it, when I'm hot I fan myself with an equinoctial storm, when I'm thirsty I reach up and suck a cloud dry like a sponge, when I range the earth hungry, famine follows in my tracks. Whoop. Bow your neck and spread. I put my hand on the sun's face and make it night in the earth, I bite a piece out of the moon and hurry the seasons, I shake myself and crumble the mountains. Contemplate me through leather, don't use the naked eye. I'm the man with the petrified heart and biler iron bowels. The massacre of isolated communities is the pastime of my idle moments, the destruction of nationalities the serious business of my life. The boundless vastness of the great American desert is my enclosed property, and I bury my dead on my own premises. He jumped up and cracked his heels together 3 times before he lit. They cheered him again, and as he come down he shouted out, "Whoop! Bow your neck and spread, for the pet child of calamity's a coming." Then the other one went to swelling around and blowing again, the first one the one they called Bob. Next, the child of calamity chipped in again, bigger than ever. Then they both got at it at the same time, swelling round and round each other and punching their fists most into each other's faces, and whooping and jawing like Injuns. Then Bob called the child names, and the child called him names back again. Next, Bob called him a heap rougher names, and the child come back at him with the very worst kind of language. Next, Bob knocked the child's hat off, and the child picked it up and kicked Bob's ribbony hat about 6 foot. Bob went and got it and said, "Never mind, this warn't going to be the last of this thing," because he was a man that never forgot and never forgive, and so the child better look out, for there was a time a coming, just as sure as he was a living man, that he would have to answer to him with the best blood in his body. The child said no man was willinger than he was for that time to come, and he would give Bob fair warning, now, never to cross his path again, for he could never rest till he had waded in his blood, for such was his nature, though he was sparing him now on account of his family, if he had one. Both of them was edging away in different directions, growling and shaking their heads and going on about what they was going to do, but a little black-whiskered chap skipped up and says, "Come back here, you couple of chicken-livered cowards, and I'll thrash the 2 of ye." And he done it, too. He snatched them, he jerked them this way and that, he booted them around, he knocked them sprawling faster than they could get up. Why, it warn't 2 minutes till they begged like dogs, and how the other lot did yell and laugh and clap their hands all the way through, and shout, "Sail in, corpse maker! Hi! At him again, child of calamity! Bully for you, little Davy!" Well, it was a perfect powwow for a while. Bob and the child had red noses and black eyes when they got through. Little Davy made them own up that they were sneaks and cowards and not fit to eat with a dog or drink with a nigger. Then Bob and the child shook hands with each other, very solemn, and said they had always respected each other and was willing to let bygones be bygones. So then they washed their faces in the river, and just then there was a loud order to stand by for a crossing, and some of them went forward to man the sweeps there, and the rest went aft to handle the after sweeps. I laid still and waited for 15 minutes, and had a smoke out of a pipe that one of them left in reach. Then the crossing was finished, and they stumped back and had a drink around and went to talking and singing again. Next they got out an old fiddle, and one played and another patted juba, and the rest turned themselves loose on a regular old-fashioned keel boat breakdown. They couldn't keep that up very long without getting winded, so by and by they settled around the jug again. They sung "Jolly, Jolly Raftman's the Life for Me," with a rousing chorus, and then they got to talking about differences betwixt hogs, and their different kind of habits, and next about women and their different ways, and next about the best ways to put out houses that was afire, and next about what ought to be done with the Injuns, and next about what a king had to do, and how much he got, and next about how to make cats fight, and next about what to do when a man has fits, and next about differences betwixt clear water rivers and muddy water ones. The man they called Ed said the muddy Mississippi water was wholesomer to drink than the clear water of the Ohio. He said if you let a pint of this yaller Mississippi water settle, you would have about a half to 3/4 of an inch of mud in the bottom, according to the stage of the river, and then it warranty no better than Ohio water. What you wanted to do was to keep it stirred up, and when the river was low, keep mud on hand to put in and thicken the water up the way it ought to be. The child of calamity said that was so. He said there was nutritiousness in the mud, and a man that drunk Mississippi water could grow corn in his stomach if he wanted to. He says you look at the graveyards, that tells the tale. Trees won't grow worth chucks in a Cincinnati graveyard, but in a St. Louis graveyard they grow upwards of 800 foot high. It's all on account of the water the people drunk before they laid up. A Cincinnati corpse don't richen a soil any. And they talked about how Ohio water didn't like to mix with Mississippi water. Ed said if you take the Mississippi on a rise when the Ohio is low, you'll find a wide band of clear water all the way down the east side of the Mississippi for 100 miles or more, and the minute you get out a quarter of a mile from shore and pass the line, it is all thick and yaller the rest of the way across. Then they talked about how to keep tobacco from getting moldy, and from that they went into ghosts and told about a lot that other folks had seen, but Ed says why don't you tell something that you've seen yourselves? Now let me have a say. 5 years ago I was on a raft as big as this, and right along here it was a bright moonshiny night, and I was on watch and boss of the starboard or for'ard, and one of my pards was a man named Dick Albright, and he come along to where I was sitting, for'ard gaping and stretching, he was, and stooped down on the edge of the raft and washed his face in the river, and come and set down by me and got out his pipe, and had just got it filled, when he looks up and says, "Why looky here," he says. "Ain't that Buck Miller's place, over yander in the bend?" "Yes," says I, "it is." "Why?" He laid his pipe down and leaned his head on his hand, and says, "I thought we'd be furder down." I says I thought it too. When I went off watch we was standing 6 hours on and 6 off, but the boys told me, I says, that the raft didn't seem to hardly move, for the last hour, says I, though she's a slipping along all right, now, says I. He give a kind of a groan, and says, "I've seed a raft act so before, along here," he says. "'Pears to me the current has most quit above the head of this bend durin' the last 2 years, he says. Well, he raised up 2 or 3 times, and looked away off and around on the water. That started me at it, too. A body is always doing what he sees somebody else doing, though there mayn't be no sense in it. Pretty soon I see a black something floating on the water away off to starboard and quartering behind us. I see he was looking at it, too. I says, "What's that?" He says, "Sort of pettish tainty nothing but an old empty barrel." "An empty barrel," says I. "Why," says I, "a spyglass is a fool to your eyes. How can you tell it's an empty barrel?" He says, "I don't know, I reckon it ain't a barrel, but I thought it might be," says he. "Yes," I says, "so it might be, and it might be anything else, too, a body can't tell nothing about it, such a distance as that," I says. We hadn't nothing else to do, so we kept on watching it. By and by I says, "Why looky here, Dick Albright, that thing's a-gaining on us, I believe." He never said nothing. The thing gained and gained, and I judged it must be a dog that was about tired out. Well, we swung down into the crossing, and the thing floated across the bright streak of the moonshine, and, by George, it was Bar-L. Says I, "Dick Albright, what made you think that thing was a Bar-L, when it was a half a mile off?" says I. Says he, "I don't know." Says I, "You tell me, Dick Albright." He says, "Well, I knowed it was a Bar-L, I've seen it before, lots has seen it, they says it's a haunted Bar-L." I called the rest of the watch, and they come and stood there, and I told them what Dick said. It floated right along abreast, now, and didn't gain any more. It was about 20 foot off. Some was for having it aboard, but the rest didn't want to. Dick Albright said rafts that had fooled with it had got bad luck by it. The captain of the watch said he didn't believe in it. He said he reckoned the bar L gained on us because it was in a little better current than what we was. He said it would leave by and by. So then we went to talking about other things, and we had a song, and then a breakdown, and after that the captain of the watch called for another song, but it was clouding up, now, and the bar L stuck right there in the same place, and the song didn't seem to have much warm up to it, somehow, and so they didn't finish it, and there weren't any cheers, but it sort of dropped flat, and nobody said anything for a minute. Then everybody tried to talk at once, and one chap got off a joke, but it warn't no use, they didn't laugh, and even the chap that made the joke didn't laugh at it, which ain't usual. We all just settled down glum, and watched the bar L, and was uneasy and uncomfortable. Well, sir, it shut down black and still, and then the wind began to moan around, and next the lightning began to play and the thunder to grumble. And pretty soon there was a regular storm, and in the middle of it a man that was running aft stumbled and fell and sprained his ankle so that he had to lay up. This made the boys shake their heads. And every time the lightning come, there was that bar L with the blue lights winking around it. We was always on the lookout for it. But by and by, towards dawn, she was gone. When the day come we couldn't see her anywhere, and we warn't sorry, neither. But next night about 9:30, when there was songs and high jinks going on, here she comes again, and took her old roost on the starboard side. There warn't no more high jinks. Everybody got solemn, nobody talked, you couldn't get anybody to do anything but sit around moody and look at the bar L. It begun to cloud up again. When the watch changed, the off watch stayed up, 'stead of turning in. The storm ripped and roared around all night, and in the middle of it another man tripped and sprained his ankle, and had to knock off. The bar L left towards day, and nobody see it go. Everybody was sober and down in the mouth all day. I don't mean the kind of sober that comes of leaving liquor alone, not that. They was quiet, but they all drunk more than usual, not together but each man sidled off and took it private, by himself. After dark the off watch didn't turn in, nobody sung, nobody talked, the boys didn't scatter around, neither, they sort of huddled together, for'ard, and for 2 hours they sat there, perfectly still, looking steady in the one direction, and heaving a sigh once in a while. And then, here comes the bar L again. She took up her old place. She stayed there all night, nobody turned in. The storm come on again, after midnight. It got awful dark, the rain poured down, hail, too, the thunder boomed and roared and bellowed, the wind blowed a hurricane, and the lightning spread over everything in big sheets of glare, and showed the whole raft as plain as day, and the river lashed up white as milk as far as you could see for miles, and there was that bar L jiggering along, same as ever. The captain ordered the watch to man the after sweeps for a crossing, and nobody would go no more sprained ankles for them, they said. They wouldn't even walk aft. Well then, just then the sky split wide open, with a crash, and the lightning killed 2 men of the after watch, and crippled 2 more. Crippled them how, says you? Why, sprained their ankles. The bar L left in the dark betwixt lightnings, towards dawn. Well, not a body eat a bite at breakfast that morning. After that the men loafed around, in 2s and 3s, and talked low together. But none of them herded with Dick Albright. They all give him the cold shake. If he come around where any of the men was, they split up and sidled away. They wouldn't man the sweeps with him. The captain had all the skiffs hauled up on the raft, alongside of his wigwam, and wouldn't let the dead men be took ashore to be planted. He didn't believe a man that got ashore would come back, and he was right. After night come, you could see pretty plain that there was going to be trouble if that bar L come again, there was such a muttering going on. A good many wanted to kill Dick Albright, because he'd seen the Bar-L on other trips, and that had an ugly look. Some wanted to put him ashore. Some said, let's all go ashore in a pile, if the Bar-L comes again. This kind of whispers was still going on, the men being bunched together for'ard watching for the Bar-L, when, lo and behold here she comes again. Down she comes, slow and steady, and settles into her old tracks. You could 'a heard a pin drop. Then up comes the captain, and says, boys, don't be a pack of children and fools, I don't want this Bar-L to be dogging us all the way to Orleans, and you don't, well, then, how's the best way to stop it? Burn it up, that's the way. I'm going to fetch it aboard, he says. And before anybody could say a word, in he went. He swum to it, and as he come pushing it to the raft, the men spread to one side. But the old man got it aboard and busted in the head, and there was a baby in it. Yes, sir, a stark naked baby. It was Dick Albright's baby, he owned up and said so. Yes, he says, leaning over it, yes, it is my own lamented darling, my poor lost Charles William Albright deceased, says he, for he could curl his tongue around the bulliest words in the language when he was a mind to, and lay them before you without a jint started, anywheres. Yes, he said he used to live up at the head of this bend, and one night he choked his child, which was crying, not intending to kill it, which was probably a lie, and then he was scared, and buried it in a Bar-L, before his wife got home, and off he went, and struck the northern trail and went to rafting, and this was the 3rd year that the Bar-L had chased him. He said the bad luck always begun light, and lasted till 4 men was killed, and then the Bar-L didn't come any more after that. He said if the men would stand it one more night and was going on like that, but the men had got enough. They started to get out a boat to take him ashore and lynch him, but he grabbed the little child all of a sudden and jumped overboard with it hugged up to his breast and shedding tears, and we never see him again in this life, poor old suffering soul, nor Charles William neither. Who was shedding tears, says Bob, was it Albright or the baby? Why, Albright, of course, didn't I tell you the baby was dead? Been dead 3 years, how could it cry? Well, never mind how it could cry, how could it keep all that time, says Davy. You answer me that. I don't know how it done it, says Ed. It done it though, that's all I know about it. Say, what did they do with the Bar-L, says the child of calamity. Why, they hove it overboard, and it sunk like a chunk of lead. Edward, did the child look like it was choked, says one. Did it have its hair parted, says another. What was the brand on that Bar-L, Eddie, says a fellow they called Bill. Have you got the papers for them statistics, Edmund, says Jimmy. Say, Edwin, was you one of the men that was killed by the lightning, says Davy. Him. Oh, no, he was both of 'em, says Bob. Then they all haw-hawed. Say, Edward, don't you reckon you'd better take a pill? You look bad, don't you feel pale, says the child of calamity. Oh, come, now, Eddie, says Jimmy, show up, you must-a kept part of that Bar-L to prove the thing by. Show us the bunghole do and we'll all believe you. Say, boys, says Bill, let's divide it up. Dar's 13 of us. I can swaller a 13th of the yarn, if you can worry down the rest. Ed got up mad and said they could all go to some place, which he ripped out pretty savage, and then walked off aft cussing to himself, and they yelling and jeering at him, and roaring and laughing so you could hear them a mile. Boys, we'll split a watermelon on that, says the child of calamity, and he come rummaging around in the dark amongst the shingle bundles where I was, and put his hand on me. I was warm and soft and naked, so he says ouch, and jumped back. Fetch a lantern or a chunk of fire here, boys, there's a snake here as big as a cow. So they run there with a lantern and crowded up and looked in on me. Come out of that, you beggar, says one. Who are you, says another. What are you after here? Speak up prompt, or overboard you go. Snake him out, boys. Snatch him out by the heels. I began to beg, and crept out amongst them trembling. They looked me over, wondering, and the child of calamity says, a cussed thief. Lend a hand and let's heave him overboard. No, says Big Bob, let's get out the paint pot and paint him a sky blue all over from head to heel, and then heave him over. Good, that's it. Go for the paint, Jimmy. When the paint come, and Bob took the brush and was just going to begin, the others laughing and rubbing their hands, I begun to cry, and that sort of worked on Davy, and he says, vast there. He's nothing but a cub. I'll paint the man that touches him. So I looked around on them, and some of them grumbled and growled, and Bob put down the paint, and the others didn't take it up. Come here to the fire, and let's see what you're up to here, says Davy. Now sit down there and give an account of yourself. How long have you been aboard here? Not over a quarter of a minute, sir, says I. How did you get dry so quick? I don't know, sir. I'm always that way, mostly. Oh, you are you? What's your name? I warn't going to tell my name. I didn't know what to say, so I just says Charles William Albright, sir. Then they roared, the whole crowd, and I was mighty glad I said that, because maybe laughing would get them in a better humor. When they got done laughing, Davy says, it won't hardly do, Charles William. You couldn't have growed this much in 5 year, and you was a baby when you come out of the barrel, you know, and dead at that. Come, now, tell a straight story, and nobody'll hurt you, if you ain't up to anything wrong. What is your name? Alec Hopkins, sir. Alec James Hopkins. Well, Alec, where did you come from, here? From a trading scow. She lays up the bend yonder. I was born on her. Pap has traded up and down here all his life, and he told me to swim off here, because when you went by he said he would like to get some of you to speak to a Mr. Jonas Turner in Cairo and tell him, oh, come. Yes, sir, it's as true as the world, Pap, he says. Oh, your grandmother. They all laughed, and I tried again to talk, but they broke in on me and stopped me. Now, looky here, says Davy, you're scared, and so you talk wild. Honest, now, do you live in a scow, or is it a lie? Yes, sir, in a trading scow. She lays up at the head of the bend. But I warn't born in her. It's our first trip. Now you're talking. What did you come aboard here, for? To steal? No, sir, I didn't. It was only to get a ride on the raft. All boys does that. Well, I know that. But what did you hide for? Sometimes they drive the boys off. So they do. They might steal. Looky here, if we let you off this time, will you keep out of these kind of scrapes hereafter? Deed I will, boss. You try me. All right, then. You ain't but little ways from shore. Overboard with you, and don't you make a fool of yourself another time this way, blasted, boy, some raftsman would rawhide you till you were black and blue. I didn't wait to kiss goodbye, but went overboard and broke for shore. When Jim come along by and by, the big raft was away out of sight around the point. I swum out and got aboard, and was mighty glad to see home again. The boy did not get the information he was after, but his adventure has furnished the glimpse of the departed raftsman and keelboatman which I desire to offer in this place. I now come to a phase of the Mississippi River life of the flush times of steamboating, which seems to me to warrant full examination the marvelous science of piloting, as displayed there. I believe there has been nothing like it elsewhere in the world. Chapter 4 The Boy's Ambition. When I was a boy, there was but one permanent ambition among my comrades in our village. Footnote 1. Hannibal, Missouri, on the west bank of the Mississippi River. That was, to be a steamboatman. We had transient ambitions of other sorts, but they were only transient. When a circus came and went, it left us all burning to become clowns. The first Negro minstrel show that came to our section left us all suffering to try that kind of life. Now and then we had a hope that if we lived and were good, God would permit us to be pirates. These ambitions faded out, each in its turn, but the ambition to be a steamboatman always remained. Once a day a cheap, gaudy packet arrived upward from St. Louis, and another downward from Keokuk. Before these events, the day was glorious with expectancy; after them, the day was a dead and empty thing. Not only the boys, but the whole village, felt this. After all these years I can picture that old time to myself now, just as it was then, the white town drowsing in the sunshine of a summer's morning, the streets empty, or pretty nearly so, one or two clerks sitting in front of the Water Street stores, with their splint-bottomed chairs tilted back against the wall, chins on breasts, hats slouched over their faces, asleep with shingle shavings enough around to show what broke them down, a sow and a litter of pigs loafing along the sidewalk, doing a good business in watermelon rinds and seeds, 2 or 3 lonely little freight piles scattered about the levee, a pile of skids on the slope of the stone-paved wharf, and the fragrant town drunkard asleep in the shadow of them, 2 or 3 wood flats at the head of the wharf, but nobody to listen to the peaceful lapping of the wavelets against them, the great Mississippi, the majestic, the magnificent Mississippi, rolling its mile-wide tide along, shining in the sun, the dense forest. Away on the other side, the point above the town, and the point below, bounding the river glimpse and turning it into a sort of sea, and withal a very still and brilliant and lonely one. Presently a film of dark smoke appears above one of those remote points, instantly a Negro drayman, famous for his quick eye and prodigious voice, lifts up the cry, "Steam boat a comin'," and the scene changes. The town drunkard stirs, the clerks wake up, a furious clatter of drays follows, every house and store pours out a human contribution, and all in a twinkling the dead town is alive and moving. Drays, carts, men, boys, all go hurrying from many quarters to a common center, the wharf. Assembled there, the people fasten their eyes upon the coming boat as upon a wonder they are seeing for the first time. And the boat is rather a handsome sight, too. She is long and sharp and trim and pretty, she has 2 tall, fancy-topped chimneys, with a gilded device of some kind swung between them, a fanciful pilot house, a glass and gingerbread, perched on top of the Texas deck behind them. The paddle boxes are gorgeous with a picture or with gilded rays above the boat's name. The boiler deck, the hurricane deck, and the Texas deck are fenced and ornamented with clean white railings. There is a flag gallantly flying from the jackstaff, the furnace. Doors are open and the fires glaring bravely. The upper decks are black with passengers. The captain stands by the big bell, calm, imposing, the envy of all. Great volumes of the blackest smoke are rolling and tumbling out of the chimneys, a husband grandeur created with a bit of pitch pine just before arriving at a town. The crew are grouped on the forecastle, the broad stage is run far out over the port bow, and an envied deckhand stands picturesquely on the end of it with a coil of rope in his hand. The pent steam is screaming through the gauge cocks. The captain lifts his hand, a bell rings, the wheels stop, then they turn back, churning the water to foam, and the steamer is at rest. Then such a scramble as there is to get aboard, and to get ashore, and to take in freight and to discharge freight, all at one and the same time, and such a yelling and cursing as the mates facilitate it all with. 10 minutes later the steamer is under way again, with no flag on the jackstaff and no black smoke issuing from the chimneys. After 10 more minutes the town is dead again, and the town drunkard asleep by the skids once more. My father was a justice of the peace, and I supposed he possessed the power of life and death over all men and could hang anybody that offended him. This was distinction enough for me as a general thing, but the desire to be a steamboatman kept intruding, nevertheless. I first wanted to be a cabin boy, so that I could come out with a white apron on and shake a tablecloth over the side, where all my old comrades could see me. Later I thought I would rather be the deckhand who stood on the end of the stage plank with the coil of rope in his hand, because he was particularly conspicuous. But these were only daydreams, they were too heavenly to be contemplated as real possibilities. By and by one of our boys went away. He was not heard of for a long time. At last he turned up as apprentice engineer or striker on a steamboat. This thing shook the bottom out of all my Sunday school teachings. That boy had been notoriously worldly, and I just the reverse, yet he was exalted to this eminence, and I left in obscurity and misery. There was nothing generous about this fellow in his greatness. He would always manage to have a rusty bolt to scrub while his boat tarried at our town, and he would sit on the inside guard and scrub it, where we could all see him and envy him and loathe him. And whenever his boat was laid up he would come home and swell around the town in his blackest and greasiest clothes, so that nobody could help remembering that he was a steamboatman, and he used all sorts of steamboat technicalities in his talk, as if he were so used to them that he forgot common people could not understand them. He would speak of the larboard side of a horse in an easy, natural way that would make one wish he was dead. And he was always talking about St. Louis like an old citizen. He would refer casually to occasions when he was coming down 4th Street, or when he was passing by the planter's house, or when there was a fire and he took a turn on the brakes of the old big Missouri, and then he would go on and lie about how many towns the size of ours were burned down there that day. 2 or 3 of the boys had long been persons of consideration among us because they had been to St. Louis once and had a vague general knowledge of its wonders, but the day of their glory was over now. They lapsed into a humble silence, and learned to disappear when the ruthless cup engineer approached. This fellow had money, too, and hair oil. Also an ignorant silver watch and a showy brass watch chain. He wore a leather belt and used no suspenders. If ever a youth was cordially admired and hated by his comrades, this one was. No girl could withstand his charms. He cut out every boy in the village. When his boat blew up at last, it diffused a tranquil contentment among us such as we had not known for months. But when he came home the next week, alive, renowned, and appeared in church all battered up and bandaged, a shining hero, stared at and wondered over by everybody, it seemed to us that the partiality of Providence for an undeserving reptile had reached a point where it was open to criticism. This creature's career could produce but one result, and it speedily followed. Boy after boy managed to get on the river. The minister's son became an engineer. The doctor's and the postmaster's sons became mud clerks, the wholesale liquor dealer's son became a barkeeper on a boat, 4 sons of the chief merchant, and 2 sons of the county judge, became pilots. Pilot was the grandest position of all. The pilot, even in those days of trivial wages, had a princely salary from $150 to $250 a month, and no board to pay. 2 months of his wages would pay a preacher's salary for a year. Now some of us were left disconsolate. We could not get on the river, at least our parents would not let us. So by and by I ran away. I said I never would come home again till I was a pilot and could come in glory. But somehow I could not manage it. I went meekly aboard a few of the boats that lay packed together like sardines at the long St. Louis wharf, and very humbly inquired for the pilots, but got only a cold shoulder and short words from mates and clerks. I had to make the best of this sort of treatment for the time being, but I had comforting daydreams of a future when I should be a great and honored pilot, with plenty of money, and could kill some of these mates and clerks and pay for them. Chapter 5 I want to be a cub pilot. Months afterward the hope within me struggled to a reluctant death, and I found myself without an ambition. But I was ashamed to go home. I was in Cincinnati, and I set to work to map out a new career. I had been reading about the recent exploration of the river Amazon by an expedition sent out by our government. It was said that the expedition, owing to difficulties, had not thoroughly explored a part of the country lying about the headwaters, some 4,000 miles from the mouth of the river. It was only about 1,500 miles from Cincinnati to New Orleans, where I could doubtless get a ship. I had $30 left. I would go and complete the exploration of the Amazon. This was all the thought I gave to the subject. I never was great in matters of detail. I packed my valise, and took passage on an ancient tub called the Paul Jones, for New Orleans. For the sum of $16 I had the scarred and tarnished splendors of her main saloon principally to myself, for she was not a creature to attract the eye of wiser travelers. When we presently got under way and went poking down the broad Ohio, I became a new being, and the subject of my own admiration. I was a traveler. A word never had tasted so good in my mouth before. I had an exultant sense of being bound for mysterious lands and distant climes which I never have felt in so uplifting a degree since. I was in such a glorified condition that all ignoble feelings departed out of me, and I was able to look down and pity the untraveled with a compassion that had hardly a trace of contempt in it. Still, when we stopped at villages and wood yards, I could not help lolling carelessly upon the railings of the boiler deck to enjoy the envy of the country boys on the bank. If they did not seem to discover me, I presently sneezed to attract their attention, or moved to a position where they could not help seeing me. And as soon as I knew they saw me I gaped and stretched, and gave other signs of being mightily bored with traveling. I kept my hat off all the time, and stayed where the wind and the sun could strike me, because I wanted to get the bronzed and weather-beaten look of an old traveler. Before the second day was half gone I experienced a joy which filled me with the purest gratitude, for I saw that the skin had begun to blister and peel off my face and neck. I wished that the boys and girls at home could see me now. We reached Louisville in time, at least the neighborhood of it. We stuck hard and fast on the rocks in the middle of the river, and lay there 4 days. I was now beginning to feel a strong sense of being a part of the boat's family, a sort of infant son to the captain and younger brother to the officers. There is no estimating the pride I took in this grandeur, or the affection that began to swell and grow in me for those people. I could not know how the lordly steamboatman scorns that sort of presumption in a mere landsman. I particularly longed to acquire the least trifle of notice from the big stormy mate, and I was on the alert for an opportunity to do him a service to that end. It came at last. The riotous powwow of setting a spar was going on down on the forecastle, and I went down there and stood around in the way, or mostly skipping out of it, till the mate suddenly roared a general order for somebody to bring him a capstan bar. I sprang to his side and said, "Tell me where it is, I'll fetch it." If a ragpicker had offered to do a diplomatic service for the Emperor of Russia, the monarch could not have been more astounded than the mate was. He even stopped swearing. He stood and stared down at me. It took him 10 seconds to scrape his disjointed remains together again. Then he said impressively, "Well, if this don't beat hell, and turned to his work with the air of a man who had been confronted with a problem too abstruse for solution. I crept away, and courted solitude for the rest of the day. I did not go to dinner, I stayed away from supper until everybody else had finished. I did not feel so much like a member of the boat's family now as before. However, my spirits returned, in installments, as we pursued our way down the river. I was sorry I hated the mate so, because it was not in, young, human nature not to admire him. He was huge and muscular, his face was bearded and whiskered all over, he had a red woman and a blue woman tattooed on his right arm, one on each side of a blue anchor with a red rope to it, and in the matter of profanity he was sublime. When he was getting out cargo at a landing, I was always where I could see and hear. He felt all the majesty of his great position, and made the world feel it, too. When he gave even the simplest order, he discharged it like a blast of lightning, and sent a long, reverberating peal of profanity thundering after it. I could not help contrasting the way in which the average landsman would give an order, with the mate's way of doing it. If the landsman should wish the gangplank moved a foot farther forward, he would probably say, "James, or William, one of you push that plank forward, please," but put the mate in his place and he would roar out, "Here, now, start that gangplank for art. Lively, now. What are you about? Snatch it? Snatch it? There. There. Aft again. Aft again. Don't you hear me? Dash it to dash. Are you going to sleep over it? Vast heaving. Vast heaving, I tell you. Going to heave it clear astern? Where are you going with that barrel? For ard with it, for I make you swallow it, you dash 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 dash, split between a tired mud turtle and a crippled hearse horse. I wished I could talk like that. When the soreness of my adventure with the mate had somewhat worn off, I began timidly to make up to the humblest official connected with the boat, the night watchman. He snubbed my advances at first, but I presently ventured to offer him a new chalk pipe, and that softened him. So he allowed me to sit with him by the big bell on the hurricane deck, and in time he melted into conversation. He could not well have helped it, I hung with such homage on his words and so plainly showed that I felt honored by his notice. He told me the names of dim capes and shadowy islands as we glided by them in the solemnity of the night, under the winking stars, and by got to talking about himself. He seemed over-sentimental for a man whose salary was $6 a week, or rather he might have seemed so to an older person than I. But I drank in his words hungrily, and with a faith that might have moved mountains if it had been applied judiciously. What was it to me that he was soiled and seedy and fragrant with gin? What was it to me that his grammar was bad, his construction worse, and his profanity so void of art that it was an element of weakness rather than strength in his conversation? He was a wronged man, a man who had seen trouble, and that was enough for me. As he mellowed into his plaintive history, his tears dripped upon the lantern in his lap, and I cried, too, from sympathy. He said he was the son of an English nobleman, either an earl or an alderman, he could not remember which, but believed was both. His father, the nobleman, loved him, but his mother hated him from the cradle, and so while he was still a little boy he was sent to one of them old, ancient colleges, he couldn't remember which, and by his father died and his mother seized the property and shook him, as he phrased it. After his mother shook him, members of the nobility with whom he was acquainted used their influence to get him the position of loblolly boy in a ship, and from that point my watchman threw off all trammels of date and locality and branched out into a narrative that bristled all along with incredible adventures, a narrative that was so reeking with bloodshed and so crammed with hair-breadth escapes and the most engaging and unconscious personal villainies, that I sat speechless, enjoying, shuddering, wondering, worshipping. It was a sore blight to find out afterwards that he was a low, vulgar, ignorant, sentimental, half-wit humbug, an untraveled native of the wilds of Illinois, who had absorbed wildcat literature and appropriated its marvels, until in time he had woven odds and ends of the mess into this yarn, and then gone on telling it to fledglings like me, until he had come to believe it himself. Chapter 6. A Cub pilot's experience. What with lying on the rocks 4 days at Louisville, and some other delays, the poor old Paul Jones fooled away about 2 weeks in making the voyage from Cincinnati to New Orleans. This gave me a chance to get acquainted with one of the pilots, and he taught me how to steer the boat, and thus made the fascination of river life more potent than ever for me. It also gave me a chance to get acquainted with a youth who had taken deck passage, more's the pity, for he easily borrowed $6 of me on a promise to return to the boat and pay it back to me the day after we should arrive. But he probably died or forgot, for he never came. It was doubtless the former, since he had said his parents were wealthy, and he only traveled deck passage because it was cooler. Footnote 1. Deck passage, i.e. steerage passage. I soon discovered 2 things. One was that a vessel would not be likely to sail for the mouth of the Amazon under 10 or 12 years, and the other was that the $9 or $10 still left in my pocket would not suffice for so imposing an exploration as I had planned, even if I could afford to wait for a ship. Therefore it followed that I must contrive a new career. The Paul Jones was now bound for St. Louis. I planned a siege against my pilot, and at the end of 3 hard days he surrendered. He agreed to teach me the Mississippi River from New Orleans to St. Louis for $500, payable out of the first wages I should receive after graduating. I entered upon the small enterprise of learning 12 or 1300 miles of the great Mississippi River with the easy confidence of my time of life. If I had really known what I was about to require of my faculties, I should not have had the courage to begin. I supposed that all a pilot had to do was to keep his boat in the river, and I did not consider that that could be much of a trick, since it was so wide. The boat backed out from New Orleans at 4 in the afternoon, and it was our watch until 8. Mr. Bixby, my chief, straightened her up, plowed her along past the sterns of the other boats that lay at the levee, and then said, "Here, take her, shave those steamships as close as you'd peel an apple." I took the wheel, and my heartbeat fluttered up into the hundreds, for it seemed to me that we were about to scrape the side off every ship in the line, we were so close. I held my breath and began to claw the boat away from the danger, and I had my own opinion of the pilot who had known no better than to get us into such peril, but I was too wise to express it. In half a minute I had a wide margin of safety intervening between the Paul Jones and the ships, and within 10 seconds more I was set aside in disgrace, and Mr. Bixby was going into danger again and flaying me alive with abuse of my cowardice. I was stung, but I was obliged to admire the easy confidence with which my chief loafed from side to side of his wheel, and trimmed the ship so closely that disaster seemed ceaselessly imminent. When he had cooled a little he told me that the easy water was close ashore and the current outside, and therefore we must hug the bank, upstream, to get the benefit of the former, and stay well out, downstream, to take advantage of the latter. In my own mind I resolved to be a downstream pilot and leave the upstreaming to people dead to prudence. Now and then Mr. Bixby called my attention to certain things. Said he, "This is 6 Mile Point." I assented. It was pleasant enough information, but I could not see the bearing of it. I was not conscious that it was a matter of any interest to me. Another time he said, "This is 9 Mile Point." Later he said, "This is 12 Mile Point." They were all about level with the water's edge, they all looked about alike to me, they were monotonously unpicturesque. I hoped Mr. Bixby would change the subject. But no, he would crowd up around a point, hugging the shore with affection, and then say, "The slack water ends here, abreast this bunch of china trees, now we cross over." So he crossed over. He gave me the will once or twice, but I had no luck. I either came near chipping off the edge of a sugar plantation, or I yawed too far from shore, and so dropped back into disgrace again and got abused. The watch was ended at last, and we took supper and went to bed. At midnight the glare of a lantern shone in my eyes, and the night watchman said, "Come. Turn out." And then he left. I could not understand this extraordinary procedure, so I presently gave up trying to, and dozed off to sleep. Pretty soon the watchman was back again, and this time he was gruff. I was annoyed. I said, "What do you want to come bothering around here in the middle of the night for? Now as like as not I'll not get to sleep again tonight." The watchman said, "Well, if this ain't good, I'm blessed." The off-watch was just turning in, and I heard some brutal laughter from them, and such remarks as, "Hello, watchman. Ain't the new cub turned out yet? He's delicate, likely. Give him some sugar in a rag and send for the chambermaid to sing rock-a-bye baby to him." About this time Mr. Bixby appeared on the scene. Something like a minute later I was climbing the pilot house steps with some of my clothes on and the rest in my arms. Mr. Bixby was close behind, commenting. Here was something fresh, this thing of getting up in the middle of the night to go to work. It was a detail in piloting that had never occurred to me at all. I knew that boats ran all night, but somehow I had never happened to reflect that somebody had to get up out of a warm bed to run them. I began to fear that piloting was not quite so romantic as I had imagined it was. There was something very real and work-like about this new phase of it. It was a rather dingy night, although a fair number of stars were out. The big mate was at the wheel, and he had the old tub pointed at a star and was holding her straight up the middle of the river. The shores on either hand were not much more than half a mile apart, but they seemed wonderfully far away and ever so vague and indistinct. The mate said, "We've got to land at Jones's plantation, sir." The vengeful spirit in me exulted. I said to myself, "I wish you joy of your job, Mr. Bixby. You'll have a good time finding Mr. Jones's plantation such a night as this, and I hope you never will find it as long as you live." Mr. Bixby said to the mate, "Upper end of the plantation, or the lower?" "Upper." "I can't do it. The stumps there are out of water at this stage, it's no great distance to the lower, and you'll have to get along with that." "All right, sir. If Jones don't like it he'll have to lump it, I reckon." And then the mate left. My exultation began to cool and my wonder to come up. Here was a man who not only proposed to find this plantation on such a night, but to find either end of it you preferred. I dreadfully wanted to ask a question, but I was carrying about as many short answers as my cargo room would admit of, so I held my peace. All I desired to ask Mr. Bixby was the simple question whether he was ass enough to really imagine he was going to find that plantation on a night when all plantations were exactly alike and all the same color. But I held in. I used to have fine inspirations of prudence in those days. Mr. Bixby made for the shore and soon was scraping it, just the same as if it had been daylight. And not only that, but singing "Father in Heaven, the day is declining," etc. It seemed to me that I had put my life in the keeping of a peculiarly reckless outcast. Presently he turned on me and said, "What's the name of the first point above New Orleans?" I was gratified to be able to answer promptly, and I did. I said I didn't know. "Don't know?" This manner jolted me. I was down at the foot again, in a moment. But I had to say just what I had said before. "Well, you're a smart one," said Mr. Bixby. What's the name of the next point? Once more I didn't know. Well, this beats anything. Tell me the name of any point or place I told you. I studied a while and decided that I couldn't. Look here. What do you start out from, above 12-mile point, to cross over? I don't know. You don't know, mimicking my drawling manner of speech. What do you know? I nothing, for certain. By the great Caesar's ghost, I believe you. You're the stupidest dunderhead I ever saw or ever heard of, so help me Moses. The idea of you being a pilot, you. Why, you don't know enough to pilot a cow down a lane. Oh, but his wrath was up. He was a nervous man, and he shuffled from one side of his wheel to the other as if the floor was hot. He would boil a while to himself, and then overflow and scald me again. Look here. What do you suppose I told you the names of those points for? I tremblingly considered a moment, and then the devil of temptation provoked me to say, well, to be entertaining, I thought. This was a red rag to the bull. He raged and stormed so, he was crossing the river at the time, that I judge it made him blind, because he ran over the steering oar of a trading scow. Of course the traders sent up a volley of red-hot profanity. Never was a man so grateful as Mr. Bixby was, because he was brimful, and here were subjects who would talk back. He threw open a window, thrust his head out, and such an eruption followed as I never had heard before. The fainter and farther away the scowman's curses drifted, the higher Mr. Bixby lifted his voice and the weightier his adjectives grew. When he closed the window he was empty. You could have drawn a seine through his system and not caught curses enough to disturb your mother with. Presently he said to me in the gentlest way, my boy, you must get a little memorandum book, and every time I tell you a thing, put it down right away. There's only one way to be a pilot, and that is to get this entire river by heart. You have to know it just like ABC. That was a dismal revelation to me, for my memory was never loaded with anything but blank cartridges. However, I did not feel discouraged long. I judged that it was best to make some allowances, for doubtless Mr. Bixby was stretching. Presently he pulled a rope and struck a few strokes on the big bell. The stars were all gone now, and the night was as black as ink. I could hear the wheels churn along the bank, but I was not entirely certain that I could see the shore. The voice of the invisible watchman called up from the hurricane deck, "What's this, sir?" "Jones's plantation." I said to myself, I wish I might venture to offer a small bet that it isn't. But I did not chirp. I only waited to see. Mr. Bixby handled the engine bells, and in due time the boat's nose came to the land, a torch glowed from the forecastle, a man skipped ashore, a dark's voice on the bank said, "Gimme de yarpet bag, Mars Jones," and the next moment we were standing up the river again, all serene. I reflected deeply a while, and then said, but not aloud, well, the finding of that plantation was the luckiest accident that ever happened, but it couldn't happen again in 100 years. And I fully believed it was an accident, too. By the time we had gone 700 or 800 miles up the river, I had learned to be a tolerably plucky upstream steersman in daylight, and before we reached St. Louis the first had made a trifle of progress in night work, but only a trifle. I had a notebook that fairly bristled with the names of towns, points, bars, islands, bends, reaches, etc., but the information was to be found only in the notebook. None of it was in my head. It made my heart ache to think I had only got half of the river set down, for as our watch was 4 hours off and 4 hours on, day and night, there was a long 4-hour gap in my book for every time I had slept since the voyage began. My chief was presently hired to go on a big New Orleans boat, and I packed my satchel and went with him. She was a grand affair. When I stood in her pilot house I was so far above the water that I seemed perched on a mountain, and her decks stretched so far away, fore and aft, below me, that I wondered how I could ever have considered the little Paul Jones a large craft. There were other differences, too. The Paul Jones's pilot house was a cheap, dingy, battered rattletrap, cramped for room, but here was a sumptuous glass temple, room enough to have a dance in, showy red and gold window curtains, an imposing sofa, leather cushions and a back to the high bench where visiting pilots sit, to spin yarns and look at the river, bright, fanciful cuspidors instead of a broad wooden box filled with sawdust, nice new oilcloth on the floor, a hospitable big stove for winter, a wheel as high as my head, costly with inlaid work, a wire tiller rope, bright brass knobs for the bells, and a tidy, white aproned, black Texas tender, to bring up tarts and ices and coffee during mid-watch, day and night. Now this was something like, and so I began to take heart once more to believe that piloting was a romantic sort of occupation after all. The moment we were underway I began to prowl about the great steamer and fill myself with joy. She was as clean and as dainty as a drawing room. When I looked down her long, gilded saloon, it was like gazing through a splendid tunnel. She had an oil picture, by some gifted sign painter, on every stateroom door. She glittered with no end of prism-fringed chandeliers. The clerk's office was elegant, the bar was marvelous, and the barkeeper had been barbered and upholstered at incredible cost. The boiler deck, i.e. the second story of the boat, so to speak, was as spacious as a church, it seemed to me, so with the forecastle, and there was no pitiful handful of deckhands, firemen, and roustabouts down there, but a whole battalion of men. The fires were fiercely glaring from a long row of furnaces, and over them were 8 huge boilers. This was unutterable pomp. The mighty engines, but enough of this. I had never felt so fine before. And when I found that the regiment of natty servants respectfully served me, my satisfaction was complete. Chapter 7. A daring deed. When I returned to the pilot house, St. Louis was gone and I was lost. Here was a piece of river which was all down in my book, but I could make neither head nor tail of it. You understand, it was turned around. I had seen it when coming upstream, but I had never faced about to see how it looked when it was behind me. My heart broke again, for it was plain that I had got to learn this troublesome river both ways. The pilot house was full of pilots, going down to look at the river. What is called the Upper River, the 200 miles between St. Louis and Cairo, where the Ohio comes in, was low, and the Mississippi changes its channel so constantly that the pilots used to always find it necessary to run down to Cairo to take a fresh look, when their boats were to lie in port a week, that is, when the water was at a low stage. A deal of this looking at the river was done by poor fellows who seldom had a berth, and whose only hope of getting one lay in their being always freshly posted and therefore ready to drop into the shoes of some reputable pilot, for a single trip, on account of such pilot's sudden illness, or some other necessity. And a good many of them constantly ran up and down inspecting the river, not because they ever really hoped to get a berth, but because, they being guests of the boat, it was cheaper to look at the river than stay ashore and pay board. In time these fellows grew dainty in their tastes, and only infested boats that had an established reputation for setting good tables. All visiting pilots were useful, for they were always ready and willing, winter or summer, night or day, to go out in the yawl and help buoy the channel or assist the boat's pilots in any way they could. They were likewise welcome because all pilots are tireless talkers, when gathered together, and as they talk only about the river they are always understood and are always interesting. Your true pilot cares nothing about anything on earth but the river, and his pride in his occupation surpasses the pride of kings. We had a fine company of these river inspectors along. this trip. There were 8 or 10, and there was abundance of room for them in our great pilot house. 2 or 3 of them wore polished silk hats, elaborate shirt fronts, diamond breastpins, kid gloves, and patent leather boots. They were choice in their English, and bore themselves with a dignity proper to men of solid means and prodigious reputation as pilots. The others were more or less loosely clad, and wore upon their heads tall felt cones that were suggestive of the days of the Commonwealth. I was a cipher in this august company, and felt subdued, not to say torpid. I was not even of sufficient consequence to assist at the wheel when it was necessary to put the tiller hard down in a hurry. The guest that stood nearest did that when occasion required, and this was pretty much all the time, because of the crookedness of the channel and the scant water. I stood in a corner, and the talk I listened to took the hope all out of me. One visitor said to another, "Jim, how did you run Plum Point, coming up?" It was in the night, there, and I ran it the way one of the boys on the Diana told me, started out about 50 yards above the woodpile on the false point, and held on the cabin under Plum Point till I raised the reef quarter less Twain, then straightened up for the middle bar till I got well abreast the old one-limbed cottonwood in the bend, then got my stern on the cottonwood and head on the low place above the point, and came through a booming 9.5. Pretty square crossing, ain't it? Yes, but the upper bar's working down fast. Another pilot spoke up and said I had better water than that, and ran it lower down, started out from the false point. Mark Twain raised the second reef abreast the big snag in the bend, and had quarter less Twain. One of the gorgeous ones remarked, "I don't want to find fault with your leadsman, but that's a good deal of water for Plum Point, it seems to me." There was an approving nod all around as this quiet snub dropped on the boaster and settled him. And so they went on talking. Meantime, the thing that was running in my mind was, now if my ears hear aright, I have not only to get the names of all the towns and islands and bends, and so on, by heart, but I must even get up a warm personal acquaintanceship with every old snag and one-limbed cottonwood and obscure woodpile that ornaments the banks of this river for 1,200 miles, and more than that, I must actually know where these things are in the dark, unless these guests are gifted with eyes that can pierce through 2 miles of solid blackness. I wish the piloting business was in Jericho and I had never thought of it. At dusk Mr. Bixby tapped the big bell 3 times, the signal to land, and the captain emerged from his drawing room in the forward end of the Texas, and looked up inquiringly. Mr. Bixby said, "We will lay up here all night, Captain." "Very well, sir." That was all. The boat came to shore and was tied up for the night. It seemed to me a fine thing that the pilot could do as he pleased, without asking so grand a captain's permission. I took my supper and went immediately to bed, discouraged by my day's observations and experiences. My late voyage's notebooking was but a confusion of meaningless names. It had tangled me all up in a knot every time I had looked at it in the daytime. I now hoped for respite in sleep, but no, it reveled all through my head till sunrise again, a frantic and tireless nightmare. Next morning I felt pretty rusty and low-spirited. We went booming along, taking a good many chances, for we were anxious to get out of the river, as getting out to Cairo was called, before night should overtake us. But Mr. Bixby's partner, the other pilot, presently grounded the boat, and we lost so much time in getting her off that it was plain that darkness would overtake us a good long way above the mouth. This was a great misfortune, especially to certain of our visiting pilots, whose boats would have to wait for their return, no matter how long that might be. It sobered the pilot house talk a good deal. Coming upstream, pilots did not mind low water or any kind of darkness, nothing stopped them but fog. But downstream work was different. A boat was too nearly helpless, with a stiff current pushing behind her, so it was not customary to run downstream at night in low water. There seemed to be one small hope, however: if we could get through the intricate and dangerous Hat Island crossing before night, we could venture the rest, for we would have plainer sailing and better water. But it would be insanity to attempt Hat Island at night. So there was a deal of looking at watches all the rest of the day, and a constant ciphering upon the speed we were making. Hat Island was the eternal subject. Sometimes hope was high and sometimes we were delayed in a bad crossing, and down it went again. For hours all hands lay under the burden of this suppressed excitement. It was even communicated to me, and I got to feeling so solicitous about Hat Island, and under such an awful pressure of responsibility, that I wished I might have 5 minutes on shore to draw a good, full, relieving breath, and start over again. We were standing no regular watches. Each of our pilots ran such portions of the river as he had run when coming upstream, because of his greater familiarity with it, but both remained in the pilot house constantly. An hour before sunset, Mr. Bixby took the wheel and Mr. W. stepped aside. For the next 30 minutes every man held his watch in his hand and was restless, silent, and uneasy. At last somebody said, with a doomful sigh, "Well, yonder's Hat Island and we can't make it." All the watches closed with a snap. Everybody sighed and muttered something about its being too bad, if we could only have got here half an hour sooner, and the place was thick with the atmosphere of disappointment. Some started to go out, but loitered, hearing no bell tap to land. The sun dipped behind the horizon. The boat went on. Inquiring looks passed from one guest to another, and one who had his hand on the doorknob and had turned it, waited, then presently took away his hand and let the knob turn back again. We bore steadily down the bend. More looks were exchanged, and nods of surprised admiration, but no words. Insensibly the men drew together behind Mr. Bixby, as the sky darkened and 1 or 2 dim stars came out. The dead silence and sense of waiting became oppressive. Mr. Bixby pulled the cord, and 2 deep, mellow notes from the big bell floated off on the night. Then a pause, and 1 more note was struck. The watchman's voice followed, from the hurricane deck: "Larboard lead, there. Starboard lead." The cries of the leadsman began to rise out of the distance, and were gruffly repeated by the word passers on the hurricane deck. "Mark 3. Mark 3. Quarter less 3. Half Twain. Quarter Twain. Mark Twain. Quarter less." Mr. Bixby pulled 2 bell ropes, and was answered by faint jinglings far below in the engine room, and our speed slackened. The steam began to whistle through the gauge cocks. The cries of the leadsman went on, and it is a weird sound, always, in the night. Every pilot in the lot was watching now, with fixed eyes, and talking under his breath. Nobody was calm and easy but Mr. Bixby. He would put his wheel down and stand on a spoke, and as the steamer swung into her, to me, utterly invisible marks, for we seemed to be in the midst of a wide and gloomy sea, he would meet and fasten her there. Out of the murmur of half-audible talk, one caught a coherent sentence now and then, such as, "There, she's over the first reef all right." After a pause, another subdued voice: "Her stern's coming down just exactly right, by George. Now she's in the marks, over she goes." Somebody else muttered, "Oh, it was done beautiful, beautiful." Now the engines were stopped altogether, and we drifted with the current. Not that I could see the boat drift, for I could not, the stars being all gone by this time. This drifting was the dismalest work. It held one's heart still. Presently I discovered a blacker gloom than that which surrounded us. It was the head of the island. We were closing right down upon it. We entered its deeper shadow, and so imminent seemed the peril that I was likely to suffocate, and I had the strongest impulse to do something, anything, to save the vessel. But still Mr. Bixby stood by his wheel, silent, intent as a cat, and all the pilots stood shoulder to shoulder at his back. "She'll not make it," somebody whispered. The water grew shoaler and shoaler, by the leadsman's cries, till it was down to 8½ EIGHT feet. EIGHT feet. 7 and Mr. Bixby said warningly through his speaking tube to the engineer, "Stand by, now." "Aye aye, sir." 7½ 7 feet. 6 and we touched bottom. Instantly Mr. Bixby set a lot of bells ringing, shouted through the tube, "Now, let her have it every ounce you've got," then to his partner, "Put her hard down. Snatch her. Snatch her." The boat rasped and ground her way through the sand, hung upon the apex of disaster a single tremendous instant, and then over she went. And such a shout as went up at Mr. Bixby's back never loosened the roof of a pilot house before. There was no more trouble after that. Mr. Bixby was a hero that night, and it was some little time, too, before his exploit ceased to be talked about by river men. Fully to realize the marvelous precision required in laying the great steamer in her marks in that murky waste of water, one should know that not only must she pick her intricate way through snags and blind reefs, and then shave the head of the island so closely as to brush the overhanging foliage with her stern, but at one place she must pass almost within arm's reach of a sunken and invisible wreck that would snatch the hull timbers from under her if she should strike it, and destroy a $250,000 worth of steamboat and cargo in 5 minutes, and maybe 150 human lives into the bargain. The last remark I heard that night was a compliment to Mr. Bixby, uttered in soliloquy and with unction by one of our guests. He said, "By the shadow of death, but he's a lightning pilot." Chapter 8 Perplexing lessons. At the end of what seemed a tedious while, I had managed to pack my head full of islands, towns, bars, points, and bends, and a curiously inanimate mass of lumber it was, too. However, inasmuch as I could shut my eyes and reel off a good long string of these names without leaving out more than 10 miles of river in every 50, I began to feel that I could take a boat down to New Orleans if I could make her skip those little gaps. But of course my complacency could hardly get start enough to lift my nose a trifle into the air, before Mr. Bixby would think of something to fetch it down again. One day he turned on me suddenly with the "Settler, what is the shape of Walnut Bend?" He might as well have asked me my grandmother's opinion of protoplasm. I reflected respectfully, and then said I didn't know it had any particular shape. My gunpowdery chief went off with a bang, of course, and then went on loading and firing until he was out of adjectives. I had learned long ago that he only carried just so many rounds of ammunition, and was sure to subside into a very placeable and even remorseful old smoothbore as soon as they were all gone. That word old is merely affectionate, he was not more than 34. I waited. By and by he said, "My boy, you've got to know the shape of the river perfectly. It is all there is left to steer by on a very dark night. Everything else is blotted out and gone. But mind you, it hasn't the same shape in the night that it has in the daytime. How on earth am I ever going to learn it, then? How do you follow a hull at home in the dark? Because you know the shape of it? You can't see it? Do you mean to say that I've got to know all the million trifling variations of shape in the banks of this interminable river as well as I know the shape of the front hull at home? On my honor, you've got to know them better than any man ever did know the shapes of the halls in his own house. I wish I was dead. Now I don't want to discourage you, but well, pile it on me, I might as well have it now as another time. You see, this has got to be learned, there isn't any getting around it. A clear starlight night throws such heavy shadows that if you didn't know the shape of a shore perfectly you would claw away from every bunch of timber, because you would take the black shadow of it for a solid cape, and you see you would be getting scared to death every 15 minutes by the watch. You would be 50 yards from shore all the time when you ought to be within 50 feet of it. You can't see a snag in one of those shadows, but you know exactly where it is, and the shape of the river tells you when you are coming to it. Then there's your pitch dark night. The river is a very different shape on a pitch dark night from what it is on a starlight night. All shores seem to be straight lines, then, and mighty dim ones, too, and you'd run them for straight lines only you know better. You boldly drive your boat right into what seems to be a solid, straight wall, you knowing very well that in reality there is a curve there, and that wall falls back and makes way for you. Then there's your gray mist. You take a night when there's one of these drizzly, gray mists, and then there isn't any particular shape to a shore. A gray mist would tangle the head of the oldest man that ever lived. Well, then, different kinds of moonlight change the shape of the river in different ways. You see, oh, don't say any more, please. Have I got to learn the shape of the river according to all these 500,000 different ways? If I tried to carry all that cargo in my head it would make me stoop-shouldered. No. You only learn the shape of the river, and you learn it with such absolute certainty that you can always steer by the shape that's in your head, and never mind the one that's before your eyes. Very well, I'll try it, but after I have learned it, can I depend on it? Will it keep the same form and not go fooling around? Before Mr. Bixby could answer, Mr. W came in to take the watch, and he said, "Bixby, you'll have to look out for President's Island and all that country clear away up above the Old Hen and Chickens. The banks are caving and the shape of the shore's changing like everything. Why, you wouldn't know the point above 40. You can go up inside the old sycamore snag, now footnote 1. It may not be necessary, but still it can do no harm to explain that inside means between the snag and the shore m.t. So that question was answered. Here were leagues of shore changing shape. My spirits were down in the mud again. Two things seemed pretty apparent to me. One was, that in order to be a pilot a man had got to learn more than any one man ought to be allowed to know, and the other was, that he must learn it all over again in a different way every 24 hours. That night we had the watch until 12. Now it was an ancient river custom for the two pilots to chat a bit when the watch changed. While the relieving pilot put on his gloves and lit his cigar, his partner, the retiring pilot, would say something like this: "I judge the upper bar is making down a little at Hales Point, had quarter Twain with the lower lead and marked Twain footnote 2 fathoms. Quarter Twain is 2¼ fathoms, 13½ feet. Mark 3 is 3 fathoms with the other. Yes, I thought it was making down a little, last trip. Meet any boats?" Met one abreast the head of 21, but she was away over hugging the bar, and I couldn't make her out entirely. I took her for the sunny south, hadn't any skylights forward of the chimneys. And so on. And as the relieving pilot took the wheel, his partner, footnote partner is a technical term for the other pilot, would mention that we were in such and such a bend, and say we were abreast of such and such a man's woodyard or plantation. This was courtesy, I supposed it was necessity. But Mr. W came on watch full 12 minutes late on this particular night, a tremendous breach of etiquette. In fact, it is the unpardonable sin among pilots. So Mr. Bixby gave him no greeting whatever, but simply surrendered the wheel and marched out of the pilot house without a word. I was appalled. It was a villainous night for blackness. We were in a particularly wide and blind part of the river, where there was no shape or substance to anything, and it seemed incredible that Mr. Bixby should have left that poor fellow to kill the boat trying to find out where he was. But I resolved that I would stand by him anyway. He should find that he was not wholly friendless. So I stood around, and waited to be asked where we were. But Mr. W plunged on serenely through the solid firmament of black cats that stood for an atmosphere, and never opened his mouth. Here is a proud devil, thought I, here is a limb of Satan that would rather send us all to destruction than put himself under obligations to me, because I am not yet one of the salt of the earth and privileged to snub captains and lord it over everything dead and alive in a steamboat. I presently climbed up on the bench. I did not think it was safe to go to sleep while this lunatic was on watch. However, I must have gone to sleep in the course of time, because the next thing I was aware of was the fact that day was breaking, Mr. W gone, and Mr. Bixby at the wheel again. So it was 4 o'clock and all well but me. I felt like a skinful of dry bones and all of them trying to ache at once. Mr. Bixby asked me what I had stayed up there for. I confessed that it was to do Mr. W a benevolence, tell him where he was. It took 5 minutes for the entire preposterousness of the thing to filter into Mr. Bixby's system, and then I judge it filled him nearly up to the chin, because he paid me a compliment and not much of a one either. He said, "Well, taking you by and large, you do seem to be more different kinds of an ass than any creature I ever saw before." What did you suppose he wanted to know for? I said I thought it might be a convenience to him. Convenience D-nation. Didn't I tell you that a man's got to know the river in the night the same as he'd know his own front hall? Well, I can follow the front hall in the dark if I know it is the front hall, but suppose you set me down in the middle of it in the dark and not tell me which hall it is, how am I to know? Well, you've got to, on the river. All right. Then I'm glad I never said anything to Mr. W. I should say so. Why, he'd have slammed you through the window and utterly ruined $100 worth of window sash and stuff. I was glad this damage had been saved, for it would have made me unpopular with the owners. They always hated anybody who had the name of being careless, and injuring things. I went to work now to learn the shape of the river, and of all the eluding and ungraspable objects that ever I tried to get mind or hands on, that was the chief. I would fasten my eyes upon a sharp, wooded point that projected far into the river some miles ahead of me, and go to laboriously photographing its shape upon my brain, and just as I was beginning to succeed to my satisfaction, we would draw up toward it and the exasperating thing would begin to melt away and fold back into the bank. If there had been a conspicuous dead tree standing upon the very point of the cape, I would find that tree inconspicuously merged into the general forest, and occupying the middle of a straight shore, when I got abreast of it. No prominent hill would stick to its shape long enough for me to make up my mind what its form really was, but it was as dissolving and changeful as if it had been a mountain of butter in the hottest corner of the tropics. Nothing ever had the same shape when I was coming downstream that it had borne when I went up. I mentioned these little difficulties to Mr. Bixby. He said that's the very main virtue of the thing. If the shapes didn't change every 3 seconds they wouldn't be of any use. Take this place where we are now, for instance. As long as that hill over yonder is only one hill, I can boom right along the way I'm going, but the moment it splits at the top and forms a V, I know I've got to scratch to starboard in a hurry, or I'll bang this boat's brains out against a rock, and then the moment one of the prongs of the V swings behind the other, I've got to waltz to larboard again, or I'll have a misunderstanding with a snag that would snatch the keelson out of the steamboat as neatly as if it were a sliver in your hand. If that hill didn't change its shape on bad nights there would be an awful steamboat graveyard around here inside of a year. It was plain that I had got to learn the shape of the river in all the different ways that could be thought of upside down, wrong end first, inside out, fore and aft, and thwartships, and then know what to do on grey nights when it hadn't any shape at all. So I set about it. In the course of time I began to get the best of this naughty lesson, and my self-complacency moved to the front once more. Mr. Bixby was all fixed, and ready to start it to the rear again. He opened on me after this fashion: how much water did we have in the middle crossing at hole in the wall, trip before last? I considered this an outrage. I said, every trip, down and up, the leadsmen are singing through that tangled place for 3/4 of an hour on a stretch. How do you reckon I can remember such a mess as that? My boy, you've got to remember it. You've got to remember the exact spot and the exact marks the boat lay in when we had the shoalest water, in every one of the 500 shoal places between St. Louis and New Orleans, and you mustn't get the shoal soundings and marks of one trip mixed up with the shoal soundings and marks of another, either, for they're not often twice alike. You must keep them separate. When I came to myself again, I said, when I get so that I can do that, I'll be able to raise the dead, and then I won't have to pilot a steamboat to make a living. I want to retire from this business. I want a slush bucket and a brush. I'm only fit for a roustabout. I haven't got brains enough to be a pilot, and if I had I wouldn't have strength enough to carry them around, unless I went on crutches. Now drop that. When I say I'll learn, footnote teach is not in the river vocabulary a man the river, I mean it. And you can depend on it, I'll learn him or kill him. Chapter 9 Continued perplexities. There was no use in arguing with a person like this. I promptly put such a strain on my memory that by and by even the shoal water and the countless crossing marks began to stay with me. But the result was just the same. I never could more than get one naughty thing learned before another presented itself. Now I had often seen pilots gazing at the water and pretending to read it as if it were a book, but it was a book that told me nothing. A time came at last, however, when Mr. Bixby seemed to think me far enough advanced to bear a lesson on water reading. So he began, do you see that long slanting line on the face of the water? Now, that's a reef. Moreover, it's a bluff reef. There is a solid sandbar under it that is nearly as straight up and down as the side of a house. There is plenty of water close up to it, but mighty little on top of it. If you were to hit it you would knock the boat's brains out. Do you see where the line fringes out at the upper end and begins to fade away? Yes, sir. Well, that is a low place, that is the head of the reef. You can climb over there, and not hurt anything. Cross over, now, and follow along close under the reef, easy water there, not much current. I followed the reef along till I approached the fringed end. Then Mr. Bixby said, now get ready. Wait till I give the word. She won't want to mount the reef, a boat hates shoal water. Stand by, wait, keep her well in hand. Now cramp her down. Snatch her. Snatch her. He seized the other side of the wheel and helped to spin it around until it was hard down, and then we held it so. The boat resisted, and refused to answer for a while, and next she came surging to starboard, mounted the reef, and sent a long, angry ridge of water foaming away from her bows. Now watch her like a cat, or she'll get away from you. When she fights strong and the tiller slips a little, in a jerky, greasy sort of way, let up on her a trifle. It is the way she tells you at night that the water is too shoal, but keep edging her up, little by little, toward the point. You are well up on the bar. Now, there is a bar under every point, because the water that comes down around it forms an eddy and allows the sediment to sink. Do you see those fine lines on the face of the water that branch out like the ribs of a fan? Well, those are little reefs. You want to just miss the ends of them, but run them pretty close. Now look out, look out. Don't you crowd that slick, greasy looking place. There ain't 9 feet there, she won't stand it. She begins to smell it. Look sharp, I tell you. Oh blazes, there you go. Stop the starboard wheel. Quick. Ship up to back. Set her back. The engine bells jingled and the engines answered promptly, shooting white columns of steam far aloft out of the scape pipes, but it was too late. The boat had smelt the bar in good earnest, the foamy ridges that radiated from her bows suddenly disappeared, a great dead swell came rolling forward and swept ahead of her, she careened far over to larboard, and went tearing away toward the other shore as if she were about scared to death. We were a good mile from where we ought to have been, when we finally got the upper hand of her again. During the afternoon watch the next day, Mr. Bixby asked me if I knew how to run the next few miles. I said go inside the first snag above the point, outside the next one, start out from the lower end of Higgins's wood yard, make a square crossing and that's all right. I'll be back before you close up on the next point. But he wasn't. He was still below when I rounded it and entered upon a piece of river which I had some misgivings about. I did not know that he was hiding behind a chimney to see how I would perform. I went gaily along, getting prouder and prouder, for he had never left the boat in my sole charge such a length of time before. I even got to setting her and letting the wheel go, entirely, while I vaingloriously turned my back and inspected the stem marks and hummed a tune, a sort of easy indifference which I had prodigiously admired in Bixby and other great pilots. Once I inspected rather long, and when I faced to the front again my heart flew into my mouth so suddenly that if I hadn't clapped my teeth together I should have lost it. One of those frightful bluff reefs was stretching its deadly length right across our bows. My head was gone in a moment, I did not know which end I stood on, I gasped and could not get my breath, I spun the wheel down with such rapidity that it wove itself together like a spider's web, the boat answered and turned square away from the reef, but the reef followed her. I fled, and still it followed, still it kept right across my bows. I never looked to see where I was going, I only fled. The awful crash was imminent. Why didn't that villain come? If I committed the crime of ringing a bell, I might get thrown overboard. But better that than kill the boat. So in blind desperation I started such a rattling shivery down below as never had astounded an engineer in this world before, I fancy. Amidst the frenzy of the bells the engines began to back and fill in a furious way, and my reason forsook its throne. We were about to crash into the woods on the other side of the river. Just then Mr. Bixby stepped calmly into view on the hurricane deck. My soul went out to him in gratitude. My distress vanished, I would have felt safe on the brink of Niagara, with Mr. Bixby on the hurricane deck. He blandly and sweetly took his toothpick out of his mouth between his fingers, as if it were a cigar. We were just in the act of climbing an overhanging big tree, and the passengers were scudding astern like rats and lifted up these commands to me ever so gently: stop the starboard. Stop the larboard. Set her back on both. The boat hesitated, halted, pressed her nose among the bows a critical instant, then reluctantly began to back away. Stop the larboard. Come ahead on it. Stop the starboard. Come ahead on it. Point her for the bar. I sailed away as serenely as a summer's morning. Mr. Bixby came in and said, with mock simplicity, when you have a hail, my boy, you ought to tap the big bell 3 times before you land, so that the engineers can get ready. I blushed under the sarcasm, and said I hadn't had any hail. Ah! Then it was for wood, I suppose. The officer of the watch will tell you when he wants to wood up. I went on consuming and said I wasn't after wood. Indeed? Why, what could you want over here in the bend, then? Did you ever know of a boat following a bend upstream at this stage of the river? No sir, and I wasn't trying to follow it. I was getting away from a bluff reef. No, it wasn't a bluff reef, there isn't one within 3 miles of where you were. But I saw it. It was as bluff as that one yonder. Just about. Run over it? Do you give it as an order? Yes. Run over it? If I don't, I wish I may die. All right, I am taking the responsibility. I was just as anxious to kill the boat, now, as I had been to save her before. I impressed my orders upon my memory, to be used at the inquest, and made a straight break for the reef. As it disappeared under our bows I held my breath, but we slid over it like oil. Now don't you see the difference? It wasn't anything but a wind reef. The wind does that. So I see. But it is exactly like a bluff reef. How am I ever going to tell them apart? I can't tell you. It is an instinct. By and by you will just naturally know one from the other, but you never will be able to explain why or how you know them apart. It turned out to be true. The Face of the Water, in time, became a wonderful book, a book that was a dead language to the uneducated passenger, but which told its mind to me without reserve, delivering its most cherished secrets as clearly as if it uttered them with a voice. And it was not a book to be read once and thrown aside, for it had a new story to tell every day. Throughout the long 1,200 miles there was never a page that was void of interest, never one that you could leave unread without loss, never one that you would want to skip, thinking you could find higher enjoyment in some other thing. There never was so wonderful a book written by man, never one whose interest was so absorbing, so unflagging, so sparkingly renewed with every reperusal. The passenger who could not read it was charmed with a peculiar sort of faint dimple on its surface, on the rare occasions when he did not overlook it altogether, but to the pilot that was an italicized passage. Indeed, it was more than that, it was a legend of the largest capitals, with a string of shouting exclamation points at the end of it, for it meant that a wreck or a rock was buried there that could tear the life out of the strongest vessel that ever floated. It is the faintest and simplest expression the water ever makes, and the most hideous to a pilot's eye. In truth, the passenger who could not read this book saw nothing but all manner of pretty pictures in it, painted by the sun and shaded by the clouds, whereas to the trained eye these were not pictures at all, but the grimmest and most dead earnest of reading matter. Now when I had mastered the language of this water and had come to know every trifling feature that bordered the great river as familiarly as I knew the letters of the alphabet, I had made a valuable acquisition. But I had lost something, too. I had lost something which could never be restored to me while I lived. All the grace, the beauty, the poetry had gone out of the majestic river. I still keep in mind a certain wonderful sunset which I witnessed when steamboating was new to me. A broad expanse of the river was turned to blood, in the middle distance the red hue brightened into gold, through which a solitary log came floating, black and conspicuous. In one place a long, slanting mark lay sparkling upon the water, in another the surface was broken by boiling, tumbling rings, that were as many tinted as an opal. Where the ruddy flush was faintest, was a smooth spot that was covered with graceful circles and radiating lines, ever so delicately traced. The shore on our left was densely wooded, and the somber shadow that fell from this forest was broken in one place by a long, ruffled trail that shone like silver, and high above the forest wall a clean-stemmed dead tree waved a single leafy bough that glowed like a flame in the unobstructed splendor that was flowing from the sun. There were graceful curves, reflected images, woody heights, soft distances, and over the whole scene, far and near, the dissolving lights drifted steadily, enriching it, every passing moment, with new marvels of coloring. I stood like one bewitched. I drank it in a speechless rapture. The world was new to me, and I had never seen anything like this at home. But as I have said, a day came when I began to cease from noting the glories and the charms which the moon and the sun and the twilight wrought upon the river's face. Another day came when I ceased altogether to note them. Then, if that sunset scene had been repeated, I should have looked upon it without rapture, and should have commented upon it, inwardly, after this fashion: this sun means that we are going to have wind tomorrow, that floating log means that the river is rising, small thanks to it, that slanting mark on the water refers to a bluff reef which is going to kill somebody's steamboat one of these nights. If it keeps on stretching out like that, those tumbling boils show a dissolving bar and a changing channel there. The lines and circles in the slick water over yonder are a warning that that troublesome place is shoaling up dangerously. That silver streak in the shadow of the forest is the break from a new snag, and he has located himself in the very best place he could have found to fish for steamboats. That tall dead tree, with a single living branch, is not going to last long, and then how is a body ever going to get through this blind place at night without the friendly old landmark? No, the romance and the beauty were all gone from the river. All the value any feature of it had for me now was the amount of usefulness it could furnish toward compassing the safe piloting of a steamboat. Since those days, I have pitied doctors from my heart. What does the lovely flush in a beauty's cheek mean to a doctor but a break that ripples above some deadly disease? Are not all her visible charms sown thick with what are to him the signs and symbols of hidden decay? Does he ever see her beauty at all, or doesn't he simply view her professionally, and comment upon her unwholesome condition all to himself? And doesn't he sometimes wonder whether he has gained most or lost most by learning his trade? Chapter 10. Completing my education. Whosoever has done me the courtesy to read my chapters which have preceded this may possibly wonder that I deal so minutely with piloting as a science. It was the prime purpose of those chapters, and I am not quite done yet. I wish to show, in the most patient and painstaking way, what a wonderful science it is. Ship channels are buoyed and lighted, and therefore it is a comparatively easy undertaking to learn to run them. Clear water rivers, with gravel bottoms, change their channels very gradually, and therefore one needs to learn them but once. But piloting becomes another matter when you apply it to vast streams like the Mississippi and the Missouri, whose alluvial banks cave and change constantly, whose snags are always hunting up new quarters, whose sandbars are never at rest, whose channels are forever dodging and shirking, and whose obstructions must be confronted in all nights and all weathers without the aid of a single lighthouse or a single buoy, for there is neither light nor buoy to be found anywhere in all this 3 or 4,000 miles of villainous river. Footnote: true at the time referred to, not true now, 1882. I feel justified in enlarging upon this great science for the reason that I feel sure no one has ever yet written a paragraph about it who had piloted a steamboat himself, and so had a practical knowledge of the subject. If the theme were hackneyed, I should be obliged to deal gently with the reader, but since it is wholly new, I have felt at liberty to take up a considerable degree of room with it. When I had learned the name and position of every visible feature of the river, when I had so mastered its shape that I could shut my eyes and trace it from St. Louis to New Orleans, when I had learned to read the face of the water as one would cull the news from the morning paper, and finally, when I had trained my dull memory to treasure up an endless array of soundings and crossing marks, and keep fast hold of them, I judged that my education was complete, so I got to tilting my cap to the side of my head, and wearing a toothpick in my mouth at the wheel. Mr. Bixby had his eye on these airs. One day he said, "What is the height of that bank yonder, at Burgess's?" "How can I tell, sir? It is 3/4 of a mile away." "Very poor, very poor. Take the glass." I took the glass, and presently said, "I can't tell. I suppose that that bank is about 1.5 feet high." 1.5 feet? That's a 6-foot bank. How high was the bank along here last trip? I don't know, I never noticed. You didn't? Well, you must always do it hereafter. Why? Because you'll have to know a good many things that it tells you. For one thing, it tells you the stage of the river, tells you whether there's more water or less in the river along here than there was last trip. The leads tell me that. I rather thought I had the advantage of him there. Yes, but suppose the leads lie. The bank would tell you so, and then you'd stir those leadsmen up a bit. There was a 10-foot bank here last trip, and there is only a 6-foot bank now. What does that signify? That the river is 4 feet higher than it was last trip. Very good. Is the river rising or falling? Rising. No, it ain't. I guess I am right, sir. Yonder is some driftwood floating down the stream. A rise starts the driftwood, but then it keeps on floating a while after the river is done rising. Now the bank will tell you about this. Wait till you come to a place where it shelves a little. Now here, do you see this narrow belt of fine sediment that was deposited while the water was higher? You see the driftwood begins to strand, too. The bank helps in other ways. Do you see that stump on the false point? Aye, sir. Well, the water is just up to the roots of it. You must make a note of that. Why? Because that means that there's 7 feet in the chute of 103. But 103 is a long way up the river yet. That's where the benefit of the bank comes in. There is water enough in 103 now, yet there may not be by the time we get there, but the bank will keep us posted all along. You don't run close chutes on a falling river, upstream, and there are precious few of them that you are allowed to run at all downstream. There's a law of the United States against it. The river may be rising by the time we get to 103, and in that case we'll run it. We are drawing how much? 6 feet aft, 6.5 forward. Well, you do seem to know something. But what I particularly want to know is, if I have got to keep up an everlasting measuring of the banks of this river, 1,200 miles, month in and month out. Of course. My emotions were too deep for words for a while. Presently I said, and how about these chutes? Are there many of them? I should say so. I fancy we shan't run any of the river this trip as you've ever seen it run before, so to speak. If the river begins to rise again, we'll go up behind bars that you've always seen standing out of the river, high and dry like the roof of a house. We'll cut across low places that you've never noticed at all, right through the middle of bars that cover 300 acres of river. We'll creep through cracks where you've always thought was solid land. We'll dart through the woods and leave 25 miles of river off to one side. We'll see the hind side of every island between New Orleans and Cairo. Then I've got to go to work and learn just as much more river as I already know. Just about twice as much more, as near as you can come at it. Well, one lives to find out. I think I was a fool when I went into this business. Yes, that is true. And you are yet. But you'll not be when you've learned it. Ah, I never can learn it. I will see that you do. By and by, I ventured again, have I got to learn all this thing just as I know the rest of the river shapes and all, and so I can run it at night? Yes. And you've got to have good fair marks from one end of the river to the other. That will help the bank tell you when there is water enough in each of these countless places, like that stump, you know. When the river first begins to rise, you can run half a dozen of the deepest of them. When it rises a foot more, you can run another dozen, the next foot will add a couple of dozen, and so on. So you see, you have to know your banks and marks to a dead moral certainty, and never get them mixed, for when you start through one of those cracks, there's no backing out again, as there is in the big river. You've got to go through, or stay there 6 months if you get caught on a falling river. There are about 50 of these cracks which you can't run at all except when the river is brimful and over the banks. This new lesson is a cheerful prospect. Cheerful enough. And mind what I've just told you, when you start into one of those places you've got to go through. They are too narrow to turn around in, too crooked to back out of, and the shoal water is always up at the head, never elsewhere. And the head of them is always likely to be filling up, little by little, so that the marks you reckon their depth by, this season, may not answer for next. Learn a new set, then, every year. Exactly. Cramp her up to the bar. What are you standing up through the middle of the river for? The next few months showed me strange things. On the same day that we held the conversation above narrated, we met a great rise coming down the river. The whole vast face of the stream was black with drifting dead logs, broken boughs, and great trees that had caved in and been washed away. It required the nicest steering to pick one's way through this rushing raft, even in the daytime, when crossing from point to point, and at night the difficulty was mightily increased. Every now and then a huge log, lying deep in the water, would suddenly appear right under our bows, coming head on. No use to try to avoid it then, we could only stop the engines, and one wheel would walk over that log from one end to the other, keeping up a thundering racket and careening the boat in a way that was very uncomfortable to passengers. Now and then we would hit one of these sunken logs a rattling bang, dead in the center, with a full head of steam, and it would stun the boat as if she had hit a continent. Sometimes this log would lodge, and stay right across our nose, and back the Mississippi up before it. We would have to do a little crawfishing, then, to get away from the obstruction. We often hit white logs, in the dark, for we could not see them till we were right on them, but a black log is a pretty distinct object at night. A white snag is an ugly customer when the daylight is gone. Of course, on the great rise, down came a swarm of prodigious timber rafts from the headwaters of the Mississippi, coal barges from Pittsburgh, little trading scows from everywhere, and broadhorns from Posey County, Indiana, freighted with fruit and furniture, the usual term for describing it, though in plain English the freight thus aggrandized was hoop poles and pumpkins. Pilots bore a mortal hatred to these craft, and it was returned with usury. The law required all such helpless traders to keep a light burning, but it was a law that was often broken. All of a sudden, on a murky night, a light would hop up, right under our bows, almost, and an agonized voice, with the backwoods hwang to it, would wail out, "War and the you go into. Can't you see nothin', you aig suckin', sheep stealin', one-eyed son of a stuffed monkey." Then for an instant, as we whistled by, the red glare from our furnaces would reveal the scow and the form of the gesticulating orator as if under a lightning flash, and in that instant our firemen and deckhands would send and receive a tempest of missiles and profanity. One of our wheels would walk off with the crashing fragments of a steering oar, and down the dead blackness would shut again. And that flatboatman would be sure to go into New Orleans and sue our boat, swearing stoutly that he had a light burning all the time, when in truth his gang had the lantern down below to sing and lie and drink and gamble by, and no watch on deck. Once, at night, in one of those forest-bordered crevices, behind an island, which steamboatmen intensely describe with the phrase "as dark as the inside of a cow," we should have eaten up a Posey County family, fruit, furniture, and all, but that they happened to be fiddling down below, and we just caught the sound of the music in time to sheer off, doing no serious damage, unfortunately, but coming so near it that we had good hopes for a moment. These people brought up their lantern, then, of course, and as we backed and filled to get away, the precious family stood in the light of it, both sexes and various ages, and cursed us till everything turned blue. Once a coal boatman sent a bullet through our pilot house, when we borrowed a steering oar of him in a very narrow place. Chapter 11. The river rises. During this big rise these small fry craft were an intolerable nuisance. We were running chute after chute, a new world to me, and if there was a particularly cramped place in a chute, we would be pretty sure to meet a broadhorn there, and if he failed to be there, we would find him in a still worse locality, namely, the head of the chute, on the shoal water. And then there would be no end of profane cordialities exchanged. Sometimes, in the big river, when we would be feeling our way cautiously along through a fog, the deep hush would suddenly be broken by yells and a clamor of tin pans, and all in instant a log raft would appear vaguely through the webby veil, close upon us, and then we did not wait to swap knives, but snatched our engine bells out by the roots and piled on all the steam we had, to scramble out of the way. One doesn't hit a rock or a solid log craft with a steamboat when he can get excused. You will hardly believe it, but many steamboat clerks always carried a large assortment of religious tracts with them in those old departed steamboating days. Indeed they did. 20 times a day we would be cramping up around a bar, while a string of these small fry rascals were drifting down into the head of the bend away above and beyond us a couple of miles. Now a skiff would dart away from one of them, and come fighting its laborious way across the desert of water. It would ease all, in the shadow of our forecastle, and the panting oarsman would shout, "Gimme a paper," as the skiff drifted swiftly astern. The clerk would throw over a file of New Orleans journals. If these were picked up without comment, you might notice that now a dozen other skiffs had been drifting down upon us without saying anything. You understand, they had been waiting to see how number one was going to fare. Number one making no comment, all the rest would bend to their oars and come on, now, and as fast as they came the clerk would heave over neat bundles of religious tracts, tied to shingles. The amount of hard swearing which 12 packages of religious literature will command when impartially divided up among 12 raftsmen's crews, who have pulled a heavy skiff 2 miles on a hot day to get them, is simply incredible. As I have said, the big rise brought a new world under my vision. By the time the river was over its banks we had forsaken our old paths and were hourly climbing over bars that had stood 10 feet out of water before. We were shaving stumpy shores, like that at the foot of Madrid Bend, which I had always seen avoided before. We were clattering through chutes like that of 82, where the opening at the foot was an unbroken wall of timber till our nose was almost at the very spot. Some of these chutes were utter solitudes. The dense, untouched forest overhung both banks of the crooked little crack, and one could believe that human creatures had never intruded there before. The swinging grapevines, the grassy nooks and vistas glimpsed as we swept by, the flowering creepers waving their red blossoms from the tops of dead trunks, and all the spendthrift richness of the forest foliage, were wasted and thrown away there. The chutes were lovely places to steer in, they were deep, except at the head, the current was gentle, under the points the water was absolutely dead, and the invisible banks so bluff that where the tender willow thickets projected you could bury your boat's broadside in them as you tore along, and then you seemed fairly to fly. Behind other islands we found wretched little farms, and wretcheder little log cabins. There were crazy rail fences sticking a foot or two above the water, with 1 or 2 jeans-clad, chills-racked, yellow-faced male miserable roosting on the top rail, elbows on knees, jaws in hands, grinding tobacco and discharging the result at floating chips through crevices left by lost teeth, while the rest of the family and the few farm animals were huddled together in an empty wood flat riding at her moorings close at hand. In this flat boat the family would have to cook and eat and sleep for a lesser or greater number of days, or possibly weeks, until the river should fall 2 or 3 feet and let them get back to their log cabin and their chills again, chills being a merciful provision of an all-wise providence to enable them to take exercise without exertion. And this sort of watery camping out was a thing which these people were rather liable to be treated to a couple of times a year, by the December rise out of the Ohio, and the June rise out of the Mississippi. And yet these were kindly dispensations, for they at least enabled the poor things to rise from the dead now and then, and look upon life when a steamboat went by. They appreciated the blessing, too, for they spread their mouths and eyes wide open and made the most of these occasions. Now what could these banished creatures find to do to keep from dying of the blues during the low water season? Once, in one of these lovely island shoots, we found our course completely bridged by a great fallen tree. This will serve to show how narrow some of the chutes were. The passengers had an hour's recreation in a virgin wilderness, while the boat hands chopped the bridge away, for there was no such thing as turning back, you comprehend. From Cairo to Baton Rouge, when the river is over its banks, you have no particular trouble in the night, for the 1,000-mile wall of dense forest that guards the two banks all the way is only gapped with a farm or woodyard opening at intervals, and so you can't get out of the river much easier than you could get out of a fenced lane, but from Baton Rouge to New Orleans it is a different matter. The river is more than a mile wide, and very deep, as much as 200 feet, in places. Both banks, for a good deal over 100 miles, are shorn of their timber and bordered by continuous sugar plantations, with only here and there a scattering sapling or row of ornamental china trees. The timber is shorn off clear to the rear of the plantations, from 2 to 4 miles. When the first frost threatens to come, the planters snatch off their crops in a hurry. When they have finished grinding the cane, they form the refuse of the stalks, which they call bagasse, into great piles and set fire to them, though in other sugar countries the bagasse is used for fuel in the furnaces of the sugar mills. Now the piles of damp bagasse burn slowly, and smoke like Satan's own kitchen. An embankment 10 or 15 feet high guards both banks of the Mississippi all the way down that lower end of the river, and this embankment is set back from the edge of the shore from 10 to perhaps 100 feet, according to circumstances, say 30 or 40 feet, as a general thing. Fill that whole region with an impenetrable gloom of smoke from 100 miles of burning bagasse piles, when the river is over the banks, and turn a steamboat loose along there at midnight and see how she will feel. And see how you will feel, too. You find yourself away out in the midst of a vague dim sea that is shoreless, that fades out and loses itself in the murky distances, for you cannot discern the thin rib of embankment, and you are always imagining you see a straggling tree when you don't. The plantations themselves are transformed by the smoke, and look like a part of the sea. All through your watch you are tortured with the exquisite misery of uncertainty. You hope you are keeping in the river, but you do not know. All that you are sure about is that you are likely to be within 6 feet of the bank and destruction, when you think you are a good half-mile from shore. And you are sure, also, that if you chance suddenly to fetch up against the embankment and topple your chimneys overboard, you will have the small comfort of knowing that it is about what you were expecting to do. One of the great Vicksburg packets started out into a sugar plantation one night, at such a time, and had to stay there a week. But there was no novelty about it, it had often been done before. I thought I had finished this chapter, but I wish to add a curious thing, while it is in my mind. It is only relevant in that it is connected with piloting. There used to be an excellent pilot on the river, a Mr. X, who was a somnambulist. It was said that if his mind was troubled about a bad piece of river, he was pretty sure to get up and walk in his sleep and do strange things. He was once fellow pilot for a trip or two with George Ealer, on a great New Orleans passenger packet. During a considerable part of the first trip George was uneasy, but got over it by and by, as X seemed content to stay in his bed when asleep. Late one night the boat was approaching Helena, Arkansas, the water was low, and the crossing above the town in a very blind and tangled condition. X had seen the crossing since Ealer had, and as the night was particularly drizzly, sullen, and dark, Ealer was considering whether he had not better have X called to assist in running the place, when the door opened and X walked in. Now on very dark nights, light is a deadly enemy to piloting. You are aware that if you stand in a lighted room, on such a night, you cannot see things in the street to any purpose, but if you put out the lights and stand in the gloom you can make out objects in the street pretty well. So, on very dark nights, pilots do not smoke. They allow no fire in the pilot house stove. If there is a crack which can allow the least ray to escape, they order the furnaces to be curtained with huge tarpaulins and the skylights to be closely blinded. Then no light whatever issues from the boat. The undefinable shape that now entered the pilot house had Mr. X's voice. This said, "Let me take her, George. I've seen this place since you have, and it is so crooked that I reckon I can run it myself easier than I could tell you how to do it. It is kind of you, and I swear I am willing. I haven't got another drop of perspiration left in me. I have been spinning around and around the wheel like a squirrel. It is so dark I can't tell which way she is swinging till she is coming around like a whirligig." So Eeylar took a seat on the bench, panting and breathless. The Black Phantom assumed the wheel without saying anything, steadied the waltzing steamer with a turn or two, and then stood at ease, coaxing her a little to the side and then to that, as gently and as sweetly as if the time had been noonday. When Eeylar observed this marvel of steering, he wished he had not confessed. He stared and wondered and finally said, "Well, I thought I knew how to steer a steamboat, but that was another mistake of mine." X said nothing, but went serenely on with his work. He rang for the leads, he rang to slow down the steam, he worked the boat carefully and neatly into invisible marks, then stood at the center of the wheel and peered blindly out into the blackness, fore and aft, to verify his position. As the leads shoaled more and more, he stopped the engines entirely, and the dead silence and suspense of drifting followed when the shoalest water was struck. He cracked on the steam, carried her handsomely over, and then began to work her warily into the next system of shoal marks. The same patient, heedful use of leads and engines followed. The boat slipped through without touching bottom, and entered upon the third and last intricacy of the crossing. Imperceptibly she moved through the gloom, crept by inches into her marks, drifted tediously till the shoalest water was cried, and then, under a tremendous head of steam, went swinging over the reef and away into deep water and safety. Eeylar let his long-pent breath pour out in a great, relieving sigh, and said, "That's the sweetest piece of piloting that was ever done on the Mississippi River. I wouldn't believed it could be done, if I hadn't seen it." There was no reply, and he added, "Just hold her 5 minutes longer, partner, and let me run down and get a cup of coffee." A minute later Eeylar was biting into a pie, down in the Texas, and comforting himself with coffee. Just then the night watchman happened in, and was about to happen out again, when he noticed Eeylar and exclaimed, "Who is at the wheel, sir?" X dart for the pilot house, quicker than lightning. The next moment both men were flying up the pilot house companionway, 3 steps at a jump. Nobody there. The great steamer was whistling down the middle of the river at her own sweet will. The watchman shot out of the place again. Eeylar seized the wheel, set an engine back with power, and held his breath while the boat reluctantly swung away from a towhead which she was about to knock into the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. By and by the watchman came back and said, "Didn't that lunatic tell you he was asleep, when he first came up here?" "No, well, he was. I found him walking along on top of the railings just as unconcerned as another man would walk a pavement, and I put him to bed. Now just this minute there he was again, away astern, going through that sort of tightrope deviltry the same as before. Well, I think I'll stay by, next time he has one of those fits. But I hope he'll have them often. You just ought to have seen him take this boat through Helena Crossing. I never saw anything so gaudy before. And if he can do such gold leaf, kid glove, diamond breastpin piloting when he is sound asleep, what couldn't he do if he was dead? Chapter 12, Sounding when the river is very low, and one steamboat is drawing all the water there is in the channel or a few inches more, as was often the case in the old times. One must be painfully circumspect in his piloting. We used to have to sound a number of particularly bad places almost every trip when the river was at a very low stage. Sounding is done in this way. The boat ties up at the shore, just above the shoal crossing. The pilot not on watch takes his cub or steersman and a picked crew of men, sometimes an officer also, and goes out in the yawl provided the boat has not that rare and sumptuous luxury, a regularly devised sounding boat, and proceeds to hunt for the best water, the pilot on duty watching his movements through a spyglass, meantime, and in some instances assisting by signals of the boat's whistle, signifying try higher up or try lower down, for the surface of the water, like an oil painting, is more expressive and intelligible when inspected from a little distance than very close at hand. The whistle signals are seldom necessary, however, never, perhaps, except when the wind confuses the significant ripples upon the water's surface. When the yawl has reached the shoal place, the speed is slackened. The pilot begins to sound the depth with a pole 10 or 12 feet long, and the steersman at the tiller obeys the order to hold her up to starboard, or, let her fall off to larboard. Footnote: the term larboard is never used at sea now, to signify the left hand, but was always used on the river in my time, or steady as you go. When the measurements indicate that the yawl is approaching the shoalest part of the reef, the command is given to ease all. Then the men stop rowing and the yawl drifts with the current. The next order is, stand by with the buoy. The moment the shallowest point is reached, the pilot delivers the order, let go the buoy, and over she goes. If the pilot is not satisfied, he sounds the place again. If he finds better water higher up or lower down, he removes the buoy to that place. Being finally satisfied, he gives the order, and all the men stand their oars straight up in the air, in line. A blast from the boat's whistle indicates that the signal has been seen, then the men give way on their oars and lay the yawl alongside the buoy. The steamer comes creeping carefully down, is pointed straight at the buoy, husbands her power for the coming struggle, and presently, at the critical moment, turns on all her steam and goes grinding and wallowing over the buoy and the sand, and gains the deep water beyond. Or maybe she doesn't, maybe she strikes and swings. Then she has to while away several hours, or days, sparring herself off. Sometimes a buoy is not laid at all, but the yawl goes ahead, hunting the best water, and the steamer follows along in its wake. Often there is a deal of fun and excitement about sounding, especially if it is a glorious summer day, or a blustering night. But in winter the cold and the peril take most of the fun out of it. A buoy is nothing but a board 4 or 5 feet long, with one end turned up. It is a reverse schoolhouse bench, with one of the supports left and the other removed. It is anchored on the shoalest part of the reef by a rope with a heavy stone made fast to the end of it. But for the resistance of the turned up end of the reversed bench, the current would pull the buoy under water. At night, a paper lantern with a candle in it is fastened on top of the buoy, and this can be seen a mile or more, a little glimmering spark in the waste of blackness. Nothing delights a cub so much as an opportunity to go out sounding. There is such an air of adventure about it, often there is danger, it is so gaudy and man of war like to sit up in the stern sheets and steer a swift yawl. There is something fine about the exultant spring of the boat when an experienced old sailor crew throw their souls into the oars. It is lovely to see the white foam stream away from the bows. There is music in the rush of the water. It is deliciously exhilarating, in summer, to go speeding over the breezy expanses of the river when the world of wavelets is dancing in the sun. It is such grandeur, too, to the cub, to get a chance to give an order, for often the pilot will simply say, "Let her go about," and leave the rest to the cub, who instantly cries, in his sternest tone of command, "Ease starboard. Strong on the larboard. Starboard give way. With a will, men." The cub enjoys sounding for the further reason that the eyes of the passengers are watching all the yawl's movements with absorbing interest if the time be daylight, and if it be night he knows that those same wondering eyes are fastened upon the yawl's lantern as it glides out into the gloom and dims away in the remote distance. One trip a pretty girl of 16 spent her time in our pilot house with her uncle and aunt every day and all day long. I fell in love with her. So did Mr. Thornbug's cub, Tom G. Tom and I had been bosom friends until this time, but now a coolness began to arise. I told the girl a good many of my river adventures, and made myself out a good deal of a hero. Tom tried to make himself appear to be a hero, too, and succeeded to some extent, but then he always had a way of embroidering. However, virtue is its own reward, so I was a barely perceptible trifle ahead in the contest. About this time something happened which promised handsomely for me. The pilots decided to sound the crossing at the head of 21. This would occur about 9 or 10 o'clock at night, when the passengers would be still up. It would be Mr. Thornbug's watch, therefore my chief would have to do the sounding. We had a perfect love of a sounding boat, long, trim, graceful, and as fleet as a greyhound. Her thwarts were cushioned, she carried 12 oarsmen, one of the mates was always sent in her to transmit orders to her crew, for ours was a steamer where no end of style was put on. We tied up at the shore above 21, and got ready. It was a foul night, and the river was so wide, there, that a landsman's uneducated eyes could discern no opposite shore through such a gloom. The passengers were alert and interested, everything was satisfactory. As I hurried through the engine room, picturesquely gotten up in storm toggery, I met Tom, and could not forbear delivering myself of a mean speech. "Ain't you glad you don't have to go out sounding?" Tom was passing on, but he quickly turned, and said, "Now just for that, you can go and get the sounding pole yourself." I was going after it, but I'd see you in Halifax, now, before I'd do it. "Who wants you to get it?" "I don't. It's in the sounding boat." "It ain't, either. It's been new painted, and it's been up on the ladies' cabin guards 2 days, drying." I flew back, and shortly arrived among the crowd of watching and wondering ladies just in time to hear the command, "Give way, men." I looked over, and there was the gallant sounding boat booming away, the unprincipled Tom presiding at the tiller, and my chief sitting by him with the sounding pole which I had been sent on a fool's errand to fetch. Then that young girl said to me, "Oh, how awful to have to go out in that little boat on such a night. Do you think there is any danger?" I would rather have been stabbed. I went off, full of venom, to help in the pilot house. By and by the boat's lantern disappeared, and after an interval a wee spark glimmered upon the face of the water a mile away. Mr. Thornbug blew the whistle, in acknowledgment, backed the steamer out, and made for it. We flew along for a while, then slackened steam and went cautiously gliding toward the spark. Presently Mr. Thornbug exclaimed, "Hello, the buoy lantern's out." He stopped the engines. A moment or two later he said, "Why, there it is again." So he came ahead on the engines once more, and rang for the leads. Gradually the water shoaled up, and then began to deepen again. Mr. Thornbug muttered, "Well, I don't understand this. I believe that buoy has drifted off the reef. Seems to be a little too far to the left. No matter, it is safest to run over it anyhow." So, in that solid world of darkness we went creeping down on the light. Just as our bows were in the act of ploughing over it, Mr. Thornbug seized the bell ropes, rang a startling peal, and exclaimed, "My soul, it's the sounding boat." A sudden chorus of wild alarms burst out far below, a pause, and then the sound of grinding and crashing followed. "Mr. Thornburg," exclaimed there. "The paddle wheel has ground the sounding boat to lucifer matches. Run! See who is killed." I was on the main deck in the twinkling of an eye. My chief and the third mate and nearly all the men were safe. They had discovered their danger when it was too late to pull out of the way. Then, when the great guards overshadowed them a moment later, they were prepared and knew what to do. At my chief's order they sprang at the right instant, seized the guard, and were hauled aboard. The next moment the sounding yawl swept aft to the wheel and was struck and splintered to atoms. Two of the men and the cub Tom were missing, a fact which spread like wildfire over the boat. The passengers came flocking to the forward gangway, ladies and all, anxious-eyed, white-faced, and talked in odd voices of the dreadful thing. And often and again I heard them say, "Poor fellows! Poor boy, poor boy!" By this time the boat's yawl was manned and away, to search for the missing. Now a faint call was heard, off to the left. The yawl had disappeared in the other direction. Half the people rushed to one side to encourage the swimmer with their shouts, the other half rushed the other way to shriek to the yawl to turn about. By the callings, the swimmer was approaching, but some said the sound showed failing strength. The crowd massed themselves against the boiler deck railings, leaning over and staring into the gloom, and every faint and fainter cry wrung from them such words as, "Ah, poor fellow, poor fellow! Is there no way to save him?" But still the cries held out, and drew nearer, and presently the voice said pluckily, "I can make it. Stand by with the rope." What a rousing cheer they gave him! The chief mate took his stand in the glare of a torch basket, a coil of rope in his hand, and his men grouped about him. The next moment the swimmer's face appeared in the circle of light, and in another one the owner of it was hauled aboard, limp and drenched, while cheer on cheer went up. It was that devil Tom. The yawl crew searched everywhere, but found no sign of the two men. They probably failed to catch the guard, tumbled back, and were struck by the wheel and killed. Tom had never jumped for the guard at all, but had plunged headfirst into the river and dived under the wheel. It was nothing, I could have done it easy enough, and I said so, but everybody went on just the same, making a wonderful to-do over that ass, as if he had done something great. That girl couldn't seem to have enough of that pitiful hero the rest of the trip, but little I cared, I loathed her, anyway. The way we came to mistake the sounding boat's lantern for the buoy light was this. My chief said that after laying the buoy he fell away and watched it till it seemed to be secure, then he took up a position 100 yards below it and a little to one side of the steamer's course, headed the sounding boat upstream, and waited. Having to wait some time, he and the officer got to talking. He looked up when he judged that the steamer was about on the reef, saw that the buoy was gone, but supposed that the steamer had already run over it. He went on with his talk. He noticed that the steamer was getting very close on him, but that was the correct thing. It was her business to shave him closely, for convenience in taking him aboard. He was expecting her to sheer off, until the last moment. Then it flashed upon him that she was trying to run him down, mistaking his lantern for the buoy light, so he sang out, "Stand by to spring for the guard, men," and the next instant the jump was made. Chapter 13 A Pilot's Needs. But I am wandering from what I was intending to do, that is, make plainer than perhaps appears in the previous chapters, some of the peculiar requirements of the science of piloting. First of all, there is one faculty which a pilot must incessantly cultivate until he has brought it to absolute perfection. Nothing short of perfection will do. That faculty is memory. He cannot stop with merely thinking a thing is so and so, he must know it, for this is eminently one of the exact sciences. With what scorn a pilot was looked upon, in the old times, if he ever ventured to deal in that feeble phrase I think, instead of the vigorous one I know. One cannot easily realize what a tremendous thing it is to know every trivial detail of 1,200 miles of river and know it with absolute exactness. If you will take the longest street in New York, and travel up and down it, conning its features patiently until you know every house and window and door and lamp post and big and little sign by heart, and know them so accurately that you can instantly name the one you are abreast of when you are set down at random in that street in the middle of an inky black night, you will then have a tolerable notion of the amount and the exactness of a pilot's knowledge who carries the Mississippi River in his head. And then if you will go on until you know every street crossing, the character, size, and position of the crossing stones, and the varying depth of mud in each of those numberless places, you will have some idea of what the pilot must know in order to keep a Mississippi steamer out of trouble. Next, if you will take half of the signs in that long street, and change their places once a month, and still manage to know their new positions accurately on dark nights, and keep up with these repeated changes without making any mistakes, you will understand what is required of a pilot's peerless memory by the fickle Mississippi. I think a pilot's memory is about the most wonderful thing in the world. To know the Old and New Testaments by heart, and be able to recite them glibly, forward or backward, or begin at random anywhere in the book and recite both ways and never trip or make a mistake, is no extravagant mass of knowledge, and no marvelous facility, compared to a pilot's vast knowledge of the Mississippi and his marvelous facility in the handling of it. I make this comparison deliberately, and believe I am not expanding the truth when I do it. Many will think my figure too strong, but pilots will not. And how easily and comfortably the pilot's memory does its work, how placidly effortless is its way, how unconsciously it lays up its vast stores, hour by hour, day by day, and never loses or mislays a single valuable package of them all. Take an instance. Let a leadsman cry, "Half Twain! Half Twain! Half Twain! Half Twain! Half Twain!" until it become as monotonous as the ticking of a clock. Let conversation be going on all the time, and the pilot be doing his share of the talking, and no longer consciously listening to the leadsman, and in the midst of this endless string of half-twains let a single quarter-twain be interjected, without emphasis, and then the half-twain cry go on again, just as before. 2 or 3 weeks later that pilot can describe with precision the boat's position in the river when that quarter-twain was uttered, and give you such a lot of head marks, stern marks, and side marks to guide you, that you ought to be able to take the boat there and put her in that same spot again yourself. The cry of quarter-twain did not really take his mind from his talk, but his trained faculties instantly photographed the bearings, noted the change of depth, and laid up the important details for future reference without requiring any assistance from him in the matter. If you were walking and talking with a friend, and another friend at your side kept up a monotonous repetition of the vowel sound A, for a couple of blocks, and then in the midst interjected an R, thus, A, 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 R, A, 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 etc., and gave the R no emphasis, you would not be able to state, 2 or 3 weeks afterward, that the R had been put in, nor be able to tell what objects you were passing at the moment it was done. But you could if your memory had been patiently and laboriously trained to do that sort of thing mechanically. Give a man a tolerably fair memory to start with, and piloting will develop it into a very colossus of capability. But only in the matters it is daily drilled in. A time would come when the man's faculties could not help noticing landmarks and soundings, and his memory could not help holding on to them with the grip of a vice, but if you asked that same man at noon what he had had for breakfast, it would be 10 chances to 1 that he could not tell you. Astonishing things can be done with the human memory if you will devote it faithfully to one particular line of business. At the time that wages soared so high on the Missouri River, my chief, Mr. Bixby, went up there and learned more than 1,000 miles of that stream with an ease and rapidity that were astonishing. When he had seen each division once in the daytime and once at night, his education was so nearly complete that he took out a daylight license. A few trips later he took out a full license, and went to piloting day and night, and he ranked A1, 2. Mr. Bixby placed me as steersman for a while under a pilot whose feats of memory were a constant marvel to me. However, his memory was born in him, I think, not built. For instance, somebody would mention a name. Instantly Mr. Brown would break in, "Oh, I knew him. Sallow-faced, red-headed fellow, with a little scar on the side of his throat, like a splinter under the flesh. He was only in the Southern trade 6 months. That was 13 years ago. I made a trip with him. There was 5 feet in the upper river then. The Henry Blake grounded at the foot of Tower Island drawing 4½. The George Eliot unshipped her rudder on the wreck of the Sunflower. Why, the Sunflower didn't sink until I know when she sunk. It was 3 years before that. On the 2nd of December, Asa Hardy was captain of her, and his brother John was first clerk, and it was his first trip in her, too. Tom Jones told me these things a week afterward in New Orleans. He was first mate of the Sunflower. Captain Hardy stuck a nail in his foot the 6th of July of the next year, and died of the lockjaw on the 15th. His brother died 2 years after 3rd of March erysipelas. I never saw either of the Hardys. They were Allegheny River men, but people who knew them told me all these things. And they said Captain Hardy wore yarn socks winter and summer just the same, and his first wife's name was Jane Shook. She was from New England, and his second one died in a lunatic asylum. It was in the blood. She was from Lexington, Kentucky. Name was Horton before she was married. And so on, by the hour, the man's tongue would go. He could not forget anything. It was simply impossible. The most trivial details remained as distinct and luminous in his head, after they had lain there for years, as the most memorable events. His was not simply a pilot's memory, its grasp was universal. If he were talking about a trifling letter he had received 7 years before, he was pretty sure to deliver you the entire screed from memory. And then, without observing that he was departing from the true line of his talk, he was more than likely to hurl in a long-drawn parenthetical biography of the writer of that letter, and you were lucky indeed if he did not take up that writer's relatives, one by one, and give you their biographies, too. Such a memory as that is a great misfortune. To it, all occurrences are of the same size. Its possessor cannot distinguish an interesting circumstance from an uninteresting one. As a talker, he is bound to clog his narrative with tiresome details and make himself an insufferable bore. Moreover, he cannot stick to his subject. He picks up every little grain of memory he discerns in his way, and so is led aside. Mr. Brown would start out with the honest intention of telling you a vastly funny anecdote about a dog. He would be so full of laugh that he could hardly begin. Then his memory would start with the dog's breed and personal appearance, drift into a history of his owner, of his owner's family, with descriptions of weddings and burials that had occurred in it, together with recitals of congratulatory verses and obituary poetry provoked by the same. Then this memory would recollect that one of these events occurred during the celebrated hard winter of such and such a year, and a minute description of that winter would follow, along with the names of people who were frozen to death, and statistics showing the high figures which pork and hay went up to. Pork and hay would suggest corn and fodder would suggest cows and horses would suggest the circus and certain celebrated bareback riders. The transition from the circus to the menagerie was easy and natural. From the elephant to equatorial Africa was but a step, then of course the heathen savages would suggest religion, and at the end of 3 or 4 hours tedious jaw, the watch would change, and Brown would go out of the pilot house muttering extracts from sermons he had heard years before about the efficacy of prayer as a means of grace. And the original first mention would be all you had learned about that dog, after all this waiting and hungering. A pilot must have a memory, but there are 2 higher qualities which he must also have. He must have good and quick judgment and decision, and a cool, calm courage that no peril can shake. Give a man the merest trifle of pluck to start with, and by the time he has become a pilot he cannot be unmanned by any danger a steamboat can get into, but one cannot quite say the same for judgment. Judgment is a matter of brains, and a man must start with a good stock of that article or he will never succeed as a pilot. The growth of courage in the pilot house is steady all the time, but it does not reach a high and satisfactory condition until some time after the young pilot has been standing his own watch, alone and under the staggering weight of all the responsibilities connected with the position. When an apprentice has become pretty thoroughly acquainted with the river, he goes clattering along so fearlessly with his steamboat, night or day, that he presently begins to imagine that it is his courage that animates him, but the first time the pilot steps out and leaves him to his own devices he finds out it was the other man's. He discovers that the article has been left out of his own cargo altogether. The whole river is bristling with exigencies in a moment, he is not prepared for them, he does not know how to meet them, all his knowledge forsakes him, and within 15 minutes he is as white as a sheet and scared almost to death. Therefore pilots wisely train these cubs by various strategic tricks to look danger in the face a little more calmly. A favorite way of theirs is to play a friendly swindle upon the candidate. Mr. Bixby served me in this fashion once, and for years afterward I used to blush even in my sleep when I thought of it. I had become a good steersman, so good, indeed, that I had all the work to do on our watch, night and day. Mr. Bixby seldom made a suggestion to me, all he ever did was to take the wheel on particularly bad nights or in particularly bad crossings, land the boat when she needed to be landed, play gentleman of leisure 9/10 of the watch, and collect the wages. The lower river was about bank full, and if anybody had questioned my ability to run any crossing between Cairo and New Orleans without help or instruction, I should have felt irreparably hurt. The idea of being afraid of any crossing in the lot, in the daytime, was a thing too preposterous for contemplation. Well, one matchless summer's day I was bowling down the bend above Island 66, brimful of self-conceit and carrying my nose as high as a giraffe's, when Mr. Bixby said I am going below a while. I suppose you know the next crossing. This was almost an affront. It was about the plainest and simplest crossing in the whole river. One couldn't come to any harm, whether he ran it right or not, and as for depth, there never had been any bottom there. I knew all this, perfectly well. Know how to run it? Why, I can run it with my eyes shut. How much water is there in it? Well, that is an odd question. I couldn't get bottom there with a church steeple. You think so, do you? The very tone of the question shook my confidence. That was what Mr. Bixby was expecting. He left, without saying anything more. I began to imagine all sorts of things. Mr. Bixby, unknown to me, of course, sent somebody down to the forecastle with some mysterious instructions to the leadsman, another messenger was sent to whisper among the officers, and then Mr. Bixby went into hiding behind a smokestack where he could observe results. Presently the captain stepped out on the hurricane deck, next the chief mate appeared, then a clerk. Every moment or two a straggler was added to my audience, and before I got to the head of the island I had 15 or 20 people assembled down there under my nose. I began to wonder what the trouble was. As I started across, the captain glanced aloft at me and said, with a sham uneasiness in his voice, "Where is Mr. Bixby?" "Gone below, sir." But that did the business for me. My imagination began to construct dangers out of nothing, and they multiplied faster than I could keep the run of them. All at once I imagined I saw shoal water ahead. The wave of coward agony that surged through me then came near dislocating every joint in me. All my confidence in that crossing vanished. I seized the bell rope, dropped it, ashamed, seized it again, dropped it once more, clutched it tremblingly one again, and pulled it so feebly that I could hardly hear the stroke myself. Captain and mate sang out instantly, and both together starboard lead there. And quick about it. This was another shock. I began to climb the wheel like a squirrel, but I would hardly get the boat started to port before I would see new dangers on that side, and away I would spin to the other, only to find perils accumulating to starboard, and be crazy to get to port again. Then came the leadsman's sepulchral cry, "Deep 4! Deep 4!" in a bottomless crossing. The terror of it took my breath away. Mark 3. Mark 3. Quarter less 3. Half Twain. This was frightful. I seized the bell ropes and stopped the engines. Quarter Twain. Quarter Twain. Mark Twain. I was helpless. I did not know what in the world to do. I was quaking from head to foot, and I could have hung my hat on my eyes, they stuck out so far. Quarter less Twain. 9.5. We were drawing 9. My hands were in a nerveless flutter. I could not ring a bell intelligibly with them. I flew to the speaking tube and shouted to the engineer, "Oh, Ben, if you love me, back her. Quick, Ben. Oh, back the immortal soul out of her." I heard the door close gently. I looked around, and there stood Mr. Bixby, smiling a bland, sweet smile. Then the audience on the hurricane deck sent up a thundergust of humiliating laughter. I saw it all, now, and I felt meaner than the meanest man in human history. I laid in the lead, set the boat in her marks, came ahead on the engines, and said it was a fine trick to play on an orphan, wasn't it? I suppose I'll never hear the last of how I was ass enough to heave the lead at the head of 66. Well, no, you won't, maybe. In fact, I hope you won't, for I want you to learn something by that experience. Didn't you know there was no bottom in that crossing? Yes, sir, I did. Very well, then. You shouldn't have allowed me or anybody else to shake your confidence in that knowledge. Try to remember that. And another thing, when you get into a dangerous place, don't turn coward. That isn't going to help matters any. It was a good enough lesson, but pretty hardly learned. Yet about the hardest part of it was that for months I so often had to hear a phrase which I had conceived a particular distaste for. It was, "Oh, Ben, if you love me, back her." Chapter 14. Rank and dignity of piloting. In my preceding chapters I have tried, by going into the minutiae of the science of piloting, to carry the reader step by step to a comprehension of what the science consists of, and at the same time I have tried to show him that it is a very curious and wonderful science, too, and very worthy of his attention. If I have seemed to love my subject, it is no surprising thing, for I loved the profession far better than any I have followed since, and I took a measureless pride in it. The reason is plain: a pilot, in those days, was the only unfettered and entirely independent human being that lived in the earth. Kings are but the hampered servants of Parliament and people. Parliaments sit in chains forged by their constituency. The editor of a newspaper cannot be independent, but must work with one hand tied behind him by party and patrons, and be content to utter only half or two-thirds of his mind. No clergyman is a free man and may speak the whole truth, regardless of his parish's opinions. Writers of all kinds are manacled servants of the public. We write frankly and fearlessly, but then we modify before we print. In truth, every man and woman and child has a master, and worries and frets in servitude, but in the day I write of, the Mississippi pilot had none. The captain could stand upon the hurricane deck, in the pomp of a very brief authority, and give him 5 or 6 orders while the vessel backed into the stream, and then that skipper's reign was over. The moment that the boat was under way in the river, she was under the sole and unquestioned control of the pilot. He could do with her exactly as he pleased, run her when and whither he chose, and tie her up to the bank whenever his judgment said that that course was best. His movements were entirely free, he consulted no one, he received commands from nobody, he promptly resented even the merest suggestions. Indeed, the law of the United States forbade him to listen to commands or suggestions, rightly considering that the pilot necessarily knew better how to handle the boat than anybody could tell him. So here was the novelty of a king without a keeper, an absolute monarch who was absolute in sober truth and not by a fiction of words. I have seen a boy of 18 taking a great steamer serenely into what seemed almost certain destruction, and the aged captain standing mutely by, filled with apprehension but powerless to interfere. His interference, in that particular instance, might have been an excellent thing, but to permit it would have been to establish a most pernicious precedent. It will easily be guessed, considering the pilot's boundless authority, that he was a great personage in the old steamboating days. He was treated with marked courtesy by the captain and with marked deference by all the officers and servants, and this deferential spirit was quickly communicated to the passengers, too. I think pilots were about the only people I ever knew who failed to show, in some degree, embarrassment in the presence of traveling foreign princes. But then, people in one's own grade of life are not usually embarrassing objects. By long habit, pilots came to put all their wishes in the form of commands. It gravels me, to this day, to put my will in the weak shape of a request, instead of launching it in the crisp language of an order. In those old days, to load a steamboat at St. Louis, take her to New Orleans and back, and discharge cargo, consumed about 25 days, on an average. 7 or 8 of these days the boat spent at the wharves of St. Louis and New Orleans, and every soul on board was hard at work, except the 2 pilots. They did nothing but play gentlemen uptown, and receive the same wages for it as if they had been on duty. The moment the boat touched the wharf at either city, they were ashore, and they were not likely to be seen again till the last bell was ringing and everything in readiness for another voyage. When a captain got hold of a pilot of particularly high reputation, he took pains to keep him. When wages were $400 a month on the upper Mississippi, I have known a captain to keep such a pilot in idleness, under full pay, 3 months at a time, while the river was frozen up. And one must remember that in those cheap times $400 was a salary of almost inconceivable splendor. Few men on shore got such pay as that, and when they did they were mightily looked up to. When pilots from either end of the river wandered into our small Missouri village, they were sought by the best and the fairest, and treated with exalted respect. Lying in port under wages was a thing which many pilots greatly enjoyed and appreciated, especially if they belonged in the Missouri River in the heyday of that trade, Kansas times, and got $900 a trip, which was equivalent to about $1,800 a month. Here is a conversation of that day. A chap out of the Illinois River, with a little sternwheel tub, accosts a couple of ornate and gilded Missouri River pilots. Gentlemen, I've got a pretty good trip for the up-country, and shall want you about a month. How much will it be? $1,800 apiece. Heavens and earth! You take my boat, let me have your wages, and I'll divide. I will remark, in passing, that Mississippi steamboatmen were important in landsmen's eyes, and in their own, too, in a degree, according to the dignity of the boat they were on. For instance, it was a proud thing to be of the crew of such stately craft as the Alex Scott or the Grand Turk. Negro firemen, deckhands, and barbers belonging to those boats were distinguished personages in their grade of life, and they were well aware of that fact too. A stalwart darky once gave offense at a Negro ball in New Orleans by putting on a good many airs. Finally one of the managers bustled up to him and said, "Who is you, anyway? Who is you? That's what I wants to know." The offender was not disconcerted in the least, but swelled himself up and threw that into his voice which showed that he knew he was not putting on all those airs on a stinted capital. "Who is I? Who is I? I let you know mighty quick who I is. I want you niggers to understand dat I fires de middle do footnote door on de Alex Scott." That was sufficient. The barber of the Grand Turk was a spruce young Negro, who aired his importance with balmy complacency, and was greatly courted by the circle in which he moved. The young colored population of New Orleans were much given to flirting, at twilight, on the banquettes of the back streets. Somebody saw and heard something like the following, one evening, in one of those localities. A middle-aged Negro woman projected her head through a broken pane and shouted, very willing that the neighbors should hear and envy, "You Mary Ann, come in de house dis minute. Stannin' out da fullin' long wid dat low trash, and he is de barber offen de Grand Turk wants to conwerse wid you." My reference, a moment ago, to the fact that a pilot's peculiar official position placed him out of the reach of criticism or command, brings Stephen W. naturally to my mind. He was a gifted pilot, a good fellow, a tireless talker, and had both wit and humor in him. He had a most irreverent independence, too, and was deliciously easygoing and comfortable in the presence of age, official dignity, and even the most august wealth. He always had work, he never saved a penny, he was a most persuasive borrower, he was in debt to every pilot on the river, and to the majority of the captains. He could throw a sort of splendor around a bit of harum-scarum, devil-may-care piloting, that made it almost fascinating but not to everybody. He made a trip with good old Captain Y once, and was relieved from duty when the boat got to New Orleans. Somebody expressed surprise at the discharge. Captain Y shuddered at the mere mention of Stephen. Then his poor, thin old voice piped out something like this: "Why, bless me, I wouldn't have such a wild creature on my boat for the world, not for the whole world. He swears, he sings, he whistles, he yells. I never saw such an Injun to yell. All times of the night it never made any difference to him. He would just yell that way, not for anything in particular, but merely on account of a kind of devilish comfort he got out of it. I never could get into a sound sleep but he would fetch me out of bed, all in a cold sweat, with one of those dreadful war whoops. A queer being, very queer being, no respect for anything or anybody. Sometimes he called me Johnny. And he kept a fiddle, and a cat. He played execrably. This seemed to distress the cat, and so the cat would howl. Nobody could sleep where that man and his family was. And reckless. There never was anything like it. Now you may believe it or not, but as sure as I am sitting here, he brought my boat a-tilting down through those awful snags at Chicket under a rattling head of steam, and the wind a-blowing like the very nation, at that. My officers will tell you so. They saw it. And, sir, while he was a-tearing right down through those snags, and I a-shaking in my shoes and praying, I wish I may never speak again, if he didn't pucker up his mouth and go to whistling. Yes, sir, whistling Buffalo Gals, can't you come out tonight, can't you come out tonight, "Can't you come out tonight," and doing it as calmly as if we were attending a funeral and weren't related to the corpse. And when I remonstrated with him about it, he smiled down on me as if I was his child, and told me to run in the house and try to be good, and not be meddling with my superiors. Once a pretty mean captain caught Stephen in New Orleans out of work and as usual out of money. He laid steady siege to Stephen, who was in a very close place, and finally persuaded him to hire with him at $125 per month, just half wages, the captain agreeing not to divulge the secret and so bring down the contempt of all the guild upon the poor fellow. But the boat was not more than a day out of New Orleans before Stephen discovered that the captain was boasting of his exploit, and that all the officers had been told. Stephen winced, but said nothing. About the middle of the afternoon the captain stepped out on the hurricane deck, cast his eye around, and looked a good deal surprised. He glanced inquiringly aloft at Stephen, but Stephen was whistling placidly, and attending to business. The captain stood around a while in evident discomfort, and once or twice seemed about to make a suggestion, but the etiquette of the river taught him to avoid that sort of rashness, and so he managed to hold his peace. He chafed and puzzled a few minutes longer, then retired to his apartments. But soon he was out again, and apparently more perplexed than ever. Presently he ventured to remark, with deference, "Pretty good stage of the river now, ain't it, sir?" "Well, I should say so. Bankful is a pretty liberal stage. Seems to be a good deal of current here." "Good deal don't describe it. It's worse than a mill race. Isn't it easier in toward shore than it is out here in the middle?" "Yes, I reckon it is, but a body can't be too careful with a steamboat. It's pretty safe out here, can't strike any bottom here, you can depend on that." The captain departed, looking rueful enough. At this rate, he would probably die of old age before his boat got to St. Louis. Next day he appeared on deck and again found Stephen faithfully standing up the middle of the river, fighting the whole vast force of the Mississippi, and whistling the same placid tune. This thing was becoming serious. In by the shore was a slower boat clipping along in the easy water and gaining steadily. She began to make for an island shoot. Stephen stuck to the middle of the river. Speech was wrung from the captain. He said, "Mrw, don't that chute cut off a good deal of distance?" "I think it does, but I don't know." "Don't know? Well, isn't there water enough in it now to go through?" "I expect there is, but I am not certain." "Upon my word, this is odd." "Why, those pilots on that boat yonder are going to try it." "Do you mean to say that you don't know as much as they do?" "They? Why, they are $250 pilots. But don't you be uneasy, I know as much as any man can afford to know for $125. The captain surrendered. 5 minutes later Stephen was bowling through the chute and showing the rival boat a $250 pair of heels. Chapter 15 The Pilot's Monopoly. One day, on board the Alex Scott, my chief, Mr. Bixby, was crawling carefully through a close place at Cat Island, both leads going, and everybody holding his breath. The captain, a nervous, apprehensive man, kept still as long as he could, but finally broke down and shouted from the hurricane deck, "For gracious sake, give her steam, Mr. Bixby. Give her steam. She'll never raise the reef on this headway." For all the effect that was produced upon Mr. Bixby, one would have supposed that no remark had been made. But 5 minutes later, when the danger was past and the leads laid in, he burst instantly into a consuming fury, and gave the captain the most admirable cursing I ever listened to. No bloodshed ensued, but that was because the captain's cause was weak, for ordinarily he was not a man to take correction quietly. Having now set forth in detail the nature of the science of piloting, and likewise described the rank which the pilot held among the fraternity of steamboatmen, this seems a fitting place to say a few words about an organization which the pilots once formed for the protection of their guild. It was curious and noteworthy in this, that it was perhaps the compactest, the completest, and the strongest commercial organization ever formed among men. For a long time wages had been $250 a month, but curiously enough, as steamboats multiplied and business increased, the wages began to fall little by little. It was easy to discover the reason of this. Too many pilots were being made. It was nice to have a cub, a steersman, to do all the hard work for a couple of years, gratis, while his master sat on a high bench and smoked. All pilots and captains had sons or nephews who wanted to be pilots. By and by it came to pass that nearly every pilot on the river had a steersman. When a steersman had made an amount of progress that was satisfactory to any two pilots in the trade, they could get a pilot's license for him by signing an application directed to the United States Inspector. Nothing further was needed, usually no questions were asked, no proofs of capacity required. Very well, this growing swarm of new pilots presently began to undermine the wages, in order to get berths. Too late apparently the knights of the tiller perceived their mistake. Plainly, something had to be done, and quickly, but what was to be the needful thing? A close organization. Nothing else would answer. To compass this seemed an impossibility, so it was talked, and then dropped. It was too likely to ruin whoever ventured to move in the matter. But at last about a dozen of the boldest and some of them the best pilots on the river launched themselves into the enterprise and took all the chances. They got a special charter from the legislature, with large powers, under the name of the Pilots' Benevolent Association, elected their officers, completed their organization, contributed capital, put association wages up to $250 at once and then retired to their homes, for they were promptly discharged from employment. But there were 2 or 3 unnoticed trifles in their bylaws which had the seeds of propagation in them. For instance, all idle members of the association, in good standing, were entitled to a pension of $25 per month. This began to bring in one straggler after another from the ranks of the new-fledged pilots, in the dull, summer, season. Better have $25 than starve. The initiation fee was only $12, and no dues required from the unemployed. Also, the widows of deceased members in good standing could draw $25 per month, and a certain sum for each of their children. Also, the said deceased would be buried at the association's expense. These things resurrected all the superannuated and forgotten pilots in the Mississippi Valley. They came from farms, they came from interior villages, they came from everywhere. They came on crutches, on drays, in ambulances anyway, so they got there. They paid in their $12, and straightway began to draw out $25 a month, and calculate their burial bills. By and by, all the useless, helpless pilots, and a dozen first-class ones, were in the association, and 9/10 of the best pilots out of it and laughing at it. It was the laughing stock of the whole river. Everybody joked about the bylaw requiring members to pay 10% of their wages, every month, into the treasury for the support of the association, whereas all the members were outcast and tabooed, and no one would employ them. Everybody was derisively grateful to the association for taking all the worthless pilots out of the way and leaving the whole field to the excellent and the deserving, and everybody was not only jocularly grateful for that, but for a result which naturally followed, namely, the gradual advance of wages as the busy season approached. Wages had gone up from the low figure of $100 a month to $125, and in some cases to 150, and it was great fun to enlarge upon the fact that this charming thing had been accomplished by a body of men not one of whom received a particle of benefit from it. Some of the jokers used to call at the association rooms and have a good time chaffing the members and offering them the charity of taking them as steersmen for a trip, so that they could see what the forgotten river looked like. However, the association was content, or at least it gave no sign to the contrary. Now and then it captured a pilot who was out of luck, and added him to its list, and these later additions were very valuable, for they were good pilots. The incompetent ones had all been absorbed before. As business freshened, wages climbed gradually up to $250 the association figure and became firmly fixed there, and still without benefiting a member of that body, for no member was hired. The hilarity at the association's expense burst all bounds. Now, there was no end to the fun which that poor martyr had to put up with. However, it is a long lane that has no turning. Winter approached, business doubled and trebled, and an avalanche of Missouri, Illinois, and upper Mississippi River boats came pouring down to take a chance in the New Orleans trade. All of a sudden pilots were in great demand, and were correspondingly scarce. The time for revenge was come. It was a bitter pill to have to accept association pilots at last, yet captains and owners agreed that there was no other way. But none of these outcasts offered. So there was a still bitterer pill to be swallowed. They must be sought out and asked for their services. Captain was the first man who found it necessary to take the dose, and he had been the loudest derider of the organization. He hunted up one of the best of the association pilots and said, "Well, you boys have rather got the best of us for a little while, so I'll give in with as good a grace as I can. I've come to hire you, get your trunk aboard right away. I want to leave at 12 o'clock. I don't know about that. Who is your other pilot? I've got is. Why? I can't go with him. He don't belong to the association. What? It's so. Do you mean to tell me that you won't turn a wheel with one of the very best and oldest pilots on the river because he don't belong to your association? Yes, I do. Well, if this isn't putting on airs. I supposed I was doing you a benevolence, but I begin to think that I am the party that wants a favor done. Are you acting under a law of the concern? Yes. Show it to me. So they stepped into the association rooms, and the secretary soon satisfied the captain, who said, "Well, what am I to do? I have hired Mr. S for the entire season." "I will provide for you," said the secretary. "I will detail a pilot to go with you, and he shall be on board at 12 o'clock. But if I discharge S, he will come on me for the whole season's wages. Of course that is a matter between you and Mr. S, Captain. We cannot meddle in your private affairs." The captain stormed, but to no purpose. In the end he had to discharge S, pay him about $1,000, and take an association pilot in his place. The laugh was beginning to turn the other way now. Every day, thenceforward, a new victim fell. Every day some outraged captain discharged a non-association pet, with tears and profanity, and installed a hated association man in his berth. In a very little while, idle non-associationists began to be pretty plenty, brisk as business was, and much as their services were desired. The laugh was shifting to the other side of their mouths most palpably. These victims, together with the captains and owners, presently ceased to laugh altogether, and began to rage about the revenge they would take when the passing business spurt was over. Soon all the laughers that were left were the owners and crews of boats that had two non-association pilots. But their triumph was not very long-lived. For this reason, it was a rigid rule of the association that its members should never, under any circumstances whatever, give information about the channel to any outsider. By this time about half the boats had none but association pilots, and the other half had none but outsiders. At the first glance one would suppose that when it came to forbidding information about the river these two parties could play equally at that game, but this was not so. At every good-sized town from one end of the river to the other, there was a wharf boat to land at, instead of a wharf or a pier. Freight was stored in it for transportation, waiting passengers slept in its cabins. Upon each of these wharf boats the association's officers placed a strong box fastened with a peculiar lock which was used in no other service but one, the United States Mail Service. It was the letter bag lock, a sacred governmental thing. By dint of much beseeching the government had been persuaded to allow the association to use this lock. Every association man carried a key which would open these boxes. That key, or rather a peculiar way of holding it in the hand when its owner was asked for river information by a stranger, for the success of the St. Louis and New Orleans Association had now bred tolerably thriving branches in a dozen neighboring steamboat trades, was the association man's sign and diploma of membership, and if the stranger did not respond by producing a similar key and holding it in a certain manner duly prescribed, his question was politely ignored. From the association's secretary each member received a package of more or less gorgeous blanks, printed like a billhead, on handsome paper, properly ruled in columns. A billhead worded something like this: these blanks were filled up, day by day, as the voyage progressed, and deposited in the several wharf boat boxes. For instance, as soon as the first crossing, out from St. Louis, was completed, the items would be entered upon the blank, under the appropriate headings, thus St. Louis 9.5 feet. Stern on courthouse, head on dead cottonwood above wood yard, until you raise the first reef, then pull up square. Then under head of remarks, go just outside the wrecks, this is important. New snag just where you straighten down, go above it. The pilot who deposited that blank in the Cairo box, after adding to it the details of every crossing all the way down from St. Louis, took out and read half a dozen fresh reports, from upward-bound steamers, concerning the river between Cairo and Memphis, posted himself thoroughly, returned them to the box, and went back aboard his boat again, so armed against accident that he could not possibly get his boat into trouble without bringing the most ingenious carelessness to his aid. Imagine the benefits of so admirable a system in a piece of river 12 or 1300 miles long, whose channel was shifting every day. The pilot, who had formerly been obliged to put up with seeing a shoal place once or possibly twice a month, had 100 sharp eyes to watch it for him, now, and bushels of intelligent brains to tell him how to run it. His information about it was seldom 24 hours old. If the reports in the last box chanced to leave any misgivings on his mind concerning a treacherous crossing, he had his remedy. He blew his steam whistle in a peculiar way as soon as he saw a boat approaching. The signal was answered in a peculiar way if that boat's pilots were association men, and then the two steamers ranged alongside and all uncertainties were swept away by fresh information furnished to the inquirer by word of mouth and in minute detail. The first thing a pilot did when he reached New Orleans or St. Louis was to take his final and elaborate report to the association parlors and hang it up there, after which he was free to visit his family. In these parlors a crowd was always gathered together, discussing changes in the channel, and the moment there was a fresh arrival, everybody stopped talking till this witness had told the newest news and settled the latest uncertainty. Other craftsmen can sink the shop, sometimes, and interest themselves in other matters. Not so with a pilot. He must devote himself wholly to his profession and talk of nothing else, for it would be small gain to be perfect one day and imperfect the next. He has no time or words to waste if he would keep posted. But the outsiders had a hard time of it. No particular place to meet and exchange information, no wharf boat reports, none but chance and unsatisfactory ways of getting news. The consequence was that a man sometimes had to run 500 miles of river on information that was a week or 10 days old. At a fair stage of the river that might have answered, but when the dead low water came it was destructive. Now came another perfectly logical result. The outsiders began to ground steamboats, sink them, and get into all sorts of trouble, whereas accidents seemed to keep entirely away from the association men. Wherefore even the owners and captains of boats furnished exclusively with outsiders, and previously considered to be wholly independent of the association and free to comfort themselves with brag and laughter, began to feel pretty uncomfortable. Still, they made a show of keeping up the brag, until one black day when every captain of the lot was formally ordered to immediately discharge his outsiders and take association pilots in their stead. And who was it that had the dashing presumption to do that? Alas, it came from a power behind the throne that was greater than the throne itself. It was the underwriters. It was no time to swap knives. Every outsider had to take his trunk ashore at once. Of course it was supposed that there was collusion between the association and the underwriters, but this was not so. The latter had come to comprehend the excellence of the report system of the association and the safety it secured, and so they had made their decision among themselves and upon plain business principles. There was weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth in the camp of the outsiders now. But no matter, there was but one course for them to pursue, and they pursued it. They came forward in couples and groups, and proffered their $12 and asked for membership. They were surprised to learn that several new bylaws had been long ago added. For instance, the initiation fee had been raised to $50, that sum must be tendered, and also 10% of the wages which the applicant had received each and every month since the founding of the association. In many cases this amounted to $300 or $400. Still, the association would not entertain the application until the money was present. Even then a single adverse vote killed the application. Every member had to vote yes or no in person and before witnesses, so it took weeks to decide a candidacy, because many pilots were so long absent on voyages. However, the repentant sinners scraped their savings together, and one, by our tedious voting process, they were added to the fold. A time came, at last, when only about 10 remained outside. They said they would starve before they would apply. They remained idle a long while, because of course nobody could venture to employ them. By and by the association published the fact that upon a certain date the wages would be raised to $500 per month. All the branch associations had grown strong, now, and the Red River one had advanced wages to $700 a month. Reluctantly the 10 outsiders yielded, in view of these things, and made application. There was another new bylaw, by this time, which required them to pay dues not only on all the wages they had received since the association was born, but also on what they would have received if they had continued at work up to the time of their application, instead of going off to pout in idleness. It turned out to be a difficult matter to elect them, but it was accomplished at last. The most virulent sinner of this batch had stayed out and allowed dues to accumulate against him so long that he had to send in $625 with his application. The association had a good bank account now, and was very strong. There was no longer an outsider. A bylaw was added forbidding the reception of any more cubs or apprentices for 5 years, after which time a limited number would be taken, not by individuals, but by the association. Upon these terms, the applicant must not be less than 18 years old, and of respectable family and good character. He must pass an examination as to education, pay $1,000 in advance for the privilege of becoming an apprentice, and must remain under the commands of the association until a great part of the membership, more than half, I think, should be willing to sign his application for a pilot's license. All previously articled apprentices were now taken away from their masters and adopted by the association. The president and secretary detailed them for service on one boat or another, as they chose, and changed them from boat to boat according to certain rules. If a pilot could show that he was in infirm health and needed assistance, one of the cubs would be ordered to go with him. The widow and orphan list grew, but so did the association's financial resources. The association attended its own funerals in state, and paid for them. When occasion demanded, it sent members down the river upon searches for the bodies of brethren lost by steamboat accidents. A search of this kind sometimes cost $1,000. The association procured a charter and went into the insurance business, also. It not only insured the lives of its members, but took risks on steamboats. The organization seemed indestructible. It was the tightest monopoly in the world. By the United States law, no man could become a pilot unless two duly licensed pilots signed his application, and now there was nobody outside of the association competent to sign. Consequently, the making of pilots was at an end. Every year some would die and others become incapacitated by age and infirmity. There would be no new ones to take their places. In time, the association could put wages up to any figure it chose, and as long as it should be wise enough not to carry the thing too far and provoke the national government into amending the licensing system, steamboat owners would have to submit, since there would be no help for it. The owners and captains were the only obstruction that lay between the association and absolute power, and at last this one was removed. Incredible as it may seem, the owners and captains deliberately did it themselves. When the Pilots Association announced, months beforehand, that on the first day of September, 1861, wages would be advanced to $500 per month, the owners and captains instantly put freights up a few cents, and explained to the farmers along the river the necessity of it, by calling their attention to the burdensome rate of wages about to be established. It was a rather slender argument, but the farmers did not seem to detect it. It looked reasonable to them that to add 5 cents freight on a bushel of corn was justifiable under the circumstances, overlooking the fact that this advance on a cargo of 40,000 sacks was a good deal more than necessary to cover the new wages. So, straightway the captains and owners got up an association of their own, and proposed to put captains' wages up to $500, too, and move for another advance in freights. It was a novel idea, but of course an effect which had been produced once could be produced again. The new association decreed, for this was before all the outsiders had been taken into the Pilots Association, that if any captain employed a non-association pilot, he should be forced to discharge him, and also pay a fine of $500. Several of these heavy fines were paid before the captains' organization grew strong enough to exercise full authority over its membership, but that all ceased, presently. The captains tried to get the pilots to decree that no member of their corporation should serve under a non-association captain, but this proposition was declined. The pilots saw that they would be backed up by the captains and the underwriters anyhow, and so they wisely refrained from entering into entangling alliances. As I have remarked, the Pilots Association was now the compactest monopoly in the world, perhaps, and seemed simply indestructible. And yet the days of its glory were numbered. First, the new railroads stretching up through Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky, to northern railway centers, began to divert the passenger travel from the steamers. Next the war came and almost entirely annihilated the steamboating industry during several years, leaving most of the pilots idle, and the cost of living advancing all the time. Then the treasurer of the St. Louis Association put his hand into the till and walked off with every dollar of the ample fund, and finally, the Railroads intruding everywhere, there was little for steamers to do, when the war was over, but carry freights, so straightway some genius from the Atlantic coast introduced the plan of towing a dozen steamer cargoes down to New Orleans at the tail of a vulgar little tugboat, and behold, in the twinkling of an eye, as it were, the association and the noble science of piloting were things of the dead and pathetic past. Chapter 16 Racing days. It was always the custom for the boats to leave New Orleans between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. From 3 o'clock onward they would be burning rosin and pitch pine, the sign of preparation, and so one had the picturesque spectacle of a rank, some 2 or 3 miles long, of tall, ascending columns of coal-black smoke, a colonnade which supported a sable roof of the same smoke blended together and spreading abroad over the city. Every outward-bound boat had its flag flying at the jackstaff, and sometimes a duplicate on the verge staff astern. 2 or 3 miles of mates were commanding and swearing with more than usual emphasis, countless processions of freight barrels and boxes were spinning athwart the levee and flying aboard the stage planks. Belated passengers were dodging and skipping among these frantic things, hoping to reach the forecastle companionway alive, but having their doubts about it. Women with ridicules and bandboxes were trying to keep up with husbands freighted with carpet sacks and crying babies, and making a failure of it by losing their heads in the whirl and roar and general distraction. Drays and baggage vans were clattering hither and thither in a wild hurry, every now and then getting blocked and jammed together, and then during 10 seconds one could not see them for the profanity, except vaguely and dimly. Every windlass connected with every forehatch, from one end of that long array of steamboats to the other, was keeping up a deafening whiz and whir, lowering freight into the hold, and the half-naked crews of perspiring negroes that worked them were roaring such songs as De Los Sac. De Los Sac. Inspired to unimaginable exaltation by the chaos of turmoil and racket that was driving everybody else mad. By this time the hurricane and boiler decks of the steamers would be packed and black with passengers. The last bells would begin to clang, all down the line, and then the powwow seemed to double. In a moment or two the final warning came, a simultaneous din of Chinese gongs, with the cry, "All dat ain't goin', please to get asho." And behold, the powwow quadrupled. People came swarming ashore, overturning excited stragglers that were trying to swarm aboard. One more moment later a long array of stage planks was being hauled in, each with its customary latest passenger clinging to the end of it with teeth, nails, and everything else, and the customary latest procrastinator making a wild spring shoreward over his head. Now a number of the boats slide backward into the stream, leaving wide gaps in the serried rank of steamers. Citizens crowd the decks of boats that are not to go, in order to see the sight. Steamer after steamer straightens herself up, gathers all her strength, and presently comes swinging by, under a tremendous head of steam, with flag flying, black smoke rolling, and her entire crew of firemen and deck hands, usually swarthy negroes, massed together on the forecastle, the best voice in the lot towering from the midst, being mounted on the capstan, waving his hat or a flag, and all roaring a mighty chorus, while the parting cannons boom and the multitudinous spectators swing their hats and huzzah. Steamer after steamer falls into line, and the stately procession goes winging its flight up the river. In the old times, whenever two fast boats started out on a race, with a big crowd of people looking on, it was inspiring to hear the crews sing, especially if the time were nightfall, and the forecastle lit up with the red glare of the torch baskets. Racing was royal fun. The public always had an idea that racing was dangerous, whereas the opposite was the case, that is, after the laws were passed which restricted each boat to just so many pounds of steam to the square inch. No engineer was ever sleepy or careless when his heart was in a race. He was constantly on the alert, trying gauge cocks and watching things. The dangerous place was unslow, plodding boats, where the engineers drowsed around and allowed chips to get into the doctor and shut off the water supply from the boilers. In the flush times of steamboating, a race between two notoriously fleet steamers was an event of vast importance. The date was set for it several weeks in advance, and from that time forward, the whole Mississippi Valley was in a state of consuming excitement. Politics and the weather were dropped, and people talked only of the coming race. As the time approached, the two steamers stripped and got ready. Every encumbrance that added weight, or exposed a resisting surface to wind or water, was removed, if the boat could possibly do without it. The spars, and sometimes even their supporting derricks, were sent ashore, and no means left to set the boat afloat in case she got aground. When the Eclipse and the Al Shotwell ran their great race many years ago, it was said that pains were taken to scrape the gilding off the fanciful device which hung between the Eclipse's chimneys, and that for that one trip the captain left off his kid gloves and had his head shaved. But I always doubted these things. If the boat was known to make her best speed when drawing 5.5 feet forward and 5 feet aft, she was carefully loaded to that exact figure. She wouldn't enter a dose of homeopathic pills on her manifest after that. Hardly any passengers were taken, because they not only add weight but they never will trim boat. They always run to the side when there is anything to see, whereas a conscientious and experienced steamboatman would stick to the center of the boat and part his hair in the middle with the spirit level. No way freights and no way passengers were allowed, for the racers would stop only at the largest towns, and then it would be only touch and go. Coal flats and wood flats were contracted for beforehand, and these were kept ready to hitch onto the flying steamers at a moment's warning. Double crews were carried, so that all work could be quickly done. The chosen date being come, and all things in readiness, the two great steamers back into the stream, and lie there jockeying a moment, and apparently watching each other's slightest movement, like sentient creatures, flags drooping, the pent steam shrieking through safety valves, the black smoke rolling and tumbling from the chimneys and darkening all the air. People everywhere, the shores, the housetops, the steamboats, the ships, are packed with them, and you know that the borders of the broad Mississippi are going to be fringed with humanity thence northward 1,200 miles, to welcome these racers. Presently tall columns of steam burst from the scape pipes of both steamers, two guns boom a goodbye, two red-shirt heroes mounted on capstans wave their small flags above the mast crews on the forecastles, two plaintive solos linger on the air a few waiting seconds, two mighty choruses burst forth and here they come. Brass bands bray Hail Columbia, huzzah after huzzah thunders from the shores, and the stately creatures go whistling by like the wind. Those boats will never halt a moment between New Orleans and St. Louis, except for a second or two at large towns, or to hitch 30 cordwood boats alongside. You should be on board when they take a couple of those wood boats in tow and turn a swarm of men into each. By the time you have wiped your glasses and put them on, you will be wondering what has become of that wood. Two nicely matched steamers will stay in sight of each other day after day. They might even stay side by side, but for the fact that pilots are not all alike, and the smartest pilots will win the race. If one of the boats has a lightning pilot, whose partner is a trifle his inferior, you can tell which one is on watch by noting whether that boat has gained ground or lost some during each 4-hour stretch. The shrewdest pilot can delay a boat if he has not a fine genius for steering. Steering is a very high art. One must not keep a rudder dragging across a boat's stem if he wants to get up the river fast. There is a great difference in boats, of course. For a long time I was on a boat that was so slow we used to forget what year it was we left port in. But of course this was at rare intervals. Ferry boats used to lose valuable trips because their passengers grew old and died, waiting for us to get by. This was at still rarer intervals. I had the documents for these occurrences, but through carelessness they have been mislaid. This boat, the John J. Roe, was so slow that when she finally sunk in Madrid Bend, it was 5 years before the owners heard of it. That was always a confusing fact to me, but it is according to the record, anyway. She was dismally slow. Still, we often had pretty exciting times racing with islands and rafts and such things. One trip, however, we did rather well. We went to St. Louis in 16 days. But even at this rattling gait I think we changed watches 3 times in Fort Adams Reach, which is 5 miles long. A reach is a piece of straight river, and of course the current drives through such a place in a pretty lively way. That trip we went to Grand Gulf, from New Orleans, in 4 days, 340 miles, the Eclipse and Shotwell did it in 1. We were 9 days out, in the chute of 63, 700 miles, the Eclipse and Shotwell went there in 2 days. Something over a generation ago, a boat called the J.M. White went from New Orleans to Cairo in 3 days, 6 hours, and 44 minutes. In 1853 the Eclipse made the same trip in 3 days, 3 hours, and 20 minutes. Footnote: time disputed. Some authorities add 1 hour and 16 minutes to this. In 1870 the R.E. Lee did it in 3 days and 1 hour. This last is called the fastest trip on record. I will try to show that it was not. For this reason, the distance between New Orleans and Cairo, when the J.M. White ran it, was about 1106 miles, consequently her average speed was a trifle over 14 miles per hour. In the Eclipse's day the distance between the two ports had become reduced to 1080 miles, consequently her average speed was a shade under 14 3/8 miles per hour. In the R.E. Lee's time the distance had diminished to about 1030 miles, consequently her average was about 14 1/8 miles per hour. Therefore the Eclipse's was conspicuously the fastest time that has ever been made. Chapter 17 Cut-offs and Stephen. These dry details are of importance in one particular. They give me an opportunity of introducing one of the Mississippi's oddest peculiarities, that of shortening its length from time to time. If you will throw a long, pliant apple paring over your shoulder, it will pretty fairly shape itself into an average section of the Mississippi River, that is, the 9 or 10 miles stretching from Cairo, Illinois, southward to New Orleans, the same being wonderfully crooked, with a brief straight bit here and there at wide intervals. The 200-mile stretch from Cairo northward to St. Louis is by no means so crooked, that being a rocky country which the river cannot cut much. The water cuts the alluvial banks of the lower river into deep horseshoe curves, so deep, indeed, that in some places if you were to get ashore at one extremity of the horseshoe and walk across the neck, half or 3/4 of a mile, you could sit down and rest a couple of hours while your steamer was coming around the long elbow, at a speed of 10 miles an hour, to take you aboard again. When the river is rising fast, some scoundrel whose plantation is back in the country, and therefore of inferior value, has only to watch his chance, cut a little gutter across the narrow neck of land some dark night, and turn the water into it, and in a wonderfully short time a miracle has happened, to wit, the whole Mississippi has taken possession of that little ditch, and placed the countryman's plantation on its bank, quadrupling its value, and that other party's formerly valuable plantation finds itself away out yonder on a big island. The old water course around it will soon shoal up, boats cannot approach within 10 miles of it, and down goes its value to 1/4 of its former worth. Watches are kept on those narrow necks, at needful times, and if a man happens to be caught cutting a ditch across them, the chances are all against his ever having another opportunity to cut a ditch. Pray observe some of the effects of this ditching business. Once there was a neck opposite Port Hudson, Louisiana, which was only half a mile across, in its narrowest place. You could walk across there in 15 minutes, but if you made the journey around the Cape on a raft, you traveled 35 miles to accomplish the same thing. In 1722 the river darted through that neck, deserted its old bed, and thus shortened itself 35 miles. In the same way it shortened itself 25 miles at Black Hawk Point in 1699. Below Red River Landing, Rakorsai Cut-off was made, 40 or 50 years ago, I think. This shortened the river 28 miles. In our day, if you travel by river from the southernmost of these three cut-offs to the northernmost, you go only 70 miles. To do the same thing 176 years ago, one had to go 158 miles, shortening of 88 miles in that trifling distance. At some forgotten time in the past, cut-offs were made above Vidalia, Louisiana, at Island 92, at Island 84, and at Hales Point. These shortened the river, in the aggregate, 77 miles. Since my own day on the Mississippi, cut-offs have been made at Hurricane Island, at Island 100, at Napoleon, Arkansas, at Walnut Bend, and at Council Bend. These shortened the river, in the aggregate, 67 miles. In my own time a cut-off was made at American Bend, which shortened the river 10 miles or more. Therefore, the Mississippi between Cairo and New Orleans was 1,215 miles long 176 years ago. It was 1,180 after the cut-off of 1,722. It was 1,040 after the American Bend cut-off. It has lost 67 miles since. Consequently its length is only 973 miles at present. Now, if I wanted to be one of those ponderous scientific people, and let on to prove what had occurred in the remote past by what had occurred in a given time in the recent past, or what will occur in the far future by what has occurred in late years, what an opportunity is here. Geology never had such a chance, nor such exact data to argue from. Nor development of species, either. Glacial epochs are great things, but they are vague. Please observe in the space of 176 years the lower Mississippi has shortened itself 242 miles. That is an average of a trifle over 1 mile and a third per year. Therefore, any calm person, who is not blind or idiotic, can see that in the old Oolitic Silurian period, just a million years ago next November, the lower Mississippi River was upwards of 1,300,000 miles long, and stuck out over the Gulf of Mexico like a fishing rod. And by the same token any person can see that 742 years from now the lower Mississippi will be only 1.75 miles long, and Cairo and New Orleans will have joined their streets together, and be plodding comfortably along under a single mayor and a mutual board of aldermen. There is something fascinating about science. One gets such wholesale returns of conjecture out of such a trifling investment of fact. When the water begins to flow through one of those ditches I have been speaking of, it is time for the people thereabouts to move. The water cleaves the banks away like a knife. By the time the ditch has become 12 or 15 feet wide, the calamity is as good as accomplished, for no power on earth can stop it now. When the width has reached 100 yards, the banks begin to peel off in slices half an acre wide. The current flowing around the bend traveled formerly only 5 miles an hour, now it is tremendously increased by the shortening of the distance. I was on board the first boat that tried to go through the cut-off at American Bend, but we did not get through. It was toward midnight, and a wild night it was thunder, lightning, and torrents of rain. It was estimated that the current in the cut-off was making about 15 or 20 miles an hour, 12 or 13 was the best our boat could do, even in tolerably slack water, therefore perhaps we were foolish to try the cut-off. However, Mr. Brown was ambitious, and he kept on trying. The eddy running up the bank, under the point, was about as swift as the current out in the middle, so we would go flying up the shore like a lightning express train, get on a big head of steam, and stand by for a surge when we struck the current that was whirling by the point. But all our preparations were useless. The instant the current hit us it spun us around like a top, the water deluged the forecastle, and the boat careened so far over that one could hardly keep his feet. The next instant we were away down the river, clawing with might and main to keep out of the woods. We tried the experiment 4 times. I stood on the forecastle companionway to see. It was astonishing to observe how suddenly the boat would spin around and turn tail the moment she emerged from the eddy and the current struck her nose. The sounding concussion and the quivering would have been about the same if she had come full speed against a sandbank. Under the lightning flashes one could see the plantation cabins and the goodly acres tumble into the river, and the crash they made was not a bad effort at thunder. Once, when we spun around, we only missed a house about 20 feet, that had a light burning in the window, and in the same instant that house went overboard. Nobody could stay on our forecastle, the water swept across it in a torrent every time we plunged athwart the current. At the end of our 4th effort we brought up in the woods 2 miles below the cut-off, all the country there was overflowed, of course. A day or 2 later the cut-off was 3/4 of a mile wide, and boats passed up through it without much difficulty, and so saved 10 miles. The old Rakhauersai cut-off reduced the river's length 28 miles. There used to be a tradition connected with it. It was said that a boat came along there in the night and went around the enormous elbow the usual way, the pilots not knowing that the cut-off had been made. It was a grisly, hideous night, and all shapes were vague and distorted. The old bend had already begun to fill up, and the boat got to running away from mysterious reefs, and occasionally hitting one. The perplexed pilots fell to swearing, and finally uttered the entirely unnecessary wish that they might never get out of that place. As always happens in such cases, that particular prayer was answered, and the others neglected. So to this day that phantom steamer is still butting around in that deserted river, trying to find her way out. More than one grave watchman has sworn to me that on drizzly, dismal nights, he has glanced fearfully down that forgotten river as he passed the head of the island, and seen the faint glow of the spectre steamer's lights drifting through the distant gloom, and heard the muffled cough of her escape pipes and the plaintive cry of her leadsman. In the absence of further statistics, I beg to close this chapter with one more reminiscence of Stephen. Most of the captains and pilots held Stephen's note for borrowed sums, ranging from $250 upward. Stephen never paid one of these notes, but he was very prompt and very zealous about renewing them every 12 months. Of course there came a time, at last, when Stephen could no longer borrow of his ancient creditors, so he was obliged to lie in wait for new men who did not know him. Such a victim was good-hearted, simple-natured young Yates. I use a fictitious name, but the real name began, as this one does, with a Y. Young Yates graduated as a pilot, got a berth, and when the month was ended and he stepped up to the clerk's office and received his $250 in crisp new bills, Stephen was there. His silvery tongue began to wag, and in a very little while Yates's $250 had changed hands. The fact was soon known at pilot headquarters, and the amusement and satisfaction of the old creditors were large and generous. But innocent Yates never suspected that Stephen's promise to pay promptly at the end of the week was a worthless one. Yates called for his money at the stipulated time, Stephen sweetened him up and put him off a week. He called then, according to agreement, and came away sugar-coated again, but suffering under another postponement. So the thing went on. Yates haunted Stephen week after week, to no purpose, and at last gave it up. And then straightway Stephen began to haunt Yates. Wherever Yeats appeared, there was the inevitable Stephen. And not only there, but beaming with affection and gushing with apologies for not being able to pay. By and by, whenever poor Yeats saw him coming, he would turn and fly, and drag his company with him, if he had company, but it was of no use, his debtor would run him down and corner him. Panting and red-faced, Stephen would come, with outstretched hands and eager eyes, invade the conversation, shake both of Yeats's arms loose in their sockets, and begin "What a race I've had. I saw you didn't see me, and so I clapped on all steam for fear I'd miss you entirely. And here you are. There, just stand so, and let me look at you. Just the same old noble countenance. To Yeats's friend, just look at him. Look at him. Ain't it just good to look at him? Ain't it now? Ain't he just a picture? Some call him a picture, I call him a panorama. That's what he is, an entire panorama. And now I'm reminded. How I do wish I could have seen you an hour earlier. For 24 hours I been saving up that $250 for you, been looking for you everywhere. I waited at the Planters from 6 yesterday evening till 2 o'clock this morning, without rest or food. My wife says, "Where have you been all night?" I said, "This debt lies heavy on my mind." She says, "In all my days I never saw a man take a debt to heart the way you do." I said, "It's my nature, how can I change it?" She says, "Well, do go to bed and get some rest." I said, "Not till that poor, noble young man has got his money." So I sat up all night, and this morning out I shot, and the first man I struck told me you had shipped on the Grand Turk and gone to New Orleans. Well, sir, I had to lean up against a building and cry. So help me goodness, I couldn't help it. The man that owned the place come out cleaning up with a rag, and said he didn't like to have people cry against his building, and then it seemed to me that the whole world had turned against me, and it wasn't any use to live any more, and coming along an hour ago, suffering no man knows what agony, I met Jim Wilson and paid him the $250 on account, and to think that here you are, now, and I haven't got a cent. But as sure as I am standing here on this ground, on this particular brick there, I've scratched a mark on the brick to remember it by. I'll borrow that money and pay it over to you at 12 o'clock sharp, tomorrow. Now, stand so, let me look at you just once more. And so on. Yeats's life became a burden to him. He could not escape his debtor and his debtor's awful sufferings on account of not being able to pay. He dreaded to show himself in the street, lest he should find Stephen lying in wait for him at the corner. Bogart's billiard saloon was a great resort for pilots in those days. They met there about as much to exchange river news as to play. One morning Yeats was there, Stephen was there, too, but kept out of sight. But by and by, when about all the pilots had arrived who were in town, Stephen suddenly appeared in the midst, and rushed for Yeats as for a long-lost brother. "Oh, I am so glad to see you. Oh my soul, the sight of you is such a comfort to my eyes. Gentlemen, I owe all of you money, among you I owe probably $40,000. I want to pay it, I intend to pay it, every last cent of it. You all know, without my telling you, what sorrow it has cost me to remain so long under such deep obligations to such patient and generous friends, but the sharpest pang I suffer, by far the sharpest, is from the debt I owe to this noble young man here, and I have come to this place this morning especially to make the announcement that I have at last found a method whereby I can pay off all my debts. And most especially I wanted him to be here when I announced it. Yes, my faithful friend, my benefactor, I've found the method. I've found the method to pay off all my debts, and you'll get your money." Hope dawned in Yeats's eye, then Stephen, beaming benignantly, and placing his hand upon Yates's head, added, "I am going to pay them off in alphabetical order." Then he turned and disappeared. The full significance of Stephen's method did not dawn upon the perplexed and musing crowd for some 2 minutes, and then Yates murmured with a sigh, "Well, the wise stand a gaudy chance. He won't get any further than the seas in this world, and I reckon that after a good deal of eternity has wasted away in the next one, I'll still be referred to up there as that poor, ragged pilot that came here from St. Louis in the early days." Chapter 18. I take a few extra lessons. During the 2 or 2.5 years of my apprenticeship, I served under many pilots, and had experience of many kinds of steamboatmen and many varieties of steamboats, for it was not always convenient for Mr. Bixby to have me with him, and in such cases he sent me with somebody else. I am to this day profiting somewhat by that experience, for in that brief, sharp schooling, I got personally and familiarly acquainted with about all the different types of human nature that are to be found in fiction, biography, or history. The fact is daily borne in upon me, that the average shore employment requires as much as 40 years to equip a man with this sort of an education. When I say I am still profiting by this thing, I do not mean that it has constituted me a judge of men. No, it has not done that, for judges of men are born, not made. My profit is various in kind and degree, but the feature of it which I value most is the zest which that early experience has given to my later reading. When I find a well-drawn character in fiction or biography, I generally take a warm personal interest in him, for the reason that I have known him before, met him on the river. The figure that comes before me oftenest, out of the shadows of that vanished time, is that of Brown, of the steamer Pennsylvania, the man referred to in a former chapter, whose memory was so good and tiresome. He was a middle-aged, long, slim, bony, smooth-shaven, horse-faced, ignorant, stingy, malicious, snarling, fault-hunting, mode-magnifying tyrant. I early got the habit of coming on watch with dread at my heart. No matter how good a time I might have been having with the off-watch below, and no matter how high my spirits might be when I started aloft, my soul became lead in my body the moment I approached the pilot house. I still remember the first time I ever entered the presence of that man. The boat had backed out from St. Louis and was straightening down. I ascended to the pilot house in high feather, and very proud to be semi-officially a member of the executive family of so fast and famous a boat. Brown was at the wheel. I paused in the middle of the room, all fixed to make my bow, but Brown did not look around. I thought he took a furtive glance at me out of the corner of his eye, but as not even this notice was repeated, I judged I had been mistaken. By this time he was picking his way among some dangerous breaks abreast the woodyards, therefore it would not be proper to interrupt him, so I stepped softly to the high bench and took a seat. There was silence for 10 minutes, then my new boss turned and inspected me deliberately and painstakingly from head to heel for about, as it seemed to me, a quarter of an hour. After which he removed his countenance and I saw it no more for some seconds, then it came around once more, and this question greeted me: "Are you Horace Bigsby's cub?" "Yes, sir." After this there was a pause and another inspection. "Then what's your name?" I told him. He repeated it after me. It was probably the only thing he ever forgot, for although I was with him many months he never addressed himself to me in any other way than "here," and then his command followed. "Where was you born?" "In Florida, Missouri." A pause. "Then Dern'd better stayed there." By means of a dozen or so of pretty direct questions, he pumped my family history out of me. The leads were going now, in the first crossing. This interrupted the inquest. When the leads had been laid in, he resumed: "How long you been on the river?" I told him. After a pause: "Where'd you get them shoes?" I gave him the information. "Hold up your foot." I did so. He stepped back, examined the shoe minutely and contemptuously, scratching his head thoughtfully, tilting his high sugar loaf hat well forward to facilitate the operation, then ejaculated, "Well, I'll be dod-derned," and returned to his wheel. What occasion there was to be dod-derned about it is a thing which is still as much of a mystery to me now as it was then. It must have been all of 15 minutes of dull, homesick silence before that long horse face swung round upon me again, and then, what a change! It was as red as fire, and every muscle in it was working. Now came this shriek here, "You going to set there all day?" I lit in the middle of the floor, shot there by the electric suddenness of the surprise. As soon as I could get my voice I said, apologetically, "I have had no orders, sir." "You've had no orders? My, what a fine bird we are! We must have orders. Our father was a gentleman, owned slaves, and we been to school. Yes, we are a gentleman, too, and got to have orders." "Orders, is it? Orders is what you want. Dod-dern my skin, I'll learn you to swell yourself up and blow around here about your dod-derned orders." Gee way from the wheel. I had approached it without knowing it. I moved back a step or two, and stood as in a dream, all my senses stupefied by this frantic assault. "What you standing there for? Take that ice pitcher down to the Texas tender, come, move along, and don't you be all day about it." The moment I got back to the pilot house, Brown said, "Here. What was you doing down there all this time?" "I couldn't find the Texas tender, I had to go all the way to the pantry." "Derned likely story. Fill up the stove." I proceeded to do so. He watched me like a cat. Presently he shouted, "Put down that shovel. Deadest numbskull I ever saw ain't even got sense enough to load up a stove." All through the watch this sort of thing went on. Yes, and the subsequent watches were much like it, during a stretch of months. As I have said, I soon got the habit of coming on duty with dread. The moment I was in the presence, even in the darkest night, I could feel those yellow eyes upon me, and knew their owner was watching for a pretext to spit out some venom on me. Preliminarily he would say, "Here. Take the wheel." 2 minutes later, "Where in the nation you going to?" "Pull her down." "Pull her down." After another moment say, "You going to hold her all day? Let her go, meet her." "Meet her." Then he would jump from the bench, snatch the wheel from me, and meet her himself, pouring out wrath upon me all the time. George Ritchie was the other pilot's cub. He was having good times now, for his boss, George Ealer, was as kind-hearted as Brown wasn't. Ritchie had steeled for Brown the season before, consequently he knew exactly how to entertain himself and plague me, all by the one operation. Whenever I took the wheel for a moment on Ealer's watch, Ritchie would sit back on the bench and play Brown, with continual ejaculations of "Snatch her! Snatch her! Derndest mudcat I ever saw! Here! Where you going now? Going to run over that snag. Pull her down. Don't you hear me? Pull her down. There she goes. Just as I expected. I told you not to cramp that reef. Gee way from the wheel. So I always had a rough time of it, no matter whose watch it was, and sometimes it seemed to me that Ritchie's good-natured badgering was pretty nearly as aggravating as Brown's dead earnest nagging. I often wanted to kill Brown, but this would not answer. A cub had to take everything his boss gave, in the way of vigorous comment and criticism, and we all believed that there was a United States law making it a penitentiary offense to strike or threaten a pilot who was on duty. However, I could imagine myself killing Brown, there was no law against that, and that was the thing I used always to do the moment I was abed. Instead of going over my river in my mind as was my duty, I threw business aside for pleasure, and killed Brown. I killed Brown every night for months, not in old, stale, commonplace ways, but in new and picturesque ones, ways that were sometimes surprising for freshness of design and ghastliness of situation and environment. Brown was always watching for a pretext to find fault, and if he could find no plausible pretext, he would invent one. He would scold you for shaving ashore, and for not shaving it, for hugging a bar, and for not hugging it, for pulling down when not invited, and for not pulling down when not invited, for firing up without orders, and for waiting for orders. In a word, it was his invariable rule to find fault with everything you did, and another invariable rule of his was to throw all his remarks, to you, into the form of an insult. One day we were approaching New Madrid, bound down and heavily laden. Brown was at one side of the wheel, steering, I was at the other, standing by to pull down or shove up. He cast a furtive glance at me every now and then. I had long ago learned what that meant, viz., he was trying to invent a trap for me. I wondered what shape it was going to take. By and by he stepped back from the wheel and said in his usual snarly way, "Here, see if you've got gumption enough to round her to." This was simply bound to be a success, nothing could prevent it, for he had never allowed me to round the boat to before, consequently, no matter how I might do the thing, he could find free fault with it. He stood back there with his greedy eye on me, and the result was what might have been foreseen. I lost my head in a quarter of a minute, and didn't know what I was about. I started too early to bring the boat around, but detected a green gleam of joy in Brown's eye, and corrected my mistake. I started around once more while too high up, but corrected myself again in time. I made other false moves, and still managed to save myself, but at last I grew so confused and anxious that I tumbled into the very worst blunder of all. I got too far down before beginning to fetch the boat around. Brown's chance was come. His face turned red with passion, he made one bound, hurled me across the house with a sweep of his arm, spun the wheel down, and began to pour out a stream of vituperation upon me which lasted till he was out of breath. In the course of this speech he called me all the different kinds of hard names he could think of, and once or twice I thought he was even going to swear, but he didn't this time. Dod-dern was the nearest he ventured to the luxury of swearing, for he had been brought up with a wholesome respect for future fire and brimstone. That was an uncomfortable hour, for there was a big audience on the hurricane deck. When I went to bed that night, I killed Brown in 17 different ways, all of them new. Chapter 19. Brown and I exchange compliments. 2 trips later, I got into serious trouble. Brown was steering, I was pulling down. My younger brother appeared on the hurricane deck, and shouted to Brown to stop at some landing or other a mile or so below. Brown gave no intimation that he had heard anything. But that was his way, he never condescended to take notice of an under-clerk. The wind was blowing, Brown was deaf, although he always pretended he wasn't, and I very much doubted if he had heard the order. If I had 2 heads, I would have spoken, but as I had only one, it seemed judicious to take care of it, so I kept still. Presently, sure enough, we went sailing by that plantation. Captain Klinefelter appeared on the deck, and said, "Let her come around, sir, let her come around. Didn't Henry tell you to land here?" "No, sir. I sent him up to do it." "He did come up, and that's all the good it done, the dod-derned fool. He never said anything." "Didn't you hear him?" asked the captain of me. Of course I didn't want to be mixed up in this business, but there was no way to avoid it, so I said, "Yes, sir." I knew what Brown's next remark would be. Before he uttered it, it was, "Shut your mouth." You never heard anything of the kind. I closed my mouth according to instructions. An hour later, Henry entered the pilot house, unaware of what had been going on. He was a thoroughly inoffensive boy, and I was sorry to see him come, for I knew Brown would have no pity on him. Brown began, "Straightway here. Why didn't you tell me we'd got to land at that plantation?" "I did tell you, Mr. Brown." "It's a lie." "I said you lie, yourself." "He did tell you." Brown glared at me in unaffected surprise, and for as much as a moment he was entirely speechless. Then he shouted to me, "I'll attend to your case in half a minute," then to Henry, "And you leave the pilot house, out with you." It was pilot law, and must be obeyed. The boy started out, and even had his foot on the upper step outside the door, when Brown, with a sudden access of fury, picked up a 10-pound lump of coal and sprang after him, but I was between, with a heavy stool, and I hit Brown a good honest blow which stretched him out. I had committed the crime of crimes. I had lifted my hand against a pilot on duty. I supposed I was booked for the penitentiary sure, and couldn't be booked any surer if I went on and squared my long account with this person while I had the chance. Consequently I stuck to him and pounded him with my fists a considerable time. I do not know how long. The pleasure of it probably made it seem longer than it really was, but in the end he struggled free and jumped up and sprang to the wheel, a very natural solicitude, for, all this time, here was the steamboat tearing down the river at the rate of 15 miles an hour and nobody at the helm. However, Eagle Bend was 2 miles wide at this bank full stage, and correspondingly long and deep, and the boat was steering herself straight down the middle and taking no chances. Still, that was only luck. A body might have found her charging into the woods. Perceiving, at a glance, that the Pennsylvania was in no danger, Brown gathered up the big spyglass, war club fashion, and ordered me out of the pilot house with more than Comanche bluster. But I was not afraid of him now, so, instead of going, I tarried, and criticized his grammar. I reformed his ferocious speeches for him, and put them into good English, calling his attention to the advantage of pure English over the bastard dialect of the Pennsylvanian collieries whence he was extracted. He could have done his part to admiration in a crossfire of mere vituperation, of course, but he was not equipped for this species of controversy, so he presently laid aside his glass and took the wheel, muttering and shaking his head, and I retired to the bench. The racket had brought everybody to the hurricane deck, and I trembled when I saw the old captain looking up from the midst of the crowd. I said to myself, now I am done for. For although, as a rule, he was so fatherly and indulgent toward the boat's family, and so patient of minor shortcomings, he could be stern enough when the fault was worth it. I tried to imagine what he would do to a cub pilot who had been guilty of such a crime as mine, committed on a boat guard deep with costly freight and alive with passengers. Our watch was nearly ended. I thought I would go and hide somewhere till I got a chance to slide ashore. So I slipped out of the pilot house, and down the steps, and around to the Texas door, and was in the act of gliding within, when the captain confronted me. I dropped my head, and he stood over me in silence a moment or two, then said impressively, "Follow me." I dropped into his wake. He led the way to his parlor in the forward end of the Texas. We were alone, now. He closed the after door, then moved slowly to the forward one and closed that. He sat down. I stood before him. He looked at me some little time, then said, "So you have been fighting Mr. Brown?" I answered meekly, "Yes, sir." "Do you know that that is a very serious matter?" "Yes, sir." "Are you aware that this boat was plowing down the river fully 5 minutes with no one at the wheel?" "Yes, sir." "Did you strike him first?" "Yes, sir." What with? A stool, sir. Hard. Middling, sir. Did it knock him down? He fell, sir. Did you follow it up? Did you do anything further? Yes, sir. What did you do? Pounded him, sir. Pounded him? Yes, sir. Did you pound him much, that is, severely? One might call it that, sir, maybe. I'm deuced glad of it. Hark ye, never mention that I said that. You have been guilty of a great crime, and don't you ever be guilty of it again, on this boat. But lay for him ashore. Give him a good sound thrashing, do you hear? I'll pay the expenses. Now go and mind you, not a word of this to anybody. Clear out with you, you've been guilty of a great crime, you whelp. I slid out, happy with the sense of a close shave and a mighty deliverance, and I heard him laughing to himself and slapping his fat thighs after I had closed his door. When Brown came off watch he went straight to the captain, who was talking with some passengers on the boiler deck, and demanded that I be put ashore in New Orleans, and added, I'll never turn a wheel on this boat again while that cub stays. The captain said, but he needn't come round when you are on watch, Mr. Brown. I won't even stay on the same boat with him. One of us has got to go ashore. Very well, said the captain, let it be yourself, and resumed his talk with the passengers. During the brief remainder of the trip, I knew how an emancipated slave feels, for I was an emancipated slave myself. While we lay at landings, I listened to George Ealer's flute, or to his readings from his two Bibles, that is to say, Goldsmith and Shakespeare, or I played chess with him and would have beaten him sometimes, only he always took back his last move and ran the game out differently. Chapter 20 A catastrophe. We lay 3 days in New Orleans, but the captain did not succeed in finding another pilot, so he proposed that I should stand a daylight watch, and leave the night watches to George Ealer. But I was afraid, I had never stood a watch of any sort by myself, and I believed I should be sure to get into trouble in the head of some chute, or ground the boat in a near cut through some bar or other. Brown remained in his place, but he would not travel with me. So the captain gave me an order on the captain of the A.T. Lacey, for a passage to St. Louis, and said he would find a new pilot there and my steersman's berth could then be resumed. The Lacey was to leave a couple of days after the Pennsylvania. The night before the Pennsylvania left, Henry and I sat chatting on a freight pile on the levee till midnight. The subject of the chat, mainly, was one which I think we had not exploited before: steamboat disasters. One was then on its way to us, little as we suspected it. The water which was to make the steam which should cause it, was washing past some 1,500 miles up the river while we talked, but it would arrive at the right time and the right place. We doubted if persons not clothed with authority were of much use in cases of disaster and attendant panic, still, they might be of some use, so we decided that if a disaster ever fell within our experience we would at least stick to the boat, and give such minor service as chance might throw in the way. Henry remembered this, afterward, when the disaster came, and acted accordingly. The Lacey started up the river 2 days behind the Pennsylvania. We touched at Greenville, Mississippi, a couple of days out, and somebody shouted, "The Pennsylvania is blown up at Ship Island, and 150 lives lost." At Napoleon, Arkansas, the same evening, we got an extra, issued by a Memphis paper, which gave some particulars. It mentioned my brother, and said he was not hurt. Further up the river we got a later extra. My brother was again mentioned, but this time as being hurt beyond help. We did not get full details of the catastrophe until we reached Memphis. This is the sorrowful story. It was 6 o'clock on a hot summer morning. The Pennsylvania was creeping along, north of Ship Island, about 60 miles below Memphis on a half head of steam, towing a wood flat which was fast being emptied. George Ealer was in the pilot house alone, I think. The second engineer and a striker had the watch in the engine room, the second mate had the watch on deck, George Black, Mr. Wood, and my brother, clerks, were asleep, as were also Brown and the head engineer, the carpenter, the chief mate, and one striker. Captain Klinefelter was in the barber's chair, and the barber was preparing to shave him. There were a good many cabin passengers aboard, and 300 or 400 deck passengers, so it was said at the time, and not very many of them were astir. The wood being nearly all out of the flat now, Ealer rang to come ahead full steam, and the next moment 4 of the 8 boilers exploded with a thunderous crash, and the whole forward third of the boat was hoisted toward the sky. The main part of the mass, with the chimneys, dropped upon the boat again, a mountain of riddled and chaotic rubbish, and then, after a little, fire broke out. Many people were flung to considerable distances, and fell in the river. Among these were Mr. Wood and my brother, and the carpenter. The carpenter was still stretched upon his mattress when he struck the water 75 feet from the boat. Brown, the pilot, and George Black, chief clerk, were never seen or heard of after the explosion. The barber's chair, with Captain Klinefelter in it and unhurt, was left with its back overhanging vacancy. Everything forward of it, floor and all, had disappeared, and the stupefied barber, who was also unhurt, stood with one toe projecting over space, still stirring his lather unconsciously, and saying, not a word. When George Ealer saw the chimneys plunging aloft in front of him, he knew what the matter was, so he muffled his face in the lapels of his coat, and pressed both hands there tightly to keep this protection in its place so that no steam could get to his nose or mouth. He had ample time to attend to these details while he was going up and returning. He presently landed on top of the unexploded boilers, 40 feet below the former pilot house, accompanied by his wheel and a rain of other stuff, and enveloped in a cloud of scalding steam. All of the many who breathed that steam, died, none escaped. But Ealer breathed none of it. He made his way to the free air as quickly as he could, and when the steam cleared away he returned and climbed up on the boilers again, and patiently hunted out each and every one of his chessmen and the several joints of his flute. By this time the fire was beginning to threaten. Shrieks and groans filled the air. A great many persons had been scalded, a great many crippled. The explosion had driven an iron crowbar through one man's body. I think they said he was a priest. He did not die at once, and his sufferings were very dreadful. A young French naval cadet, of 15, son of a French admiral, was fearfully scalded, but bore his tortures manfully. Both mates were badly scalded, but they stood to their posts, nevertheless. They drew the wood boat aft, and they and the captain fought back the frantic herd of frightened immigrants till the wounded could be brought there and placed in safety first. When Mr. Wood and Henry fell in the water, they struck out for shore, which was only a few hundred yards away, but Henry presently said he believed he was not hurt. What an unaccountable error, and therefore would swim back to the boat and help save the wounded. So they parted, and Henry returned. By this time the fire was making fierce headway, and several persons who were imprisoned under the ruins were begging piteously for help. All efforts to conquer the fire proved fruitless, so the buckets were presently thrown aside and the officers fell to with axes and tried to cut the prisoners out. A striker was one of the captives. He said he was not injured, but could not free himself, and when he saw that the fire was likely to drive away the workers, he begged that some one would shoot him, and thus save him from the more dreadful death. The fire did drive the axemen away, and they had to listen, helpless, to this poor fellow's supplications till the flames ended his miseries. The fire drove all into the wood flat that could be accommodated there, it was cut adrift, then, and it and the burning steamer floated down the river toward Ship Island. They moored the flat at the head of the island, and there, unsheltered from the blazing sun, the half-naked occupants had to remain, without food or stimulants, or help for their hurts, during the rest of the day. A steamer came along, finally, and carried the unfortunates to Memphis, and there the most lavish assistance was at once forthcoming. By this time Henry was insensible. The physicians examined his injuries and saw that they were fatal, and naturally turned their main attention to patients who could be saved. 40 of the wounded were placed upon pallets on the floor of a great public hall, and among these was Henry. There the ladies of Memphis came every day, with flowers, fruits, and dainties and delicacies of all kinds, and there they remained and nursed the wounded. All the physicians stood watches there, and all the medical students, and the rest of the town furnished money, or whatever else was wanted. And Memphis knew how to do all these things well, for many a disaster like the Pennsylvania's had happened near her doors, and she was experienced, above all other cities on the river, in the gracious office of the Good Samaritan. The sight I saw when I entered that large hall was new and strange to me. 2 long rows of prostrate forms, more than 40, in all, and every face and head a shapeless wad of loose raw cotton. It was a gruesome spectacle. I watched there 6 days and nights, and a very melancholy experience it was. There was one daily incident which was peculiarly depressing. This was the removal of the doomed to a chamber apart. It was done in order that the morale of the other patients might not be injuriously affected by seeing one of their number in the death agony. The fated one was always carried out with as little stir as possible, and the stretcher was always hidden from sight by a wall of assistants, but no matter, everybody knew what that cluster of bent forms, with its muffled step and its slow movement meant, and all eyes watched it wistfully, and a shudder went abreast of it like a wave. I saw many poor fellows removed to the death room, and saw them no more afterward. But I saw our chief mate carried thither more than once. His hurts were frightful, especially his scalds. He was clothed in linseed oil and raw cotton to his waist, and resembled nothing human. He was often out of his mind, and then his pains would make him rave and shout and sometimes shriek. Then, after a period of dumb exhaustion, his disordered imagination would suddenly transform the great apartment into a forecastle, and the hurrying throng of nurses into the crew, and he would come to a sitting posture and shout, hump yourselves, you putrefactions, snail bellies, pall bearers. Going to be all day getting that hatful of freight out, and supplement this explosion with a firmament obliterating eruption or profanity which nothing could stay or stop till his crater was empty. And now and then, while these frenzies possessed him, he would tear off handfuls of the cotton and expose his cooked flesh to view. It was horrible. It was bad for the others, of course, this noise and these exhibitions, so the doctors tried to give him morphine to quiet him. But, in his mind or out of it, he would not take it. He said his wife had been killed by that treacherous drug, and he would die before he would take it. He suspected that the doctors were concealing it in his ordinary medicines and in his water, so he ceased from putting either to his lips. Once, when he had been without water during 2 sweltering days, he took the dipper in his hand, and the sight of the limpid fluid, and the misery of his thirst, tempted him almost beyond his strength, but he mastered himself and threw it away, and after that he allowed no more to be brought near him. 3 times I saw him carried to the death room, insensible and supposed to be dying, but each time he revived, cursed his attendants, and demanded to be taken back. He lived to be mate of a steamboat again. But he was the only one who went to the death room and returned alive. Dr. Peyton, a principal physician, and rich in all the attributes that go to constitute high and flawless character, did all that educated judgment and trained skill could do for Henry, but, as the newspapers had said in the beginning, his hurts were past help. On the evening of the 6th day his wandering mind busied itself with matters far away, and his nerveless fingers picked at his coverlet. His hour had struck, we bore him to the death room, poor boy. Chapter 21. A section in my biography. In due course I got my license. I was a pilot now, full-fledged. I dropped into casual employments, no misfortunes resulting. Intermittent work gave place to steady and protracted engagements. Time drifted smoothly and prosperously on, and I supposed and hoped that I was going to follow the river the rest of my days, and die at the will when my mission was ended. But by and by the war came, commerce was suspended, my occupation was gone. I had to seek another livelihood. So I became a silver miner in Nevada, next, a newspaper reporter, next, a gold miner, in California, next, a reporter in San Francisco, next, a special correspondent in the Sandwich Islands, next, a roving correspondent in Europe and the East, next, an instructional torchbearer on the lecture platform, and, finally, I became a scribbler of books, and an immovable fixture among the other rocks of New England. In so few words have I disposed of the 21 slow drifting years that have come and gone since I last looked from the windows of a pilot house. Let us resume, now. Chapter 22. I returned to my muttons after 21 years' absence. I felt a very strong desire to see the river again, and the steamboats, and such of the boys as might be left, so I resolved to go out there. I enlisted a poet for company, and a stenographer to take him down, and started westward about the middle of April. As I proposed to make notes, with a view to printing, I took some thought as to methods of procedure. I reflected that if I were recognized, on the river, I should not be as free to go and come, talk, inquire, and spy around, as I should be if unknown. I remembered that it was the custom of steamboatmen in the old times to load up the confiding stranger with the most picturesque and admirable lies, and put the sophisticated friend off with dull and ineffectual facts, so I concluded, that, from a business point of view, it would be an advantage to disguise our party with fictitious names. The idea was certainly good, but it bred infinite bother, for although Smith, Jones, and Johnson are easy names to remember when there is no occasion to remember them, it is next to impossible to recollect them when they are wanted. How do criminals manage to keep a brand new alias in mind? This is a great mystery. I was innocent, and yet was seldom able to lay my hand on my new name when it was needed, and it seemed to me that if I had had a crime on my conscience to further confuse me, I could never have kept the name by me at all. We left per Pennsylvania Railroad, at 8 a.m. April 18th. Evening. Speaking of dress, grace and picturesqueness drop gradually out of it as one travels away from New York. I find that among my notes. It makes no difference which direction you take, the fact remains the same. Whether you move north, south, east, or west, no matter, you can get up in the morning and guess how far you have come, by noting what degree of grace and picturesqueness is by that time lacking in the costumes of the new passengers. I do not mean of the women alone, but of both sexes. It may be that carriage is at the bottom of this thing, and I think it is, for there are plenty of ladies and gentlemen in the provincial cities whose garments are all made by the best tailors and dressmakers of New York, yet this has no perceptible effect upon the grand fact, the educated eye never mistakes those people for New Yorkers. No, there is a godless grace and snap and style about a born and bred New Yorker which mere clothing cannot effect. April 19th. This morning, struck into the region of full goatees sometimes accompanied by a mustache, but only occasionally. It was odd to come upon this thick crop of an obsolete and uncomely fashion. It was like running suddenly across a forgotten acquaintance whom you had supposed dead for a generation. The goatee extends over a wide extent of country, and is accompanied by an ironclad belief in Adam and the biblical history of creation, which has not suffered from the assaults of the scientists. Afternoon. At the railway stations the loafers carry both hands in their breeches pockets. It was observable, heretofore, that one hand was sometimes out of doors here, never. This is an important fact in geography. If the loafers determine the character of a country, it would be still more important, of course. Heretofore, all along, the station loafer has been often observed to scratch one shin with the other foot. Here, these remains of activity are wanting. This has an ominous look. By and by, we entered the tobacco-chewing region. 50 years ago, the tobacco-chewing region covered the Union. It is greatly restricted now. Next, boots began to appear. Not in strong force, however. Later away down the Mississippi they became the rule. They disappeared from other sections of the Union with the mud. No doubt they will disappear from the river villages, also, when proper pavements come in. We reached St. Louis at 10 o'clock at night. At the counter of the hotel I tendered a hurriedly invented fictitious name, with a miserable attempt at careless ease. The clerk paused, and inspected me in the compassionate way in which one inspects a respectable person who is found in doubtful circumstances. Then he said, "It's all right, I know what sort of a room you want. Used to clerk at the St. James, in New York." An unpromising beginning for a fraudulent career. We started to the supper room, and met two other men whom I had known elsewhere. How odd and unfair it is, wicked impostors go around lecturing under my nom de guerre and nobody suspects them, but when an honest man attempts an imposture, he is exposed at once. One thing seemed plain: we must start down the river the next day. If people who could not be deceived were going to crop up at this rate, an unpalatable disappointment, for we had hoped to have a week in St. Louis. The Southern was a good hotel, and we could have had a comfortable time there. It is large, and well conducted, and its decorations do not make one cry, as do those of the vast Palmer House, in Chicago. True, the billiard tables were of the old Silurian period, and the cues and balls of the post-Pliocene, but there was refreshment in this, not discomfort, for there is rest and healing in the contemplation of antiquities. The most notable absence observable in the billiard room, was the absence of the river man. If he was there he had taken in his sign, he was in disguise. I saw there none of the swell airs and graces, and ostentatious displays of money, and pompous squanderings of it, which used to distinguish the steamboat crowd from the dry land crowd in the bygone days, in the thronged billiard rooms of St. Louis. In those times, the principal saloons were always populous with river men. Given 50 players present, 30 or 35 were likely to be from the river. But I suspected that the ranks were thin now, and the steamboatmen no longer an aristocracy. Why, in my time they used to call the barkeep Bill, or Joe, or Tom, and slap him on the shoulder. I watched for that. But none of these people did it. Manifestly a glory that once was had dissolved and vanished away in these 21 years. When I went up to my room, I found there the young man called Rogers, crying. Rogers was not his name, neither was Jones, Brown, Dexter, Ferguson, Bascom, nor Thompson, but he answered to either of these that a body found handy in an emergency, or to any other name, in fact, if he perceived that you meant him. He said, "What is a person to do here when he wants a drink of water? Drink this slush. Can't you drink it?" I could if I had some other water to wash it with. Here was a thing which had not changed, a score of years had not affected the squatter's mulatto complexion in the least, a score of centuries would succeed no better, perhaps. It comes out of the turbulent, bank-caving Missouri, and every tumblerful of it holds nearly an acre of land in solution. I got this fact from the bishop of the diocese. If you will let your glass stand half an hour, you can separate the land from the water as easy as Genesis, and then you will find them both good, the one good to eat, the other good to drink. The land is very nourishing, the water is thoroughly wholesome. The one appeases hunger, the other, thirst. But the natives do not take them separately, but together, as nature mixed them. When they find an inch of mud in the bottom of a glass, they stir it up, and then take the draught as they would gruel. It is difficult for a stranger to get used to this batter, but once used to it he will prefer it to water. This is really the case. It is good for steamboating, and good to drink, but it is worthless for all other purposes, except baptizing. Next morning, we drove around town in the rain. The city seemed but little changed. It was greatly changed, but it did not seem so, because in St. Louis, as in London and Pittsburgh, you can't persuade a new thing to look new, the coal smoke turns it into an antiquity the moment you take your hand off it. The place had just about doubled its size, since I was a resident of it, and was now become a city of 400,000 inhabitants. Still, in the solid business parts, it looked about as it had looked formerly. Yet I am sure there is not as much smoke in St. Louis now as there used to be. The smoke used to bank itself in a dense billowy black canopy over the town, and hide the sky from view. This shelter is very much thinner now, still, there is a sufficiency of smoke there, I think. I heard no complaint. However, on the outskirts changes were apparent enough, notably in dwelling house architecture. The fine new homes are noble and beautiful and modern. They stand by themselves, too, with green lawns around them, whereas the dwellings of a former day are packed together in blocks, and are all of one pattern, with windows all alike, set in an arched framework of twisted stone, a sort of house which was handsome enough when it was rarer. There was another change: the forest park. This was new to me. It is beautiful and very extensive, and has the excellent merit of having been made mainly by nature. There are other parks, and fine ones, notably Tower Grove and the Botanical Gardens, for St. Louis interested herself in such improvements at an earlier day than did the most of our cities. The first time I ever saw St. Louis, I could have bought it for $6 million, and it was the mistake of my life that I did not do it. It was bitter now to look abroad over this domed and steepled metropolis, this solid expanse of bricks and mortar stretching away on every hand into dim, measure-defying distances, and remember that I had allowed that opportunity to go by. Why I should have allowed it to go by seems, of course, foolish and inexplicable today, at a first glance, yet there were reasons at the time to justify this course. A Scotchman, Honorable Charles Augustus Murray, writing some 45 or 50 years ago, said the streets are narrow, ill-paved and ill-lighted. Those streets are narrow still, of course, many of them are ill-paved yet, but the reproach of ill-lighting cannot be repeated, now. The Catholic New Church was the only notable building then, and Mr. Murray was confidently called upon to admire it, with its species of Grecian portico, surmounted by a kind of steeple, much too diminutive in its proportions, and surmounted by sundry ornaments which the unimaginative Scotchman found himself quite unable to describe, and therefore was grateful when a German tourist helped him out with the exclamation, "By, they look exactly like bedposts." St. Louis is well equipped with stately and noble public buildings now, and the little church, which the people used to be so proud of, lost its importance a long time ago. Still, this would not surprise Mr. Murray, if he could come back, for he prophesied the coming greatness of St. Louis with strong confidence. The further we drove in our inspection tour, the more sensibly I realized how the city had grown since I had seen it last. Changes in detail became steadily more apparent and frequent than at first. 2. Changes uniformly evidencing progress, energy, prosperity. But the change of changes was on the levee. This time, a departure from the rule. Half a dozen sound asleep steamboats where I used to see a solid mile of wide awake ones. This was melancholy, this was woeful. The absence of the pervading and jocund steamboatman from the billiard saloon was explained. He was absent because he is no more. His occupation is gone, his power has passed away, he is absorbed into the common herd, he grinds at the mill, a shorn Samson and inconspicuous. Half a dozen lifeless steamboats, a mile of empty wharves, a Negro fatigued with whiskey stretched asleep, in a wide and soundless vacancy, where the serried hosts of commerce used to contend. Footnote: Captain Marriott, writing 45 years ago, says, St. Louis has 20,000 inhabitants. The river abreast of the town is crowded with steamboats, lying in 2 or 3 tiers. Here was desolation, indeed. The old sea, as one in tears, comes murmuring, with foamy lips, and knocking at the vacant piers, calls for his long-lost multitude of ships. The towboat and the railroad had done their work, and done it well and completely. The mighty bridge, stretching along over our heads, had done its share in the slaughter and spoliation. Remains of former steamboatmen told me, with wan satisfaction, that the bridge doesn't pay. Still, it can be no sufficient compensation to a corpse, to know that the dynamite that laid him out was not of as good quality as it had been supposed to be. The pavements along the river front were bad, the sidewalks were rather out of repair, there was a rich abundance of mud. All this was familiar and satisfying, but the ancient armies of drays, and struggling throngs of men, and mountains of freight, were gone, and Sabbath reigned in their stead. The immemorial mile of cheap foul dog-earies remained, but business was dull with them, the multitudes of poison-swilling Irishmen had departed, and in their places were a few scattering handfuls of ragged Negroes, some drinking, some drunk, some nodding, others asleep. St. Louis is a great and prosperous and advancing city, but the river edge of it seems dead past resurrection. Mississippi steamboating was born about 1812, at the end of 30 years, it had grown to mighty proportions, and in less than 30 more, it was dead. A strangely short life for so majestic a creature. Of course it is not absolutely dead, neither is a crippled octogenarian who could once jump 22 feet on level ground, but as contrasted with what it was in its prime vigor, Mississippi steamboating may be called dead. It killed the old-fashioned keel boating, by reducing the freight trip to New Orleans to less than a week. The railroads have killed the steamboat passenger traffic by doing in 2 or 3 days what the steamboats consumed a week in doing, and the towing fleets have killed the through freight traffic by dragging 6 or 7 steamer loads of stuff down the river at a time, at an expense so trivial that steamboat competition was out of the question. Freight and passenger way traffic remains to the steamers. This is in the hands along the 2,000 miles of river between St. Paul and New Orleans of 2 or 3 close corporations well fortified with capital, and by able and thoroughly business-like management and system. These make a sufficiency of money out of what is left of the once prodigious steamboating industry. I suppose that St. Louis and New Orleans have not suffered materially by the change, but alas for the woodyard man. He used to fringe the river all the way, his close-ranked merchandise stretched from the one city to the other, along the banks, and he sold uncountable cords of it every year for cash on the nail, but all the scattering boats that are left burn coal now, and the seldomest spectacle on the Mississippi today is a wood pile. Where now is the once woodyard man? Chapter 23 Traveling incognito. My idea was, to tarry a while in every town between St. Louis and New Orleans. To do this, it would be necessary to go from place to place by the short packet lines. It was an easy plan to make, and would have been an easy one to follow, 20 years ago, but not now. There are wide intervals between boats, these days. I wanted to begin with the interesting old French settlements of St. Genevieve and Kaskaskia, 60 miles below St. Louis. There was only one boat advertised for that section, a Grand Tower packet. Still, one boat was enough, so we went down to look at her. She was a venerable rack heap, and a fraud to boot, for she was playing herself for personal property, whereas the good honest dirt was so thickly caked all over her that she was righteously taxable as real estate. There are places in New England where her hurricane deck would be worth $150 an acre. The soil on her forecastle was quite good. The new crop of wheat was already springing from the cracks in protected places. The companionway was of a dry sandy character, and would have been well suited for grapes, with a southern exposure and a little subsoiling. The soil of the boiler deck was thin and rocky, but good enough for grazing purposes. A colored boy was on watch here, nobody else visible. We gathered from him that this calm craft would go, as advertised, if she got her trip. If she didn't get it, she would wait for it. Has she got any of her trip? Bless you, no, boss. She ain't unload end, yet. She only come in dis mornin'. He was uncertain as to when she might get her trip, but thought it might be tomorrow or maybe next day. This would not answer at all, so we had to give up the novelty of sailing down the river on a farm. We had one more arrow in our quiver. A Vicksburg packet, the Gold Dust, was to leave at 5 p.m. We took passage in her for Memphis, and gave up the idea of stopping off here and there, as being impracticable. She was neat, clean, and comfortable. We camped on the boiler deck, and bought some cheap literature to kill time with. The vendor was a venerable Irishman with a benevolent face and a tongue that worked easily in the socket, and from him we learned that he had lived in St. Louis 34 years and had never been across the river during that period. Then he wandered into a very flowing lecture, filled with classic names and allusions, which was quite wonderful for fluency until the fact became rather apparent that this was not the first time, nor perhaps the 50th, that the speech had been delivered. He was a good deal of a character, and much better company than the sappy literature he was selling. A random remark, connecting Irishmen and beer, brought this nugget of information out of him: "They don't drink it, sir. They can't drink it, sir. Give an Irishman lager for a month, and he's a dead man. An Irishman is lined with copper, and the beer corrodes it. But whiskey polishes the copper and is the saving of him, sir." At 8 o'clock, promptly, we backed out and crossed the river. As we crept toward the shore, in the thick darkness, a blinding glory of white electric light burst suddenly from our forecastle, and lit up the water and the warehouses as with a noonday glare. Another big change, this: no more flickering, smoky, pitch-dripping, ineffectual torch baskets. Now, their day is past. Next, instead of calling out a score of hands to man the stage, a couple of men and a hatful of steam lowered it from the derrick where it was suspended, launched it, deposited it in just the right spot, and the whole thing was over and done with before a mate in the olden time could have got his profanity mill adjusted to begin the preparatory services. Why this new and simple method of handling the stages was not thought of when the first steamboat was built, is a mystery which helps one to realize what a dull-wit slug the average human being is. We finally got away at 2 in the morning, and when I turned out at 6, we were rounding to at a rocky point where there was an old stone warehouse. At any rate, the ruins of it, 2 or 3 decayed dwelling houses, were nearby, in the shelter of the leafy hills, but there were no evidences of human or other animal life to be seen. I wondered if I had forgotten the river, for I had no recollection whatever of this place. The shape of the river, too, was unfamiliar. There was nothing in sight, anywhere, that I could remember ever having seen before. I was surprised, disappointed, and annoyed. We put ashore a well-dressed lady and gentleman, and two well-dressed, ladylike young girls, together with sundry Russia leather bags. A strange place for such folk. No carriage was waiting. The party moved off as if they had not expected any, and struck down a winding country road afoot. But the mystery was explained when we got under way again, for these people were evidently bound for a large town which lay shut in behind a towhead, i.e., New Island, a couple of miles below this landing. I couldn't remember that town, I couldn't place it, couldn't call its name. So I lost part of my temper. I suspected that it might be Saint Genevieve, and so it proved to be. Observe what this eccentric river had been about. It had built up this huge useless towhead directly in front of this town, cut off its river communications, fenced it away completely, and made a country town of it. It is a fine old place, too, and deserved a better fate. It was settled by the French, and is a relic of a time when one could travel from the mouths of the Mississippi to Quebec and be on French territory and under French rule all the way. Presently I ascended to the hurricane deck and cast a longing glance toward the pilot house. Chapter 24 My incognito is exploded. After a close study of the face of the pilot on watch, I was satisfied that I had never seen him before, so I went up there. The pilot inspected me, I re-inspected the pilot. These customary preliminaries over, I sat down on the high bench, and he faced about and went on with his work. Every detail of the pilot house was familiar to me, with one exception: a large-mouthed tube under the breastboard. I puzzled over that thing a considerable time, then gave up and asked what it was for. To hear the engine bells through. It was another good contrivance which ought to have been invented half a century sooner. So I was thinking, when the pilot asked, "Do you know what this rope is for?" I managed to get around this question, without committing myself. "Is this the first time you were ever in a pilot house?" I crept under that one. "Where are you from?" "New England." "First time you have ever been west?" I climbed over this one. "If you take an interest in such things, I can tell you what all these things are for." I said I should like it. "This," putting his hand on a backing bell rope, "is to sound the fire alarm. This," putting his hand on a go-ahead bell, "is to call the Texas tender. This one," indicating the whistle lever, "is to call the captain," and so he went on, touching one object after another, and reeling off his tranquil spool of lies. I had never felt so like a passenger before. I thanked him, with emotion, for each new fact, and wrote it down in my notebook. The pilot warmed to his opportunity, and proceeded to load me up in the good old-fashioned way. At times I was afraid he was going to rupture his invention, but it always stood the strain, and he pulled through all right. He drifted, by easy stages, into revealments of the river's marvelous eccentricities of one sort and another, and backed them up with some pretty gigantic illustrations. "For instance, do you see that little boulder sticking out of the water yonder? Well, when I first came on the river, that was a solid ridge of rock, over 60 feet high and 2 miles long. All washed away but that." This with a sigh. I had a mighty impulse to destroy him, but it seemed to me that killing, in any ordinary way, would be too good for him. Once, when an odd-looking craft, with a vast coal scuttle slanting aloft on the end of a beam, was steaming by in the distance, he indifferently drew attention to it, as one might to an object grown wearisome through familiarity, and observed that it was an alligator boat. "An alligator boat? What's it for?" To dredge out alligators with. Are they so thick as to be troublesome? Well, not now, because the government keeps them down. But they used to be. Not everywhere, but in favorite places, here and there, where the river is wide and shoal like Plum Point, and Stack Island, and so on, places they call alligator beds. Did they actually impede navigation? Years ago, yes, in very low water, there was hardly a trip, then, that we didn't get aground on alligators. It seemed to me that I should certainly have to get out my tomahawk. However, I restrained myself and said it must have been dreadful. Yes, it was one of the main difficulties about piloting. It was so hard to tell anything about the water, the damned things shift around so never lie still 5 minutes at a time. You can tell a wind reef, straight off, by the look of it, you can tell a break, you can tell a sand reef, that's all easy, but an alligator reef doesn't show up, worth anything. 9 times in 10 you can't tell where the water is, and when you do see where it is, like as not it ain't there when you get there, the devils have swapped around so, meantime. Of course there were some few pilots that could judge of alligator water nearly as well as they could of any other kind, but they had to have natural talent for it. It wasn't a thing a body could learn, you had to be born with it. Let me see, there was Ben Thornburg, and Beck Jolly, and Squire Bell, and Horace Bixby, and Major Downing, and John Stevenson, and Billy Gordon, and Jim Brady, and George Ealer, and Billy Youngblood, all A1 alligator pilots. They could tell alligator water as far as another Christian could tell whiskey. Read it, couldn't they, though? I only wish I had as many dollars as they could read alligator water a mile and a half off. Yes, and it paid them to do it, too. A good alligator pilot could always get $1,500 a month. Nights, other people had to lay up for alligators, but those fellows never laid up for alligators, they never laid up for anything but fog. They could smell the best alligator water, it was said. I don't know whether it was so or not, and I think a body's got his hands full enough if he sticks to just what he knows himself, without going around backing up other people's say-sos, though there's a plenty that ain't backward about doing it, as long as they can roust out something wonderful to tell. Which is not the style of Robert Stiles, by as much as 3 fathom, maybe quarter less. My! Was this Rob Stiles, this mustached and stately figure, a slim enough cub, in my time? How he has improved in comeliness in 25 years and in the noble art of inflating his facts. After these musings, I said aloud I should think that dredging out the alligators wouldn't have done much good, because they could come back again right away. If you had had as much experience of alligators as I have, you wouldn't talk like that. You dredge an alligator once and he's convinced. It's the last you hear of him. He wouldn't come back for pie. If there's one thing that an alligator is more down on than another, it's being dredged. Besides, they were not simply shoved out of the way, the most of the scoopful were scooped aboard, they emptied them into the hold, and when they had got a trip, they took them to Orleans to the government works. What for? Why, to make soldier shoes out of their hides. All the government shoes are made of alligator hide. It makes the best shoes in the world. They last 5 years, and they won't absorb water. The alligator fishery is a government monopoly. All the alligators are government property, just like the live oaks. You cut down a live oak, and government fines you $50, you kill an alligator, and up you go for misprision of treason. Lucky duck if they don't hang you, too. And they will, if you're a Democrat. The buzzard is the sacred bird of the South, and you can't touch him. The alligator is the sacred bird of the government, and you've got to let him alone. Do you ever get aground on the alligators now? Oh, no. It hasn't happened for years. Well, then, why do they still keep the alligator boats in service? Just for police duty, nothing more. They merely go up and down now and then. The present generation of alligators know them as easy as a burglar knows a roundsman. When they see one coming, they break camp and go for the woods. After rounding out and finishing up and polishing off the alligator business, he dropped easily and comfortably into the historical vein, and told of some tremendous feats of half a dozen old-time steamboats of his acquaintance, dwelling at special length upon a certain extraordinary performance of his chief favorite among this distinguished fleet, and then adding that boat was the Cyclone. Last trip she ever made she sunk. That very trip captain was Tom Ballou, the most immortal liar that ever I struck. He couldn't ever seem to tell the truth, in any kind of weather. Why, he would make you fairly shudder. He was the most scandalous liar. I left him, finally. I couldn't stand it. The proverb says, like master, like man, and if you stay with that kind of a man, you'll come under suspicion by and by, just as sure as you live. He paid first-class wages, but said I, what's wages when your reputation's in danger? So I let the wages go, and froze to my reputation. And I've never regretted it. Reputation's worth everything, ain't it? That's the way I look at it. He had more selfish organs than any 7 men in the world, all packed in the stern sheets of his skull, of course, where they belonged. They weighed down the back of his head so that it made his nose tilt up in the air. People thought it was vanity, but it wasn't, it was malice. If you only saw his foot, you'd take him to be 19 feet high, but he wasn't. It was because his foot was out of drawing. He was intended to be 19 feet high, no doubt, if his foot was made first, but he didn't get there. He was only 5 feet 10. That's what he was, and that's what he is. You take the lies out of him, and he'll shrink to the size of your hat. You take the malice out of him, and he'll disappear. That Cyclone was a rattler to go, and the sweetest thing to steer that ever walked the waters. Set her amidships, in a big river, and just let her go, it was all you had to do. She would hold herself on a star all night, if you let her alone. You couldn't ever feel her rudder. It wasn't any more labor to steer her than it is to count the Republican vote in a South Carolina election. One morning, just at daybreak, the last trip she ever made, they took her rudder aboard to mend it. I didn't know anything about it. I backed her out from the woodyard and went a-weaving down the river all serene. When I had gone about 23 miles, and made 4 horribly crooked crossings without any rudder. Yes, old Captain Tom appeared on the roof and began to find fault with me for running such a dark night, such a dark night. Why, you said never mind what I said, 'twas as dark as Egypt now, though pretty soon the moon began to rise. And you mean the sun because you started out just at break of look here. Was this before you quitted the captain on account of his lying, or it was before? Oh, a long time before. And as I was saying, but was this the trip she sunk, or was no, months afterward? And so the old man, then she made 2 last trips, because you said he stepped back from the wheel, swabbing away his perspiration, and said, here. Calling me by name, you take her and lie a while you're handier at it than I am. Trying to play yourself for a stranger and an innocent. Why, I knew you before you had spoken 7 words, and I made up my mind to find out what was your little game. It was to draw me out. Well, I let you, didn't I? Now take the wheel and finish the watch, and next time play fair, and you won't have to work your passage. Thus ended the fictitious name business. And not 6 hours out from St. Louis. But I had gained a privilege, anyway, for I had been itching to get my hands on the wheel, from the beginning. I seemed to have forgotten the river, but I hadn't forgotten how to steer a steamboat, nor how to enjoy it, either. Chapter 25. From Cairo to Hickman. The scenery, from St. Louis to Cairo 200 miles, is varied and beautiful. The hills were clothed in the fresh foliage of spring now, and were a gracious and worthy setting for the broad river flowing between. Our trip began auspiciously, with a perfect day, as to breeze and sunshine, and our boat threw the miles out behind her with satisfactory dispatch. We found a railway intruding at Chester, Illinois. Chester has also a penitentiary now, and is otherwise marching on. At Grand Tower, too, there was a railway, and another at Cape Girardeau. The former town gets its name from a huge, squat pillar of rock, which stands up out of the water on the Missouri side of the river, a piece of nature's fanciful handiwork, and is one of the most picturesque features of the scenery of that region. For nearer or remoter neighbors, the tower has the Devil's Bake Oven, so called, perhaps, because it does not powerfully resemble anybody else's bake oven, and the Devil's Tea Table, this latter a great smooth-surfaced mass of rock, with diminishing wine-glass stem, perched some 50 or 60 feet above the river, beside a beflowered and garlanded precipice, and sufficiently like a tea table to answer for anybody, devil or Christian. Away down the river we have the Devil's Elbow and the Devil's Racecourse, and lots of other property of his which I cannot now call to mind. The town of Grand Tower was evidently a busier place than it had been in old times, but it seemed to need some repairs here and there, and a new coat of whitewash all over. Still, it was pleasant to me to see the old coat once more. Uncle Mumford, our second officer, said the place had been suffering from high water, and consequently was not looking its best now. But he said it was not strange that it didn't waste whitewash on itself, for more lime was made there, and of a better quality, than anywhere in the West, and added, on a dairy farm you never can get any milk for your coffee, nor any sugar for it on a sugar plantation, and it is against sense to go to a lime town to hunt for whitewash. In my own experience I knew the first two items to be true, and also that people who sell candy don't care for candy. Therefore there was plausibility in Uncle Mumford's final observation that people who make lime run more to religion than whitewash. Uncle Mumford said, further, that Grand Tower was a great coaling center and a prospering place. Cape Girardeau is situated on a hillside, and makes a handsome appearance. There is a great Jesuit school for boys at the foot of the town by the river. Uncle Mumford said it had as high a reputation for thoroughness as any similar institution in Missouri. There was another college higher up on an airy summit, a bright new edifice, picturesquely and peculiarly towered and pinnacled, a sort of gigantic casters, with the cruets all complete. Uncle Mumford said that Cape Girardeau was the Athens of Missouri, and contained several colleges besides those already mentioned, and all of them on a religious basis of one kind or another. He directed my attention to what he called the strong and pervasive religious look of the town, but I could not see that it looked more religious than the other hill towns with the same slope and built of the same kind of bricks. Partialities often make people see more than really exists. Uncle Mumford has been 30 years a mate on the river. He is a man of practical sense and a level head, has observed, has had much experience of one sort and another, has opinions, has, also, just a perceptible dash of poetry in his composition, an easy gift of speech, a thick growl in his voice, and an oath or two where he can get at them when the exigencies of his office require a spiritual lift. He is a mate of the blessed old-time kind, and goes gravely damning around, when there is work to the fore, in a way to mellow the ex-steamboatman's heart with sweet soft longings for the vanished days that shall come no more. Get up there you! Going to be all day? Why didn't you say you was petrified in your hind legs, before you shipped? He is a steady man with his crew, kind and just, but firm, so they like him, and stay with him. He is still in the slouchy garb of the old generation of mates, but next trip the anchor line will have him in uniform, a natty blue naval uniform, with brass buttons, along with all the officers of the line, and then he will be a totally different style of scenery from what he is now. Uniforms on the Mississippi. It beats all the other changes put together, for surprise. Still, there is another surprise, that it was not made 50 years ago. It is so manifestly sensible, that it might have been thought of earlier, one would suppose. During 50 years, out there, the innocent passenger in need of help and information, has been mistaking the mate for the cook, and the captain for the barber, and being roughly entertained for it, too. But his troubles are ended now. And the greatly improved aspect of the boat staff is another advantage achieved by the dress reform period. Steered down the bend below Cape Girardeau. They used to call it Steersman's Bend, plain sailing and plenty of water in it, always, about the only place in the upper river that a new cub was allowed to take a boat through, in low water. Thebes, at the head of the Grand Chain, and Commerce at the foot of it, were towns easily rememberable, as they had not undergone conspicuous alteration. Nor the chain, either in the nature of things, for it is a chain of sunken rocks admirably arranged to capture and kill steamboats on bad nights. A good many steamboat corpses lie buried there, out of sight, among the rest my first friend the Paul Jones. She knocked her bottom out, and went down like a pot, so the historian told me, Uncle Mumford. He said she had a grey mare aboard, and a preacher. To me, this sufficiently accounted for the disaster, as it did, of course, to Mumford, who added, but there are many ignorant people who would scoff at such a matter, and call it superstition. But you will always notice that they are people who have never travelled with a grey mare and a preacher. I went down the river once in such company. We grounded at Bloody Island, we grounded at Hanging Dog, we grounded just below this same Commerce, we jolted Beaver Dam Rock, we hit one of the worst breaks in the graveyard behind Goose Island, we had a roustabout killed in a fight, we burnt a boiler, broke a shaft, collapsed a flue, and went into Cairo with 9 feet of water in the hold. May have been more, may have been less. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The men lost their heads with terror. They painted the mare blue, in sight of town, and threw the preacher overboard, or we should not have arrived at all. The preacher was fished out and saved. He acknowledged, himself, that he had been to blame. I remember it all, as if it were yesterday. That this combination of preacher and grey mare should breed calamity, seems strange, and at first glance unbelievable, but the fact is fortified by so much unassailable proof that to doubt is to dishonor reason. I myself remember a case where a captain was warned by numerous friends against taking a grey mare and a preacher with him, but persisted in his purpose in spite of all that could be said, and the same day, it may have been the next, and some say it was, though I think it was the same day, he got drunk and fell down the hatchway, and was borne to his home a corpse. This is literally true. No vestige of Hat Island is left now, every shred of it is washed away. I do not even remember what part of the river it used to be in, except that it was between St. Louis and Cairo somewhere. It was a bad region all around and about Hat Island, in early days. A farmer who lived on the Illinois shore there, said that 29 steamboats had left their bones strung along within sight from his house. Between St. Louis and Cairo the steamboat wrecks average 1 to the mile, 200 wrecks, altogether. I could recognize big changes from Commerce down. Beaver Dam Rock was out in the middle of the river now, and throwing a prodigious break. It used to be close to the shore, and boats went down outside of it. A big island that used to be away out in mid-river, has retired to the Missouri shore, and boats do not go near it any more. The island called Jacket Pattern is whittled down to a wedge now, and is booked for early destruction. Goose Island is all gone but a little dab the size of a steamboat. The perilous graveyard, among whose numberless wrecks we used to pick our way so slowly and gingerly, is far away from the channel now, and a terror to nobody. One of the islands formerly called the Two Sisters is gone entirely, the other, which used to lie close to the Illinois shore, is now on the Missouri side, a mile away. It is joined solidly to the shore, and it takes a sharp eye to see where the seam is, but it is Illinois ground yet, and the people who live on it have to ferry themselves over and work the Illinois roads and pay Illinois taxes. Singular state of things. Near the mouth of the river several islands were missing, washed away. Cairo was still there, easily visible across the long, flat point upon whose further verge it stands, but we had to steam a long way around to get to it. Night fell as we were going out of the upper river and meeting the floods of the Ohio. We dashed along without anxiety, for the hidden rock which used to lie right in the way has moved upstream a long distance out of the channel, or rather, about one county has gone into the river from the Missouri point, and the Cairo point has made down and added to its long tongue of territory correspondingly. The Mississippi is a just and equitable river. It never tumbles one man's farm overboard without building a new farm just like it for that man's neighbor. This keeps down hard feelings. Going into Cairo, we came near killing a steamboat which paid no attention to our whistle and then tried to cross our bows. By doing some strong backing, we saved him, which was a great loss, for he would have made good literature. Cairo is a brisk town now, and is substantially built, and has a city look about it which is in noticeable contrast to its former estate, as per Mr. Dickens's portrait of it. However, it was already building with bricks when I had seen it last, which was when Colonel, now General, Grant was drilling his first command there. Uncle Mumford says the libraries and Sunday schools have done a good work in Cairo, as well as the brick masons. Cairo has a heavy railroad and river trade, and her situation at the junction of the two great rivers is so advantageous that she cannot well help prospering. When I turned out, in the morning, we had passed Columbus, Kentucky, and were approaching Hickman, a pretty town, perched on a handsome hill. Hickman is in a rich tobacco region, and formerly enjoyed a great and lucrative trade in that staple, collecting it there in her warehouses from a large area of country and shipping it by boat, but Uncle Mumford says she built a railway to facilitate this commerce a little more, and he thinks it facilitated it the wrong way, took the bulk of the trade out of her hands by collaring it along the line without gathering it at her doors. Chapter 26. Under fire talk began to run upon the war now, for we were getting down into the upper edge of the former battle stretch by this time. Columbus was just behind us, so there was a good deal said about the famous Battle of Belmont. Several of the boat's officers had seen active service in the Mississippi war fleet. I gathered that they found themselves sadly out of their element in that kind of business at first, but afterward got accustomed to it, reconciled to it, and more or less at home in it. One of our pilots had his first war experience in the Belmont fight, as a pilot on a boat in the Confederate service. I had often had a curiosity to know how a green hand might feel, in his maiden battle, perched all solitary and alone on high in a pilot house, a target for Tom, Dick, and Harry, and nobody at his elbow to shame him from showing the white feather when matters grew hot and perilous around him. So, to me his story was valuable. It filled a gap for me which all histories had left till that time empty. The pilot's first battle, he said it was the 7th of November. The fight began at 7 in the morning. I was on the RHW Hill. Took over a load of troops from Columbus. Came back, and took over a battery of artillery. My partner said he was going to see the fight, wanted me to go along. I said, no, I wasn't anxious, I would look at it from the pilot house. He said I was a coward, and left. That fight was an awful sight. General Cheatham made his men strip their coats off and throw them in a pile, and said, "Now follow me to hell or victory." I heard him say that from the pilot house, and then he galloped in, at the head of his troops. Old General Pillow, with his white hair, mounted on a white horse, sailed in, too, leading his troops as lively as a boy. By and by the Federals chased the rebels back, and here they came. Tearing along, everybody for himself and devil take the hindmost. And down under the bank they scrambled, and took shelter. I was sitting with my legs hanging out of the pilot house window. All at once I noticed a whizzing sound passing my ear. Judged it was a bullet. I didn't stop to think about anything, I just tilted over backwards and landed on the floor, and stayed there. The balls came booming around. 3 cannonballs went through the chimney, 1 ball took off the corner of the pilot house, shells were screaming and bursting all around. Mighty warm times, I wished I hadn't come. I lay there on the pilot house floor, while the shots came faster and faster. I crept in behind the big stove, in the middle of the pilot house. Presently a mini ball came through the stove, and just grazed my head, and cut my hat. I judged it was time to go away from there. The captain was on the roof with a red-headed major from Memphis, a fine-looking man. I heard him say he wanted to leave here, but that pilot is killed. I crept over to the starboard side to pull the bell to set her back, raised up and took a look, and I saw about 15 shot holes through the window panes, had come so lively I hadn't noticed them. I glanced out on the water, and the spattering shot were like a hailstorm. I thought best to get out of that place. I went down the pilot house guy, head first, not feet first but head first, slid down before I struck the deck. The captain said we must leave there. So I climbed up the guy and got on the floor again. About that time, they collared my partner and were bringing him up to the pilot house between 2 soldiers. Somebody had said I was killed. He put his head in and saw me on the floor reaching for the backing bells. He said, "Oh, hell, he ain't shot," and jerked away from the men who had him by the collar, and ran below. We were there until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then got away all right. The next time I saw my partner, I said, "Now, come out, be honest, and tell me the truth. Where did you go when you went to see that battle?" He says, "I went down in the hold. All through that fight I was scared nearly to death. I hardly knew anything, I was so frightened, but you see, nobody knew that but me." Next day General Polk sent for me, and praised me for my bravery and gallant conduct. I never said anything, I let it go at that. I judged it wasn't so, but it was not for me to contradict a general officer. Pretty soon after that I was sick, and used up, and had to go off to the hot springs. When there, I got a good many letters from commanders saying they wanted me to come back. I declined, because I wasn't well enough or strong enough, but I kept still, and kept the reputation I had made. A plain story, straightforwardly told, but Mumford told me that that pilot had gilded that scare of his, in spots, that his subsequent career in the war was proof of it. We struck down through the chute of Island No. 8, and I went below and fell into conversation with a passenger, a handsome man, with easy carriage and an intelligent face. We were approaching Island No. 10, a place so celebrated during the war. This gentleman's home was on the main shore in its neighborhood. I had some talk with him about the war times, but presently the discourse fell upon feuds, for in no part of the South has the vendetta flourished more briskly, or held out longer between warring families, than in this particular region. This gentleman said there's been more than one feud around here, in old times, but I reckon the worst one was between the Darnells and the Watsons. Nobody don't know now what the first quarrel was about, It's so long ago, the Darnells and the Watsons don't know, if there's any of them living, which I don't think there is. Some says it was about a horse or a cow anyway, it was a little matter, the money in it wasn't of no consequence, none in the world, both families was rich. The thing could have been fixed up, easy enough, but no, that wouldn't do. Rough words had been passed, and so, nothing but blood could fix it up after that. That horse or cow, whichever it was, cost 60 years of killing and crippling. Every year or so somebody was shot, on one side or the other, and as fast as one generation was laid out, their sons took up the feud and kept it going. And it's just as I say, they went on shooting each other, year in and year out, making a kind of a religion of it, you see, till they'd done forgot, long ago, what it was all about. Wherever a Darnell caught a Watson, or a Watson caught a Darnell, one of 'em was going to get hurt, only question was, which of them got the drop on the other. They'd shoot one another down, right in the presence of the family. They didn't hunt for each other, but when they happened to meet, they puffed and begun. Men would shoot boys, boys would shoot men. A man shot a boy 12 years old, happened on him in the woods, and didn't give him no chance. If he had a given him a chance, the boy'd a shot him. Both families belong to the same church, everybody around here is religious, through all this 50 or 60 years fuss, both tribes was there every Sunday, to worship. They lived each side of the line, and the church was at a landing called Compromise. Half the church and half the aisle was in Kentucky, the other half in Tennessee. Sundays you'd see the families drive up, all in their Sunday clothes, men, women, and children, and file up the aisle, and set down, quiet and orderly, one lot on the Tennessee side of the church and the other on the Kentucky side, and the men and boys would lean their guns up against the wall, handy, and then all hands would join in with the prayer and praise, though they say the man next the aisle didn't kneel down, along with the rest of the family, kind of stood guard. I don't know, never was at that church in my life, but I remember that that's what used to be said. 20 or 25 years ago, one of the feud families caught a young man of 19 out and killed him. Don't remember whether it was the Darnells and Watsons, or one of the other feuds, but anyway, this young man rode up Steamboat laying there at the time, and the first thing he saw was a whole gang of the enemy. He jumped down behind a wood pile, but they rode around and begun on him, he firing back, and they galloping and cavorting and yelling and banging away with all their might. Think he wounded a couple of them, but they closed in on him and chased him into the river, and as he swum along downstream, they followed along the bank and kept on shooting at him, and when he struck shore he was dead. Windy Marshall told me about it. He saw it. He was captain of the boat. Years ago, the Darnells was so thinned out that the old man and his two sons concluded they'd leave the country. They started to take Steamboat just above number 10, but the Watsons got wind of it, and they arrived just as the two young Darnells was walking up the companionway with their wives on their arms. The fight begun then, and they never got no further, both of them killed. After that, old Darnell got into trouble with the man that run the ferry, and the ferryman got the worst of it and died. But his friends shot old Darnell through and through, filled him full of bullets, and ended him. The country gentleman who told me these things had been reared in ease and comfort, was a man of good parts, and was college bred. His loose grammar was the fruit of careless habit, not ignorance. This habit among educated men in the West is not universal, but it is prevalent in the towns, certainly, if not in the cities, and to a degree which one cannot help noticing, and marveling at. I heard a Westerner who would be accounted a highly educated man in any country, say never mind, it don't make no difference, anyway. A lifelong resident who was present heard it, but it made no impression upon her. She was able to recall the fact afterward, when reminded of it, but she confessed that the words had not grated upon her ear at the time, a confession which suggests that if educated people can hear such blasphemous grammar, from such a source, and be unconscious of the deed, the crime must be tolerably common, so common that the general ear has become dulled by familiarity with it, and is no longer alert, no longer sensitive to such affronts. No one in the world speaks blemishless grammar, no one has ever written it, no one, either in the world or out of it, taking the scriptures for evidence on the latter point. Therefore it would not be fair to exact grammatical perfection from the peoples of the valley, but they and all other peoples may justly be required to refrain from knowingly and purposely debauching their grammar. I found the river greatly changed at island number 10. The island which I remembered was some 3 miles long and 1/4 of a mile wide, heavily timbered, and lay near the Kentucky shore, within 200 yards of it, I should say. Now, however, one had to hunt for it with a spyglass. Nothing was left of it but an insignificant little tuft, and this was no longer near the Kentucky shore, it was clear over against the opposite shore, a mile away. In war times the island had been an important place, for it commanded the situation, and, being heavily fortified, there was no getting by it. It lay between the upper and lower divisions of the Union forces, and kept them separate, until a junction was finally effected across the Missouri neck of land, but the island being itself joined to that neck now, the wide river is without obstruction. In this region the river passes from Kentucky into Tennessee, back into Missouri, then back into Kentucky, and thence into Tennessee again. So a mile or two of Missouri sticks over into Tennessee. The town of New Madrid was looking very unwell, but otherwise unchanged from its former condition and aspect. Its blocks of frame houses were still grouped in the same old flat plain, and environed by the same old forests. It was as tranquil as formerly, and apparently had neither grown nor diminished in size. It was said that the recent high water had invaded it and damaged its looks. This was surprising news, for in low water the river bank is very high there, 50 feet, and in my day an overflow had always been considered an impossibility. This present flood of 1882 will doubtless be celebrated in the river's history for several generations before a deluge of like magnitude shall be seen. It put all the unprotected lowlands under water, from Cairo to the mouth. It broke down the levees in a great many places, on both sides of the river, and in some regions south. When the flood was at its highest, the Mississippi was 70 miles wide. A number of lives were lost, and the destruction of property was fearful. The crops were destroyed, houses washed away, and shelterless men and cattle forced to take refuge on scattering elevations here and there in field and forest, and wait in peril and suffering until the boats put in commission by the national and local governments and by newspaper enterprise could come and rescue them. The properties of multitudes of people were under water for months, and the poorer ones must have starved by the hundred if succor had not been promptly afforded. Footnote: for a detailed and interesting description of the Great Flood, written on board of the New Orleans Times Democrats relief boat, see Appendix A. The water had been falling during a considerable time now, yet as a rule we found the banks still under water. Chapter 27. Some imported articles. We met 2 steamboats at New Madrid. 2 steamboats in sight at once. An infrequent spectacle now in the lonesome Mississippi. The loneliness of this solemn, stupendous flood is impressive and depressing. League after league, and still league after league, it pours its chocolate tide along, between its solid forest walls, its almost untenanted shores, with seldom a sail or a moving object of any kind to disturb the surface and break the monotony of the blank, watery solitude. And so the day goes, the night comes, and again the day, and still the same, night after night and day after day, majestic, unchanging sameness of serenity, repose, tranquility, lethargy, vacancy symbol of eternity. Realization of the heaven pictured by priest and prophet, and longed for by the good and thoughtless. Immediately after the War of 1812, tourists began to come to America, from England, scattering ones at first, then a sort of procession of them, a procession which kept up its plodding, patient march through the land during many, many years. Each tourist took notes, and went home and published a book which was usually calm, truthful, reasonable, kind, but which seemed just the reverse to our tender-footed progenitors. A glance at these tourist books shows us that in certain of its aspects the Mississippi has undergone no change since those strangers visited it, but remains today about as it was then. The emotions produced in those foreign breasts by these aspects were not all formed on one pattern. Of course, they had to be various, along at first, because the earlier tourists were obliged to originate their emotions, whereas in older countries one can always borrow emotions from one's predecessors. And, mind you, emotions are among the toughest things in the world to manufacture out of whole cloth. It is easier to manufacture 7 facts than 1 emotion. Captain Basil Hall, R.N., writing 55 years ago, says, "Here I caught the first glimpse of the object I had so long wished to behold, and felt myself amply repaid at that moment for all the trouble I had experienced in coming so far, and stood looking at the river flowing past till it was too dark to distinguish anything. But it was not till I had visited the same spot a dozen times, that I came to a right comprehension of the grandeur of the scene." Following are Mrs. Trollope's emotions. She is writing a few months later in the same year, 1827, and is coming in at the mouth of the Mississippi. "The first indication of our approach to land was the appearance of this mighty river pouring forth its muddy mass of waters, and mingling with the deep blue of the Mexican Gulf. I never beheld a scene so utterly desolate as this entrance of the Mississippi. Had Dante seen it, he might have drawn images of another Borgia from its horrors. One only object rears itself above the eddying waters. This is the mast of a vessel long since wrecked in attempting to cross the bar, and it still stands, a dismal witness of the destruction that has been, and a boding prophet of that which is to come." Emotions of Honorable Charles Augustus Murray, near St. Louis. 7 years later. "It is only when you ascend the mighty current for 50 or 100 miles, and use the eye of imagination as well as that of nature, that you begin to understand all his might and majesty. You see him fertilizing a boundless valley, bearing along in his course the trophies of his 1,000 victories over the shattered forest, here carrying away large masses of soil with all their growth, and there forming islands, destined at some future period to be the residence of man, and while indulging in this prospect, it is then time for reflection to suggest that the current before you has flowed through 2,000 or 3,000 miles, and has yet to travel 1,300 more, before reaching its ocean destination. Receive, now, the emotions of Captain Marryat, R.N., author of the Sea Tales, writing in 1837, 3 years after Mr. Murray. Never, perhaps, in the records of nations, was there an instance of a century of such unvarying and unmitigated crime as is to be collected from the history of the turbulent and blood-stained Mississippi. The stream itself appears as if appropriate for the deeds which have been committed. It is not like most rivers, beautiful to the sight, bestowing fertility in its course, not one that the eye loves to dwell upon as it sweeps along, nor can you wander upon its banks, or trust yourself without danger to its stream. It is a furious, rapid, desolating torrent, loaded with alluvial soil, and few of those who are received into its waters ever rise again. Footnote: there was a foolish superstition of some little prevalence in that day, that the Mississippi would neither buoy up a swimmer, nor permit a drowned person's body to rise to the surface, or can support themselves long upon its surface without assistance from some friendly log. It contains the coarsest and most uneatable of fish, such as the catfish and such genus, and as you descend, its banks are occupied with the fetid alligator, while the panther basks at its edge in the cane brakes, almost impervious to man. Pouring its impetuous waters through wild tracts covered with trees of little value except for firewood, it sweeps down whole forests in its course, which disappear in tumultuous confusion, whirled away by the stream now loaded with the masses of soil which nourished their roots, often blocking up and changing for a time the channel of the river, which, as if in anger at its being opposed, inundates and devastates the whole country round, and as soon as it forces its way through its former channel, plants in every direction the uprooted monarchs of the forest, upon whose branches the bird will never again perch, or the raccoon, the opossum, or the squirrel climb, as traps to the adventurous navigators of its waters by steam, who, borne down upon these concealed dangers which pierce through the planks, very often have not time to steer for and gain the shore before they sink to the bottom. There are no pleasing associations connected with the great common sewer of the Western America, which pours out its mud into the Mexican Gulf, polluting the clear blue sea for many miles beyond its mouth. It is a river of desolation, and instead of reminding you, like other beautiful rivers, of an angel which has descended for the benefit of man, you imagine it a devil, whose energies have been only overcome by the wonderful power of steam. It is pretty crude literature for a man accustomed to handling a pen, still, as a panorama of the emotions sent weltering through this noted visitor's breast by the aspect and traditions of the great common sewer, it has a value. A value, though marred in the matter of statistics by inaccuracies, for the catfish is a plenty good enough fish for anybody, and there are no panthers that are impervious to man. Later still comes Alexander Mackay, of the Middle Temple, barrister at law, with a better digestion, and no catfish dinner aboard, and feels as follows the Mississippi. It was with indescribable emotions that I first felt myself afloat upon its waters. How often in my schoolboy dreams, and in my waking visions afterwards, had my imagination pictured to itself the lordly stream, rolling with tumultuous current through the boundless region to which it has given its name, and gathering into itself, in its course to the ocean, the tributary waters of almost every latitude in the temperate zone. Here it was then in its reality, and I, at length, steaming against its tide. I looked upon it with that reverence with which everyone must regard a great feature of external nature. So much for the emotions. The tourists, one and all, remark upon the deep, brooding loneliness and desolation of the vast river. Captain Basil Hall, who saw it at flood stage, says sometimes we passed along distances of 20 or 30 miles without seeing a single habitation. An artist, in search of hints for a painting of the deluge, would here have found them in abundance. The first shall be last, etc. Just 200 years ago, the old original first and gallantest of all the foreign tourists, pioneer, head of the procession, ended his weary and tedious discovery voyage down the solemn stretches of the great river La Salle, whose name will last as long as the river itself shall last. We quote from Mr. Parkman, and now they neared their journey's end. On the 6th of April, the river divided itself into 3 broad channels. La Salle followed that of the west, and Doutre that of the east, while Tonty took the middle passage. As he drifted down the turbid current, between the low and marshy shores, the brackish water changed to brine, and the breeze grew fresh with the salt breath of the sea. Then the broad bosom of the great gulf opened on his sight, tossing its restless billows, limitless, voiceless, lonely as when born of chaos, without a sail, without a sign of life. Then, on a spot of solid ground, La Salle reared a column bearing the arms of France. The Frenchmen were mustered under arms, and while the New England Indians and their squaws looked on in wondering silence, they chanted the Te Deum, the Exaudiat, and the Domini Salvum Fac Regem. Then, whilst the musketry volleyed and rejoicing shouts burst forth, the victorious discoverer planted the column, and made proclamation in a loud voice, taking formal possession of the river and the vast countries watered by it, in the name of the king. The column bore this inscription: Louis Le Grand, Roi de France et de Navarre, Regni, le 9 avril, 1682. New Orleans intended to fittingly celebrate, this present year, the bicentennial anniversary of this illustrious event, but when the time came, all her energies and surplus money were required in other directions, for the flood was upon the land then, making havoc and devastation everywhere. Chapter 28. Uncle Mumford unloads. All day we swung along down the river, and had the stream almost wholly to ourselves. Formerly, at such a stage of the water, we should have passed acres of lumber rafts, and dozens of big coal barges, also occasional little trading scows, peddling along from farm to farm, with the peddler's family on board, possibly, a random scow, bearing a humble hamlet and co on an itinerant dramatic trip. But these were all absent. Far along in the day, we saw one steamboat, just one, and no more. She was lying at rest in the shade, within the wooded mouth of the Obion River. The spyglass revealed the fact that she was named for me, or he was named for me, whichever you prefer. As this was the first time I had ever encountered this species of honor, it seems excusable to mention it, and at the same time call the attention of the authorities to the tardiness of my recognition of it. Noted a big change in the river, at Island 21. It was a very large island, and used to be out toward midstream, but it is joined fast to the main shore now, and has retired from business as an island. As we approached famous and formidable Plum Point, darkness fell, but that was nothing to shudder about in these modern times. For now the national government has turned the Mississippi into a sort of 2,000-mile torchlight procession. In the head of every crossing, and in the foot of every crossing, the government has set up a clear burning lamp. You are never entirely in the dark, now, there is always a beacon in sight, either before you, or behind you, or abreast. One might almost say that lamps have been squandered there. Dozens of crossings are lighted which were not shoal when they were created, and have never been shoal since, crossings so plain, too, and also so straight, that a steamboat can take herself through them without any help, after she has been through once. Lamps in such places are of course not wasted. It is much more convenient and comfortable for a pilot to hold on them than on a spread of formless blackness that won't stay still, and money is saved to the boat, at the same time, for she can of course make more miles with her rudder amidships than she can with it squared across her stern and holding her back. But this thing has knocked the romance out of piloting, to a large extent. It, and some other things together, have knocked all the romance out of it. For instance, the peril from snags is not now what it once was. The government's snag boats go patrolling up and down, in these matter-of-fact days, pulling the river's teeth. They have rooted out all the old clusters which made many localities so formidable, and they allow no new ones to collect. Formerly, if your boat got away from you, on a black night, and broke for the woods, it was an anxious time with you. So was it also, when you were groping your way through solidified darkness in a narrow chute, but all that is changed now. You flash out your electric light, transform night into day in the twinkling of an eye, and your perils and anxieties are at an end. Horace Bixby and George Ritchie have charted the crossings and laid out the courses by compass. They have invented a lamp to go with the chart, and have patented the whole. With these helps, one may run in the fog now, with considerable security, and with a confidence unknown in the old days. With these abundant beacons, the banishment of snags, plenty of daylight in a box and ready to be turned on whenever needed, and a chart and compass to fight the fog with, piloting, at a good stage of water, is now nearly as safe and simple as driving stage, and is hardly more than 3 times as romantic. And now in these new days, these days of infinite change, the anchor line have raised the captain above the pilot by giving him the bigger wages of the two. This was going far, but they have not stopped there. They have decreed that the pilot shall remain at his post, and stand his watch clear through, whether the boat be under way or tied up to the shore. We, that were once the aristocrats of the river, can't go to bed now, as we used to do, and sleep while 100 tons of freight are lugged aboard. No, we must sit in the pilot house, and keep awake, too. Verily we are being treated like a parcel of mates and engineers. The government has taken away the romance of our calling, the company has taken away its state and dignity. Plum Point looked as it had always looked by night, with the exception that now there were beacons to mark the crossings, and also a lot of other lights on the point and along its shore, these latter glinting from the fleet of the United States River Commission, and from a village which the officials have built on the land for offices and for the employees of the service. The military engineers of the Commission have taken upon their shoulders the job of making the Mississippi over again, a job transcended in size by only the original job of creating it. They are building wing dams here and there, to deflect the current, and dikes to confine it in narrower bounds, and other dikes to make it stay there, and for unnumbered miles along the Mississippi, they are felling the timber front for 50 yards back, with the purpose of shaving the bank down to low water mark with the slant of a house roof, and ballasting it with stones, and in many places they have protected the wasting shores with rows of piles. One who knows the Mississippi will promptly aver not aloud, but to himself, that 10,000 river commissions, with the minds of the world at their back, cannot tame that lawless stream, cannot curb it or confine it, cannot say to it, go here, or go there, and make it obey, cannot save a shore which it has sentenced, cannot bar its path with an obstruction which it will not tear down, dance over, and laugh at. But a discreet man will not put these things into spoken words, for the West Point engineers have not their superiors anywhere, they know all that can be known of their abstruse science, and so, since they conceive that they can fetter and handcuff that river and boss him, it is but wisdom for the unscientific man to keep still, lie low, and wait till they do it. Captain Eads, with his jetties, has done a work at the mouth of the Mississippi which seemed clearly impossible, so we do not feel full confidence now to prophesy against like impossibilities. Otherwise one would pipe out and say the Commission might as well bully the comets in their courses and undertake to make them behave, as try to bully the Mississippi into right and reasonable conduct. I consulted Uncle Mumford concerning this and cognate matters, and I give here the result, stenographically reported, and therefore to be relied on as being full and correct, except that I have here and there left out remarks which were addressed to the men, such as where in blazes are you going with that barrel now, and which seem to me to break the flow of the written statement, without compensating by adding to its information or its clearness. Not that I have ventured to strike out all such interjections, I have removed only those which were obviously irrelevant. Wherever one occurred which I felt any question about, I have judged it safest to let it remain. Uncle Mumford's impressions. Uncle Mumford said, as long as I have been mate of a steamboat 30 years I have watched this river and studied it. Maybe I could have learnt more about it at West Point, but if I believe it I wish I may be. What are you sucking your fingers there for, collar that kag of nails? 4 years at West Point, and plenty of books and schooling, will learn a man a good deal, I reckon, but it won't learn him the river. You turn one of those little European rivers over to this Commission, with its hard bottom and clear water, and it would just be a holiday job for them to wall it, and pile it, and dike it, and tame it down, and boss it around, and make it go wherever they wanted it to, and stay where they put it, and do just as they said, every time. But this ain't that kind of a river. they have started in here with big confidence, and the best intentions in the world, but they are going to get left. What does Ecclesiastes 7:13 say? Says enough to knock their little game galley west, don't it? Now you look at their methods once. They're at Devil's Island, in the upper river, they wanted the water to go one way, the water wanted to go another. So they put up a stone wall. But what does the river care for a stone wall? When it got ready, it just bulged through it. Maybe they can build another that will stay, that is, up there, but not down here. They can't. Down here in the lower river, they drive some pegs to turn the water away from the shore and stop it from slicing off the bank. Very well, don't it go straight over and cut somebody else's bank? Certainly. Are they going to peg all the banks? Why, they could buy ground and build a new Mississippi cheaper. They are pegging Bulletin Towhead now. It won't do any good. If the river has got a mortgage on that island, it will foreclose, sure, pegs or no pegs. Away down yonder, they have driven 2 rows of piles straight through the middle of a dry bar half a mile long, which is 40 foot out of the water when the river is low. What do you reckon that is for? If I know, I wish I may land in hump yourself, you son of an undertaker, out with that coal oil, now, lively, lively. And just look at what they are trying to do down there at Milliken's Bend. There's been a cut off in that section, and Vicksburg is left out in the cold. It's a country town now. The river strikes in below it, and a boat can't go up to the town except in high water. Well, they are going to build wing dams in the bend opposite the foot of 103, and throw the water over and cut off the foot of the island and plow down into an old ditch where the river used to be in ancient times, and they think they can persuade the water around that way, and get it to strike in above Vicksburg, as it used to do, and fetch the town back into the world again. That is, they are going to take this whole Mississippi, and twist it around and make it run several miles upstream. Well, you've got to admire men that deal in ideas of that size and can tote them around without crutches, but you haven't got to believe they can do such miracles, have you? And yet you ain't absolutely obliged to believe they can't. I reckon the safe way, where a man can afford it, is to copper the operation, and at the same time buy enough property in Vicksburg to square you up in case they win. Government is doing a deal for the Mississippi, now spending loads of money on her. When there used to be 4,000 steamboats and 10,000 acres of coal barges and rafts and trading scows, there wasn't a lantern from St. Paul to New Orleans, and the snags were thicker than bristles on a hog's back, and now when there's 3 dozen steamboats and nary barge or raft, government has snatched out all the snags, and lit up the shores like Broadway, and a boat's as safe on the river as she'd be in heaven. And I reckon that by the time there ain't any boats left at all, the commission will have the old thing all reorganized, and dredged out, and fenced in, and tidied up, to a degree that will make navigation just simply perfect, and absolutely safe and profitable, and all the days will be Sundays, and all the mates will be Sunday school. So what in the nation you fooling around there for, you sons of unrighteousness, heirs of perdition? Going to be a year getting that hog's head ashore. During our trip to New Orleans and back, we had many conversations with river men, planters, journalists, and officers of the River Commission with conflicting and confusing results. To wit, 1. Some believed in the Commission's scheme to arbitrarily and permanently confine, and thus deepen, the channel, preserve threatened shores, etc. 2. Some believed that the Commission's money ought to be spent only on building and repairing the great system of levees. 3. Some believed that the higher you build your levee, the higher the river's bottom will rise, and that consequently the levee system is a mistake. 4. Some believed in the scheme to relieve the river, in flood time, by turning its surplus waters off into Lake Borgne, etc. 5. Some believed in the scheme of northern lake reservoirs to replenish the Mississippi in low water seasons. Wherever you find a man down there who believes in one of these theories, you may turn to the next man and frame your talk upon the hypothesis that he does not believe in that theory, and after you have had experience, you do not take this course doubtfully, or hesitatingly, but with the confidence of a dying murderer converted one, I mean. For you will have come to know, with a deep and restful certainty, that you are not going to meet two people sick of the same theory, one right after the other. No, there will always be one or two with the other diseases along between. And as you proceed, you will find out one or two other things. You will find out that there is no distemper of the lot but is contagious, and you cannot go where it is without catching it. You may vaccinate yourself with deterrent facts as much as you please, it will do no good, it will seem to take, but it doesn't. The moment you rub against any one of those theorists, make up your mind that it is time to hang out your yellow flag. Yes, you are his sure victim, yet his work is not all to your hurt, only part of it, for he is like your family physician, who comes and cures the mumps, and leaves the scarlet fever behind. If your man is a lake-borne relief theorist, for instance, he will exhale a cloud of deadly facts and statistics which will lay you out with that disease, sure, but at the same time he will cure you of any other of the 5 theories that may have previously got into your system. I have had all the 5, and had them bad, but ask me not, in mournful numbers, which one racked me hardest, or which one numbered the biggest sick list, for I do not know. In truth, no one can answer the latter question. Mississippi improvement is a mighty topic, down yonder. Every man on the river banks, south of Cairo, talks about it every day, during such moments as he is able to spare from talking about the war, and each of the several chief theories has its host of zealous partisans, but, as I have said, it is not possible to determine which cause numbers the most recruits. All were agreed upon one point, however: if Congress would make a sufficient appropriation, a colossal benefit would result. Very well, since then the appropriation has been made, possibly a sufficient one, certainly not too large a one. Let us hope that the prophecy will be amply fulfilled. One thing will be easily granted by the reader, that an opinion from Mr. Edward Atkinson, upon any vast national commercial matter, comes as near ranking as authority, as can the opinion of any individual in the Union. What he has to say about Mississippi River improvement will be found in the appendix, footnote see Appendix B. Sometimes, half a dozen figures will reveal, as with a lightning flash, the importance of a subject which 10,000 labored words, with the same purpose in view, had left at last but dim and uncertain. Here is a case of the sort paragraph from the Cincinnati Commercial: the towboat Joss B. Williams is on her way to New Orleans with a tow of 32 barges, containing 600,000 bushels, 76 pounds to the bushel, of coal exclusive of her own fuel, being the largest tow ever taken to New Orleans or anywhere else in the world. Her freight bill, at 3 cents a bushel, amounts to $18,000. It would take 1,800 cars, of 333 bushels to the car, to transport this amount of coal. At $10 per ton, or $100 per car, which would be a fair price for the distance by rail, the freight bill would amount to $180,000, or $162,000 more by rail than by river. The tow will be taken from Pittsburgh to New Orleans in 14 or 15 days. It would take 100 trains of 18 cars to the train to transport this one tow of 600,000 bushels of coal, and even if it made the usual speed of fast freight lines, it would take one whole summer to put it through by rail. When a river in good condition can enable one to save $162,000 and a whole summer's time, on a single cargo, the wisdom of taking measures to keep the river in good condition is made plain to even the uncommercial mind. Chapter 29. A few specimen bricks. We passed through the Plum Point region, turned Craighead's Point, and glided unchallenged by what was once the formidable Fort Pillow, memorable because of the massacre perpetrated there during the war. Massacres are sprinkled with some frequency through the histories of several Christian nations, but this is almost the only one that can be found in American history. Perhaps it is the only one which rises to a size correspondent to that huge and somber title. We have the Boston Massacre, where 2 or 3 people were killed, but we must bunch Anglo-Saxon history together to find the fellow to the Fort Pillow tragedy, and doubtless even then we must travel back to the days and the performances of Coeur de Lion, that fine hero, before we accomplish it. More of the river's freaks. In times past, the channel used to strike above Island 37, by Brandywine Bar, and down towards Island 39. Afterward, changed its course and went from Brandywine down through Vogelman's Chute in the Devil's Elbow, to Island 39. Part of this course reversing the old order, the river running up 4 or 5 miles, instead of down, and cutting off, throughout, some 15 miles of distance. This in 1876. All that region is now called Centennial Island. There is a tradition that Island 37 was one of the principal abiding places of the once celebrated Morell's gang. This was a colossal combination of robbers, horse thieves, Negro stealers, and counterfeiters, engaged in business along the river some 50 or 60 years ago. While our journey across the country towards St. Louis was in progress, we had had no end of Jesse James and his stirring history, for he had just been assassinated by an agent of the governor of Missouri, and was in consequence occupying a good deal of space in the newspapers. Cheap histories of him were for sale by train boys. According to these, he was the most marvelous creature of his kind that had ever existed. It was a mistake. Morell was his equal in boldness, in pluck, in rapacity, in cruelty, brutality, heartlessness, treachery, and in general and comprehensive vileness and shamelessness, and very much his superior in some larger aspects. James was a retail rascal, Morell, wholesale. James's modest genius dreamed of no loftier flight than the planning of raids upon cars, coaches, and country banks. Morell projected Negro insurrections and the capture of New Orleans, and furthermore, on occasion, this Morell could go into a pulpit and edify the congregation. What are James and his half-dozen vulgar rascals compared with this stately old-time criminal, with his sermons, his meditated insurrections and city captures, and his majestic following of 1,000 men, sworn to do his evil will? Here is a paragraph or two concerning this big operator, from a now forgotten book which was published half a century ago. He appears to have been a most dexterous as well as consummate villain. When he traveled, his usual disguise was that of an itinerant preacher, and it is said that his discourses were very soul-moving, interesting the hearers so much that they forgot to look after their horses, which were carried away by his confederates while he was preaching. But the stealing of horses in one state, and selling them in another, was but a small portion of their business. The most lucrative was the enticing slaves to run away from their masters, that they might sell them in another quarter. This was arranged as follows: they would tell a Negro that if he would run away from his master, and allow them to sell him, he should receive a portion of the money paid for him, and that upon his return to them a second time they would send him to a free state, where he would be safe. The poor wretches complied with this request, hoping to obtain money and freedom. They would be sold to another master, and run away again, to their employers. Sometimes they would be sold in this manner 3 or 4 times, until they had realized $3,000 or $4,000 by them, but as, after this, there was fear of detection, the usual custom was to get rid of the only witness that could be produced against them, which was the Negro himself, by murdering him, and throwing his body into the Mississippi. Even if it was established that they had stolen a Negro, before he was murdered, they were always prepared to evade punishment, for they concealed the Negro who had run away, until he was advertised, and a reward offered to any man who would catch him. An advertisement of this kind warrants the person to take the property, if found. And then the Negro becomes a property in trust. When, therefore, they sold the Negro, it only became a breach of trust, not stealing, and for a breach of trust, the owner of the property can only have redress by a civil action, which was useless, as the damages were never paid. It may be inquired, how it was that Morrell escaped lynch law under such circumstances. This will be easily understood when it is stated that he had more than 1,000 sworn Confederates, all ready at a moment's notice to support any of the gang who might be in trouble. The names of all the principal Confederates of Morrell were obtained from himself, in a manner which I shall presently explain. The gang was composed of two classes, the heads or council, as they were called, who planned and concerted, but seldom acted. They amounted to about 400. The other class were the active agents, and were termed strikers, and amounted to about 650. These were the tools in the hands of the others. They ran all the risk, and received but a small portion of the money. They were in the power of the leaders of the gang, who would sacrifice them at any time by handing them over to justice, or sinking their bodies in the Mississippi. The general rendezvous of this gang of miscreants was on the Arkansas side of the river, where they concealed their Negroes in the morasses and cane brakes. The depredations of this extensive combination were severely felt, but so well were their plans arranged, that although Morrell, who was always active, was everywhere suspected, there was no proof to be obtained. It so happened, however, that a young man of the name of Stewart, who was looking after two slaves which Morrell had decoyed away, fell in with him and obtained his confidence, took the oath, and was admitted into the gang as one of the general council. By this means all was discovered, for Stewart turned traitor, although he had taken the oath, and having obtained every information, exposed the whole concern, the names of all the parties, and finally succeeded in bringing home sufficient evidence against Morrell, to procure his conviction and sentence to the penitentiary. Morrell was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment. So many people who were supposed to be honest, and bore a respectable name in the different states, were found to be. Among the list of the Grand Council as published by Stewart, that every attempt was made to throw discredit upon his assertions, his character was vilified, and more than one attempt was made to assassinate him. He was obliged to quit the Southern states in consequence. It is, however, now well ascertained to have been all true, and although some blame Mr. Stewart for having violated his oath, they no longer attempt to deny that his revelations were correct. I will quote one or two portions of Morrell's confessions to Mr. Stewart, made to him when they were journeying together. I ought to have observed, that the ultimate intentions of Morrell and his associates were, by his own account, on a very extended scale, having no less an object in view than raising the blacks against the whites, taking possession of, and plundering New Orleans, and making themselves possessors of the territory. The following are a few extracts I collected all my friends about New Orleans at one of our friends' houses in that place, and we sat in council 3 days before we got all our plans to our notion. We then determined to undertake the rebellion at every hazard, and make as many friends as we could for that purpose. Every man's business being assigned him, I started to Natchez on foot, having sold my horse in New Orleans with the intention of stealing another after I started. I walked 4 days, and no opportunity offered for me to get a horse. The 5th day, about 12, I had become tired, and stopped at a creek to get some water and rest a little. While I was sitting on a log, looking down the road the way that I had come, a man came in sight riding on a good-looking horse. The very moment I saw him, I was determined to have his horse, if he was in the garb of a traveler. He rode up, and I saw from his equipage that he was a traveler. I arose and drew an elegant rifle pistol on him and ordered him to dismount. He did so, and I took his horse by the bridle and pointed down the creek, and ordered him to walk before me. He went a few hundred yards and stopped. I hitched his horse, and then made him undress himself, all to his shirt and drawers, and ordered him to turn his back to me. He said, "If you are determined to kill me, let me have time to pray before I die." I told him I had no time to hear him pray. He turned around and dropped on his knees, and I shot him through the back of the head. I ripped open his belly and took out his entrails, and sunk him in the creek. I then searched his pockets, and found $400.37, and a number of papers that I did not take time to examine. I sunk the pocketbook and papers and his hat, in the creek. His boots were brand new, and fitted me genteelly, and I put them on and sunk my old shoes in the creek, to atone for them. I rolled up his clothes and put them into his portmanteau, as they were brand new cloth of the best quality. I mounted as fine a horse as ever I straddled, and directed my course for Natchez in much better style than I had been for the last 5 days. Myself and a fellow by the name of Crenshaw gathered 4 good horses and started for Georgia. We got in company with a young South Carolinian just before we got to Cumberland Mountain, and Crenshaw soon knew all about his business. He had been to Tennessee to buy a drove of hogs, but when he got there pork was dearer than he calculated, and he declined purchasing. We concluded he was a prize. Crenshaw winked at me. I understood his idea. Crenshaw had traveled the road before, but I never had. We had traveled several miles on the mountain, when he passed near a great precipice. Just before we passed it, Crenshaw asked me for my whip, which had a pound of lead in the butt. I handed it to him, and he rode up by the side of the South Carolinian, and gave him a blow on the side of the head and tumbled him from his horse. We lit from our horses and fingered his pockets. We got $1,262. Crenshaw said he knew a place to hide him, and he gathered him under his arms, and I by his feet, and conveyed him to a deep crevice in the brow of the precipice, and tumbled him into it, and he went out of sight. We then tumbled in his saddle, and took his horse with us, which was worth $200. We were detained a few days, and during that time our friend went to a little village in the neighborhood and saw the Negro advertised, a Negro in our possession, and a description of the 2 men of whom he had been purchased, and giving his suspicions of the men. It was rather squally times, but any port in a storm. We took the Negro that night on the bank of a creek which runs by the farm of our friend, and Crenshaw shot him through the head. We took out his entrails and sunk him in the creek. He had sold the other Negro the 3rd time on Arkansas River for upwards of $500, and then stole him and delivered him into the hand of his friend, who conducted him to a swamp, and veiled the tragic scene, and got the last gleanings and sacred pledge of secrecy, as a game of that kind will not do unless it ends in a mystery to all but the fraternity. He sold the Negro, first and last, for nearly $2,000, and then put him forever out of the reach of all pursuers, and they can never graze him unless they can find the Negro, and that they cannot do, for his carcass has fed many a tortoise and catfish before this time, and the frogs have sung this many a long day to the silent repose of his skeleton. We were approaching Memphis, in front of which city, and witnessed by its people, was fought the most famous of the river battles of the Civil War. 2 men whom I had served under, in my river days, took part in that fight, Mr. Bixby, head pilot of the Union fleet, and Montgomery, Commodore of the Confederate fleet. Both saw a great deal of active service during the war, and achieved high reputations for pluck and capacity. As we neared Memphis, we began to cast about for an excuse to stay with the gold dust to the end of her course Vicksburg. We were so pleasantly situated, that we did not wish to make a change. I had an errand of considerable importance to do at Napoleon, Arkansas, but perhaps I could manage it without quitting the gold dust. I said as much, so we decided to stick to present quarters. The boat was to tarry at Memphis till 10 the next morning. It is a beautiful city, nobly situated on a commanding bluff overlooking the river. The streets are straight and spacious, though not paved in a way to incite distempered admiration. No, the admiration must be reserved for the town sewerage system, which is called perfect, a recent reform, however, for it was just the other way, up to a few years ago, a reform resulting from the lesson taught by a desolating visitation of the yellow fever. In those awful days the people were swept off by hundreds, by thousands, and so great was the reduction caused by flight and by death together, that the population was diminished 3/4, and so remained for a time. Business stood nearly still, and the streets bore an empty Sunday aspect. Here is a picture of Memphis, at that disastrous time, drawn by a German tourist who seems to have been an eyewitness of the scenes which he describes. It is from chapter 7, of his book, just published, in Leipzig, Mississippi, Fahrten, von Ernst von Hesse Wartag. In August the yellow fever had reached its extremest height. Daily, hundreds fell a sacrifice to the terrible epidemic. The city was become a mighty graveyard, 2/3 of the population had deserted the place, and only the poor, the aged and the sick, remained behind, a sure prey for the insidious enemy. The houses were closed, little lamps burned in front of many a sign that here death had entered. Often, several lay dead in a single house, from the windows hung black crape. The stores were shut up, for their owners were gone away or dead. Fearful evil! In the briefest space it struck down and swept away even the most vigorous victim. A slight indisposition, then an hour of fever, then the hideous delirium, then the yellow death. On the street corners, and in the squares, lay sick men, suddenly overtaken by the disease, and even corpses, distorted and rigid. Food failed. Meat spoiled in a few hours in the fetid and pestiferous air, and turned black. Fearful clamors issue from many houses, then after a season they cease, and all is still. Noble, self-sacrificing men come with the coffin, nail it up, and carry it away, to the graveyard. In the night stillness reigns. Only the physicians and the hearses hurry through the streets, and out of the distance, at intervals, comes the muffled thunder of the railway train, which with the speed of the wind, and as if hunted by furies, flies by the pest-ridden city without halting. But there is life enough there now. The population exceeds 40,000 and is augmenting, and trade is in a flourishing condition. We drove about the city, visited the park and the sociable horde of squirrels there, saw the fine residences, rose-clad and in other ways enticing to the eye, and got a good breakfast at the hotel. A thriving place is the Good Samaritan city of the Mississippi, has a great wholesale jobbing trade, foundries, machine shops, and manufactories of wagons, carriages, and cottonseed oil, and is shortly to have cotton mills and elevators. Her cotton receipts reached 500,000 bales last year, an increase of 60,000 over the year before. Out from her healthy commercial heart issue 5 trunk lines of railway, and a 6th is being added. This is a very different Memphis from the one which the vanished and unremembered procession of foreign tourists used to put into their books long time ago. In the days of the now forgotten but once renowned and vigorously hated Mrs. Trollope, Memphis seems to have consisted mainly of one long street of log houses, with some outlying cabins sprinkled around rearward toward the woods, and now and then a pig, and no end of mud. That was 55 years ago. She stopped at the hotel. Plainly it was not the one which gave us our breakfast. She says the table was laid for 50 persons, and was nearly full. They ate in perfect silence, and with such astonishing rapidity that their dinner was over literally before ours was begun. The only sounds heard were those produced by the knives and forks, with the unceasing chorus of coughing, etc. Coughing, etc. The etc. stands for an unpleasant word there, a word which she does not always charitably cover up, but sometimes prints. You will find it in the following description of a steamboat dinner which she ate in company with a lot of aristocratic planters, wealthy, well-born, ignorant swells they were, tinselled with the usual harmless military and judicial titles of that old day of cheap shams and windy pretense, the total want of all the usual courtesies of the table, the voracious rapidity with which the viands were seized and devoured, the strange uncouth phrases and pronunciation, the loathsome spitting, from the contamination of which it was absolutely impossible to protect our dresses, the frightful manner of feeding with their knives, till the whole blade seemed to enter into the mouth, and the still more frightful manner of cleaning the teeth afterward with a pocket knife, soon forced us to feel that we were not surrounded by the generals, colonels, and majors of the old world, and that the dinner hour was to be anything rather than an hour of enjoyment. Chapter 30 Sketches. By the way, it was a big river, below Memphis, banks brimming full, everywhere, and very frequently more than full, the waters pouring out over the land, flooding the woods and fields for miles into the interior, and in places, to a depth of 15 feet, signs, all about, of men's hard work gone to ruin, and all to be done over again, with straitened means and a weakened courage. A melancholy picture, and a continuous one, hundreds of miles of it. Sometimes the beacon lights stood in water 3 feet deep, in the edge of dense forests which extended for miles without farm, wood yard, clearing, or break of any kind, which meant that the keeper of the light must come in a skiff a great distance to discharge his trust, and often in desperate weather. Yet I was told that the work is faithfully performed, in all weathers, and not always by men, sometimes by women, if the man is sick or absent. The government furnishes oil, and pays $10 or $15 a month for the lighting and tending. A government boat distributes oil and pays wages once a month. The Ship Island region was as woodsy and tenantless as ever. The island has ceased to be an island, has joined itself compactly to the main shore, and wagons travel, now, where the steamboats used to navigate. No signs left of the wreck of the Pennsylvania. Some farmer will turn up her bones with his plow one day, no doubt, and be surprised. We were getting down now into the migrating Negro region. These poor people could never travel when they were slaves, so they make up for the privation now. They stay on a plantation till the desire to travel seizes them, then they pack up, hail a steamboat, and clear out. Not for any particular place, no, nearly any place will answer, they only want to be moving. The amount of money on hand will answer the rest of the conundrum for them. If it will take them 50 miles, very well, let it be 50. If not, a shorter flight will do. During a couple of days, we frequently answered these hails. Sometimes there was a group of high water stained, tumble-down cabins, populous with colored folk, and no whites visible, with grassless patches of dry ground here and there, a few felled trees, with skeleton cattle, mules, and horses, eating the leaves and gnawing the bark, no other food for them in the flood-wasted land. Sometimes there was a single lonely landing cabin, near it the colored family that had hailed us, little and big, old and young, roosting on the scant pile of household goods, these consisting of a rusty gun, some bed ticks, chests, tinware, stools, a crippled looking-glass, a venerable armchair, and 6 or 8 base-born and spiritless yellow curs, attached to the family by strings. They must have their dogs, can't go without their dogs. Yet the dogs are never willing, they always object, so, one after another, in ridiculous procession, they are dragged aboard, all 4 feet braced and sliding along the stage, head likely to be pulled off, but the tugger marching determinedly forward, bending to his work, with the rope over his shoulder for better purchase. Sometimes a child is forgotten and left on the bank, but never a dog. The usual river gossip going on in the pilot house. Island No. 63, an island with a lovely chute, or passage, behind it in the former times. They said Jesse Jameson, in the Skylark, had a visiting pilot with him one trip. A poor old broken down, superannuated fellow left him at the wheel, at the foot of 63, to run off the watch. The ancient mariner went up through the chute, and down the river outside, and up the chute and down the river again, and yet again and again, and handed the boat over to the relieving pilot, at the end of 3 hours of honest endeavor, at the same old foot of the island where he had originally taken the wheel. A darky on shore who had observed the boat go by, about 13 times, said, "Clar to gracious, I wouldn't be surprised if days a whole line o' dem ske larks." Anecdote illustrative of influence of reputation in the changing of opinion. The Eclipse was renowned for her swiftness. One day she passed along, an old darky on shore, absorbed in his own matters, did not notice what steamer it was. Presently someone asked, "Any boat gone up?" "Yes, saw." "Was she going fast?" "Oh, so loafin' along." "Now, do you know what boat that was?" "No, saw." "Why, uncle, that was the Eclipse." "No. Is dad so?" "Well, I bet it was 'cause she jes went by here a sparklin'." Piece of history illustrative of the violent style of some of the people down along here. During the early weeks of high water, A's fence rails washed down on B's ground, and B's rails washed up in the eddy and landed on A's ground. A said, "Let the thing remain so, I will use your rails, and you use mine." But B objected, wouldn't have it so. One day, A came down on B's ground to get his rails. B said, "I'll kill you," and proceeded for him with his revolver. A said, "I'm not armed." So B, who wished to do only what was right, threw down his revolver, then pulled a knife, and cut A's throat all around, but gave his principal attention to the front, and so failed to sever the jugular. Struggling around, A managed to get his hands on the discarded revolver, and shot B dead with it and recovered from his own injuries. Further gossip, after which, everybody went below to get afternoon coffee, and left me at the wheel, alone. Something presently reminded me of our last hour in St. Louis, part of which I spent on this boat's hurricane deck, aft. I was joined there by a stranger, who dropped into conversation with me, a brisk young fellow, who said he was born in a town in the interior of Wisconsin, and had never seen a steamboat until a week before. Also said that on the way down from La Crosse he had inspected and examined his boat so diligently and with such passionate interest that he had mastered the whole thing from stem to rudder blade. Asked me where I was from. I answered, "New England." "Oh, a Yank," said he, and went chatting straight along, without waiting for assent or denial. He immediately proposed to take me all over the boat and tell me the names of her different parts, and teach me their uses. Before I could enter protest or excuse, he was already rattling glibly away at his benevolent work, and when I perceived that he was misnaming the things, and inhospitably amusing himself at the expense of an innocent stranger from a far country, I held my peace, and let him have his way. He gave me a world of misinformation, and the further he went, the wider his imagination expanded, and the more he enjoyed his cruel work of deceit. Sometimes, After palming off a particularly fantastic and outrageous lie upon me, he was so full of laugh that he had to step aside for a minute, upon one pretext or another, to keep me from suspecting. I stayed faithfully by him until his comedy was finished. Then he remarked that he had undertaken to learn me all about a steamboat, and had done it, but that if he had overlooked anything, just ask him and he would supply the lack. Anything about this boat that you don't know the name of or the purpose of, you come to me and I'll tell you. I said I would, and took my departure, disappeared, and approached him from another quarter, whence he could not see me. There he sat, all alone, doubling himself up and writhing this way and that, in the throes of unappeasable laughter. He must have made himself sick, for he was not publicly visible afterward for several days. Meantime, the episode dropped out of my mind. The thing that reminded me of it now, when I was alone at the wheel, was the spectacle of this young fellow standing in the pilot-house door, with the knob in his hand, silently and severely inspecting me. I don't know when I have seen anybody look so injured as he did. He did not say anything, simply stood there and looked, reproachfully looked and pondered. Finally he shut the door, and started away, halted on the Texas a minute, came slowly back and stood in the door again, with that grieved look in his face, gazed upon me a while in meek rebuke, then said, "You let me learn you all about a steamboat, didn't you?" "Yes," I confessed. "Yes, you did, didn't you?" "Yes. You are the feller that language failed." Pause, impotent struggle for further words, then he gave it up, choked out a deep, strong oath, and departed for good. Afterward I saw him several times below during the trip, but he was cold, would not look at me. Idiot, if he had not been in such a sweat to play his witless practical joke upon me, in the beginning, I would have persuaded his thoughts into some other direction, and saved him from committing that wanton and silly impoliteness. I had myself called with the 4 o'clock watch, mornings, for one cannot see too many summer sunrises on the Mississippi. They are enchanting. First, there is the eloquence of silence, for a deep hush broods everywhere. Next, there is the haunting sense of loneliness, isolation, remoteness from the worry and bustle of the world. The dawn creeps in stealthily, the solid walls of black forests soften to gray, and vast stretches of the river open up and reveal themselves. The water is glass smooth, gives off spectral little wreaths of white mist, there is not the faintest breath of wind, nor stir of leaf, the tranquility is profound and infinitely satisfying. Then a bird pipes up, another follows, and soon the pipings develop into a jubilant riot of music. You see none of the birds, you simply move through an atmosphere of song which seems to sing itself. When the light has become a little stronger, you have one of the fairest and softest pictures imaginable. You have the intense green of the mast and crowded foliage nearby, you see it paling shade by shade in front of you, upon the next projecting cape, a mile off or more, the tint has lightened to the tender young green of spring, the cape beyond that one has almost lost color, and the furthest one, miles away under the horizon, sleeps upon the water a mere dim vapor, and hardly separable from the sky above it and about it. And all this stretch of river is a mirror, and you have the shadowy reflections of the leafage and the curving shores and the receding capes pictured in it. Well, that is all beautiful, soft and rich and beautiful, and when the sun gets well up, and distributes a pink flush here and a powder of gold yonder and a purple haze where it will yield the best effect, you grant that you have seen something that is worth remembering. We had the Kentucky Bend country in the early morning, scene of a strange and tragic accident in the old times. Captain Poe had a small stern-wheel boat, for years the home of himself and his wife. One night the boat struck a snag in the head of Kentucky Bend, and sank with astonishing suddenness, water already well above the cabin floor when the captain got aft. So he cut into his wife's stateroom from above with an axe. She was asleep in the upper berth, the roof a flimsier one than was supposed. The first blow crashed down through the rotten boards and clove her skull. This bend is all filled up now, a result of a cut-off, and the same agent has taken the great and once much frequented Walnut Bend, and set it away back in a solitude far from the accustomed track of passing steamers. Helena we visited, and also a town I had not heard of before, it being of recent birth, Arkansas City. It was born of a railway, the Little Rock Mississippi River and Texas Railroad touches the river there. We asked a passenger who belonged there what sort of a place it was. Well, said he, after considering, and with the air of one who wishes to take time and be accurate, it's a hell of a place. A description which was photographic for exactness. There were several rows and clusters of shabby frame houses, and a supply of mud sufficient to ensure the town against a famine in that article for 100 years, for the overflow had but lately subsided. There were stagnant ponds in the streets, here and there, and a dozen rude scows were scattered about, lying aground wherever they happened to have been when the waters drained off and people could do their visiting and shopping on foot once more. Still, it is a thriving place, with a rich country behind it, an elevator in front of it, and also a fine big mill for the manufacture of cottonseed oil. I had never seen this kind of a mill before. Cottonseed was comparatively valueless in my time, but it is worth $12 or $13 a ton now, and none of it is thrown away. The oil made from it is colorless, tasteless, and almost if not entirely odorless. It is claimed that it can, by proper manipulation, be made to resemble and perform the office of any and all oils, and be produced at a cheaper rate than the cheapest of the originals. Sagacious people shipped it to Italy, doctored it, labeled it, and brought it back as olive oil. This trade grew to be so formidable that Italy was obliged to put a prohibitory impost upon it to keep it from working serious injury to her oil industry. Helena occupies one of the prettiest situations on the Mississippi. Her perch is the last, the southernmost group of hills which one sees on that side of the river. In its normal condition it is a pretty town, but the flood, or possibly the seepage, had lately been ravaging it. Whole streets of houses had been invaded by the muddy water, and the outsides of the buildings were still belted with a broad stain extending upwards from the foundations. Stranded and discarded scows lay all about, plank sidewalks on stilts 4 feet high were still standing, the board sidewalks on the ground level were loose and ruinous. A couple of men trotting along them could make a blind man think a cavalry charge was coming. Everywhere the mud was black and deep, and in many places malarious pools of stagnant water were standing. A Mississippi inundation is the next most wasting and desolating infliction to a fire. We had an enjoyable time here, on this sunny Sunday, 2 full hours liberty ashore while the boat discharged freight. In the back streets but few white people were visible, but there were plenty of colored folk, mainly women and girls, and almost without exception upholstered in bright new clothes of swell and elaborate style and cut, a glaring and hilarious contrast to the mournful mud and the pensive puddles. Helena is the second town in Arkansas, in point of population, which is placed at 5,000. The country about it is exceptionally productive. Helena has a good cotton trade, handles from 40 to 60,000 bales annually. She has a large lumber and grain commerce, has a foundry, oil mills, machine shops, and wagon factories. In brief, has $1 million invested in manufacturing industries. She has 2 railways, and is the commercial center of a broad and prosperous region. Her gross receipts of money, annually, from all sources, are placed by the New Orleans Times-Democrat at $4 million. Chapter 31, a thumbprint and what came of it. We were approaching Napoleon, Arkansas. So I began to think about my errand there. Time, noonday, and bright and sunny. This was bad, not best, anyway, for mine was not, preferably, a noonday kind of errand. The more I thought, the more that fact pushed itself upon me, now in one form, now in another. Finally, it took the form of a distinct question: is it good common sense to do the errand in daytime, when, by a little sacrifice of comfort and inclination, you can have night for it, and no inquisitive eyes around? This settled it. Plain question and plain answer make the shortest road out of most perplexities. I got my friends into my stateroom, and said I was sorry to create annoyance and disappointment, but that upon reflection it really seemed best that we put our luggage ashore and stop over at Napoleon. Their disapproval was prompt and loud, their language mutinous. Their main argument was one which has always been the first to come to the surface, in such cases, since the beginning of time: but you decided and agreed to stick to this boat, etc., as if, having determined to do an unwise thing, one is thereby bound to go ahead and make two unwise things of it, by carrying out that determination. I tried various mollifying tactics upon them, with reasonably good success, under which encouragement, I increased my efforts, and, to show them that I had not created this annoying errand, and was in no way to blame for it, I presently drifted into its history substantially as follows: toward the end of last year, I spent a few months in Munich, Bavaria. In November I was living in Fraulein Dalwener's pension, 1A, Karlstrasse, but my working quarters were a mile from there, in the house of a widow who supported herself by taking lodgers. She and her two young children used to drop in every morning and talk German to me by request. One day, during a ramble about the city, I visited one of the two establishments where the government keeps and watches corpses until the doctors decide that they are permanently dead, and not in a trance state. It was a grisly place, that spacious room. There were 36 corpses of adults in sight, stretched on their backs on slightly slanted boards, in 3 long rows, all of them with wax-white, rigid faces, and all of them wrapped in white shrouds. Along the sides of the room were deep alcoves, like bay windows, and in each of these lay several marble-visaged babes, utterly hidden and buried under banks of fresh flowers, all but their faces and crossed hands. Around a finger of each of these 50 still forms, both great and small, was a ring, and from the ring a wire led to the ceiling, and thence to a bell in a watch-room yonder, where, day and night, a watchman sits always alert and ready to spring to the aid of any of that pallid company who, waking out of death, shall make a movement, for any, even the slightest, movement will twitch the wire and ring that fearful bell. I imagined myself a death sentinel drowsing there alone, far in the dragging watches of some wailing, gusty night, and having in a twinkling all my body stricken to quivering jelly by the sudden clamor of that awful summons. So I inquired about this thing, asked what resulted usually. If the watchman died, and the restored corpse came and did what it could to make his last moments easy. But I was rebuked for trying to feed an idle and frivolous curiosity in so solemn and so mournful a place, and went my way with a humbled crest. Next morning I was telling the widow my adventure, when she exclaimed, "Come with me. I have a lodger who shall tell you all you want to know. He has been a night watchman there. He was a living man, but he did not look it. He was abed, and had his head propped high on pillows, his face was wasted and colorless, his deep sunken eyes were shut, his hand, lying on his breast, was talon-like, it was so bony and long-fingered." The widow began her introduction of me. The man's eyes opened slowly, and glittered wickedly out from the twilight of their caverns. He frowned a black frown, he lifted his lean hand and waved us peremptorily away. But the widow kept straight on, till she had got out the fact that I was a stranger and an American. The man's face changed at once, brightened, became even eager, and the next moment he and I were alone together. I opened up in cast iron German, he responded in quite flexible English. Thereafter we gave the German language a permanent rest. This consumptive and I became good friends. I visited him every day, and we talked about everything. At least, about everything but wives and children. Let anybody's wife or anybody's child be mentioned, and three things always followed: the most gracious and loving and tender light glimmered in the man's eyes for a moment, faded out the next, and in its place came that deadly look which had flamed there the first time I ever saw his lids unclose. Thirdly, he ceased from speech, there and then for that day, lay silent, abstracted and absorbed, apparently heard nothing that I said, took no notice of my goodbyes, and plainly did not know, by either sight or hearing, when I left the room. When I had been this Karl Ritter's daily and sole intimate during 2 months, he one day said, abruptly, I will tell you my story. A dying man's confession. Then he went on as follows: I have never given up, until now. But now I have given up. I am going to die. I made up my mind last night that it must be, and very soon, too. You say you are going to revisit your river, by and by, when you find opportunity. Very well, that, together with a certain strange experience which fell to my lot last night, determines me to tell you my history. For you will see Napoleon, Arkansas, and for my sake you will stop there, and do a certain thing for me, a thing which you will willingly undertake after you shall have heard my narrative. Let us shorten the story wherever we can, for it will need it, being long. You already know how I came to go to America, and how I came to settle in that lonely region in the South. But you do not know that I had a wife. My wife was young, beautiful, loving, and oh, so divinely good and blameless and gentle. And our little girl was her mother in miniature. It was the happiest of happy households. One night, it was toward the close of the war, I woke up out of a sodden lethargy, and found myself bound and gagged, and the air tainted with chloroform. I saw 2 men in the room, and one was saying to the other, in a hoarse whisper, I told her I would, if she made a noise, and as for the child, the other man interrupted in a low, half-crying voice, you said we'd only gag them and rob them, not hurt them, or I wouldn't have come. Shut up your whining, had to change the plan when they waked up, you done all you could to protect them, now let that satisfy you, come, help rummage. Both men were masked, and wore coarse, ragged nigger clothes. They had a bull's-eye lantern, and by its light I noticed that the gentler robber had no thumb on his right hand. They rummaged around my poor cabin for a moment. The head bandit then said, in his stage whisper, it's a waste of time, he shall tell where it's hid. Undo his gag, and revive him up. The other said, all right, provided no clubbing. No clubbing it is, then, provided he keeps still. They approached me. Just then there was a sound outside, a sound of voices and trampling hoofs. The robbers held their breath and listened. The sounds came slowly nearer and nearer, then came a shout, hello, the house. Show a light, we want water. The captain's voice, by G, said the stage whispering ruffian, and both robbers fled by the way of the back door, shutting off their bull's-eye as they ran. The strangers shouted several times more, then rode by. There seemed to be a dozen of the horses, and I heard nothing more. I struggled, but could not free myself from my bonds. I tried to speak, but the gag was effective, I could not make a sound. I listened for my wife's voice, and my child's listened long and intently, but no sound came from the other end of the room where their bed was. This silence became more and more awful, more and more ominous, every moment. Could you have endured an hour of it, do you think? Pity me, then, who had to endure 3 hours? It was 3 ages. Whenever the clock struck, it seemed as if years had gone by since I had heard it last. All this time I was struggling in my bonds, and at last, about dawn, I got myself free, and rose up and stretched my stiff limbs. I was able to distinguish details pretty well. The floor was littered with things thrown there by the robbers during their search for my savings. The first object that caught my particular attention was a document of mine which I had seen the rougher of the two ruffians glance at and then cast away. It had blood on it. I staggered to the other end of the room. Oh, poor unoffending, helpless ones, there they lay, their troubles ended, mine begun. Did I appeal to the law? Does it quench the pauper's thirst if the king drink for him? Oh, no, 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 I wanted no impertinent interference of the law. Laws and the gallows could not pay the debt that was owing to me. Let the laws leave the matter in my hands, and have no fears, I would find the debtor and collect the debt. How accomplish this, do you say? How accomplish it, and feel so sure about it, when I had neither seen the robbers' faces, nor heard their natural voices, nor had any idea who they might be? Nevertheless, I was sure, quite confident. I had a clue which you would not have valued, a clue which would not have greatly helped even a detective, since he would lack the secret of how to apply it. I shall come to that, presently you shall see. Let us go on, now, taking things in their due order. There was one circumstance which gave me a slant in a definite direction to begin with. Those two robbers were manifestly soldiers in tramp disguise, and not new to military service, but old in it regulars. Perhaps, they did not acquire their soldierly attitude, gestures, carriage, in a day, nor a month, nor yet in a year. So I thought, but said nothing. And one of them had said, the captain's voice, by G. The one whose life I would have. 2 miles away, several regiments were in camp, and 2 companies of U.S. cavalry. When I learned that Captain Blakely, of Company C, had passed our way, that night, with an escort, I said nothing, but in that company I resolved to seek my man. In conversation I studiously and persistently described the robbers as tramps, camp followers, and among this class the people made useless search, none suspecting the soldiers but me. Working patiently, by night, in my desolate home, I made a disguise for myself out of various odds and ends of clothing. In the nearest village I bought a pair of blue goggles. By and by, when the military camp broke up, and Company C was ordered 100 miles north, to Napoleon, I secreted my small hoard of money in my belt, and took my departure in the night. When Company C arrived in Napoleon, I was already there. Yes, I was there, with a new trade fortune teller. Not to seem partial, I made friends and told fortunes among all the companies garrisoned there, but I gave Company C the great bulk of my attentions. I made myself limitlessly obliging to these particular men. They could ask me no favor, put upon me no risk, which I would decline. I became the willing butt of their jokes. This perfected my popularity. I became a favorite. I early found a private who lacked a thumb. What joy it was to me! And when I found that he alone, of all the company, had lost a thumb, my last misgiving vanished. I was sure I was on the right track. This man's name was Kruger, a German. There were 9 Germans in the company. I watched, to see who might be his intimates, but he seemed to have no especial intimates. But I was his intimate, and I took care to make the intimacy grow. Sometimes I so hungered for my revenge that I could hardly restrain myself from going on my knees and begging him to point out the man who had murdered my wife and child, but I managed to bridle my tongue. I bided my time, and went on telling fortunes, as opportunity offered. My apparatus was simple, a little red paint and a bit of white paper. I painted the ball of the client's thumb, took a print of it on the paper, studied it that night, and revealed his fortune to him next day. What was my idea in this nonsense? It was this: when I was a youth, I knew an old Frenchman who had been a prison keeper for 30 years, and he told me that there was one thing about a person which never changed, from the cradle to the grave the lines in the ball of the thumb, and he said that these lines were never exactly alike in the thumbs of any two human beings. In these days, we photograph the new criminal, and hang his picture in the rogues gallery for future reference, but that Frenchman, in his day, used to take a print of the ball of a new prisoner's thumb and put that away for future reference. He always said that pictures were no good, future disguises could make them useless, the thumb's the only sure thing, said he, you can't disguise that. And he used to prove his theory, too, on my friends and acquaintances, it always succeeded. I went on telling fortunes. Every night I shut myself in, all alone, and studied the day's thumbprints with a magnifying glass. Imagine the devouring eagerness with which I pored over those mazy red spirals, with that document by my side which bore the right-hand thumb and finger marks of that unknown murderer, printed with the dearest blood to me that was ever shed on this earth. And many a time I had to repeat the same old disappointed remark, will they never correspond? But my reward came at last. It was the print of the thumb of the 43rd man of Company C whom I had experimented on Private Franz Adler. An hour before, I did not know the murderer's name, or voice, or figure, or face, or nationality, but now I knew all these things. I believed I might feel sure, the Frenchman's repeated demonstrations being so good a warranty. Still, there was a way to make sure. I had an impression of Kruger's left thumb. In the morning I took him aside when he was off duty, and when we were out of sight and hearing of witnesses, I said, impressively, a part of your fortune is so grave, that I thought it would be better for you if I did not tell it in public. You and another man, whose fortune I was studying last night, Private Adler, have been murdering a woman and a child. You are being dogged, within 5 days both of you will be assassinated. He dropped on his knees, frightened out of his wits, and for 5 minutes he kept pouring out the same set of words, like a demented person, and in the same half-crying way which was one of my memories of that murderous night in my cabin. I didn't do it, upon my soul I didn't do it, and I tried to keep him from doing it, I did, as God is my witness. He did it alone. This was all I wanted. And I tried to get rid of the fool, but no, he clung to me, imploring me to save him from the assassin. He said, I have money, $10,000 hid away, the fruit of loot and thievery, save me, tell me what to do, and you shall have it, every penny. 2/3 of it is my cousin Adler's, but you can take it all. We hid it when we first came here. But I hid it in a new place yesterday, and have not told him, shall not tell him. I was going to desert, and get away with it all. It is gold, and too heavy to carry when one is running and dodging, but a woman who has been gone over the river 2 days to prepare my way for me is going to follow me with it, and if I got no chance to describe the hiding place to her, I was going to slip my silver watch into her hand, or send it to her, and she would understand. There's a piece of paper in the back of the case, which tells it all. Here, take the watch, tell me what to do. He was trying to press his watch upon me, and was exposing the paper and explaining it to me, when Adler appeared on the scene, about a dozen yards away. I said to poor Kruger, put up your watch, I don't want it. You shan't come to any harm. Go, now, I must tell Adler his fortune. Presently I will tell you how to escape the assassin, meantime I shall have to examine your thumb mark again. Say nothing to Adler about this thing, say nothing to anybody. He went away filled with fright and gratitude, poor devil. I told Adler a long fortune purposely so long that I could not finish it, promised to come to him on guard that night and tell him the really important part of it, the tragical part of it. I said so must be out of reach of eavesdroppers. They always kept a picket watch outside the town, mere discipline and ceremony, no occasion for it, no enemy around. Toward midnight I set out, equipped with the countersign, and picked my way toward the lonely region where Adler was to keep his watch. It was so dark that I stumbled right on a dim figure almost before I could get out a protecting word. The sentinel hailed and I answered, both at the same moment. I added, "It's only me, the fortune teller." Then I slipped to the poor devil's side, and without a word I drove my dirk into his heart. "Ja wal," laughed I, "it was the tragedy part of his fortune, indeed." As he fell from his horse, he clutched at me, and my blue goggles remained in his hand, and away plunged the beast, dragging him, with his foot in the stirrup. I fled through the woods, and made good my escape, leaving the accusing goggles behind me in that dead man's hand. This was 15 or 16 years ago. Since then I have wandered aimlessly about the earth, sometimes at work, sometimes idle, sometimes with money, sometimes with none, but always tired of life, and wishing it was done, for my mission here was finished, with the act of that night, and the only pleasure, solace, satisfaction I had, in all those tedious years, was in the daily reflection, I have killed him. 4 years ago, my health began to fail. I had wandered into Munich, in my purposeless way. Being out of money, I sought work, and got it, did my duty faithfully about a year, and was then given the berth of night watchman yonder in that dead house which you visited lately. The place suited my mood. I liked it. I liked being with the dead, liked being alone with them. I used to wander among those rigid corpses, and peer into their austere faces, by the hour. The later the time, the more impressive it was. I preferred the late time. Sometimes I turned the lights low, this gave perspective, you see, and the imagination could play. Always, the dim receding ranks of the dead inspired one with weird and fascinating fancies. 2 years ago I had been there a year. Then I was sitting all alone in the watchroom, one gusty winter's night, chilled, numb, comfortless, drowsing gradually into unconsciousness, the sobbing of the wind and the slamming of distant shutters falling fainter and fainter upon my dulling ear each moment, when sharp and suddenly that dead bell rang out a blood-curdling alarum over my head. The shock of it nearly paralyzed me, for it was the first time I had ever heard it. I gathered myself together and flew to the corpse room. About midway down the outside rank, a shrouded figure was sitting upright, wagging its head slowly from one side to the other, a grisly spectacle. Its side was toward me. I hurried to it and peered into its face. Heavens, it was Adler. Can you divine what my first thought was? Put into words, it was this: it seems, then, you escaped me once, there will be a different result this time. Evidently this creature was suffering unimaginable terrors. Think what it must have been to wake up in the midst of that voiceless hush, and look out over that grim congregation of the dead. What gratitude shone in his skinny white face when he saw a living form before him. And how the fervency of this mute gratitude was augmented when his eyes fell upon the life-giving cordials which I carried in my hands. Then imagine the horror which came into this pinched face when I put the cordials behind me, and said mockingly, "Speak up, Franz Adler, call upon these dead. Doubtless they will listen and have pity, but here there is none else that will." He tried to speak, but that part of the shroud which bound his jaws held firm and would not let him. He tried to lift imploring hands, but they were crossed upon his breast and tied. I said, "Shout, Franz Adler, make the sleepers in the distant streets hear you and bring help. Shout and lose no time, for there is little to lose." "What, you cannot?" That is a pity, but it is no matter, it does not always bring help. When you and your cousin murdered a helpless woman and child in a cabin in Arkansas, my wife, it was, and my child, they shrieked for help, you remember, but it did no good, you remember that it did no good, is it not so? Your teeth chatter, then why cannot you shout? Loosen the bandages with your hands, then you can. Ah, I see your hands are tied, they cannot aid you. How strangely things repeat themselves, after long years, for my hands were tied, that night, you remember. Yes, tied much as yours are now, how odd that is. I could not pull free. It did not occur to you to untie me, it does not occur to me to untie you. Sh. There's a late footstep. It is coming this way. Hark, how near it is. One can count the footfalls, 1, 2, 3. There it is just outside. Now is the time. Shout, man, shout, it is the one sole chance between you and eternity. Ah, you see you have delayed too long, it is gone by. There it is dying out. It is gone. Think of it, reflect upon it, you have heard a human footstep for the last time. How curious it must be, to listen to so common a sound as that, and know that one will never hear the fellow to it again. Oh, my friend, the agony in that shrouded face was ecstasy to see. I thought of a new torture, and applied it, assisting myself with a trifle of lying invention that poor Kruger tried to save my wife and child, and I did him a grateful good turn for it when the time came. I persuaded him to rob you, and I and a woman helped him to desert, and got him away in safety. A look as of surprise and triumph shone out dimly through the anguish in my victim's face. I was disturbed, disquieted. I said, what, then didn't he escape? A negative shake of the head. No. What happened, then? The satisfaction in the shrouded face was still plainer. The man tried to mumble out some words, could not succeed, tried to express something with his obstructed hands, failed, paused a moment, then feebly tilted his head, in a meaning way, toward the corpse that lay nearest him. Dead? I asked. Failed to escape, caught in the act and shot. Negative shake of the head. How, then? Again the man tried to do something with his hands. I watched closely, but could not guess the intent. I bent over and watched still more intently. He had twisted a thumb around and was weakly punching at his breast with it. Ah, stabbed, do you mean? Affirmative nod, accompanied by a spectral smile of such peculiar devilishness, that it struck an awakening light through my dull brain, and I cried, did I stab him, mistaking him for you, for that stroke was meant for none but you. The affirmative nod of the redying rascal was as joyous as his failing strength was able to put into its expression. Oh, miserable, miserable me, to slaughter the pitying soul that, stood a friend to my darlings when they were helpless, and would have saved them if he could. Miserable, oh, miserable, miserable me. I fancied I heard the muffled gurgle of a mocking laugh. I took my face out of my hands, and saw my enemy sinking back upon his inclined board. He was a satisfactory long time dying. He had a wonderful vitality, an astonishing constitution. Yes, he was a pleasant long time at it. I got a chair and a newspaper, and sat down by him and read. Occasionally I took a sip of brandy. This was necessary, on account of the cold. But I did it partly because I saw, that along at first, whenever I reached for the bottle, he thought I was going to give him some. I read aloud, mainly imaginary accounts of people snatched from the grave's threshold and restored to life and vigor by a few spoonsful of liquor and a warm bath. Yes, he had a long, hard death of it, 3 hours and 6 minutes, from the time he rang his bell. It is believed that in all these 18 years that have elapsed since the institution of the corpse watch, no shrouded occupant of the Bavarian dead houses has ever rung its bell. Well, it is a harmless belief. Let it stand at that. The chill of that death room had penetrated my bones. It revived and fastened upon me the disease which had been afflicting me, but which, up to that night, had been steadily disappearing. That man murdered my wife and my child, and in 3 days hence he will have added me to his list. No matter, God. How delicious the memory of it! I caught him escaping from his grave, and thrust him back into it. After that night, I was confined to my bed for a week, but as soon as I could get about, I went to the dead house books and got the number of the house which Adler had died in. A wretched lodging house, it was. It was my idea that he would naturally have gotten hold of Kruger's effects, being his cousin, and I wanted to get Kruger's watch, if I could. But while I was sick, Adler's things had been sold and scattered, all except a few old letters, and some odds and ends of no value. However, through those letters, I traced out a son of Kruger's, the only relative left. He is a man of 30 now, a shoemaker by trade, and living at number 14 Königstrasse, Mannheim, widower, with several small children. Without explaining to him why, I have furnished 2/3 of his support, ever since. Now, as to that watch, see how strangely things happen. I traced it around and about Germany for more than a year, at considerable cost in money and vexation, and at last I got it. Got it, and was unspeakably glad, opened it, and found nothing in it. Why, I might have known that that bit of paper was not going to stay there all this time. Of course I gave up that $10,000 then, gave it up, and dropped it out of my mind, and most sorrowfully, for I had wanted it for Kruger's son. Last night, when I consented at last that I must die, I began to make ready. I proceeded to burn all useless papers, and sure enough, from a batch of Adler's, not previously examined with thoroughness, out dropped that long-desired scrap. I recognized it in a moment. Here it is, I will translate it: brick livery stable, stone foundation, middle of town, corner of Orleans and Market. Corner toward courthouse. Third stone, 4th row. Stick notice there, saying how many are to come. There, take it, and preserve it. Kruger explained that that stone was removable, and that it was in the north wall of the foundation, 4th row from the top, and 3rd stone from the west. The money is secreted behind it. He said the closing sentence was a blind, to mislead in case the paper should fall into wrong hands. It probably performed that office for Adler. Now I want to beg that when you make your intended journey down the river, you will hunt out that hidden money, and send it to Adam Kruger, care of the Mannheim address which I have mentioned. It will make a rich man of him, and I shall sleep the sounder in my grave for knowing that I have done what I could for the son of the man who tried to save my wife and child, albeit my hand ignorantly struck him down, whereas the impulse of my heart would have been to shield and serve him. Chapter 32. The disposal of a bonanza. Such was Ritter's narrative, said I to my two friends. There was a profound and impressive silence, which lasted a considerable time. Then both men broke into a fusillade of exciting and admiring ejaculations over the strange incidents of the tale, and this, along with the rattling fire of questions, was kept up until all hands were about out of breath. Then my friends began to cool down, and draw off, under shelter of occasional volleys, into silence and abysmal reverie. For 10 minutes now, there was stillness. Then Rogers said dreamily, $10,000. Adding, after a considerable pause, 10,000. It is a heap of money. Presently the poet inquired, are you going to send it to him right away? Yes, I said. It is a queer question. No reply. After a little, Rogers asked, hesitatingly, all of it, that is I mean certainly, all of it? I was going to say more, but was stopped by a train of thought which started up in me. Thompson spoke, but my mind was absent, and I did not catch what he said. But I heard Rogers answer, yes, it seems so to me. It ought to be quite sufficient, for I don't see that he has done anything. Presently the poet said, when you come to look at it, it is more than sufficient. Just look at it, $5,000. Why, he couldn't spend it in a lifetime. And it would injure him, too, perhaps ruin him. You want to look at that. In a little while he would throw his last away, shut up his shop, maybe take to drinking, maltreat his motherless children, drift into other evil courses, go steadily from bad to worse. Yes, that's it, interrupted Rogers, fervently, I've seen it 100 times, yes, more than 100. You put money into the hands of a man like that, if you want to destroy him, that's all, just put money into his hands, it's all you've got to do, and if it don't pull him down, and take all the usefulness out of him, and all the self-respect and everything, then I don't know, human nature ain't that so, Thompson. And even if we were to give him a third of it, why, in less than 6 months, less than 6 weeks, you'd better say, said I, warming up and breaking in. Unless he had that $3,000 in safe hands where he couldn't touch it, he would no more last you 6 weeks. Then of course he wouldn't, said Thompson. I've edited books for that kind of people, and the moment they get their hands on the royalty, maybe it's 3,000, maybe it's 2,000. What business has that shoemaker with $2,000, I should like to know, broke in Rogers, earnestly. A man perhaps perfectly contented now, there in Mannheim, surrounded by his own class, eating his bread with the appetite which laborious industry alone can give, enjoying his humble life, honest, upright, pure in heart, and blessed, yes, I say blessed. Blessed above all the myriads that go in silk attire and walk the empty artificial round of social folly. But just you put that temptation before him once. Just you lay $1,500 before a man like that, and say 1,500 devils, cried I, 500 would rot his principles, paralyze his industry, drag him to the rum shop, thence to the gutter, thence to the almshouse, thence to why put upon ourselves this crime. Gentlemen, interrupted the poet earnestly and appealingly. He is happy where he is, and as he is. Every sentiment of honor, every sentiment of charity, every sentiment of high and sacred benevolence warns us, beseeches us, commands us to leave him undisturbed. That is real friendship, that is true friendship. We could follow other courses that would be more showy, but none that would be so truly kind and wise, depend upon it. After some further talk, it became evident that each of us, down in his heart, felt some misgivings over the settlement of the matter. It was manifest that we all felt that we ought to send the poor shoemaker something. There was long and thoughtful discussion of this point, and we finally decided to send him a chromo. Well, now that everything seemed to be arranged satisfactorily to everybody concerned, a new trouble broke out. It transpired that these two men were expecting to share equally in the money with me. That was not my idea. I said that if they got half of it between them they might consider themselves lucky. Rogers said who would have had any if it hadn't been for me? I flung out the first hint, but for that it would all have gone to the shoemaker. Thompson said that he was thinking of the thing himself at the very moment that Rogers had originally spoken. I retorted that the idea would have occurred to me plenty soon enough, and without anybody's help. I was slow about thinking, maybe, but I was sure. This matter warmed up into a quarrel, then into a fight, and each man got pretty badly battered. As soon as I had got myself mended up after a fashion, I ascended to the hurricane deck in a pretty sour humor. I found Captain McCord there, and said, as pleasantly as my humor would permit, "I have come to say goodbye, Captain. I wish to go ashore at Napoleon." "Go ashore where?" "Napoleon." The captain laughed, but seeing that I was not in a jovial mood, stopped that and said, "But are you serious?" "Serious? I certainly am." The captain glanced up at the pilot house and said, "He wants to get off at Napoleon." "Napoleon? That's what he says. Great Caesar's ghost." Uncle Mumford approached along the deck. The captain said, "Uncle, here's a friend of yours wants to get off at Napoleon." "Well, bye." I said, "Come, what is all this about? Can't a man go ashore at Napoleon if he wants to?" "Why, hang it, don't you know? There isn't any Napoleon anymore. Hasn't been for years and years. The Arkansas River burst through it, tore it all to rags, and emptied it into the Mississippi. Carried the whole town away, banks, churches, jails, newspaper offices, courthouse, theater, fire department, livery stable, everything. Everything. Just a 15-minute job or such a matter. Didn't leave hide nor hair, shred nor shingle of it, except the fag end of a shanty and one brick chimney. This boat is paddling along right now, where the dead center of that town used to be. Yonder is the brick chimney, all that's left of Napoleon. These dense woods on the right used to be a mile back of the town. Take a look behind you upstream now. You begin to recognize this country, don't you?" "Yes, I do recognize it now. It is the most wonderful thing I ever heard of, by a long shot the most wonderful and unexpected." Mr. Thompson and Mr. Rogers had arrived, meantime, with satchels and umbrellas, and had silently listened to the captain's news. Thompson put a $50 in my hand and said softly, "For my share of the chromo." Rogers followed suit. Yes, it was an astonishing thing to see the Mississippi rolling between unpeopled shores and straight over the spot where I used to see a good big self-complacent town 20 years ago. Town that was county seat of a great and important county, town with a big United States Marine Hospital, town of innumerable fights and inquest every day, town where I had used to know the prettiest girl, and the most accomplished in the whole Mississippi Valley, town where we were handed the first printed news of the Pennsylvania's mournful disaster a quarter of a century ago, a town no more swallowed up, vanished, gone to feed the fishes, nothing left but a fragment of a shanty and a crumbling brick chimney. Chapter 33 Refreshments and Ethics in regard to Island 74, which is situated not far from the former Napoleon. A freak of the river here has sorely perplexed the laws of men and made them a vanity and a jest. When the state of Arkansas was chartered, she controlled to the center of the river a most unstable line. The state of Mississippi claimed to the channel another shifty and unstable line. Number 74 belonged to Arkansas. By and by it cut off through this big island out of Arkansas, and yet not within Mississippi. Middle of the river on one side of it, channel on the other. That is as I understand the problem. Whether I have got the details right or wrong, this fact remains, that here is this big and exceedingly valuable island of 4,000 acres, thrust out in the cold, and belonging to neither the one state nor the other, paying taxes to neither, owing allegiance to neither. One man owns the whole island, and of right is the man without a country. Island 92 belongs to Arkansas. The river moved it over and joined it to Mississippi. A chap established a whiskey shop there, without a Mississippi license, and enriched himself upon Mississippi custom under Arkansas protection, where no license was in those days required. We glided steadily down the river in the usual privacy, steamboat or other moving thing seldom seen. Scenery as always, stretch upon stretch of almost unbroken forest, on both sides of the river, soundless solitude. Here and there a cabin or two, standing in small openings on the grey and grassless banks, cabins which had formerly stood a quarter or half-mile farther to the front, and gradually been pulled farther and farther back as the shores caved in. As at Pilcher's Point, for instance, where the cabins had been moved back 300 yards in 3 months, so we were told, but the caving banks had already caught up with them, and they were being conveyed rearward once more. Napoleon had but small opinion of Greenville, Mississippi, in the old times, but behold, Napoleon is gone to the catfishes, and here is Greenville full of life and activity, and making a considerable flourish in the valley, having 3,000 inhabitants, it is said, and doing a gross trade of $2,500,000 annually. A growing town. There was much talk on the boat about the Calhoun Land Company, an enterprise which is expected to work wholesome results. Colonel Calhoun, a grandson of the statesman, went to Boston and formed a syndicate which purchased a large tract of land on the river, in Chickett County, Arkansas, some 10,000 acres for cotton growing. The purpose is to work on a cash basis, buy at first hands, and handle their own product, supply their Negro laborers with provisions and necessaries at a trifling profit, say 8 or 10 per center, furnish them comfortable quarters, etc., and encourage them to save money and remain on the place. If this proves a financial success, as seems quite certain, they propose to establish a banking house in Greenville, and lend money at an unburdensome rate of interest. 6 per cent is spoken of. The trouble heretofore has been, I am quoting remarks of planters and steamboatmen, that the planters, although owning the land, were without cash capital, had to hypothecate both land and crop to carry on the business. Consequently, the commission dealer who furnishes the money takes some risk and demands big interest, usually 10 per center and 2/2 per cent for negotiating the loan. The planter has also to buy his supplies through the same dealer, paying commissions and profits. Then when he ships his crop, the dealer adds his commissions, insurance, etc. So, taking it by and large, and first and last, the dealer's share of that crop is about 25 per cent. Footnote: but what can the state do where the people are under subjection to rates of interest ranging from 18 to 30 per center, and are also under the necessity of purchasing their crops in advance even of planting, at these rates, for the privilege of purchasing all their supplies at 100 per center profit? Edward Atkinson. A cotton planter's estimate of the average margin of profit on planting, in his section, one man and mule will raise 10 acres of cotton, giving 10 bales cotton, worth, say, $500, cost of producing, say $350, net profit, $150 or $15 per acre. There is also a profit now from the cotton seed, which formerly had little value, none, where much transportation was necessary. In 1,600 pounds crude cotton 400 are lent, worth, say, 10 cents a pound, and 1,200 pounds of seed, worth $12 or $13 per ton. Maybe in future even the stems will not be thrown away. Mr. Edward Atkinson says that for each bale of cotton there are 1,500 pounds of stems, and that these are very rich in phosphate of lime and potash, that when ground and mixed with ensilage or cottonseed meal, which is too rich for use as fodder in large quantities, the stem mixture makes a superior food, rich in all the elements needed for the production of milk, meat, and bone. Heretofore the stems have been considered a nuisance. Complaint is made that the planter remains grouty toward the former slave, since the war, will have nothing but a chill business relation with him, no sentiment permitted to intrude, will not keep a store himself, and supply the Negro's wants, and thus protect the Negro's pocket and make him able and willing to stay on the place, and an advantage to him to do it, but lets that privilege to some thrifty Israelite, who encourages the thoughtless Negro and wife to buy all sorts of things which they could do without buy on credit, at big prices, month after month, credit based on the Negro's share of the growing crop, and at the end of the season, the Negro's share belongs to the Israelite. The Negro is in debt besides, is discouraged, dissatisfied, restless, and both he and the planter are injured, for he will take steamboat and migrate, and the planter must get a stranger in his place who does not know him, does not care for him, will fatten the Israelite a season, and follow his predecessor per steamboat. It is hoped that the Calhoun Company will show, by its humane and protective treatment of its laborers, that its method is the most profitable for both planter and Negro, and it is believed that a general adoption of that method will then follow. And where so many are saying their say, shall not the barkeeper testify? He is thoughtful, observant, never drinks, endeavors to earn his salary, and would earn it if there were custom enough. He says the people along here in Mississippi and Louisiana will send up the river to buy vegetables rather than raise them, and they will come aboard at the landings and buy fruits of the barkeeper. Thinks they don't know anything but cotton, believes they don't know how to raise vegetables and fruit, at least the most of them. Says a nigger will go to H for a watermelon. H is all I find in the stenographer's report means Halifax probably, though that seems a good way to go for a watermelon. Barkeeper buys watermelons for 5 cents up the river, brings them down and sells them for 50. Why does he mix such elaborate and picturesque drinks for the nigger hands on the boat? Because they won't have any other. They want a big drink, don't make any difference what you make it of, they want the worth of their money. You give a nigger a plain gill of $half brandy for 5 cents, will he touch it? No. Ain't size enough to it. But you put up a pint of all kinds of worthless rubbish, and heave in some red stuff to make it beautiful. Red's the main thing, and he wouldn't put down that glass to go to a circus. All the bars on this anchor line are rented and owned by one firm. They furnish the liquors from their own establishment, and hire the barkeepers on salary. Good liquors. Yes, on some of the boats, where there are the kind of passengers that want it and can pay for it. On the other boats? No. Nobody but the deckhands and firemen to drink it. Brandy? Yes, I've got brandy, plenty of it, but you don't want any of it unless you've made your will. It isn't as it used to be in the old times. Then everybody traveled by steamboat, everybody drank, and everybody treated everybody else. Now most everybody goes by railroad, and the rest don't drink. In the old times the barkeeper owned the bar himself, and was gay and smarty and talky and all jeweled up, and was the toniest aristocrat on the boat, used to make $2,000 on a trip. A father who left his son a steamboat bar, left him a fortune. Now he leaves him board and lodging, yes, and washing, if a shirt a trip will do. Yes, indeedy, times are changed. Why, do you know, on the principal line of boats on the upper Mississippi, they don't have any bar at all. Sounds like poetry, but it's the petrified truth. Chapter 34, Tough Yarn. Stack Island. I remembered Stack Island, also Lake Providence, Louisiana, which is the first distinctly southern-looking town you come to, downward bound, lies level and low, shade trees hung with venerable gray beards of Spanish moss, restful, pensive, Sunday aspect about the place, comments Uncle Mumford, with feeling also with truth. A Mr. H furnished some minor details of fact concerning this region which I would have hesitated to believe if I had not known him to be a steamboat mate. He was a passenger of ours, a resident of Arkansas City, and bound to Vicksburg to join his boat, a little Sunflower packet. He was an austere man, and had the reputation of being singularly unworldly, for a river man. Among other things, he said that Arkansas had been injured and kept back by generations of exaggerations concerning the mosquitoes here. One may smile, said he, and turn the matter off as being a small thing, but when you come to look at the effects produced, in the way of discouragement of immigration, and diminished values of property, it was quite the opposite of a small thing, or thing in any wise to be coughed down or sneered at. These mosquitoes had been persistently represented as being formidable and lawless, whereas the truth is, they are feeble, insignificant in size, diffident to a fault, sensitive and so on, and so on. You would have supposed he was talking about his family. But if he was soft on the Arkansas mosquitoes, he was hard enough on the mosquitoes of Lake Providence to make up for it, those Lake Providence colossi, as he finally called them. He said that 2 of them could whip a dog, and that 4 of them could hold a man down, and except help come, they would kill him, butcher him, as he expressed it. Referred in a sort of casual way and yet significant way to the fact that the life policy in its simplest form is unknown in Lake Providence. They take out a mosquito policy besides. He told many remarkable things about those lawless insects. Among others, said he had seen them try to vote. Noticing that this statement seemed to be a good deal of a strain on us, he modified it a little, said he might have been mistaken, as to that particular, but knew he had seen them around the polls canvassing. There was another passenger friend of H.'s who backed up the harsh evidence against those mosquitoes, and detailed some stirring adventures which he had had with them. The stories were pretty sizable, merely pretty sizable, yet Mr. H. was continually interrupting with a cold, inexorable "wait, knock off 25% of that, now go on," or, "wait, you are getting that too strong, cut it down, you get a little too much costumery onto your statements, always dress a fact in tights, never in an ulster," or, "pardon, once more, if you are going to load anything more onto that statement, you want to get a couple of lighters and tow the rest. Because it's drawing all the water there is in the river already, stick to facts, just stick to the cold facts. What these gentlemen want for a book is the frozen truth, ain't that so, gentlemen?" He explained privately that it was necessary to watch this man all the time, and keep him within bounds. It would not do to neglect this precaution, as he, Mr. H., knew to his sorrow. Said he, "I will not deceive you, he told me such a monstrous lie once, that it swelled my left ear up, and spread it so that I was actually not able to see out around it. It remained so for months, and people came miles to see me fan myself with it." Chapter 35 Vicksburg. During the trouble we used to plow past the lofty hill city, Vicksburg, downstream, but we cannot do that now. A cut-off has made a country town of it, like Osceola, St. Genevieve, and several others. There is currentless water, also a big island in front of Vicksburg now. You come down the river the other side of the island, then turn and come up to the town, that is, in high water. In low water you can't come up, but must land some distance below it. Signs and scars still remain, as reminders of Vicksburg's tremendous war experiences: earthworks, trees crippled by the cannon balls, cave refuges in the clay precipices, etc. The caves did good service during the 6 weeks bombardment of the city, May 8 to July 4, 1863. They were used by the non-combatants, mainly by the women and children, not to live in constantly, but to fly to for safety on occasion. They were mere holes, tunnels, driven into the perpendicular clay bank, then branched Y-shape, within the hill. Life in Vicksburg, during the 6 weeks was perhaps but wait, here are some materials out of which to reproduce it. Population, 27,000 soldiers and 3,000 non-combatants, the city utterly cut off from the world, walled solidly in, the frontage by gunboats, the rear by soldiers and batteries, hence, no buying and selling with the outside, no passing to and fro, no God-speeding a parting guest, no welcoming a coming one, no printed acres of worldwide news to be read at breakfast, mornings a tedious dull absence of such matter, instead, hence, also, no running to see steamboats smoking into view in the distance up or down, and ploughing toward the town, for none came, the river lay vacant and undisturbed, no rush and turmoil around the railway station, no struggling over bewildered swarms of passengers by noisy mobs of hackmen, all quiet there, flour $200 a barrel, sugar 30, corn $10 a bushel, bacon $5 a pound, rum $100 a gallon, other things in proportion, consequently, no roar and racket of drays and carriages tearing along the streets, nothing for them to do, among that handful of non-combatants of exhausted means, at 3 o'clock in the morning, silence, silence so dead that the measured tramp of a sentinel can be heard a seemingly impossible distance, out of hearing of this lonely sound, perhaps the stillness is absolute, all in a moment come ground-shaking thunder crashes of artillery, the sky is cobwebbed with the crisscrossing red lines streaming from soaring bomb shells, and a rain of iron fragments descends upon the city, descends upon the empty streets, streets which are not empty a moment later, but mottled with dim figures of frantic women and children scurrying from home and bed toward the cave dungeons, encouraged by the humorous grim soldiery, who shout "Rats, to your holes," and laugh. The cannon thunder rages, shells scream and crash overhead, the iron rain pours down, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3, possibly 6, then stops, silence follows, but the streets are still empty, the silence continues, by and by a head projects from a cave here and there and yonder, and reconnoitre, cautiously, the silence still continuing, bodies follow heads, and jaded, half-smothered creatures group themselves about, stretch their cramped limbs, draw in deep draughts of the grateful fresh air. Gossip with the neighbors from the next cave, maybe straggle off home presently, or take a lounge through the town, if the stillness continues, and will scurry to the holes again, by and by, when the war tempest breaks forth once more. There being but 3,000 of these cave dwellers, merely the population of a village, would they not come to know each other, after a week or two, and familiarly, insomuch that the fortunate or unfortunate experiences of one would be of interest to all? Those are the materials furnished by history. From them might not almost anybody reproduce for himself the life of that time in Vicksburg? Could you, who did not experience it, come nearer to reproducing it to the imagination of another non-participant than could a Vicksburger who did experience it? It seems impossible, and yet there are reasons why it might not really be. When one makes his first voyage in a ship, it is an experience which multitudinously bristles with striking novelties, novelties which are in such sharp contrast with all this person's former experiences that they take a seemingly deathless grip upon his imagination and memory. By tongue or pen he can make a landsman live that strange and stirring voyage over with him, make him see it all and feel it all. But if he wait? If he make 10 voyages in succession, what then? Why, the thing has lost color, snap, surprise, and has become commonplace. The man would have nothing to tell that would quicken a landsman's pulse. Years ago, I talked with a couple of the Vicksburg non-combatants, a man and his wife. Left to tell their story in their own way, those people told it without fire, almost without interest. A week of their wonderful life there would have made their tongues eloquent forever perhaps, but they had 6 weeks of it, and that wore the novelty all out. They got used to being bomb-shelled out of home and into the ground, the matter became commonplace. After that, the possibility of their ever being startlingly interesting in their talks about it was gone. What the man said was to this effect: it got to be Sunday all the time. 7 Sundays in the week to us, anyway. We hadn't anything to do, and time hung heavy. 7 Sundays, and all of them broken up at one time or another, in the day or in the night, by a few hours of the awful storm of fire and thunder and iron. At first we used to shin for the holes a good deal faster than we did afterwards. The first time, I forgot the children, and Maria fetched them both along. When she was all safe in the cave she fainted. 2 or 3 weeks afterwards, when she was running for the holes, one morning, through a shell shower, a big shell burst near her, and covered her all over with dirt, and a piece of the iron carried away her game bag of false hair from the back of her head. Well, she stopped to get that game bag before she shoved along again. Was getting used to things already, you see. We all got so that we could tell a good deal about shells, and after that we didn't always go under shelter if it was a light shower. Us men would loaf around and talk, and a man would say, "There she goes," and name the kind of shell it was from the sound of it, and go on talking if there wasn't any danger from it. If a shell was bursting close over us, we stopped talking and stood still, uncomfortable, yes, but it wasn't safe to move. When it let go, we went on talking again, if nobody heard maybe saying, "That was a ripper," or some such commonplace comment before we resumed, or, maybe, we would see a shell poising itself away high in the air overhead. In that case, every fellow just whipped out a sudden, "See you again, gents," and shoved. Often and often I saw gangs of ladies promenading the streets, looking as cheerful as you please, and keeping an eye canted up watching the shells, and I've seen them stop still when they were uncertain about what a shell was going to do, and wait, and make certain, and after that they entered along again, or lit out for shelter, according to the verdict. Streets in some towns have a litter of pieces of paper and odds and ends of one sort or another lying around. Ours hadn't, they had iron litter. Sometimes a man would gather up all the iron fragments and unbursted shells in his neighborhood, and pile them into a kind of monument in his front yard, a ton of it, sometimes. No glass left, glass couldn't stand such a bombardment, it was all shivered out. Windows of the houses vacant looked like eye holes in a skull. Whole panes were as scarce as news. We had church Sundays. Not many there, along at first, but by and by pretty good turnouts. I've seen service stop a minute, and everybody sit quiet, no voice heard, pretty funeral like then, and all the more so on account of the awful boom and crash going on outside and overhead, and pretty soon, when a body could be heard, service would go on again. Organs and church music mixed up with a bombardment is a powerful queer combination along at first. Coming out of church, one morning, we had an accident, the only one that happened around me on a Sunday. I was just having a hearty handshake with a friend I hadn't seen for a while, and saying, "Drop into our cave tonight, after bombardment, we've got hold of a pint of prime WH. Whiskey," I was going to say, you know, but a shell interrupted. A chunk of it cut the man's arm off, and left it dangling in my hand. And do you know the thing that is going to stick the longest in my memory, and outlast everything else, little and big, I reckon, is the mean thought I had then? It was, the whiskey is saved. And yet, don't you know, it was kind of excusable, because it was as scarce as diamonds, and we had only just that little, never had another taste during the siege. Sometimes the caves were desperately crowded, and always hot and close. Sometimes a cave had 20 or 25 people packed into it, no turning room for anybody, air so foul, sometimes, you couldn't have made a candle burn in it. A child was born in one of those caves one night, think of that, why, it was like having it born in a trunk. Twice we had 16 people in our cave, and a number of times we had a dozen. Pretty suffocating in there. We always had 8 belonged there. Hunger and misery and sickness and fright and sorrow, and I don't know what all, got so loaded into them that none of them were ever rightly their old selves after the siege. They all died but 3 of us within a couple of years. One night a shell burst in front of the hole and caved it in and stopped it up. It was lively times, for a while, digging out. Some of us came near smothering. After that we made 2 openings, ought to have thought of it at first. Mule meat. No, we only got down to that the last day or 2. Of course it was good, anything is good when you are starving. This man had kept a diary during 6 weeks. No, only the first 6 days. The first day, 8 close pages, the second, 5, the third, 1 loosely written, the fourth, 3 or 4 lines, a line or 2 the 5th and 6th days, 7th day, diary abandoned, life in terrific Vicksburg having now become commonplace and matter of course. The war history of Vicksburg has more about it to interest the general reader than that of any other of the river towns. It is full of variety, full of incident, full of the picturesque. Vicksburg held out longer than any other important river town, and saw warfare in all its phases, both land and water, the siege, the mine, the assault, the repulse, the bombardment, sickness, captivity, famine. The most beautiful of all the national cemeteries is here. Over the great gateway is this inscription: "Here rest in peace 16,600 who died for their country in the years 1861 to 1865. The grounds are nobly situated, being very high and commanding a wide prospect of land and river. They are tastefully laid out in broad terraces, with winding roads and paths, and there is profuse adornment in the way of semi-tropical shrubs and flowers, and in one part is a piece of native wildwood, left just as it grew, and, therefore, perfect in its charm. Everything about this cemetery suggests the hand of the national government. The government's work is always conspicuous for excellence, solidity, thoroughness, neatness. The government does its work well in the first place, and then takes care of it. By winding roads which were often cut to so great a depth between perpendicular walls that they were mere roofless tunnels, we drove out a mile or 2 and visited the monument which stands upon the scene of the surrender of Vicksburg to General Grant by General Pemberton. Its metal will preserve it from the hackings and chippings which so defaced its predecessor, which was of marble, but the brick foundations are crumbling, and it will tumble down by and by. It overlooks a picturesque region of wooded hills and ravines, and is not unpicturesque itself, being well smothered in flowering weeds. The battered remnant of the marble monument has been removed to the National Cemetery. On the road, a quarter of a mile townward, an aged colored man showed us, with pride, an unexploded bombshell which has lain in his yard since the day it fell there during the siege. I was a stannin' here, and de dog was a stannin' here, de dog he went for de shell, whine to pick a fuss wid it, but I didn't. I says, jes make yousef at home here, lay still will you is, or bust up de place, jes as you's a mind to, but I's got business out in de woods, I has. Vicksburg is a town of substantial business streets and pleasant residences. It commands the commerce of the Yazoo and Sunflower rivers, is pushing railways in several directions, through rich agricultural regions, and has a promising future of prosperity and importance. Apparently, nearly all the river towns, big and little, have made up their minds that they must look mainly to railroads for wealth and upbuilding, henceforth. They are acting upon this idea. The signs are, that the next 20 years will bring about some noteworthy changes in the valley, in the direction of increased population and wealth, and in the intellectual advancement and the liberalizing of opinion which go naturally with these. And yet, if one may judge by the past, the river towns will manage to find and use a chance, here and there, to cripple and retard their progress. They kept themselves back in the days of steamboating supremacy, by a system of wharfage dues so stupidly graded as to prohibit what may be called small retail traffic in freights and passengers. Boats were charged such heavy wharfage that they could not afford to land for 1 or 2 passengers or a light lot of freight. Instead of encouraging the bringing of trade to their doors, the towns diligently and effectively discouraged it. They could have had many boats and low rates, but their policy rendered few boats and high rates compulsory. It was a policy which extended and extends from New Orleans to St. Paul. We had a strong desire to make a trip up the Yazoo and the Sunflower, an interesting region at any time, but additionally interesting at this time, because up there the great inundation was still to be seen in force, but we were nearly sure to have to wait a day or more for a New Orleans boat on our return, so we were obliged to give up the project. Here is a story which I picked up on board the boat that night. I insert it in this place merely because it is a good story, not because it belongs here, for it doesn't. It was told by a passenger, a college professor, and was called to the surface in the course of a general conversation which began with talk about horses, drifted into talk about astronomy, then into talk about the lynching of the gamblers in Vicksburg half a century ago, then into talk about dreams and superstitions, and ended, after midnight, in a dispute over free trade and protection. Chapter 36. The Professor's Yarn. It was in the early days. I was not a college professor then. I was a humble-minded young land surveyor, with the world before me to survey, in case anybody wanted it done. I had a contract to survey a route for a great mining ditch in California, and I was on my way thither, by sea, a 3 or 4 weeks' voyage. There were a good many passengers, but I had very little to say to them. Reading and dreaming were my passions, and I avoided conversation in order to indulge these appetites. There were 3 professional gamblers on board, rough, repulsive fellows. I never had any talk with them, yet I could not help seeing them with some frequency, for they gambled in an upper-deck stateroom every day and night, and in my promenades I often had glimpses of them through their door, which stood a little ajar to let out the surplus tobacco smoke and profanity. They were an evil and hateful presence, but I had to put up with it. Of course, there was one other passenger who fell under my eye a good deal, for he seemed determined to be friendly with me, and I could not have gotten rid of him without running some chance of hurting his feelings, and I was far from wishing to do that. Besides, there was something engaging in his countrified simplicity and his beaming good nature. The first time I saw this Mr. John Backus, I guessed, from his clothes and his looks, that he was a grazier or farmer from the backwoods of some western state, doubtless Ohio, and afterward when he dropped into his personal history and I discovered that he was a cattle raiser from interior Ohio, I was so pleased with my own penetration that I warmed toward him for verifying my instinct. He got to dropping alongside me every day, after breakfast, to help me make my promenade, and so, in the course of time, his easy working jaw had told me everything about his business, his prospects, his family, his relatives, his politics, in fact everything that concerned a Bacchus, living or dead. And meantime I think he had managed to get out of me everything I knew about my trade, my tribe, my purposes, my prospects, and myself. He was a gentle and persuasive genius, and this thing showed it, for I was not given to talking about my matters. I said something about triangulation, once. The stately word pleased his ear. He inquired what it meant. I explained. After that he quietly and inoffensively ignored my name, and always called me Triangle. What an enthusiast he was in cattle! At the bare name of a bull or a cow, his eye would light and his eloquent tongue would turn itself loose. As long as I would walk and listen, he would walk and talk. He knew all breeds, he loved all breeds, he caressed them all with his affectionate tongue. I tramped along in voiceless misery whilst the cattle question was up. When I could endure it no longer, I used to deftly insert a scientific topic into the conversation, then my eye fired and his faded, my tongue fluttered, his stopped. Life was a joy to me, and a sadness to him. One day he said, a little hesitatingly, and with somewhat of diffidence, "Triangle, would you mind coming down to my stateroom a minute, and have a little talk on a certain matter?" I went with him at once. Arrived there, he put his head out, glanced up and down the saloon warily, then closed the door and locked it. He sat down on the sofa, and he said, "I'm going to make a little proposition to you, and if it strikes you favorable, it'll be a middling good thing for both of us. You ain't going out to Californy for fun, nuther am I. It's business, ain't that so? Well, you can do me a good turn, and so can I you, if we see fit. I've raked and scraped and saved, a considerable many years, and I've got it all here." He unlocked an old hair trunk, tumbled a chaos of shabby clothes aside, and drew a short stout bag into view for a moment, then buried it again and relocked the trunk. Dropping his voice to a cautious low tone, he continued, "She's all there, around $10,000 in yellow boys. Now this is my little idea. What I don't know about raising cattle, ain't worth knowing. There's mints of money in it, in Californy. Well, I know, and you know, that all along a line that's being surveyed, there's little dabs of land that they call gores, that fall to the surveyor free gratis for nothing. All you've got to do, on your side, is to survey in such a way that the gores will fall on good fat land, then you turn 'em over to me, I stock 'em with cattle, in rolls the cash, I plank out your share of the dollars regular, right along." And I was sorry to wither his blooming enthusiasm, but it could not be helped. I interrupted, and said severely, "I am not that kind of a surveyor. Let us change the subject, Mr. Backus." It was pitiful to see his confusion and hear his awkward and shamefaced apologies. I was as much distressed as he was, especially as he seemed so far from having suspected that there was anything improper in his proposition. So I hastened to console him and lead him on to forget his mishap in a conversational orgy about cattle and butchery. We were lying at Acapulco, and, as we went on deck, it happened luckily that the crew were just beginning to hoist some beeves aboard in slings. Bacchus's melancholy vanished instantly, and with it the memory of his late mistake. "Now only look at that," cried he, "my goodness, Triangle, what would they say to it in Ohio? Wouldn't their eyes bug out, to see 'em handled like that, wouldn't they, though?" All the passengers were on deck to look, even the gamblers, and Bacchus knew them all, and had afflicted them all with his pet topic. As I moved away, I saw one of the gamblers approach and accost him, then another of them, then the third. I halted, waited, watched. The conversation continued between the four men, it grew earnest, Bacchus drew gradually away, the gamblers followed, and kept at his elbow. I was uncomfortable. However, as they passed me presently, I heard Bacchus say, with a tone of persecuted annoyance, "But it ain't any use, gentlemen, I tell you again, as I've told you a half a dozen times before, I warn't raised to it, and I ain't going to risk it." I felt relieved. His level head will be his sufficient protection, I said to myself. During the fortnight's run from Acapulco to San Francisco, I several times saw the gamblers talking earnestly with Bacchus, and once I threw out a gentle warning to him. He chuckled comfortably and said, "Oh, yes. They tag around after me considerable, want me to play a little, just for amusement, they say, but laws me, if my folks have told me once to look out for that sort of livestock, they've told me 1,000 times, I reckon." By and by, in due course, we were approaching San Francisco. It was an ugly black night, with a strong wind blowing, but there was not much sea. I was on deck, alone. Toward 10 I started below. A figure issued from the gambler's den, and disappeared in the darkness. I experienced a shock, for I was sure it was Bacchus. I flew down the companionway, looked about for him, could not find him, then returned to the deck just in time to catch a glimpse of him as he re-entered that confounded nest of rascality. Had he yielded at last? I feared it. What had he gone below for, his bag of coin? Possibly. I drew near the door, full of bodings. It was a crack, and I glanced in and saw a sight that made me bitterly wish I had given my attention to saving my poor cattle friend, instead of reading and dreaming my foolish time away. He was gambling. Worse still, he was being plied with champagne, and was already showing some effect from it. He praised the cider, as he called it, and said now that he had got a taste of it he almost believed he would drink it if it was spirits, it was so good and so ahead of anything he had ever run across before. Surreptitious smiles, at this, passed from one rascal to another, and they filled all the glasses, and whilst Bacchus honestly drained his to the bottom they pretended to do the same, but threw the wine over their shoulders. I could not bear the scene, so I wandered forward and tried to interest myself in the sea and the voices of the wind. But no, my uneasy spirit kept dragging me back at quarter-hour intervals, and always I saw Bacchus drinking his wine fairly and squarely, and the others throwing theirs away. It was the painfulest night I ever spent. The only hope I had was that we might reach our anchorage with speed that would break up the game. I helped the ship along all I could with my prayers. At last we went booming through the Golden Gate, and my pulses leaped for joy. I hurried back to that door and glanced in. Alas, there was small room for hope. Bacchus's eyes were heavy and bloodshot, his sweaty face was crimson, his speech maudlin and thick, his body sawed drunkenly about with the weaving motion of the ship. He drained another glass to the dregs, whilst the cards were being dealt. He took his hand, glanced at it, and his dull eyes lit up for a moment. The gamblers observed it, and showed their gratification by hardly perceptible signs. "How many cards?" "None," said Bacchus. One villain named Hank Wiley discarded one card, the others 3 each. The betting began. Heretofore the bets had been trifling $1 or 2, but Bacchus started off with an eagle now. Wiley hesitated a moment, then saw it and went $10 better. The other 2 threw up their hands. Bacchus went 20 better. Wiley said, "I see that, and go you 100 better," then smiled and reached for the money. "Let it alone," said Bacchus, with drunken gravity. "What? You mean to say you're going to cover it?" "Cover it? Well, I reckon I am, and lay another 100 on top of it, too." He reached down inside his overcoat and produced the required sum. "Oh, that's your little game, is it? I see your raise, and raise it 500, said Wiley. 500 better, said the foolish bull driver, and pulled out the amount and showered it on the pile. The 3 conspirators hardly tried to conceal their exultation. All diplomacy and pretense were dropped now, and the sharp exclamations came thick and fast, and the yellow pyramid grew higher and higher. At last $10,000 lay in view. Wiley cast a bag of coin on the table, and said with mocking gentleness, $5,000 better, my friend from the rural districts, what do you say now? I call you, said Bacchus, heaving his golden shot bag on the pile. What have you got? 4 kings, you d-fool, and Wiley threw down his cards and surrounded the stakes with his arms. 4 aces, you ass, thundered Bacchus, covering his man with a cocked revolver. I'm a professional gambler myself, and I been laying for you duffers all this voyage. Down went the anchor, rumble-de-dum-dum. And the long trip was ended. Well, well, it is a sad world. One of the three gamblers was Bacchus's pal. It was he that dealt the fateful hands. According to an understanding with the two victims, he was to have given Bacchus 4 queens, but alas, he didn't. A week later, I stumbled upon Bacchus arrayed in the height of fashion in Montgomery Street. He said, cheerily, as we were parting, by the way, you needn't mind about those gores. I don't really know anything about cattle, except what I was able to pick up in a week's apprenticeship over in Jersey just before we sailed. My cattle culture and cattle enthusiasm have served their turn. I shan't need them anymore. Next day we reluctantly parted from the Gold Dust and her officers, hoping to see that boat and all those officers again, some day. A thing which the fates were to render tragically impossible. Chapter 37. The end of the Gold Dust. 3 months later, August 8, while I was writing one of these foregoing chapters, the New York papers brought this telegram: a terrible disaster. 17 persons killed by an explosion on the steamer Gold Dust. Nashville, August 7. A dispatch from Hickman, Kentucky, says the steamer Gold Dust exploded her boilers at 3 o'clock today, just after leaving Hickman. 47 persons were scalded and 17 are missing. The boat was landed in the eddy just above the town, and through the exertions of the citizens the cabin passengers, officers, and part of the crew and deck passengers were taken ashore and removed to the hotels and residences. 24 of the injured were lying in Holcomb's dry goods store at one time, where they received every attention before being removed to more comfortable places. A list of the names followed, whereby it appeared that of the 17 dead, one was the barkeeper, and among the 47 wounded, were the captain, chief mate, second mate, and second and third clerks, also Mr. Lem S. Gray, pilot, and several members of the crew. In answer to a private telegram, we learned that none of these was severely hurt, except Mr. Gray. Letters received afterward confirmed this news, and said that Mr. Gray was improving and would get well. Later letters spoke less hopefully of his case, and finally came one announcing his death. A good man, a most companionable and manly man, and worthy of a kindlier fate. Chapter 38. The House Beautiful. We took passage in a Cincinnati boat for New Orleans, or on a Cincinnati boat. Either is correct, the former is the eastern form of putting it, the latter the western. Mr. Dickens declined to agree that the Mississippi steamboats were magnificent, or that they were floating palaces, terms which had always been applied to them, terms which did not over-express the admiration with which the people viewed them. Mr. Dickens's position was unassailable, possibly, the people's position was certainly unassailable. If Mr. Dickens was comparing these boats with the Crown Jewels, or with the Taj, or with the Matterhorn, or with some other priceless or wonderful thing which he had seen, they were not magnificent. He was right. The people compared them with what they had seen, and, thus measured, thus judged, the boats were magnificent. The term was the correct one, it was not at all too strong. The people were as right as was Mr. Dickens. The steamboats were finer than anything on shore. Compared with superior dwelling houses and first-class hotels in the valley, they were indubitably magnificent, they were palaces. To a few people living in New Orleans and St. Louis, they were not magnificent, perhaps, not palaces, but to the great majority of those populations, and to the entire populations spread over both banks between Baton Rouge and St. Louis, they were palaces. They tallied with the citizen's dream of what magnificence was, and satisfied it. Every town and village along that vast stretch of double river frontage had a best dwelling, finest dwelling, mansion, the home of its wealthiest and most conspicuous citizen. It is easy to describe it: large grassy yard, with paling fence painted white in fair repair, brick walk from gate to door, big, square, two-story frame house, painted white and porticoed like a Grecian temple, with this difference, that the imposing fluted columns and Corinthian capitals were a pathetic sham, being made of white pine, and painted, iron knocker, brass door knob discolored, for lack of polishing. Within, an uncarpeted hall, of planed boards, opening out of it, a parlor, 15 feet by 15, in some instances 5 or 10 feet larger, ingrain carpet, mahogany center table, lamp on it, with green paper shades standing on a gridiron, so to speak, made of high-colored yarns, by the young ladies of the house, and called a lamp mat, several books, piled and disposed, with cast iron exactness, according to an inherited and unchangeable plan, among them, Tupper, much penciled, also. Friendship's offering, and affection's wreath, with their sappy inanities illustrated in die-away mezzo tints, also, Ossian, Alonzo and Melissa Maybe Ivanhoe also album, full of original poetry of the Thou Hast Wounded the Spirit That Loved Thee breed, 2 or 3 goody-goody works Shepherd of Salisbury Plain, etc., current number of the chaste and innocuous Godey's Ladies' Book, with painted fashion plate of wax figure women with mouths all alike, lips and eyelids the same size. Each 5-foot woman with a 2-inch wedge sticking from under her dress and letting on to be half of her foot. Polished airtight stove, new and deadly invention, with pipe passing through a board which closes up the discarded good old fireplace. On each end of the wooden mantel, over the fireplace, a large basket of peaches and other fruits, natural size, all done in plaster, rudely, or in wax, and painted to resemble the originals, which they don't. Over middle of mantel, engraving Washington crossing the Delaware, on the wall by the door, copy of it done in thunder and lightning cruels by one of the young ladies, work of art which would have made Washington hesitate about crossing, if he could have foreseen what advantage was going to be taken of it. Piano kettle in disguise with music, bound and unbound, piled on it, and on a stand nearby, Battle of Prague, Bird Waltz, Arkansas Traveler, Rosin the Bow, Marseille's Hymn, on a lone barren isle, St. Helena, the last link is broken, she wore a wreath of roses the night when last we met, go, forget me, why should sorrow o'er that brow a shadow fling, hours there were to memory dearer, long, long ago, days of absence, a life on the ocean wave, a home on the rolling deep, bird at sea, and spread open on the rack, where the plaintive singer has left it, Uro Halon, silver muhun, guide the traveller his way, etc. Tilted pensively against the piano, a guitar capable of playing the Spanish fandango by itself, if you give it a start. Frantic work of art on the wall, pious motto, done on the premises, sometimes in colored yarns, sometimes in faded grasses, progenitor of the God bless our home of modern commerce. Framed in black moldings on the wall, other works of arts, conceived and committed on the premises, by the young ladies, being grim black and white crayons, landscapes, mostly, lake, solitary sailboat, petrified clouds, pre-geological trees on shore, anthracite precipice, name of criminal conspicuous in the corner. Lithograph, Napoleon crossing the Alps. Lithograph, the grave at St. Helena. Steel plates, Trumbull's Battle of Bunker Hill, and the sally from Gibraltar. Copper plates, Moses smiting the rock, and return of the prodigal son. In big gilt frame, slander of the family in oil, Papa holding a book, Constitution of the United States, guitar leaning against Mama, blue ribbons fluttering from its neck, the young ladies, as children, in slippers and scalloped pantalettes, one embracing toy horse, the other beguiling kitten with ball of yarn, and both simpering up at Mama, who simpers back. These persons all fresh, raw, and red, apparently skinned. Opposite, in gilt frame, Grandpa and Grandma, At 30 and 22, stiff, old-fashioned, high-collared, puff-sleeved, glaring pallidly out from a background of solid Egyptian night. Under a glass French clock dome, large bouquet of stiff flowers done in corpsey white wax. Pyramidal whatnot in the corner, the shelves occupied chiefly with bric-a-brac of the period, disposed with an eye to best effect, shell, with the Lord's Prayer carved on it, another shell of the long oval sort, narrow, straight orifice, 3 inches long, running from end to end, portrait of Washington carved on it, not well done, the shell had Washington's mouth, originally artist should have built to that. These two are memorials of the long-ago bridal trip to New Orleans and the French market. Other bric-a-brac, Californian specimens quartz, with gold wart adhering, old Guinea gold locket, with circlet of ancestral hair in it, Indian arrowheads, a flint, pair of bead moccasins, from uncle who crossed the plains, 3 alum baskets of various colors being skeleton frame of wire, clothed on with cubes of crystallized alum in the rock candy style works of art which were achieved by the young ladies, their doubles and duplicates to be found upon all whatnots in the land. Convention of desiccated bugs and butterflies pinned to a card, painted toy dog, seated upon bellows attachment drops its underjaw and squeaks when pressed upon, sugar candy rabbit limbs and features merged together, not strongly defined, pewter presidential campaign medal, miniature cardboard wood sawyer, to be attached to the stovepipe and operated by the heat, small Napoleon, done in wax, spread open daguerreotypes of dim children, parents, cousins, aunts, and friends, in all attitudes. But customary ones, no templed portico at back, and manufactured landscape stretching away in the distance that came in later, with the photograph, all these vague figures lavishly chained and ringed metal indicated and secured from doubt by stripes and splashes of vivid gold bronze, all of them too much combed, too much fixed up, and all of them uncomfortable in inflexible Sunday clothes of a pattern which the spectator cannot realize could ever have been in fashion, husband and wife generally. Grouped together, husband sitting, wife standing, with hand on his shoulder and both preserving, all these fading years, some traceable effect of the daguerreotypist's brisk now smile, if you please. Bracketed over whatnot place of special sacredness and outrage in watercolor, done by the young niece that came on a visit long ago, and died. Pity, too, for she might have repented of this in time. Horsehair chairs, horsehair sofa which keeps sliding from under you. Window shades, of oil stuff, with milkmaids and ruined castles stenciled on them in fierce colors. Lambrequins dependent from gaudy boxings of beaten tin, gilded. Bedrooms with rag carpets, bedsteads of the cord sort, with a sag in the middle, the cords needing tightening, snuffy feather bed not aired often enough, cane seat chairs, splint-bottomed rocker, looking glass on wall, school slate size, veneered frame, inherited bureau, washbowl and pitcher, possibly but not certainly, brass candlestick, tallow candle, snuffers. Nothing else in the room. Not a bathroom in the house, and no visitor likely to come along who has ever seen one. That was the residence of the principal citizen, all the way from the suburbs of New Orleans to the edge of St. Louis. When he stepped aboard a big fine steamboat, he entered a new and marvelous world, chimney tops cut to counterfeit a spraying crown of plumes and maybe painted red, pilot house, hurricane deck, boiler deck guards, all garnished with white wooden filigree work of fanciful patterns, gilt acorns topping the derricks, gilt deer horns over the big bell, gaudy symbolical picture on the paddle box, possibly, big roomy boiler deck, painted blue, and furnished with Windsor armchairs, inside, afar. Receding snow-white cabin, porcelain knob and oil picture on every stateroom door, curving patterns of filigree work touched up with gilding, stretching overhead all down the converging vista, big chandeliers every little way, each an April shower of glittering glass drops, lovely rainbow light falling everywhere from the colored glazing of the skylights, the whole a long drawn, resplendent tunnel, a bewildering and soul-satisfying spectacle. In the ladies' cabin a pink and white Wilton carpet, as soft as mush, and glorified with the ravishing pattern of gigantic flowers. Then the bridal chamber, the animal that invented that idea was still alive and unhanged, at that day bridal chamber whose pretentious flummery was necessarily overawing to the now tottering intellect of that hosannaing citizen. Every stateroom had its couple of cozy clean bunks, and perhaps a looking-glass and a snug closet, and sometimes there was even a washbowl and pitcher, and part of a towel which could be told from mosquito netting by an expert, though generally these things were absent, and the shirt-sleeved passengers cleansed themselves at a long row of stationary bowls in the barber shop, where were also public towels, public combs, and public soap. Take the steamboat which I have just described, and you have her in her highest and finest, and most pleasing, and comfortable, and satisfactory estate. Now cake her over with a layer of ancient and obdurate dirt, and you have the Cincinnati steamer a while ago referred to. Not all over, only inside, for she was ably officered in all departments except the stewards. But wash that boat and repaint her, and she would be about the counterpart of the most complimented boat of the old flush times, for the steamboat architecture of the West has undergone no change, neither has steamboat furniture and ornamentation undergone any. Chapter 39 Manufactures and Miscreants. Where the river, in the Vicksburg region, used to be corkscrewed, it is now comparatively straight, made so by cut-off, a former distance of 70 miles is reduced to 35. It is a change which threw Vicksburg's neighbor, Delta, Louisiana, out into the country and ended its career as a river town. Its whole river frontage is now occupied by a vast sandbar, thickly covered with young trees, a growth which will magnify itself into a dense forest by and by, and completely hide the exiled town. In due time we passed Grand Gulf and Rodney, of war fame, and reached Natchez, the last of the beautiful hill cities, for Baton Rouge, yet to come, is not on a hill, but only on high ground. Famous Natchez under the hill has not changed notably in 20 years, in outward aspect judging by the descriptions of the ancient procession of foreign tourists. It has not changed in 60, for it is still small, straggling, and shabby. It had a desperate reputation, morally, in the old keel boating and early steamboating times, plenty of drinking, carousing, fisticuffing, and killing there, among the riffraff of the river, in those days. But Natchez on top of the hill is attractive, has always been attractive. Even Mrs. Trollope, 1827, had to confess its charms. At 1 or 2 points the wearisome level line is relieved by bluffs, as they call the short intervals of high ground. The town of Natchez is beautifully situated on one of those high spots. The contrast that its bright green hill forms with the dismal line of black forest that stretches on every side, the abundant growth of the pawpaw, palmetto, and orange, the copious variety of sweet-scented flowers that flourish there, all make it appear like an oasis in the desert. Natchez is the furthest point to the north at which oranges ripen in the open air, or endure the winter without shelter. With the exception of this sweet spot, I thought all the little towns and villages we passed wretched looking in the extreme. Natchez, like her near and far river neighbors, has railways now, and is adding to them, pushing them hither and thither into all rich outlying regions that are naturally tributary to her. And like Vicksburg and New Orleans, she has her ice factory. She makes 30 tons of ice a day. In Vicksburg and Natchez, in my time, ice was jewelry, none but the rich could wear it. But anybody and everybody can have it now. I visited one of the ice factories in New Orleans, to see what the polar regions might look like when lugged into the edge of the tropics. But there was nothing striking in the aspect of the place. It was merely a spacious house, with some innocent steam machinery in one end of it and some big porcelain pipes running here and there. No, not porcelain they merely seemed to be, they were iron, but the ammonia which was being breathed through them had coated them to the thickness of your hand with solid milk-white ice. It ought to have melted, for one did not require winter clothing in that atmosphere, but it did not melt, the inside of the pipe was too cold. Sunk into the floor were numberless tin boxes, a foot square and 2 feet long, and open at the top end. These were full of clear water, and around each box, salt and other proper stuff was packed. Also, the ammonia gases were applied to the water in some way which will always remain a secret to me, because I was not able to understand the process. While the water in the boxes gradually froze, men gave it a stir or two with a stick occasionally to liberate the air bubbles, I think. Other men were continually lifting out boxes whose contents had become hard frozen. They gave the box a single dip into a vat of boiling water, to melt the block of ice free from its tin coffin, then they shot the block out upon a platform car, and it was ready for market. These big blocks were hard, solid, and crystal clear. In certain of them, big bouquets of fresh and brilliant tropical flowers had been frozen in others, beautiful silken-clad French dolls, and other pretty objects. These blocks were to be set on end in a platter, in the center of dinner tables, to cool the tropical air, and also to be ornamental, for the flowers and things imprisoned in them could be seen as through plate glass. I was told that this factory could retail its ice, by wagon, throughout New Orleans, in the humblest dwelling house quantities, at $6 or $7 a ton, and make a sufficient profit. This being the case, there is business for ice factories in the north, for we get ice on no such terms there, if one take less than 350 pounds at a delivery. The Rosalie Yarn Mill, of Natchez, has a capacity of 6,000 spindles and 160 looms, and employs 100 hands. The Natchez Cotton Mills Company began operations 4 years ago in a 2-story building of 50 x 190 feet, with 4,000 spindles and 128 looms, capital $105,000, all subscribed in the town. 2 years later, the same stockholders increased their capital to $225,000, added a 3rd story to the mill, increased its length to 317 feet, added machinery to increase the capacity to 10,300 spindles and 304 looms. The company now employ 250 operatives, many of whom are citizens of Natchez. The mill works 5,000 bales of cotton annually and manufactures the best standard quality of brown shirtings and sheetings and drills, turning out 5 million yards of these goods per year. Footnote: New Orleans Times Democrat, August 26, 1882. A close corporation stock held at $5,000 per share, but none in the market. The changes in the Mississippi River are great and strange, yet were to be expected, but I was not expecting to live to see Natchez and these other river towns become manufacturing strongholds and railway centers. Speaking of manufactures reminds me of a talk upon that topic which I overheard on board the Cincinnati boat. I awoke out of a fretted sleep, with a dull confusion of voices in my ears. I listened. 2 men were talking, subject, apparently, the great inundation. I looked out through the open transom. The 2 men were eating a late breakfast, sitting opposite each other, nobody else around. They closed up the inundation with a few words, having used it, evidently, as a mere icebreaker and acquaintanceship breeder. Then they dropped into business. It soon transpired that they were drummers, one belonging in Cincinnati, the other in New Orleans. Brisk men, energetic of movement and speech, the dollar their god, how to get it their religion. Now as to this article, said Cincinnati, slashing into the ostensible butter and holding forward a slab of it on his knife blade. "It's from our house, look at it, smell of it, taste it. Put any test on it you want to. Take your own time, no hurry, make it thorough. There now, what do you say? Butter, ain't it? Not by a thundering sight, it's oleomargarine. Yes, sir, that's what it is, oleomargarine. You can't tell it from butter, by George, an expert can't. It's from our house. We supply most of the boats in the West, there's hardly a pound of butter on one of them. We are crawling right along, jumping right along is the word. We are going to have that entire trade. Yes, and the hotel trade, too. You are going to see the day, pretty soon, when you can't find an ounce of butter to bless yourself with, in any hotel in the Mississippi and Ohio valleys, outside of the biggest cities. Why, we are turning out oleomargarine now by the thousands of tons. And we can sell it so dirt cheap that the whole country has got to take it, can't get around it, you see. Butter don't stand any show, there ain't any chance for competition. Butter's had its day, and from this out, butter goes to the wall. There's more money in oleomargarine than why, you can't imagine the business we do. I've stopped in every town from Cincinnati to Natchez, and I've sent home big orders from every one of them. And so forth and so on, for 10 minutes longer, in the same fervid strain. Then New Orleans piped up and said, yes, it's a first-rate imitation, that's a certainty, but it ain't the only one around that's first-rate. For instance, they make olive oil out of cottonseed oil, nowadays, so that you can't tell them apart. Yes, that's so, responded Cincinnati, and it was a tip-top business for a while. They sent it over and brought it back from France and Italy, with the United States Custom House mark on it to endorse it for genuine, and there was no end of cash in it, but France and Italy broke up the game, of course they naturally would. Cracked on such a rattling impost that cottonseed olive oil couldn't stand the raise, had to hang up and quit. Oh, it did it? You wait here a minute. Goes to his stateroom, brings back a couple of long bottles, and takes out the corks, says, there now, smell them, taste them, examine the bottles, inspect the labels. One of 'em's from Europe, the other's never been out of this country. One's European olive oil, the other's American cottonseed olive oil. Tell 'em apart? Course you can't. Nobody can. People that want to, can go to the expense and trouble of shipping their oils to Europe and back, it's their privilege, but our firm knows a trick worth 6 of that. We turn out the whole thing clean from the word go in our factory in New Orleans, labels, bottles, oil, everything. Well, no, not labels, been buying them abroad, get them dirt cheap there. You see, there's just one little wee speck, essence, or whatever it is, in a gallon of cottonseed oil, that give it a smell, or a flavor, or something, get that out, and you're all right, perfectly easy then to turn the oil into any kind of oil you want to, and there ain't anybody that can detect the true from the false. Well, we know how to get that one little particle out, and we're the only firm that does. And we turn out an olive oil that is just simply perfect, undetectable. We are doing a ripping trade, too, as I could easily show you by my order book for this trip. Maybe you'll butter everybody's bread pretty soon, but we'll cottonseed his salad for him from the Gulf to Canada, and that's a dead certain thing. Cincinnati glowed and flashed with admiration. The two scoundrels exchanged business cards, and rose. As they left the table, Cincinnati said, but you have to have custom house marks, don't you? How do you manage that? I did not catch the answer. We passed Port Hudson, scene of two of the most terrific episodes of the war, the night battle there between Farragut's fleet and the Confederate land batteries, April 14, 1863, and the memorable land battle, 2 months later, which lasted 8 hours of exceptionally fierce and stubborn fighting and ended, finally, in the repulse of the Union forces with great slaughter. Chapter 40 Castles and Culture. Baton Rouge was clothed in flowers, like a bride, no, much more so, like a greenhouse. For we were in the absolute South now, no modifications, no compromises, no halfway measures. The magnolia trees in the Capitol grounds were lovely and fragrant, with their dense rich foliage and huge snowball blossoms. The scent of the flower is very sweet, but you want distance on it, because it is so powerful. They are not good bedroom blossoms, they might suffocate one in his sleep. We were certainly in the South at last, for here the sugar region begins, and the plantation's vast green levels, with sugar mill and Negro quarters clustered together in the middle distance, were in view. And there was a tropical sun overhead and a tropical swelter in the air. And at this point, also, begins the pilot's paradise, a wide river hence to New Orleans, abundance of water from shore to shore, and no bars, snags, sawyers, or wrecks in his road. Sir Walter Scott is probably responsible for the Capitol building, for it is not conceivable that this little sham castle would ever have been built if he had not run the people mad, a couple of generations ago, with his medieval romances. The South has not yet recovered from the debilitating influence of his books. Admiration of his fantastic heroes and their grotesque chivalry doings and romantic juvenilities still survives here, in an atmosphere in which is already perceptible the wholesome and practical 19th-century smell of cotton factories and locomotives, and traces of its inflated language and other windy humbug jerries survive along with it. It is pathetic enough, that a whitewashed castle, with turrets and things materials all ungenuine within and without, pretending to be what they are not, should ever have been built in this otherwise honorable place, but it is much more pathetic to see this architectural falsehood undergoing restoration and perpetuation in our day, when it would have been so easy to let dynamite finish what a charitable fire began, and then devote this restoration money to the building of something genuine. Baton Rouge has no patent on imitation castles, however, and no monopoly of them. Here is a picture from the advertisement of the Female Institute of Columbia, Tennessee. The following remark is from the same advertisement. The Institute building has long been famed as a model of striking and beautiful architecture. Visitors are charmed with its resemblance to the old castles of song and story, with its towers, turreted walls, and ivy-mantled porches. Keeping school in a castle is a romantic thing, as romantic as keeping hotel in a castle. By itself the imitation castle is doubtless harmless, and well enough, but as a symbol and breeder and sustainer of maudlin middle-age romanticism here in the midst of the plainest and sturdiest and infinitely greatest and worthiest of all the centuries the world has seen, it is necessarily a hurtful thing and a mistake. Here is an extract from the prospectus of a Kentucky female college. Female college sounds well enough, but since the phrasing it in that unjustifiable way was done purely in the interest of brevity, it seems to me that she college would have been still better because shorter, and means the same thing, that is, if either phrase means anything at all. The president is Southern by birth, by rearing, by education, and by sentiment. The teachers are all Southern in sentiment, and with the exception of those born in Europe were born and raised in the South. Believing the Southern to be the highest type of civilization this continent has seen, the young ladies are trained according to the Southern ideas of delicacy, refinement, womanhood, religion, and propriety. Hence we offer a first-class female college for the South and solicit Southern patronage. Footnote: illustrations of it thoughtlessly omitted by the advertiser. Knoxville, Tennessee, October 19. This morning, a few minutes after 10 o'clock, General Joseph A. Mabry, Thomas O'Connor, and Joseph A. Mabry, Jr., were killed in a shooting affray. The difficulty began yesterday afternoon by General Mabry attacking Major O'Connor and threatening to kill him. This was at the fairgrounds, and O'Connor told Mabry that it was not the place to settle their difficulties. Mabry then told O'Connor he should not live. It seems that Mabry was armed and O'Connor was not. The cause of the difficulty was an old feud about the transfer of some property from Mabry to O'Connor. Later in the afternoon Mabry sent word to O'Connor that he would kill him on sight. This morning Major O'Connor was standing in the door of the Mechanics' National Bank, of which he was president. General Mabry and another gentleman walked down Gay Street on the opposite side from the bank. O'Connor stepped into the bank, got a shotgun, took deliberate aim at General Mabry and fired. Mabry fell dead, being shot in the left side. As he fell O'Connor fired again, the shot taking effect in Mabry's thigh. O'Connor then reached into the bank and got another shotgun. About this time Joseph A. Mabry, Jr., son of General Mabry, came rushing down the street, unseen by O'Connor until within 40 feet, when the young man fired a pistol, the shot taking effect in O'Connor's right breast, passing through the body near the heart. The instant Mabry shot, O'Connor turned and fired, the load taking effect in young Mabry's right breast and side. Mabry fell pierced with 20 buckshot, and almost instantly O'Connor fell dead without a struggle. Mabry tried to rise, but fell back dead. The whole tragedy occurred within 2 minutes, and neither of the three spoke after he was shot. General Mabry had about 30 buckshot in his body. A bystander was painfully wounded in the thigh with a buckshot, and another was wounded in the arm. 4 other men had their clothing pierced by buckshot. The affair caused great excitement, and Gay Street was thronged with thousands of people. General Mabry and his son Joe were acquitted only a few days ago of the murder of Moses Lusby and Don Lusby, father and son, whom they killed a few weeks ago. Will Mabry was killed by Don Lusby last Christmas. Major Thomas O'Connor was president of the Mechanics' National Bank here, and was the wealthiest man in the state. Associated Press telegram. One day last month, Professor Sharp, of the Somerville, Tennessee, Female College, a quiet and gentlemanly man, was told that his brother-in-law, a Captain Burton, had threatened to kill him. Burton, it seems, had already killed one man and driven his knife into another. The professor armed himself with a double-barreled shotgun, started out in search of his brother-in-law, found him playing billiards in a saloon, and blew his brains out. The Memphis Avalanche reports that the professor's course met with pretty general approval in the community, knowing that the law was powerless, in the actual condition of public sentiment, to protect him. He protected himself. About the same time, 2 young men in North Carolina quarreled about a girl, and hostile messages were exchanged. Friends tried to reconcile them, but had their labor for their pains. On the 24th the young men met in the public highway. One of them had a heavy club in his hand, the other an axe. The man with the club fought desperately for his life, but it was a hopeless fight from the first. A well-directed blow sent his club whirling out of his grasp, and the next moment he was a dead man. About the same time, 2 highly connected young Virginians, clerks in a hardware store at Charlottesville, while skylarking, came to blows. Peter Dick threw pepper in Charles Rhodes's eyes. Rhodes demanded an apology, Dick refused to give it, and it was agreed that a duel was inevitable, but a difficulty arose. The parties had no pistols, and it was too late at night to procure them. One of them suggested that butcher knives would answer the purpose, and the other accepted the suggestion. The result was that Rhodes fell to the floor with a gash in his abdomen that may or may not prove fatal. If Dick has been arrested, the news has not reached us. He expressed deep regret, and we are told by a Stanton correspondent of the Philadelphia Press that every effort has been made to hush the matter up. Extracts from the public journals. What, Warder, ho! The man that can blow so complacent a blast as that, probably blows it from a castle. From Baton Rouge to New Orleans, the great sugar plantations border both sides of the river all the way, and stretch their league-wide levels back to the dim forest walls of bearded cypress in the rear. Shores lonely no longer. Plenty of dwellings all the way, on both banks standing so close together, for long distances, that the broad river lying between the two rows, becomes a sort of spacious street. A most homelike and happy-looking region. And now and then you see a pillared and porticoed great manor house, embowered in trees. Here is testimony of one or two of the procession of foreign tourists that filed along here half a century ago. Mrs. Trollope says the unbroken flatness of the banks of the Mississippi continued unvaried for many miles above New Orleans, but the graceful and luxuriant palmetto, the dark and noble ilex, and the bright orange, were everywhere to be seen, and it was many days before we were weary of looking at them. Captain Basil Hall, the district of country which lies adjacent to the Mississippi, in the lower parts of Louisiana, is everywhere thickly peopled by sugar planters, whose showy houses, gay piazzas, trig gardens, and numerous slave villages, all clean and neat, gave an exceedingly thriving air to the river scenery. All the procession paint the attractive picture in the same way. The descriptions of 50 years ago do not need to have a word changed in order to exactly describe the same region as it appears today, except as to the trigness of the houses. The whitewash is gone from the Negro cabins now, and many, possibly most, of the big mansions, once so shining white, have worn out their paint and have a decayed, neglected look. It is the blight of the war. 21 years ago everything was trim and trig and bright along the coast, just as it had been in 1827, as described by those tourists. Unfortunate tourists. People humbugged them with stupid and silly lies, and then laughed at them for believing and printing the same. They told Mrs. Trollope that the alligators or crocodiles, as she calls them, were terrible creatures, and backed up the statement with a blood-curdling account of how one of these slandered reptiles crept into a squatter cabin one night, and ate up a woman and 5 children. The woman, by herself, would have satisfied any ordinarily impossible alligator, but no, these liars must make him gorge the 5 children besides. One would not imagine that jokers of this robust breed would be sensitive, but they were. It is difficult, at this day, to understand, and impossible to justify, the reception which the Book of the grave, honest, intelligent, gentle, manly, charitable, well-meaning Captain Basil Hall got. Chapter 41. The metropolis of the South. The approaches to New Orleans were familiar, general aspects were unchanged. When one goes flying through London along a railway propped in the air on tall arches, he may inspect miles of upper bedrooms through the open windows, but the lower half of the houses is under his level and out of sight. Similarly, in High River Stage, in the New Orleans region, the water is up to the top of the enclosing levee rim, the flat country behind it lies low, representing the bottom of a dish, and as the boat swims along, high on the flood, one looks down upon the houses and into the upper windows. There is nothing but that frail breastwork of earth between the people and destruction. The old brick salt warehouses clustered at the upper end of the city looked as they had always looked, warehouses which had had a kind of Aladdin's lamp experience, however, since I had seen them, for when the war broke out the proprietor went to bed one night leaving them packed with thousands of sacks of vulgar salt, worth a couple of dollars a sack, and got up in the morning and found his mountain of salt turned into a mountain of gold, so to speak, so suddenly and to so dizzy a height had the war news sent up the price of the article. The vast reach of plank wharves remained unchanged, and there were as many ships as ever, but the long array of steamboats had vanished, not altogether, of course, but not much of it was left. The city itself had not changed to the eye. It had greatly increased in spread and population, but the look of the town was not altered. The dust, waste paper littered, was still deep in the streets. The deep, trough-like gutters alongside the curbstones were still half full of reposeful water with a dusty surface. The sidewalks were still in the sugar and bacon region encumbered by casks and barrels and hogsheads. The great blocks of austerely plain commercial houses were as dusty-looking as ever. Canal Street was finer, and more attractive and stirring than formerly, with its drifting crowds of people, its several processions of hurrying street cars, and toward evening its broad second-story verandas crowded with gentlemen and ladies clothed according to the latest mode. Not that there is any architecture in Canal Street. To speak in broad, general terms, there is no architecture in New Orleans, except in the cemeteries. It seems a strange thing to say of a wealthy, far-seeing, and energetic city of 250,000 inhabitants, but it is true. There is a huge granite U.S. Custom House, costly enough, genuine enough, but as a decoration it is inferior to a gasometer. It looks like a state prison. But it was built before the war. Architecture in America may be said to have been born since the war. New Orleans, I believe, has had the good luck and in a sense the bad luck to have had no great fire in late years. It must be so. If the opposite had been the case, I think one would be able to tell the burnt district by the radical improvement in its architecture over the old forms. One can do this in Boston and Chicago. The burnt district of Boston was commonplace before the fire, but now there is no commercial district in any city in the world that can surpass it or perhaps even rival it in beauty, elegance, and tastefulness. However, New Orleans has begun just this moment, as one may say. When completed, the new Cotton Exchange will be a stately and beautiful building, massive, substantial, full of architectural graces, no shams or false pretenses or uglinesses about it anywhere. To the city, it will be worth many times its cost, for it will breed its species. What has been lacking hitherto, was a model to build toward, something to educate eye and taste, a suggester, so to speak. The city is well outfitted with progressive men, thinking, sagacious, long-headed men. The contrast between the spirit of the city and the city's architecture is like the contrast between waking and sleep. Apparently there is a boom in everything but that one dead feature. The water in the gutters used to be stagnant and slimy, and a potent disease breeder, but the gutters are flushed now, 2 or 3 times a day, by powerful machinery. In many of the gutters the water never stands still, but has a steady current. Other sanitary improvements have been made, and with such effect that New Orleans claims to be, during the long intervals between the occasional yellow fever assaults, one of the healthiest cities in the Union. There's plenty of ice now for everybody, manufactured in the town. It is a driving place commercially, and has a great river, ocean, and railway business. At the date of our visit, it was the best lighted city in the Union, electrically speaking. The New Orleans electric lights were more numerous than those of New York, and very much better. One had this modified noonday not only in Canal and some neighboring chief streets, but all along a stretch of 5 miles of river frontage. There are good clubs in the city now, several of them but recently organized and inviting modern-style pleasure resorts at West End and Spanish Fort. The telephone is everywhere. One of the most notable advances is in journalism. The newspapers, as I remember them, were not a striking feature. Now they are. Money is spent upon them with a free hand. They get the news, let it cost what it may. The editorial work is not hack grinding, but literature. As an example of New Orleans journalistic achievement, it may be mentioned that the Times-Democrat of August 26, 1882, contained a report of the year's business of the towns of the Mississippi Valley, from New Orleans all the way to St. Paul, 2,000 miles.
That issue of the paper consisted of 40 pages, 7 columns to the page, 280 columns in all, 1,500 words to the column, an aggregate of 420,000 words. That is to say, not much short of 3 times as many words as there are in this book. One may with sorrow contrast this with the architecture of New Orleans. I have been speaking of public architecture only. The domestic article in New Orleans is reproachless, notwithstanding it remains as it always was. All the dwellings are of wood in the American part of the town, I mean, and all have a comfortable look. Those in the wealthy quarter are spacious, painted snow white usually, and generally have wide verandas, or double verandas, supported by ornamental columns. These mansions stand in the center of large grounds, and rise, garlanded with roses, out of the midst of swelling masses of shining green foliage and many-colored blossoms. No houses could well be in better harmony with their surroundings, or more pleasing to the eye, or more homelike and comfortable looking. One even becomes reconciled to the cistern presently. This is a mighty cask, painted green, and sometimes a couple of stories high, which is propped against the house corner on stilts. There is a mansion and brewery suggestion about the combination which seems very incongruous at first. But the people cannot have wells, and so they take rainwater. Neither can they conveniently have cellars, or graves. Footnote: the Israelites are buried in graves by permission, I take it, not requirement, but none else, except the destitute, who are buried at public expense. The graves are but 3 or 4 feet deep, the town being built upon made ground, so they do without both, and few of the living complain, and none of the others. Chapter 42 Hygiene and Sentiment. They bury their dead in vaults, above the ground. These vaults have a resemblance to houses, sometimes to temples, are built of marble, generally, are architecturally graceful and shapely, they face the walks and driveways of the cemetery, and when one moves through the midst of 1,000 or so of them and sees their white roofs and gables stretching into the distance on every hand, the phrase "City of the Dead" has all at once a meaning to him. Many of the cemeteries are beautiful, and are kept in perfect order. When one goes from the levee or the business streets near it, to a cemetery, he observes to himself that if those people down there would live as neatly while they are alive as they do after they are dead, they would find many advantages in it, and besides, their quarter would be the wonder and admiration of the business world. Fresh flowers, in vases of water, are to be seen at the portals of many of the vaults, placed there by the pious hands of bereaved parents and children, husbands and wives, and renewed daily. A milder form of sorrow finds its inexpensive and lasting remembrancer in the coarse and ugly but indestructible immortelle, which is a wreath or cross or some such emblem, made of rosettes of black linen, with sometimes a yellow rosette at the conjunction of the cross's bars, kind of sorrowful breastpin, so to say. The immortelle requires no attention, you just hang it up, and there you are, just leave it alone, it will take care of your grief for you, and keep it in mind better than you can, stands weather first rate, and lasts like boiler iron. On sunny days, pretty little chameleons, gracefulest of legged reptiles, creep along the marble fronts of the vaults, and catch flies. Their changes of color as to variety are not up to the creature's reputation. They change color when a person comes along and hangs up an immortelle, but that is nothing, any right-feeling reptile would do that. I will gradually drop the subject of graveyards. I have been trying all I could to get down to the sentimental part of it, but I cannot accomplish it. I think there is no genuinely sentimental part to it. It is all grotesque, ghastly, horrible. Graveyards may have been justifiable in the bygone ages, when nobody knew that for every dead body put into the ground, to glut the earth and the plant roots, and the air with disease germs, 5 or 50, or maybe 100 persons must die before their proper time,
but they are hardly justifiable now, when even the children know that a dead saint enters upon a century-long career of assassination the moment the earth closes over his corpse. It is a grim sort of a thought. The relics of Saint Anne, up in Canada, have now, after 1900 years, gone to curing the sick by the dozen. But it is merest matter of course that these same relics, within a generation after Saint Anne's death and burial, made several thousand people sick. Therefore these miracle performances are simply compensation, nothing more. Saint Anne is somewhat slow pay, for a saint, it is true, but better a debt paid after 1900 years, and outlawed by the statute of limitations, than not paid at all, and most of the knights of the halo do not pay at all. Where you find one that pays like Saint Anne you find 150 that take the benefit of the statute. And none of them pay any more than the principal of what they owe, they pay none of the interest either simple or compound. A saint can never quite return the principal, however, for his dead body kills people, whereas his relics heal only, they never restore the dead to life. That part of the account is always left unsettled. Dr. Julius Lemoyne, after 50 years of medical practice, wrote, "The inhumation of human bodies, dead from infectious diseases, results in constantly loading the atmosphere, and polluting the waters, with not only the germs that rise from simply putrefaction, but also with the specific germs of the diseases from which death resulted. The gases, from buried corpses, will rise to the surface through 8 or 10 feet of gravel, just as coal gas will do, and there is practically no limit to their power of escape. During the epidemic in New Orleans in 1853, Dry V. H. Barton reported that in the 4th District the mortality was 452 per thousand, more than double that of any other. In this district were 3 large cemeteries, in which during the previous year more than 3,000 bodies had been buried. In other districts the proximity of cemeteries seemed to aggravate the disease. In 1828 Professor Bianchi demonstrated how the fearful reappearance of the plague at Medina was caused by excavations in ground where, 300 years previously, the victims of the pestilence had been buried. Mr. Cooper, in explaining the causes of some epidemics, remarks that the opening of the plague burial grounds at Iam resulted in an immediate outbreak of disease. North American Review, No. 3, Volume 135. In an address before the Chicago Medical Society, in advocacy of cremation, Dr. Charles W. Purdy made some striking comparisons to show what a burden is laid upon society by the burial of the dead. 1¼ times more money is expended annually in funerals in the United States than the government expends for public school purposes. Funerals cost this country in 1880 enough money to pay the liabilities of all the commercial failures in the United States during the same year, and give each bankrupt a capital of $8,630 with which to resume business. Funerals cost annually more money than the value of the combined gold and silver yield of the United States in the year 1880. These figures do not include the sums invested in burial grounds and expended in tombs and monuments, nor the loss from depreciation of property in the vicinity of cemeteries. For the rich, cremation would answer as well as burial, for the ceremonies connected with it could be made as costly and ostentatious as a Hindu sati, while for the poor, cremation would be better than burial, because so cheap. Footnote $4 or $5 is the minimum cost. So cheap until the poor got to imitating the rich, which they would do by and by. The adoption of cremation would relieve us of a muck of threadbare burial witticisms, but, on the other hand, it would resurrect a lot of mildewed old cremation jokes that have had a rest for 2,000 years. I have a colored acquaintance who earns his living by odd jobs and heavy manual labor. He never earns above $400 in a year, and as he has a wife and several young children, the closest scrimping is necessary to get him through to the end of the 12 months debtless. To such a man a funeral is a colossal financial disaster. While I was writing one of the preceding chapters, this man lost a little child. He walked the town over with a friend, trying to find a coffin that was within his means. He bought the very cheapest one he could find, plain wood, stained. It cost him $26. It would have cost less than 4, probably, if it had been built to put something useful into. He and his family will feel that outlay a good many months. Chapter 43 The Art of Inhumation. About the same time, I encountered a man in the street, whom I had not seen for 6 or 7 years, and something like this talk followed. I said, "But you used to look sad and oldish, you don't now. Where did you get all this youth and bubbling cheerfulness? Give me the address." He chuckled blithely, took off his shining tile, pointed to a notched pink circlet of paper pasted into its crown, with something lettered on it, and went on chuckling while I read, "J.B., Undertaker." Then he clapped his hat on, gave it an irreverent tilt to leeward, and cried out, "That's what's the matter. It used to be rough times with me when you knew me, insurance agency business, you know, mighty irregular. Big fire, all right, brisk trade for 10 days while people scared, after that, dull policy business till next fire. Town like this don't have fires often enough. A fellow strikes so many dull weeks in a row that he gets discouraged. But you bet you, this is the business. People don't wait for examples to die. No, sir, they drop off right along. There ain't any dull spots in the undertaker line. I just started in with 2 or 3 little old coffins and a hired hearse, and now look at the thing. I've worked up a business here that would satisfy any man, don't care who he is. 5 years ago, lodged in an attic, live in a swell house now, with a mansard roof, and all the modern inconveniences. Does a coffin pay so well? Is there much profit on a coffin? Go away. How you talk." Then, with a confidential wink, a dropping of the voice, and an impressive laying of his hand on my arm, "Look here, there's one thing in this world which isn't ever cheap. That's a coffin. There's one thing in this world which a person don't ever try to Jew you down on. That's a coffin. There's one thing in this world which a person don't say, I'll look around a little, and if I find I can't do better I'll come back and take it. That's a coffin. There's one thing in this world which a person won't take in pine if he can go walnut, and won't take in walnut if he can go mahogany, and won't take in mahogany if he can go an iron casket with silver doorplate and bronze handles. That's a coffin. And there's one thing in this world which you don't have to worry around after a person to get him to pay for. And that's a coffin. Undertaking, why, it's the dead surest business in Christendom, and the knobbiest. Why, just look at it. A rich man won't have anything but your very best, and you can just pile it on, and sock it to him, he won't ever holler. And you take in a poor man, and if you work him right he'll bust himself on a single layout. Or especially a woman. For instance, Mrs. O'Flaherty comes in, widow, wiping her eyes and kind of moaning. On handkerchiefs one eye, bats it around tearfully over the stock, says, "And fat might ya ask for that one?" $39, madam, says I. It's a foine a big price, sure, but Pat shall be buried like a gentleman, as he was, if I have to work me fingers off for it. I'll have that one, sor. Yes, madam, says I, and it is a very good one, too, not costly, to be sure, but in this life we must cut our garment to our clothes, as the saying is. And as she starts out, I heave in, kind of casually, "This one with the white satin lining is a beauty, but I am afraid, well, $65 is a rather, but no matter, I felt obliged to say to Mrs. O'Shaughnessy d'ye mane to soy that Bridget O'Shaughnessy bought the mate to that jewel box to ship that drunken devil to purgatory in. Yes, madam. Then Pat shall go to heaven in the twin to it, if it takes the last rap the O'Flahertys can raise, and mind you, stick on some extras, too, and I'll give ya another $1. And as I lay in with the livery stables, of course I don't forget to mention that Mrs. O'Shaughnessy hired $54 worth of hacks and flung as much style into Dennis's funeral as if he had been a duke or an assassin. And of course she sails in and goes the O'Shaughnessy about 4 hacks and an omnibus better. That used to be, but that's all played now, that is, in this particular town. The Irish got to piling up hacks so, on their funerals, that a funeral left them ragged and hungry for 2 years afterward, so the priest pitched in and broke it all up. He don't allow them to have but 2 hacks now, and sometimes only 1. Well, said I, if you are so light-hearted and jolly in ordinary times, what must you be in an epidemic? He shook his head. No, you're off, there. We don't like to see an epidemic. An epidemic don't pay. Well, of course I don't mean that, exactly, but it don't pay in proportion to the regular thing. Don't it occur to you, why? No. Think. I can't imagine. What is it? It's just 2 things. Well, what are they? One's embalming. And what's the other? Ice. How is that? Well, in ordinary times, a person dies, and we lay him up in ice, 1 day 2 days, maybe 3, to wait for friends to come. Takes a lot of it melts fast. We charge jewelry rates for that ice, and war prices for attendance. Well, don't you know, when there's an epidemic, they rush 'em to the cemetery the minute the breath's out. No market for ice in an epidemic. Same with embalming. You take a family that's able to embalm, and you've got a soft thing. You can mention 16 different ways to do it, though there ain't only 1 or 2 ways, when you come down to the bottom facts of it, and they'll take the highest priced way, every time. It's human nature in grief. It don't reason, you see. Time being, it don't care a damn. All it wants is physical immortality for deceased, and they're willing to pay for it. All you've got to do is to just be calm and stack it up, they'll stand the racket. Why, man, you can take a defunct that you couldn't give away, and get your embalming traps around you and go to work, and in a couple of hours he is worth a cool 600, that's what he's worth. There ain't anything equal to it but trading rats for demons in time of famine. Well, don't you see, when there's an epidemic, people don't wait to embalm. No, indeed they don't, and it hurts the business like hell as we say, hurts it like hell health, see, our little joke in the trade. Well, I must be going. Give me a call whenever you need any, I mean, when you're going by, sometime. In his joyful high spirits, he did the exaggerating himself, if any has been done. I have not enlarged on him. With the above brief references to inhumation, let us leave the subject. As for me, I hope to be cremated. I made that remark to my pastor once, who said, with what he seemed to think was an impressive manner, I wouldn't worry about that, if I had your chances. Much he knew about it, the family also opposed to it. Chapter 44 City sites. The old French part of New Orleans, anciently the Spanish part, bears no resemblance to the American end of the city, the American end which lies beyond the intervening brick business center. The houses are massed in blocks, are austerely plain and dignified, uniform of pattern, with here and there a departure from it with pleasant effect. All are plastered on the outside, and nearly all have long, iron-railed verandas running along the several stories. Their chief beauty is the deep, warm, varicolored stain with which time and the weather have enriched the plaster. It harmonizes with all the surroundings, and has as natural a look of belonging there as has the flush upon sunset clouds. This charming decoration cannot be successfully imitated, neither is it to be found elsewhere in America. The iron railings are a specialty, also. The pattern is often exceedingly light and dainty and airy and graceful, with a large cipher or monogram in the center, a delicate cobweb of baffling, intricate forms, wrought in steel. The ancient railings are handmade, and are now comparatively rare and proportionately valuable. They are become bric-a-brac. The party had the privilege of idling through this ancient quarter of New Orleans with the South's finest literary genius, the author of the Grandissimes. In him the South has found a masterly delineator of its interior life and its history. In truth, I find by experience, that the untrained eye and vacant mind can inspect it, and learn of it, and judge of it, more clearly and profitably in his books than by personal contact with it. With Mr. Cable along to see for you, and describe and explain and illuminate, a jog through that old quarter is a vivid pleasure. And you have a vivid sense as of unseen or dimly seen things vivid, and yet fitful and darkling. You glimpse salient features, but lose the fine shades or catch them imperfectly through the vision of the imagination, a case, as it were, of ignorant near-sighted stranger traversing the rim of wide vague horizons of Alps with an inspired and enlightened long-sighted native. We visited the old St. Louis Hotel, now occupied by municipal offices. There is nothing strikingly remarkable about it, but one can say of it as of the Academy of Music in New York, that if a broom or a shovel has ever been used in it there is no circumstantial evidence to back up the fact. It is curious that cabbages and hay and things do not grow in the Academy of Music, but no doubt it is on account of the interruption of the light by the benches, and the impossibility of hoeing the crop except in the aisles. The fact that the ushers grow their buttonhole bouquets on the premises shows what might be done if they had the right kind of an agricultural head to the establishment. We visited also the venerable cathedral, and the pretty square in front of it, the one dim with religious light, the other brilliant with the worldly sort, and lovely with orange trees and blossomy shrubs. Then we drove in the hot sun through the wilderness of houses and out onto the wide dead level beyond, where the villas are, and the water wheels to drain the town, and the commons populous with cows and children, passing by an old cemetery where we were told lie the ashes of an early pirate. But we took him on trust, and did not visit him. He was a pirate with a tremendous and sanguinary history, and as long as he preserved unspotted, in retirement, the dignity of his name and the grandeur of his ancient calling, homage and reverence were his from high and low, but when at last he descended into politics and became a paltry alderman, the public shook him, and turned aside and wept. When he died, they set up a monument over him, and little by little he has come into respect again, but it is respect for the pirate, not the alderman. Today the loyal and generous remember only what he was, and charitably forget what he became. Thence, we drove a few miles across a swamp, along a raised shell road, with a canal on one hand and a dense wood on the other, and here and there, in the distance, a ragged and angular-limbed and moss-bearded cypress, top standing out, clear-cut against the sky, and as quaint of form as the apple trees in Japanese pictures. Such was our course and the surroundings of it. There was an occasional alligator swimming comfortably along in the canal, and an occasional picturesque colored person on the bank, flinging his statue-rigid reflection upon the still water and watching for a bite. And by we reached the West End, a collection of hotels of the usual light summer resort pattern, with broad verandas all around, and the waves of the wide and blue Lake Pontchartrain lapping the thresholds. We had dinner on a ground veranda over the water, the chief dish the renowned fish called the pompano, delicious as the less criminal forms of sin. Thousands of people come by rail and carriage to West End and to Spanish Fort every evening, and dine, listen to the bands, take strolls in the open air under the electric lights, go sailing on the lake, and entertain themselves in various and sundry other ways. We had opportunities on other days and in other places to test the pompano. Notably, at an editorial dinner at one of the clubs in the city. He was in his last possible perfection there, and justified his fame. In his suite was a tall pyramid of scarlet crayfish, large ones, as large as one's thumb, delicate, palatable, appetizing. Also deviled whitebait, also shrimps of choice quality, and a platter of small soft shell crabs of a most superior breed. The other dishes were what one might get at Delmonico's, or Buckingham Palace. Those I have spoken of can be had in similar perfection in New Orleans only, I suppose. In the West and South they have a new institution, the Broom Brigade. It is composed of young ladies who dress in a uniform costume, and go through the infantry drill, with broom in place of musket. It is a very pretty sight, on private view. When they perform on the stage of a theater, in the blaze of colored fires, it must be a fine and fascinating spectacle. I saw them go through their complex manual with grace, spirit, and admirable precision. I saw them do everything which a human being can possibly do with a broom, except sweep. I did not see them sweep. But I know they could learn. What they have already learned proves that. And if they ever should learn, and should go on the warpath down Tchoupitoulas or some of those other streets around there, those thoroughfares would bear a greatly improved aspect in a very few minutes. But the girls themselves wouldn't, so nothing would be really gained, after all. The drill was in the Washington Artillery Building. In this building we saw many interesting relics of the war. Also a fine oil painting representing Stonewall Jackson's last interview with General Lee. Both men are on horseback. Jackson has just ridden up, and is accosting Lee. The picture is very valuable, on account of the portraits, which are authentic. But, like many another historical picture, it means nothing without its label. And one label will fit it as well as another. First interview between Lee and Jackson. Last interview between Lee and Jackson. Jackson introducing himself to Lee. Jackson accepting Lee's invitation to dinner. Jackson declining Lee's invitation to dinner with thanks. Jackson apologizing for a heavy defeat. Jackson reporting a great victory. Jackson asking Lee for a match. It tells one story, and a sufficient one, for it says quite plainly and satisfactorily, here are Lee and Jackson together. The artist would have made it tell that this is Lee and Jackson's last interview if he could have done it. But he couldn't, for there wasn't any way to do it. A good legible label is usually worth, for information, a ton of significant attitude and expression in a historical picture. In Rome, people with fine sympathetic natures stand up and weep in front of the celebrated Beatrice Cenci the day before her execution. It shows what a label can do. If they did not know the picture, they would inspect it unmoved, and say, young girl with hay fever, young girl with her head in a bag. I found the half-forgotten southern intonations and Ellis ions as pleasing to my ear as they had formerly been. A southerner talks music. At least it is music to me, but then I was born in the South. The educated southerner has no use for an R, except at the beginning of a word. He says hona, and dinna, and govna, and before the vav, and so on. The words may lack charm to the eye, in print, but they have it to the ear. When did the R disappear from Southern speech, and how did it come to disappear? The custom of dropping it was not borrowed from the North, nor inherited from England. Many Southerners, most Southerners put AY into occasional words that begin with the K sound. For instance, they say Mr. Kayada, Carter, and speak of playing yachts or of riding in the yachts. And they have the pleasant custom long ago fallen into decay in the north of frequently employing the respectful sir. Instead of the curt yes, and the abrupt no, they say yes, Sue, no, Sue. But there are some infelicities. Such as like for as, and the addition of an at where it isn't needed. I heard an educated gentleman say, like the flag officer did. His cook or his butler would have said, like the flag officer done. You hear gentlemen say, where have you been at? And here is the aggravated form heard a ragged street Arab say it to a comrade, I was a ask and Tom will you was a set and at. The very elect carelessly say will when they mean shall, and many of them say, I didn't go to do it, meaning I didn't mean to do it. The northern word guess imported from England, where it used to be common, and now regarded by satirical Englishmen as a Yankee original is but little used among Southerners. They say reckon. They haven't any doesn't in their language, they say don't instead. The unpolished often use went foregone. It is nearly as bad as the northern hadn't ought. This reminds me that a remark of a very peculiar nature was made here in my neighborhood, in the north, a few days ago, he hadn't ought to have went. How is that? Isn't that a good deal of a triumph? One knows the orders combined in this half-breed's architecture without inquiring, one parent northern, the other southern. Today I heard a schoolmistress ask, where is John gone? This form is so common, so nearly universal, in fact that if she had used whither instead of where, I think it would have sounded like an affectation. We picked up one excellent word, a word worth traveling to New Orleans to get, a nice limber, expressive, handy word lanyap. They pronounce it lanyap. It is Spanish, so they said. We discovered it at the head of a column of odds and ends in the Picayune, the first day, heard 20 people use it the second, inquired what it meant the third, adopted it and got facility in swinging it the fourth. It has a restricted meaning, but I think the people spread it out a little when they choose. It is the equivalent of the 13th roll in a baker's dozen. It is something thrown in, gratis, for good measure. The custom originated in the Spanish quarter of the city. When a child or a servant buys something in a shop, or even the mayor or the governor, for aught I know he finishes the operation by saying give me something for lanyap. The shopman always responds, gives the child a bit of licorice root, gives the servant a cheap cigar or a spool of thread, gives the governor I don't know what he gives the governor, support, likely. When you are invited to drink, and this does occur now and then in New Orleans, and you say, what, again? No, I've had enough, the other party says, but just this one time more, this is for lanyap. When the beau perceives that he is stacking his compliments a trifle too high, and sees by the young lady's countenance that the edifice would have been better with the top compliment left off, he puts his I beg pardon, no harm intended, into the briefer form of oh, that's for lanyap. If the waiter in the restaurant stumbles and spills a gill of coffee down the back of your neck, he says for lanyap, sa, and gets you another cup without extra charge. Chapter 45 Southern Sports in the North. One hears the war mentioned, in social conversation, once a month, sometimes as often as once a week, but as a distinct subject for talk, it has long ago been relieved of duty. There are sufficient reasons for this. Given a dinner company of 6 gentlemen today, it can easily happen that 4 of them and possibly 5 were not in the field at all. So the chances are 4 to 2, or 5 to 1, that the war will at no time during the evening become the topic of conversation, and the chances are still greater that if it become the topic it will remain so but a little while. If you add 6 ladies to the company, you have added 6 people who saw so little of the dread realities of the war that they ran out of talk concerning them years ago, and now would soon weary of the war topic if you brought it up. The case is very different in the South. There, every man you meet was in the war, and every lady you meet saw the war. The war is the great chief topic of conversation. The interest in it is vivid and constant, the interest in other topics is fleeting. Mention of the war will wake up a dull company and set their tongues going, when nearly any other topic would fail. In the South, the war is what AD is elsewhere, they date from it. All day long you hear things placed as having happened since the VOV, or during the VOV, or before the VOV, or right after the VOV, or about 2 years or 5 years or 10 years before the VOV or after the VOV. It shows how intimately every individual was visited, in his own person, by that tremendous episode. It gives the inexperienced stranger a better idea of what a vast and comprehensive calamity invasion is than he can ever get by reading books at the fireside. At a club one evening, a gentleman turned to me and said, in an aside, "You notice, of course, that we are nearly always talking about the war. It isn't because we haven't anything else to talk about, but because nothing else has so strong an interest for us. And there is another reason. In the war, each of us, in his own person, seems to have sampled all the different varieties of human experience. As a consequence, you can't mention an outside matter of any sort but it will certainly remind some listener of something that happened during the war and out he comes with it. Of course that brings the talk back to the war. You may try all you want to keep other subjects before the house, and we may all join in and help, but there can be but one result. The most random topic would load every man up with war reminiscences, and shut him up, too, and talk would be likely to stop presently, because you can't talk pale inconsequentialities when you've got a crimson fact or fancy in your head that you are burning to fetch out." The poet was sitting some little distance away, and presently he began to speak about the moon. The gentleman who had been talking to me remarked in an aside, "There, the moon is far enough from the seat of war, but you will see that it will suggest something to somebody about the war. In 10 minutes from now the moon, as a topic, will be shelved." The poet was saying he had noticed something which was a surprise to him, had the impression that down here, toward the equator, the moonlight was much stronger and brighter than up north, had the impression that when he visited New Orleans, many years ago, the moon interruption from the other end of the room let me explain that. Reminds me of an anecdote. Everything is changed since the war, for better or for worse, but you'll find people down here born grumblers, who see no change except the change for the worse. There was an old Negro woman of this sort. A young New Yorker said in her presence, "What a wonderful moon you have down here." She sighed and said, "Ah, bless yo' heart, honey, you ought to seen dat moon befo' de VOV." The new topic was dead already. But the poet resurrected it, and gave it a new start. A brief dispute followed, as to whether the difference between northern and southern moonlight really existed or was only imagined. Moonlight talk drifted easily into talk about artificial methods of dispelling darkness. Then somebody remembered that when Farragut advanced upon Port Hudson on a dark night and did not wish to assist the aim of the Confederate gunners, he carried no battle lanterns, but painted the decks of his ships white, and thus created a dim but valuable light, which enabled his own men to grope their way around with considerable facility. At this point the war got the floor again, the 10 minutes not quite up yet. I was not sorry, for war talk by men who have been in a war is always interesting, whereas moon talk by a poet who has not been in the moon is likely to be dull. We went to a cockpit in New Orleans on a Saturday afternoon. I had never seen a cockfight before. There were men and boys there of all ages and all colors, and of many languages and nationalities. But I noticed one quite conspicuous and surprising absence, the traditional brutal faces. There were no brutal faces. With no cockfighting going on, you could have played the gathering on a stranger for a prayer meeting, and after it began, for a revival provided you blindfolded your stranger, for the shouting was something prodigious. A Negro and a white man were in the ring, everybody else outside. The cocks were brought in sacks, and when time was called, they were taken out by the two bottle holders, stroked, caressed, poked toward each other, and finally liberated. The big black cock plunged instantly at the little gray one and struck him on the head with his spur. The gray responded with spirit. Then the babel of many-tongued shoutings broke out, and ceased not thenceforth. When the cocks had been fighting some little time, I was expecting them momently to drop dead, for both were blind, red with blood, and so exhausted that they frequently fell down. Yet they would not give up, neither would they die. The Negro and the white man would pick them up every few seconds, wipe them off, blow cold water on them in a fine spray, and take their heads in their mouths and hold them there a moment to warm back the perishing life, perhaps, I do not know. Then, being set down again, the dying creatures would totter gropingly about, with dragging wings, find each other, strike a guesswork blow or two, and fall exhausted once more. I did not see the end of the battle. I forced myself to endure it as long as I could, but it was too pitiful a sight, so I made frank confession to that effect, and we retired. We heard afterward that the black cock died in the ring, and fighting to the last. Evidently there is abundant fascination about this sport for such as have had a degree of familiarity with it. I never saw people enjoy anything more than this gathering enjoyed this fight. The case was the same with old greyheads and with boys of 10. They lost themselves in frenzies of delight. The cocking main is an inhuman sort of entertainment, there is no question about that. Still, it seems a much more respectable and far less cruel sport than fox hunting, for the cocks like it, they experience, as well as confer enjoyment, which is not the fox's case. We assisted in the French sense at a mule race, one day. I believe I enjoyed this contest more than any other mule there. I enjoyed it more than I remember having enjoyed any other animal race I ever saw. The grandstand was well filled with the beauty and the chivalry of New Orleans. That phrase is not original with me. It is the Southern reporter's. He has used it for 2 generations. He uses it 20 times a day, or 20,000 times a day, or 1,000,000 times a day according to the exigencies. He is obliged to use it 1,000,000 times a day, if he have occasion to speak of respectable men and women that often, for he has no other phrase for such service except that single one. He never tires of it, it always has a fine sound to him. There is a kind of swell medieval bulliness and tinsel about it that pleases his gaudy barbaric soul. If he had been in Palestine in the early times, we should have had no references to much people out of him. No, he would have said the beauty and the chivalry of Galilee assembled to hear the Sermon on the Mount. It is likely that the men and women of the South are sick enough of that phrase by this time, and would like a change, but there is no immediate prospect of their getting it. The New Orleans editor has a strong, compact, direct, unflowery style, wastes no words, and does not gush. Not so with his average correspondent. In the appendix I have quoted a good letter, penned by a trained hand, but the average correspondent hurls a style which differs from that. For instance, the Times Democrat sent a relief steamer up one of the bayous, last April. This steamer landed at a village, up there somewhere, and the captain invited some of the ladies of the village to make a short trip with him. They accepted and came aboard, and the steamboat shoved out up the creek. That was all there was to it. And that is all that the editor of the Times Democrat would have got out of it. There was nothing in the thing but statistics, and he would have got nothing else out of it. He would probably have even tabulated them, partly to secure perfect clearness of statement, and partly to save space.
but his special correspondent knows other methods of handling statistics. He just throws off all restraint and wallows in them. On Saturday, early in the morning, the beauty of the place graced our cabin, and proud of her fair freight the gallant little boat glided up the bayou. 22 words to say the ladies came aboard and the boat shoved out up the creek, is a clean waste of 10 good words, and is also destructive of compactness of statement. The trouble with the Southern reporter is women. They unsettle him, they throw him off his balance. He is plain and sensible and satisfactory, until a woman heaves in sight. Then he goes all to pieces, his mind totters, he becomes flowery and idiotic. From reading the above extract, you would imagine that the student of Sir Walter Scott is an apprentice, and knows next to nothing about handling a pen. On the contrary, he furnishes plenty of proofs, in his long letter, that he knows well enough how to handle it when the women are not around to give him the artificial flower complaint. For instance, at 4 o'clock ominous clouds began to gather in the southeast, and presently from the Gulf there came a blow which increased in severity every moment. It was not safe to leave the landing then, and there was a delay. The oaks shook off long tresses of their mossy beards to the tugging of the wind, and the bayou in its ambition put on miniature waves in mocking of much larger bodies of water. A lull permitted a start, and homewards we steamed, an inky sky overhead and a heavy wind blowing. As darkness crept on, there were few on board who did not wish themselves nearer home. There is nothing the matter with that. It is good description, compactly put. Yet there was great temptation, there, to drop into lurid writing. But let us return to the mule. Since I left him, I have rummaged around and found a full report of the race. In it I find confirmation of the theory which I broached just now, namely, that the trouble with the Southern reporter is women, supplemented by Walter Scott and his knights and beauty and chivalry, and so on. This is an excellent report, as long as the women stay out of it. But when they intrude, we have this frantic result: it will be probably a long time before the ladies' stand presents such a sea of foam-like loveliness as it did yesterday. The New Orleans women are always charming, but never so much so as at this time of the year, when in their dainty spring costumes they bring with them a breath of balmy freshness and an odor of sanctity unspeakable. The stand was so crowded with them that, walking at their feet and seeing no possibility of approach, many a man appreciated as he never did before the Perry's feeling at the gates of paradise, and wondered what was the priceless boon that would admit him to their sacred presence. Sparkling on their white-robed breasts or shoulders were the colors of their favorite knights, and were it not for the fact that the doughty heroes appeared on unromantic mules, it would have been easy to imagine one of King Arthur's gala days. There were 13 mules in the first heat, all sorts of mules, they were, all sorts of complexions, gaits, dispositions, aspects. Some were handsome creatures, some were not, some were sleek, some hadn't had their fur brushed lately, some were innocently gay and frisky, some were full of malice and all unrighteousness, guessing from looks, some of them thought the matter on hand was war, some thought it was a lark, the rest took it for a religious occasion. And each mule acted according to his convictions. The result was an absence of harmony well compensated by a conspicuous presence of variety of a picturesque and entertaining sort. All the riders were young gentlemen in fashionable society. If the reader has been wondering why it is that the ladies of New Orleans attend so humble an orgy as a mule race, the thing is explained now. It is a fashion freak, all connected with it are people of fashion. It is great fun, and cordially liked. The mule race is one of the marked occasions of the year. It has brought some pretty fast mules to the front. One of these had to be ruled out, because he was so fast that he turned the thing into a one-mule contest, and robbed it of one of its best features, variety.
but every now and then somebody disguises him with a new name and a new complexion, and rings him in again. The riders dress in full jockey costumes of bright-colored silks, satins, and velvets. The 13 mules got away in a body, after a couple of false starts, and scampered off with prodigious spirit. As each mule and each rider had a distinct opinion of his own as to how the race ought to be run, and which side of the track was best in certain circumstances, and how often the track ought to be crossed, and when a collision ought to be accomplished, and when it ought to be avoided, these 26 conflicting opinions created a most fantastic and picturesque confusion, and the resulting spectacle was killingly comical. Mile heat, time 2:22. 8 of the 13 mules distanced. I had a bet on a mule which would have won if the procession had been reversed. The second heat was good fun, and so was the consolation race for beaten mules, which followed later, but the first heat was the best in that respect. I think that much the most enjoyable of all races is a steamboat race, but, next to that, I prefer the gay and joyous mule rush. Two red-hot steamboats raging along, neck and neck, straining every nerve, that is to say, every rivet in the boilers quaking and shaking and groaning from stem to stern, spouting white steam from the pipes, pouring black smoke from the chimneys, raining down sparks, parting the river into long breaks of hissing foam. This is sport that makes a body's very liver curl with enjoyment. A horse race is pretty tame and colorless in comparison. Still, a horse race might be well enough, in its way, perhaps, if it were not for the tiresome false starts. But then, nobody is ever killed. At least, nobody was ever killed when I was at a horse race. They have been crippled, it is true, but this is little to the purpose. Chapter 46 Enchantments and Enchanters. The largest annual event in New Orleans is a something which we arrived too late to sample: the Mardi Gras festivities. I saw the procession of the mystic crew of Comus there, 24 years ago, with knights and nobles and so on,